Chapter 401 Brothers are friendly and respectful to their younger brothers. There was no grand court meeting that day, as the emperor and some important ministers had to discuss other matters. As they were talking, someone suddenly mentioned that Your Majesty had been away from the harem for a long time. Was there something wrong? The emperor was not prepared for someone to ask this. So Zhou Yi answered for his father, saying that there were too many government affairs, and he was too busy to take care of them. In fact, there was no need to answer this question, as the emperor was a very restrained and tolerant person. He did not go to the harem to maintain his health and increase the time for physical exercise so that he could look younger. The emperor was quite obsessed with this. Moreover, as he got older, he became more and more soft-hearted. Previously, a young concubine had a miscarriage, and it was his child who was lost, and the emperor felt bad about it. The court officials had heard about this, so this question obviously did not want such an answer. Zhou Yi just picked up this topic, and the court official said, Your Majesty has few children, and now the East Palace has only one little grandson. Your Highness, you should think of ways to expand the Zhou royal family. The purpose is actually here. Zhou Yi was strictly controlled by his elders before, but now he has married a very beautiful wife and has a son. Qin Jiao is a bit pretentious, and Zhou Yi has to find ways to make her happy, so he naturally can't take care of other things. Zhou Yi said, the crown princess just gave birth to the eldest son, and she will naturally have another one in a few years. Courteous, Your Highness. According to etiquette, you still have 2 positions for concubines. Zhou Yi finally realized that this was asking him to remarry. Zhou Yi's arm was aching slightly. This was bitten by his wife on the night of his son's full moon banquet. It was bleeding. Qin Jiao changed her usual silence that day and expressed her resentment to him. Of course, Zhou Yi thought she was jealous. Jealousy means that Qin Jiao finally has a conscience. Zhou Yi was finally willing to face his heart. He admitted that he didn't just want Qin Jiao to obey. It was really embarrassing to admit this. But sometimes being decent is not necessarily useful. Did Li Fu have any respect in front of Zhang Zhuzhu? Zhou Yi said bluntly, I don't want an illegitimate child. After saying this, the hall was quiet for a moment, and then the court officials began to discuss. Suddenly someone turned his head to look at Li Fu and said, Li Sanling, did you instigate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Li Fu, who was watching the excitement, what happened? What does it have to do with me? Since this group of people started talking about useless topics, Li Fu began to think about what he could eat when he returned home today. Zhang Zhuzhu was in a good mood yesterday, and said that she would cook for Li Fu and her son today. The number of times Zhang Zhuzhu cooks is as rare as the number of times it snows in the south. And Li Fu is looking forward to it. I think it was Zhang who instigated the crown princess. It doesn't matter if it's Li Fu. But when it comes to Zhang Zhuzhu, Li Fu immediately becomes dissatisfied and says, You are all officials appointed by the court. You should be careful in what you say and do. How can we bear such a crime? He said, I don't want an illegitimate child because I don't want to see my children killing each other in the future. It has nothing to do with the Li couple. Zhou Yi had thought this through long ago. Why did his father have other children after he became an adult? It was to ensure Zhou Yi's inheritance rights. When the emperor was old, Zhou Yi had the ability to completely control the court. His brothers, who had no ambitions, would be well raised. If they had thoughts that they shouldn't have, Zhou Yi could completely suppress them. The Pan sisters had only this one son. The emperor was determined to train this son from the beginning and never wavered. The reason why Zhou Yi didn't plan to give birth to an illegitimate child now was very reasonable. But the court officials disagreed and said, Your Highness, having many children is a symbol of the prosperity of the royal family. When the time comes, teach the princes well, and let them be friendly and respectful to each other. This is, when he said friendly and respectful to each other, the emperor laughed out loud first. Why is Your Majesty laughing? The court officials were dissatisfied. Why else could the emperor say that? How could it not be funny? How could such a thing as friendly and respectful to each other happen in the Zhou family? There is only one throne. And who doesn't want to sit on it if there is a hope of sitting on it? Not to mention the royal family. Even in ordinary people's homes, brothers may quarrel over their parents' family property. At the same time, as ordinary people, parents cannot treat everyone equally. The emperor waited until Zhou Yi grew up before having other children, and was also worried that when he got older, he would be too partial to one of them, which would put Zhou Yi in trouble. The emperor drank a sip of tea. I'm fine. You go on. Because the emperor spoke, The courtiers wanted the emperor to persuade the prince. But the emperor refused. You go to the queen and the concubine. I don't care about these things. Your Majesty, don't you want your children and grandchildren to surround you and enjoy the happiness of family life? The courtier said again. Most people should have this thought. Emperor, do I have the time? He was so busy every day. And he really didn't want to worry about the number of grandchildren. Zhou didn't want an illegitimate child. So the emperor let him do it. The son was so old and understood what he was doing. So the emperor wouldn't care. The court officials saw that they couldn't persuade the father and son. And they were at a loss for a while. You can't force a cow to drink water. If so, I'm afraid the Zhou family will not be prosperous. The court officials sighed. The prince said, it's prosperous enough. Do you know how much money the court spends every year to support the princes, dukes, princesses, and their families of the royal family? That's all real money. The prince really wanted to deduct them. But he just didn't have a suitable reason. Take the case of Prince Fuyong, who secretly bought grain from merchants in Nianzhou. As soon as the emperor and the crown prince learned about this, they immediately ordered the confiscation of his property and expelled him from the throne. A large amount of money was seized to fill the treasury. The emperor said, it doesn't matter if it doesn't prosper. By then, I and the ministers will have been buried. If there is anything, let the future generations worry about it. The court officials thought that the emperor was too open-minded. Which emperor didn't think about passing on his descendants for thousands of years? You are really only concerned about things when you are alive. Sure enough, the throne that was snatched is different from the throne that was inherited legitimately. In the evening, Li Fu ate the food made by Zhang Zhuzhu herself and talked about what happened during the day. Zhang Zhuzhu said, then I have to remind the crown princess to be more careful in the East Palace. If Zhou Yi's child can only be born by the crown princess, then Qin Jiao and her child will become a living target. The crown prince cannot be replaced. But the crown princess and the legitimate son can be replaced. Qin Jiao and the eldest grandson of the emperor will definitely bear higher risks. Li Fu said, well, I will also remind him more about the crown prince. It is not necessary for them to remind him. Zhou Yi, the decision-maker, must have been prepared. This matter quickly spread throughout the capital. Those who said something about spreading branches and leaves in front of the crown princess were now confused. But what is interesting is that Zhou Yi, the decision-maker, was not blamed. The one who was criticized was the crown princess Qin Jiao. Many people believe that she relied on her beauty to make the crown prince do things that he should not do again and again. As a good friend of the crown princess, Zhang Zhuzhu, a famous fierce woman and jealous woman in the capital, was also involved and heard a lot of gossip. Chapter 402, Dignity is Inviolable. The gossip about Zhang Zhuzhu finally fell on Lin Weining. As a mother-in-law, she must have a lot of control over her daughter-in-law. At that moment, many people came to persuade Lin Weining, hoping that she could control her daughter-in-law and let her learn etiquette and rules. But Lin Weining had just confronted the couple because of her grandson. After living with her mother for some days, her mentality gradually became much more stable. Some things are no longer under her control. If she has to make trouble for the sake of her mother-in-law's authority and dignity, it is unnecessary. It's good for the family to be safe and smooth. As for whether to take a concubine, that is their husband and wife's business. Lin Weining said to the person who came to persuade her, you don't want to manage, or you can't manage. The Li family is thriving. And Lin Weining is also very respectable among a group of women. Now she finally caught a weakness of hers. And those who like to gossip will definitely say something good about her. Lin Weining is not a person who suffers losses. She smiled and said, just like you. You have to fill your son's room with some messy women. Force your daughter-in-law to divorce your son and marry someone else. And let your husband be exposed by his former in-laws in the court. So he almost lost his official position and was fined for half a year. Is this what you want? Lin Weining really couldn't think of what benefits would come from this situation. However, these gossips still made Lin Weining feel very bad. And she didn't like to go out recently. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that she couldn't let things go on like this. It was too annoying. She said to Li Fu, think of a way quickly. And shut up those gossipers. If my mother is unhappy, I will have to avoid her when I see her. Li Fu took the order and naturally had to think of a way. His method was so simple and direct. He first asked whose family members had gossiped, and then went to the prince privately. After all, the disaster was caused by him. And the final goal was definitely to persuade the prince to let him marry other women. In fact, Whether the prince married or not could have much impact. But it was just because the rules had always been like this. If the prince wanted to be independent, it would be very unbearable. The prince will quietly find excuses to suppress those officials. Those who should have been promoted but are not promoted now are not a big mistake. But they will be investigated carefully now. After all, the women depend on men to live. Once the men at home are in trouble, they will not care about the gossips of the family. They will definitely ask people for help everywhere. The person who gossiped in front of Lin Weining that day, within half a month, had already left Beijing with his family. Her husband was caught in the mistake and demoted to a local official. The capital is a place where there is no shortage of talents, and there are many people waiting to climb up in the officialdom. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, "Are you abusing your power? It was too rude to send him out of the capital." Li Fu said, "That was the prince's intention. The prince wanted to protect his wife and children. What does it have to do with me? Besides, as a court official, he should have taken good care of his family. His family members were outspoken and said things they shouldn't say. Isn't it because of his power? If he can't control them, someone else will do it for him." The prince didn't tolerate any other voices, so he naturally wouldn't watch gossip fall on Qin Jiao's head. After sending this person away, there were indeed fewer gossips in the capital. People who know the inside story will naturally control their families to avoid implicating themselves. Qin Jiao had heard the prince say that he would not have an illegitimate child, but she did not quite believe it. Her father also said that men should not be trusted too much. When his beloved wife passed away, Qin Shirlang promised her that he would never have another woman. After his wife died, he did not remarry, but found a concubine and had a son and a daughter. Now that so many people knew about this matter, Qin Jiao could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that he really had such a great ability? Qin Jiao could not figure it out. So she asked Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was very honest. "If you say it is all for you, then it is definitely not." He said that he did not want to see the children killing each other. Qin Jiao thought that it was true. "But you do have your reasons," Zhou Yi said again. Qin Jiao looked at him, and Zhou Yi explained, You are too weak. If I don't find a way to protect you and the child, I'm afraid you two won't be able to stay in this palace for long." Qin Jiao was born beautiful, but she was protected by her father since she was a child. So she didn't have many ideas. She was beautiful but not smart. So Su Mingzhou blatantly treated her as someone who could be used. Zhou Yi must protect her. Qin Jiao didn't agree with Zhou Yi saying that she was weak, and she had tried hard to change. But Qin Jiao didn't say this. She stepped forward and took the prince's hand and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. I really can't repay you." Qin Jiao was really grateful that he could think for himself. Zhou Yi said, "Just have some conscience." Qin Jiao, "Your Highness, what I said? How can I have no conscience? She even gave birth to a child and suffered so much. Isn't it enough? In any case, this matter is finally over. The official who left Beijing was taken away for a legitimate reason, but no one knows what caused the incident." Queen Pan had some opinions about this matter and asked Zhou Yi to ask about it. "You are the crown prince of the dynasty. It is probably not a good way to trouble the ministers for private matters," Queen Pan said. Zhou Yi bowed to the queen and said, "They also know that I am the crown prince. I have clearly given them the reason why I do not want an illegitimate child. Under such circumstances, as a minister, shouldn't you respect the ideas of me as the crown prince? Instead, they allow their family members to talk nonsense, stir up trouble, and even affect the reputation of the crown princess, making others think that she is jealous. This is not what a minister should do." Zhou Yi had his own ideas about marriage, but he was a man who listened to advice. In important matters of the court, he would always consider the opinions of the courtiers, and would never follow his own ideas. But Zhou Yi would never give in when he shouldn't. After hearing this, Queen Pan said, "Okay, I understand your explanation. Mother," Zhou Yi said to Queen Pan again, "Qin is very much loved by me and gave birth to such a lovely child. But they only think that she is of humble origin and has no family to rely on. So they dare to speak recklessly. It can be seen that our Zhou royal family has no dignity and prestige. The crown princess relies not on her mother's family, but on her husband and even her young son. The Zhou family has been shameless for a long time. And even such an important matter, everyone can't recognize it for a while. This is really not right." Queen Pan also took the opportunity to spread these words among the ladies. so that there would be no one who didn't know the sky and the earth and thought that they could have a say in everything. Chapter 403 I'll show you something good. Li Fu rotated through various government offices and learned everything he needed to learn. Many people were wondering when Li Fu made a mistake. He had been loved by the emperor for so long and was very smart. Could it be that he had never been arrogant? Which young person didn't go through that? Li Fu did make a mistake. But he was still young and didn't understand some things. So he made a mistake. But Li Fu never made a mistake because of his arrogance. And he never lost his sense of proportion because of his power. Li Fu finally stayed in the Ministry of Justice. But because the old Shangshu he of the Ministry of Justice was too old, he finally couldn't stand it and resigned to go home to retire. This happened 3 years later. Last fall, when Hongdo was 4 years old, Zhang Zhuzhu was pregnant with her second child. Her belly was already swollen in the first month of this year, and she is expected to give birth to her and Li Fu's second child in May or June. Qin Jiao and Zhou Yi's eldest son has grown up safely and smoothly to the age of 3, and the youngest son is almost 10 months old. Now that the eldest grandson has reached the age of enlightenment, the couple wants Hongdo to accompany him to study, and today they asked Hongdo if she was willing. Hongdo was very willing. I will teach my younger brother to read. I can do a lot. He loved the eldest grandson very much. When he was younger, he insisted that the eldest grandson was a sister, and called her sister for a long time. He thought the eldest grandson was very beautiful, and only girls were beautiful. So the eldest grandson was a girl. Zhang Zhuzhu corrected him, saying that no matter whether they were men or women, they were very beautiful people, and beauty had nothing to do with gender. Only then did the child correct himself. Zhang Zhuzhu said beside him, think it through. Then you have to get up earlier than usual and take a carriage to the palace every day. Hongdo thought for a while and asked, can I sleep in the carriage? Zhang Zhuzhu, yes. Qin Jiao was very happy to see that he was willing, and said to Zhang Zhuzhu, don't worry. I will take good care of Hongdo. Zhang Zhuzhu was not worried about this. Qin Jiao treated Hongdo like his own son, and was not afraid of not taking good care of him. As he was talking, the eldest grandson ran in like a gust of wind, followed by several eunuchs. He threw himself into Qin Jiao's arms, tears in his eyes, choking and saying, Mom, can I change my name? I don't want this name now. Qin Jiao wiped his son's tears and said, what's wrong with the name? The child, who was only more than 3 years old, had completely collapsed when he heard this. He shook his head and said in despair, I can't write. I can't write. What should I do? The emperor's name should be avoided when writing. This character in Zhou Yi's name is very common, which caused a lot of trouble. Therefore, when naming the eldest grandson, the emperor listened to the advice of the court officials and chose an uncommon character. The eldest grandson's full name is Zhou Xie, which is less commonly used and has a good meaning. This character is not too difficult to write, but it is difficult for children. Hongdo stepped forward and hugged the beautiful brother into his arms, wiping his tears with his sleeves. Brother, don't cry. I will teach you to write. Zhou Xie leaned in his brother Hongdo's arms, still sobbing. This child has a bit of a boyish look. He inherited the beauty of his biological mother Qin Jiao, with white skin, almond eyes, and a red mouth. He cries pitifully, and it is indeed difficult to tell whether he is male or female at first glance. Not only in appearance, his temperament is also very gentle. He always looks unhurried, unlike Hongdo, who was energetic and playful when he was a child. He likes quietness and even does not allow people around him to speak loudly. It was because he was stumped by his own name today that he cried so loudly. Even Zhang Zhuzhu was embarrassed to say that he looked like an emperor. On the contrary, Qin Jiao's youngest son looked more like a prince and an emperor. Qin Jiao said, go play with your brother. Don't write for now. The two children went to play with the little grandson. Qin Jiao frowned and said to Zhang Zhuzhu worriedly, if you can't learn it in the future, you will cry every day. Zhang Zhuzhu was better than her and said, I don't think it matters. Just learn it slowly. Reading is not something that can be done overnight. The eldest grandson is only a little over 3 years old and can't speak well. It's just enlightenment now, and the hard work is still in the future. Hongdo is relatively worry-free about this matter. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu don't have very high requirements for their children now. They are just afraid that it will be much harder for them to go to the palace to accompany their children to study. Qin Jiao was still very worried after hearing this. The queen mother also arranged for the little boy from the Pan family to come to the palace to study. Qin Jiao was not very willing to talk about this. Although Hongdo is naughty, Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu taught him very well. He has never actively bullied other children. But the little boys from the Pan family are spoiled without boundaries. Every time they go to the East Palace, several children will quarrel. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "This is inevitable. But it's a pity that you don't have a suitable child in your family." Qin Jiao shook his head. "Even if there is one, I won't let him come. The most important thing in our family is to be well behaved." Although the Qin family became a foreign relative, they were only in name, not in reality. Qin Jiao's brothers and sisters from the same father have also reached the age of marriage. But Qin's father did not set his sights on wealthy families when he arranged marriages for them. He only found very simple families. Qin Shilang is very sensible. He is good at building large buildings, such as imperial mausoleums and temporary palaces. But he is not good at officialdom. He is still in the position of Minister of Works and has not moved. Qin Jiao does not have too many ambitions, at least in the current situation. She has done too much, which is not good for her two sons. Zhang Zhuzhu, your father is very calm. His daughter is the crown princess, and the two grandchildren of the East Palace are born to his daughter. But he is so calm. Qin Jiao smiled. My father said that people should know their own limitations. I heard from Li Fu that the prince wanted to confer a title on your family. Zhang Luzhu said. I refused. Qin Jiao did not hide his thoughts. If I had a brother from the same mother, I might be willing to make plans for him. But I don't have one. The Qin family conferred a title, and my half-brother will inherit it in the future. There is no one in that family with my mother's blood, and I don't want to. Qin Jiao was willing to take care of the brothers and sisters born by her aunt, but she didn't want to take care of them too much. She was still more concerned about her biological mother. Am I too selfish? She said to Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu, if they all rely on you, then you have the right to decide whether to give it or not. Qin Jiao, then I won't give it to you. The two chatted for a while, and Zhang Zhuzhu had to get up and go for a walk. Qin Jiao wanted to help her, but Zhang Zhuzhu said, no. I can jump around. When she was pregnant with the first baby, she was very careful, but she was not afraid of anything with the second one. Qin Jiao was the same at the beginning. She still helped Zhang Zhuzhu and said, that won't work. I have to take care of my sister. The two went out, and the three children were playing in the yard. The little grandson couldn't walk yet, so he sat on the ground to play. Hongdo and Josia also sat on the ground next to him. Zhang Zhuzhu and Qin Jiao were used to it. Children were not clean. Hongdo saw his mother and ran over happily. Mom, I'll show you something good. Zhang Zhuzhu thought of the big green caterpillar last time and kept a mother's smile. What a good thing. Hongdo pointed, and Josia took out a long black thing from under his buttocks and said in his gentle voice, here. The little grandson clapped his hands beside him. Zhang Zhuzhu and Qin Jiao. Do we still want this son? Chapter 404. Head buzzing, mouth chattering. Qin Jiao almost gasped. The two young maids didn't react. Zhang Zhuzhu stepped forward and took the thing from Josia very gently and calmly. The three children were obviously very excited. So Zhang Zhuzhu didn't throw the dead black snake on the ground, but put it aside. Hongdo was very excited and said, Mom, this is a snake. The first time I see it. Josia was the same, still looking at the ground. There are so many people in the East Palace. Snakes, insects, rats and ants must be driven away naturally. If something is poisonous, it will not be good. Zhang Zhuzhu, what did your mother tell you? Some snakes are poisonous and cannot be touched. Hongdo said. But it's dead. I know it can't bite people when it's dead. Zhang Zhuzhu, it's not clean even if it's dead. Hongdo leaned close to Zhang Zhuzhu's ear. I didn't touch it. My brother wanted to touch it. Zhang Zhuzhu was silent for a moment, and lowered her voice. Then why didn't you stop your brother? Hongdo, it's dead. He knew what dead meant. Zhang Zhuzhu said helplessly, then you should stop your brother from touching it next time. Hongdo nodded and said she knew. Josia wanted her mother to come over, but Qin Jiao had goosebumps all over the floor. She didn't want to look at the dead snake either. She was afraid. Josia was a good boy and did not force his mother. The youngest son reached out to hug her, but Qin Jiao immediately stepped back and asked the maid to take them to wash their hands. It was not that Qin Jiao did not love them, but she had been a mother for a long time and had raised two sons. So she was very casual most of the time. About 80% of the time. It was enough to keep them alive. It would be very tiring to raise them too carefully. Zhang Juju asked someone to bury the dead snake. Qin Jiao looked at her belly and suddenly put his hands together and said, "Goddess of Guanyin, bless us. We have enough boys. We should have a girl." Zhang Juju was amused by her and said, "Look how scared you are." Qin Jiao sighed. The daughter of Heian County Lord is so obedient and beautiful. When she was pregnant with her second child, she was expecting a daughter, but she ended up giving birth to a son. In this Zhou family, daughters are better than sons. Look at Princess Chang'an, whose husband died early, and she enjoyed all the glory and wealth. She gave birth to a son whose father was unknown at an advanced age, and the emperor and empress helped her. They are not siblings. If they were, I don't know how to support them. Zhang Juju could more or less guess what she meant. Two sons of similar age. The older one was regarded as the heir, and the younger one was ordinary. Qin Jiao probably didn't know how to balance it. If the younger son grows up and asks his mother, saying that my brother and I were born from the same mother's belly, and I just came later, why can my brother sit on the throne? But I have nothing. Then Qin Jiao really didn't know how to answer. So every time he looked at the second son, he was at a loss. Zhang Juju thought to herself, it would be better to have only one child. In this regard, Zhang Juju said she was helpless. And she said, "What does your highness think?" Qin Jiao rolled his eyes and said, "He said that these two children are brothers and sisters, and they will definitely love each other when they grow up. He is looking forward to having a brother." Zhou Yi felt that Qin Jiao's worry was completely unnecessary. These are biological brothers from the same mother. If they are taught well, how could brothers turn against each other? Qin Jiao had nothing to say to him. The old lady of the Weigua mansion is not very good. She wanted to give more of the family property to the second son before, saying that the eldest son had inherited the title, so the family property should be divided less. As a result, the two sons quarreled, and the old lady almost died at that time. Qin Jiao was worried about his future when he talked about this. Perhaps he thought of the scene when he was sick in bed, with only one breath left, and his two sons fought each other. Zhang Juju touched her belly, thinking that it was not easy to treat both equally. Sometimes you think you have done it, but in the eyes of the children, you are still the one who suffers, which is very difficult. The maid came over with the three children, and the little grandson stretched out his hand to Qin Jiao to hold him. Qin Jiao held the youngest son in his arms, and the eldest son raised his head and looked at his mother with his beautiful little face. Then the weak, crowned princess freed her other hand, bent down, and carried the eldest son. Zhang Juzu, can it be done? Qin Jiao said confidently, yes. I got up early and went to practice martial arts with the prince. She had little strength before, but now she has strength. Zhang Juju thought that it was not easy for her two sons. In the afternoon, Li Fu came and took Zhang Juju and the children back home. Zhang Juju looked Li Fu up and down. You changed your clothes. Hongdo was about to fall asleep in her father's arms. Hearing this, she raised her little head and said, yes. I was wearing the green one in the morning, but now it's gray. Li Fu pushed her son's head back and didn't say in detail. It was stained with dirty things. Zhang Juju didn't ask any more questions. But Hongdo's little mouth was still, Dad, what's dirty? Let me see. Li Fu covered his eyes. Why do you want to see everything? I'm curious, Hongdo said with her eyes closed. I haven't seen Daddy all day. I want to know what Daddy did. I missed you so much. Let me tell you what I did today. Zhang Juju's head was buzzing, and her son's mouth was chattering. Li Fu couldn't just give Hongdo a perfunctory answer, so she could only listen to him carefully. When talking about the dead snake, Hongdo praised Zhang Juju. My mother is amazing. She is not afraid of snakes at all. Others are afraid, but my mother is not. Zhang Juju snorted. I knew you were going to scare people with your brother, so I won't be fooled and let you be proud. Hongdo blinked, and Li Fu pinched his little face. You are being naughty again, aren't you? Hongdo leaned in Li Fu's arms and muttered, Mom didn't hold me or sleep with me when she was pregnant with my younger brother or sister. Zhang Juju said, but my belly is so big that I can't hold you. Can I hold you after I give birth? Hongdo, can we sleep together? Zhang Juju said no. And Hongdo's tears rolled in her eyes, which was very pitiful. Li Fu hugged her son and said, when you were more than 3 years old, you slept with your mother. As a result, You were too active at night, and bumped into your mother's eyes, and got a black bruise. Others thought I hit you. Wait a little longer. Okay? Hongdo had long forgotten what happened in the past. He was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. Mother. I heard you. This is quite interesting. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu are a well-known loving couple. As a result, she was seen with bruises. There were rumors that Li Sanlang and Zhang finally got together. As a result, everyone waited for a while. But nothing happened. It was quite disappointing. Zhang Luzhu said it was okay, and Hongdo proposed that they should accompany him to sleep before he could go to bed. This request was not excessive, so the couple agreed. Before going to bed, Hongdo rolled on the bed, still mumbling, I want to eat a treasure duck, glutinous rice lotus root. I also want to eat a melon. A younger brother, a younger sister, Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu, it's over. Now they are going to eat people. Hongdo listed all the things she could think of, and finally fell asleep on her stomach. Li Fu laid her son down, and the couple kissed his face before leaving. Zhang Zuzu, it's quiet now. I think it's good for him to go to the palace to study. Li Fu smiled and said, don't say you miss your son when the time comes. Chapter 405 The drunkard's real intention is not to drink. When they lay on the bed, Zhang Zuzu asked about what happened today. She said, you are not covered in blood. Are you? After all, they are husband and wife. And they guessed correctly. Li Fu said, it's still about enclosure. Since the emperor ascended the throne, he has tried every means to curb land annexation. But this kind of thing is hard to stop. For this matter, many people have been dealt with before some results are seen. Today, the official involved in this matter hit the stone pillar at the entrance of the criminal department. Li Fu was next to him, and blood was splattered on his body. Zhang Zuzu said, be careful. Li Fu nodded, and the two did not talk about this matter again. Zhang Zuzu leaned on Li Fu's arms, and talked about what happened during the day. Li Fu laughed and said, I think Hongdo looks like you. Zhang Zuzu, what do you mean? Li Fu, like you. She is willing to tell me everything. Why? You don't want to listen? Zhang Zuzu pushed him. Li Fu said hurriedly, no, I'm not unwilling to listen. I am willing to listen. They still talked about everything like before. And Li Fu was very happy. Zhang Zuzu, we talked too much. Mother and son. Are you tired of listening? If she was too tired, she could talk about it another day. She just wanted to talk to Li Fu. There was nothing she had to say. Zhang Zuzu wanted to talk, and Li Fu also wanted to listen. I'm a little tired. Can I listen with my eyes closed? He asked. Zhang Zuzu sighed. It seems that I am really old and ugly, and I am going to fall out of favor. Li Fu kissed her. What nonsense are you talking about? Who was the one who stared at the young boy when he went to watch the polo game a few days ago? Zhang Zuzu felt guilty, but said stubbornly, my eyes were temporarily in the wrong place, but my heart is still here. Li Fu was amused and pinched her twice. Zhang Zuzu hit him twice. Business. Li Fu listened attentively immediately. She was talking about how to balance the two children. Qin Jiao's family only had one throne, which could only be divided among one son. But there was nothing in their family that could not be divided. But people are always negligent, and it is impossible to treat them equally all the time. If any child has a knot in his heart because of this, it is not what Zhang Zuzu, a mother, wants to see. Let's talk about the Zhang family. Putting aside Zhang Zuzu, the Zhang family's parents value their son more. The first time Zhang Jinjin fought for herself was when she wanted a piece of land when she got married. Before that, she did not feel dissatisfied with her younger brother because of her parents' preference. She always worked hard and was a very good elder sister. Now Zhang Jinjin has a not-so-obvious preference for her son and daughter. But the daughter is still young and nothing can be seen. Zhang Zuzu reminded her about this. But the environment really had a great impact. Zhang Jinjin felt that her reminder was unnecessary. She thought that their family was good enough for their daughter. It's just a daughter. What else can it be? Zhang Zuzu couldn't say too much. Zhang Yinyin was caught in the middle, and she was unwilling to be wronged. From childhood to adulthood, she had quarreled with her younger brother countless times. Zhang Zuzu asked Li Fu, what do you think is not favoritism? Li Fu, give them the same things? Zhang Zuzu thought for a while. Well, Hongdo is the older brother, and we can't always let him give in to his younger brother. They are all children, And it's unnecessary to give in to each other. They don't lack that little thing. Li Fu touched Zhang Zhuju's face. He was already very sleepy. Zhang Zhuju leaned on him. And the couple went to rest first. As for the children, let's talk about it later. There is nothing in their family that cannot be divided. After a few days, Hongdo was sent to the palace to accompany the eldest grandson. As Li Fu said, Zhang Zhuju was very worried about her son. When Hongdo was with her, he kept talking all day, which gave her a headache. But when he was not around, she missed him. All mothers have this in mind. When children leave home to go to school, conflicts are likely to arise when there are many peers. If the conflicts are difficult to resolve, they will fight. Within 2 days, Zhang Zhuju was invited to the palace. Hongdo brought the eldest grandson to fight with the children brought by the Pan family. The Ren family and the Song family all fought together. They were all 5 or 6-year-old children, so nothing bad happened. But the children's parents still had to be found to give an explanation. Zhang Zhuju was the only one who came to her side. The children's fight was not a big deal. As a result, when she went over, she saw Madame Pan and her daughters-in-law. Zhou Lanxu was also among them. Zhang Zhuju looked at her. The Pan family's battle was too big. Zhou Lanxu was helpless. Her mother-in-law was like this. The child's biological mother, the third grandmother of the Pan family, persuaded her not to do so. But when Madame Pan heard that it was the son of the Li family who beat her grandson, she jumped up on the spot. Zhou Lanxu hurriedly followed to avoid any trouble. She had to pull it back. Only Grandma Ren from the Ren family came. Looking at the battle, she was speechless for a long time. Grandma Song looked like she was watching the fun. They were not worried about anything in the general's mansion. Qin Jiao stepped forward and helped Zhang Zhuju, whispering, Hongdo is fine. Don't worry. Zhang Zhuju, where's your son? Qin Jiao waved his hand. Nothing. Just a little scratch on his hand. Little boys always fight. So he sent someone to tell the prince about it. But the prince only asked if his son won. Qin Jiao was furious. When Mrs. Pan saw Zhang Zhuju, her voice rose 8 degrees, saying, my grandson's arm has a blood mark. And they said it was your son who beat him. Li's daughter-in-law. Why didn't your mother-in-law come? I want to talk to her. Zhang Zhuju didn't think it was because of the child. And when she came? She asked. The Pan family's child was pushed to the ground by Grandma Ren's youngest son. And it didn't matter about Hongdo. Grandma Ren also knew about the situation and was about to speak. But Zhang Zhuju waved her hand to signal her not to speak. Madame Pan was certainly not concerned about the children. Seeing Zhang Zhuju not speaking, she asked again, should you apologize to my Pan family? Zhang Zhuju said, I don't know what Madame Pan means. Her eyes fell on Zhang Zhuju's bulging belly and said, you let the children fight in the palace because you didn't teach them well. Now that you are pregnant, I'm afraid you can't take care of yourself. Don't take some things too seriously. Zhang Zhuju immediately understood what she was talking about. Madame Pan had 2 daughters. The eldest daughter married the Fan family and had given birth to a son. The younger daughter gave birth to a daughter in the He family. And her husband's concubine gave birth to the eldest son before her. Because of this, Madame Pan was almost angry to death. She went to Queen Pan and the imperial concubine. And Queen Pan said that they should just divorce. But Madame Pan refused, saying that her 2 daughters had no real work. So they were naturally not valued by their husband's family. She wanted Zhang Zhuju to hand over the charity bureau and some other things to her daughters. Isn't this how Zhang Zhuju got her dignity? As a mother, it was very painstaking to achieve this step. But Queen Pan disagreed. Zhang Zhuju was sensible and had no selfish motives. They liked her very much. So there was no need for this. But Madame Pan was determined to keep her eyes on her. And today she finally found Zhang Zhuju. So she naturally refused to let go. Zhang Zhuju laughed. And she walked over and held the hand of Grandmother Ren. I am getting older. And I have a lot of things to do. If you are willing, sister-in-law Ren, I will go to the queen and the imperial concubine. And I will trouble you to help me share the burden. After she finished speaking, she smiled at Madame Pan. Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise I would be confused. Everyone almost couldn't help laughing. Grandmother Ren's eyes lit up. Chapter 406, Winning Over. Zhang Zhuju said she wanted to split. And she was not kidding. She was going to see the Pan sisters right away. Mrs. Pan was fighting for her daughters. So she would never let others get the advantage. When she met the 2 nuns, She mentioned her two poor daughters in both open and covert ways. Her love for her daughters was truly witnessed by heaven and earth. But Zhang Zhuzhu was not moved. She was the one being picked on. After hearing this, Queen Pan said, "What nonsense are you talking about? The Fan family is now headed by your eldest daughter. The He family feels guilty about your second daughter, and has adopted the child out. What are you doing?" Mrs. Pan was scolded like this, and felt very wronged. She said, "My queen, your surname is Pan. And the two of them are also surnamed Pan. Why are you biased towards others, and unwilling to love your own children?" Little Pan couldn't stand people blaming the queen like this. So she immediately ordered, "Go and invite the two girls over. I want to see how we, as aunts, can love them." The children's fight, no matter how much they quarreled, was still an internal conflict of the Pan family, and no one else could intervene. Mrs. Pan looked at the crown princess next to her, and then at Zhang. At the beginning, Li Fu was capable, and the Pan family wanted to marry their eldest daughter to him. But Li Fu didn't want to, and the Pan sisters didn't even think of a way, and watched such a good son-in-law slip away. Needless to say, Zhou Yi, the current crown prince, the future emperor, why is the daughter of the Pan family not worthy of him? In order to reject the marriage, she even preached the principle that close relatives cannot marry. Madame Pan lost another son-in-law, and Qin Jiao got it for nothing. Madame Pan Ho had been grumbling for a long time. Today, she heard that her grandson was beaten by the eldest grandson and Zhang's son. She immediately rolled up her sleeves and rushed out the door, ready to settle the score with others. I can't stand it. The Pan family has lost all their dignity as a foreign relative. Zhang Zhuzhu and Qin Jiao were swept by Madame Pan's resentful and hateful eyes. You look at me, I look at you. Empress Pan stopped the palace servants from leaving, and told Qin Jiao, "You go out for tea. You, as the younger generation, don't have to care about the elders' affairs." Qin Jiao nodded, and led everyone to the side hall to rest. As expected, the queen was calmer, and knew that family disgrace should not be made public. Zhang Zhuzhu said that she wanted to divide the affairs of the charity bureau, and that meant she really wanted to divide them. How should I put it? Some things are not very challenging after doing them for a long time. Moreover, Qin Jiao, the crown princess, is also in charge of more and more of these things. Qin Jiao didn't really want to break up with Zhang Zhuzhu. She was used to it. Zhang Zhuzhu whispered, "Are you stupid? You don't want to support your family as your support. So you naturally have to use these things to win over other people. Relationships are something that needs to be managed. The Qin family is not worth managing, and other relationships must be managed. Zhou Yi may be reliable all the time, but no one is as reliable as himself. As for Qin Jiao's two sons, she will always grow into a big tree that can shelter the seedlings from wind and rain, and take deep roots in the soil, which cannot be easily shaken. Qin Jiao, then I will win you over. Zhang Zhuzhu, I don't need you to win me over. Their relationship is tied together tightly, and cannot be separated." Qin Jiao didn't know what to say after hearing this. She knew that Zhang Zhuzhu was thinking about her and her children. "I won't say those useless words either." Qin Jiao held her hand. "Sister, don't worry. I will take care of things here, and I will never allow fraud here." Now that she can hold her two sons at the same time, other things are naturally out of the question. Even if she wants to win over people, she will not win over those greedy and useless people. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I believe you." Qin Jiao thought to himself that he must not live up to such trust. She gave birth to two sons, and Zhou Yi still valued her. She had already established a foothold in the East Palace, and there were many things she could do. So her family gradually set their sights on her. She and Zhang Zhuzhu talked about refusing to ask for titles for her family members before, and it was not for nothing. They were all waiting to get more benefits from her, the crown princess. Obviously, what she has now is enough. But people seem to never know how to be content. Zhang Zhuzhu is now giving her advice, and wants to give her what she has. It is obvious that she, the crown princess, should give her some benefits. Zhang Zhuzhu stood up and went to talk to Grandma Ren. Before she said a few words, Grandma Song, Su Xiao, came over and joked, "We often visit each other. Why don't you think of me when there is such a good thing? Zhang Zhuzhu, your Su family is rich and powerful. The gold in your family is moved back in boxes. How dare I trouble you with such a small matter? Everyone knows that General Song's 3 daughters-in-law are 3 gold mountains." Su Xiao laughed, then you have to come to me even more. What I have leaked from my fingers is enough for you to use. Zhang Zhuzu, I dare not ask you for help. Su Xiao took her arm. I don't need anything else from you. But your Hongdo or the one in your belly. Give one to our family. And we will be relatives. The Song family and the Li family have become in-laws. Which is good for both of them. Zhang Zhuzu was thinking about how to refuse. And the Princess of Heian came forward and said with a smile, Don't. They said that there is no number now. And we have to wait until the child grows up, and we are willing to do it. We are all arranged by our parents and matchmakers. But she is different. We will not marry her. When the child grows up, there will be no one to choose. Let her worry. Zhou Lanchu appeared at the right time. Su Xiao said with a smile, That's fine. I'll take advantage of the princess. And we can go out and play together later. Zhou Lanchu smiled and agreed. Mrs. Ren was not a person who couldn't stand up. How could she refuse a good thing that was delivered to her door? Nothing will happen. I won't learn from them. Just follow the rules in front of me, and make sure I don't make mistakes. The relationship here in the Charity Bureau cannot be underestimated. Not to mention the money and goods handled. Which wealthy businessman would not want to borrow the relationship here when he came to the capital? Even if he didn't embezzle from it. There are many benefits. Zhang Zhuzu said, For many years. The harem has been in charge. The queen has not liked to manage things these years. The imperial concubine is also upset. And the little grandson born by the crown princess is gradually growing up. I think this matter will have to trouble the crown princess. Grandma immediately understood what this meant. She hesitated for a moment. Then smiled and said, The crown princess is so lucky to have two little princes. A mother is honored by her sons. The Zhou family has two legitimate grandchildren, both of whom came from her belly. She is no longer the weak woman who relied on her beauty to rise to power. She should have had a place in the capital long ago. After saying this, Qin Jiao came out and greeted everyone politely, without showing any timidity. Chapter 407 Isn't having two children in 3 years enough? Compared to Mrs. Pan's intention to fight for power. Zhang Zhuzu's initiative to give up surprised Queen Pan and the imperial concubine. The imperial concubine said, Are you really willing to give it up? Zhang Zhuzu smiled. It was never mine. The imperial concubine disagreed with this. You set the rules, and you are in charge of things. So there are no mistakes. If you let it go, don't you worry that those children will be used by others? Not everyone can face such a huge benefit without being moved. Zhang Zhuzu lowered her eyes and said, Some things are hard to go to a good place. I am not completely indifferent. I will watch it. Sometimes interests drive people to the abyss. And we must stop in time. Besides, there are two madams. I am not the one they are afraid of. But the two madams are. And the crown princess will be soon. The imperial concubine laughed out loud. Do you really think she is your sister? Zhang Zhuzu was also very frank and said, Madam, you have two children in 3 years. With such a daughter-in-law, what else are you dissatisfied with? This reply sounds like it is irrelevant. But it is the most effective. In the past, the only one in the Zhou family who was blood-related to them was Zhou Yi. But now they have two legitimate grandsons. This matter alone is very important to them. The imperial concubine took a sip of tea. If it weren't for her, I might have had more. Zhang Zhuzu disagreed with this. Then, there might be a few who survived in the end. And there might be no one left. At present, the Eastern Palace only has two legitimate sons born by Qin Xiao. So we just need to be a little cautious. If the prince had more concubines, and met a cruel one, who knows what the situation would be? The imperial concubine laughed and scolded her. You dare to say anything. You know, I like to tell the truth, she said. She was pregnant. So the two did not let her stay for long. Zhang Zhuzu had lunch with Qin Jiao in the Eastern Palace at noon. And the prince was not free to come back today. Hongdo and Zhou Xie. Both children knew that fighting was wrong. And they were very nervous at this moment. And had to look at adults from time to time. But Zhang Zhuzu and Qin Jiao were busy with other things, and could not take care of them. But children would feel that they were ignored because they did something wrong. Hongdo was still holding back. And Zhou Xie was younger. After a while, his eyes were full of tears, and he leaned on Hongdo and sobbed. Qin Jiao was puzzled when he heard the maid say that his son was crying. Why are you crying for no reason? Did you get hurt in the fight today? Zhang Zhuzu came to her senses. I was scared. I forgot about them. Qin Jiao had no experience. And Zhang Zhuzu simply didn't remember. Sure enough, When the two came over, the children separated and ran to their respective mothers. As soon as Hongdo saw Zhang Zhuzhu, she began to admit her guilt, saying, "I was the first to hit someone today. Pan Rifeng said you are a vixen. So I hit him. When I hit him, my brother came to help me. And then we all started fighting." Zhang Zhuzhu heard the reason for the fight and said, "So it was because of my mother." Hongdo nodded. "He talked nonsense. So I smashed his mouth." He knew that vixen was an insult. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Thank you, Hongdo." Hongdo leaned against Zhang Zhuzhu and said something unkind. But he was still not very happy. Qin Jiao heard the reason and said angrily, "You are so outspoken at such a young age. I am afraid that it will cause trouble for other children. I will talk to Zhou Yi today and ask the Pan family to replace an obedient and sensible child. If the Princess of Heong had a son of the right age, that would actually be the best." But Zhou Lanchu's youngest son was less than 1 year old and couldn't come to school at all. So they chose this child named Pan Rifeng. Zhou Xia suddenly said, "Sister, my cousin Manu is here." Manu is the nickname of Zhou Lanchu's daughter. Qin Jiao thought for a moment. "I'll talk to your father." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Will the prince agree?" Qin Jiao, "You have to agree even if you don't agree. I think girls are good. Much better than those boys who are spoiled without boundaries. These children have known each other since childhood. So it doesn't matter if they play and fight together." Zhou Yi naturally felt that girls couldn't study with boys. And why should girls learn the 4 books and 5 classics? Qin Jiao was unhappy when she heard this and said, "Why can't we learn? Only you men should study. And the women should be fools. You are so unreasonable." Her voice is much higher than Zhou Yi's now. Zhou Yi said, "It's not that studying is too hard. I'm afraid the little girl can't stand it." Qin Jiao sneered. "What's so hard about studying? Studying is much easier than giving birth. It doesn't make sense to say that women are weak. If they are really weak, they may not be able to bear the pain of giving birth." Zhou Yi couldn't think of how to refute her when he heard her say that. Qin Jiao said, "The child of the Pan family, today, in front of Hongdo, said that Hongdo's mother is a vixen. Today, you said that about your sister. And tomorrow you will say that about me. Who taught her this? Need I say more? It must be the wife of Marquis Pan who speaks without restraint every day and talks nonsense in front of the children, letting the children hear it. Mrs. Pan is domineering in the Marquis's mansion. Originally, the Pan family should be headed by the wife of the prince. But several daughters-in-law were forced by her. Except for the Princess of Heong." Zhou Yi couldn't help frowning at the reason for the fight. The Pan family can't go on like this. Qin Jiao became more and more angry as she spoke, looking at Zhou Yi with a cold face. Zhou Yi pulled her hand. "Don't be angry. I will take care of this matter." "How do you plan to take care of it?" "Unless you become a son-in-law of the Pan family, the hatred will not be resolved." Qin Jiao said, "We are the two who are wronged. It was your mother who didn't want you to marry Pan's cousin. And it was you who didn't want to marry." Mrs. Pan did not dare to vent her resentment on the Pan sisters and the prince. She could only resent them as scapegoats. They were really pitiful and hateful. "What nonsense are you talking about? I only want to be a son-in-law of the Qin family," Zhou Yi said. Qin Jiao pushed him away. "I don't care about you." Zhou Yi pressed her down. "Don't care about me? Qin Jiao, let me go. I'm going to find something." "Zhou Yi, what are you looking for?" "I remember there was a pair of golden cats or dogs in the warehouse. I'll take one and give it to Hongdo to calm her down," Qin Jiao said. Zhou Yi didn't stop him after hearing this. After Qin Jiao left, he called the attendants and asked them to go to the Pan family. After all, the Pan family was his uncle's family. Zhou Yi had to take care of them and couldn't let the Pan family go on like this. His own son couldn't be so estranged from the Pan family, and even made enemies with them. Zhou Xia ran over, but didn't see his mother. So he said, "Dad, where is my mother?" Zhou Yi picked up his son and said, "Why is this all you said when you saw your father?" Zhou Xia was picked up and said, "Dad, are you hungry?" Zhou Yi patted him on the buttocks twice, picked the child up again, and said, "Come on. Dad will teach you how to fight." Zhou Xia's big eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 408 Red Beans, Green Beans, Yellow Beans, and Black Beans. After returning home, Hongdo was still unhappy and leaned on Zhang Zhuzhu's arms and refused to move. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "What's wrong? Are you tired of fighting?" Hongdo said, "Mother, you taught me not to say bad words and not to do bad things. How can Pan phone from Rongsheng Marquis mansion say bad words? Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu taught him strictly. The children he knew. Zhou Xie, the little girl of the Yao family. Zhou Lanchu's daughter Manyu. Hongdo's cousins. These children are similar to him. Now he found that not all children are like this. He was a little confused. Pan Rifeng can't eat by himself yet. He needs people to feed him. I ate by myself when I was very young, Hongdo said. Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a moment and said, Do you think that's a good thing? I don't think it's a good thing. I don't want to care about him. But he said bad things about my mother. And I got angry and beat him up. I thought about it, and wondered if I was the same as him. Hongdo still couldn't accurately define his behavior. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, You're worried about that. But don't worry about it. Hongdo looked at his mother. Zhang Zhuzhu, if you dare to do anything wrong, your father and I will beat you up. Hongdo covered his butt with both hands. He had really been beaten. I won't do that, Hongdo said. What if someone does that in the future? Zhang Zhuzhu, you can fight. But you have to be gentle, and see clearly whether you can beat them. You have to be able to protect yourself before you can fight with them. Hongdo opened his eyes wide. Can I fight? Yes, Zhang Zhuzhu said generously. There is no child who doesn't fight. Just make it clear first. Hongdo's mood instantly improved a lot. He touched Zhang Zhuzhu's belly. Mom, give me a brother. Can't a sister? Zhang Zhuzhu said. Hongdo shook his head. The nickname of Green Bean is okay for a brother. But it doesn't sound good for a sister. So he wants a brother. Zhang Zhuzhu thought to herself that you also know that Green Bean doesn't sound good. She said. Who named it Green Bean? Who named it? Hongdo blinked. My name is Hongdo. The next child should be named Green Bean. Or Yellow Bean. Black Bean. Green Bean. Purple Bean. Zhang Zhuzhu heard her eldest son list a series of beans, and quickly waved her hand to refuse. No beans are allowed. Why am I called Hongdo? He felt a little wronged. Zhang Zhuzhu, your father named it. I'll be the next one. Hongdo, what name do you plan to give me? Zhang Zhuzhu hadn't decided yet. Hongdo, then give me the same name as mine, so that people will know that we are biological children. Zhang Zhuzhu refused. Don't dream. Hongdo was rejected and leaned back into Zhang Zhuzhu's arms, sighing like an adult. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at it and rubbed her son. Li Fu came back early today, probably because he heard about his son's fight with someone in the palace. Hongdo was still a little guilty. When he saw Li Fu, he behaved well and didn't jump into Li Fu's arms like he used to. Li Fu picked him up and asked, Are you hurt anywhere? Hongdo shook his head and said no. He put his hands around Li Fu's neck and said, Daddy, I miss you so much. After he finished speaking, he leaned forward and kissed Li Fu on the face several times. Li Fu hurriedly said, Okay. I know. Daddy misses you too. Hongdo laughed and wiped the saliva off his father's face with his sleeve. Li Fu smiled helplessly and kissed him as well. Hongdo laughed even happier. Li Fu said, Dad is not angry. Go play with your brother and sister. Hongdo nodded and went out. It didn't matter that her son was fighting. The children of the Pan family were brought up like this. Queen Pan and the imperial concubine would not turn a blind eye. Madame Pan Ho could be domineering, but she dared to lead the children of the Pan family astray, which touched the bottom line of the two. Zhang Zhuzhu said, You want to ask about the charity bureau? Li Fu nodded. Are you tired? Zhang Zhuzhu, a little tired. I have been in charge for many years. I also trust the crown princess. Li Fu touched her belly. Do you have any other plans? Li Fu asked again. Zhang Zhuzhu, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's give birth to this baby first. She needs to find a new goal in life. And she is still considering it. She hasn't thought it through. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Sister Yao wrote to me, saying that there are large ships several dozen feet long on the beach. And I want to go there too. Yao Yusen delayed her marriage, and she hasn't found a suitable one in the past few years. So she simply left the capital and traveled around. Every time she went to a place, she would write letters to her friends and send them things. In the letter, she said back recently, she had already gone to the beach. Unlike Zhang Zhuzhu and the others, they were all tied up in the capital. Li Fu said, when he grows up, we will go. He was talking about the one in Li Fu's belly. Do you have time to go? Zhang Zhuzhu asked. Li Fu said, Of course you can go. Not only to the beach, but also to the northwest. Wherever you want to go, I can find a way. Zhang Zhuzhu, I heard that Prime Minister Fan has the intention to retire, and the cabinet may have to change. This is one of the reasons why Zhang Zhuzhu considered withdrawing from the charity bureau. She and Li Fu are like office couples. If someone wants to attack Li Fu, she will definitely be the first to suffer. She is too lazy to deal with these things. She may withdraw, but her influence on the crown princess is great enough. And that's enough. Li Fu said, it doesn't matter. If I can't accompany you, there is still my son, and he will protect you. Li Fu will not be able to be a cabinet minister for more than 20 years. He will have to endure at least 10 years. After Prime Minister Fan withdraws, who do you think can take over? Zhang Zhuzhu asked him. Li Fu took a sip of tea. It should be Mr. Yang. That is Yang Ruifeng's grandfather. This old man is very good at playing the game of compromise, and is also a staunch supporter of the emperor. The emperor has not replaced Fan Xiao for so many years, because Fan Xiao cannot develop his power. Mr. Yang is good at playing the game of compromise, and the effect of his promotion is similar. The emperor is very domineering. He does not want to be constrained by the cabinet. The chief minister of the cabinet, who is promoted, must not be ambitious. Zhang Zhuzhu, then Ruifeng and the prince and his wife should return to Beijing. When you come back, there will be more people to play with you, Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu said with a straight face, I am also the mother of 2 children. Do I love to play so much? Li Fu just looked at her and didn't say anything. Some things are self-evident. Li Fu rolled his eyes at him. The next day, I heard that Mrs. Pan was ill, and the Pan family was officially managed by the wife of the prince. The wife of the prince handed over the invitation, and Pan Renfeng's mother, the 3rd grandmother of the Pan family, and Princess Heong came to the Li family together. It shouldn't be so polite, but the Pan family still came specially. Princess Heong lowered her voice and said to her, my mother-in-law is not sick. She is locked up at home. Zhang Zhuzhu, locked up? Yes. The queen said someone in person. And the prince also discussed it with my father-in-law. Zhou Lanchu said, I think it should have been done earlier. The Pan family is a foreign relative, and she dares to think about everything. How can she be so bold? Who knows? No one will take care of you now, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Zhou Lanchu, I'm fine. My sisters-in-law are really at ease. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. Queen Pan and Imperial Concubine. These 2 people are really ruthless. Chapter 409. Eat the emperor's salary, and be loyal to the emperor. As far as being an official is concerned, Fan Xiao is not very old. Most officials at his age are just getting started. But Prime Minister Fan is different from others. He became famous early, and made great efforts to save the Zhou family's world. In recent years, he still firmly sits in the position of Prime Minister. But he has only a nominal title, and no real power. The emperor was kind enough to marry the eldest daughter of the Pan family to his eldest son. Now Fan Xiao's eldest son has entered the court as an official. Instead of holding this useless position, it is better to retire early, so as not to be used by the emperor every day and let him bear many black pots. The emperor was a little reluctant and said to Queen Pan, he is very good at finding opportunities. The enclosure project has been going on for 3 years, and now it is time to end it. The emperor is determined to reform the tax law and has been asking the court officials to discuss it every day. But this matter will shake the interests of many people. The court officials and local clans have shown resistance, and it is unknown how much blood will be shed for this. As the chief minister of the cabinet, Fan Xiao will be scolded to death even if he is just a false title. So it is a very appropriate time for Chief Minister Fan to run away. Queen Pan said, Your Majesty, it's almost done. Chief Minister Fan is also a capable person, and now he is our relative. If you catch him alone, how can Daniel live in the Fan family? After all, Daniel is your niece. You can't just grab a sheep to fleece, or the sheep will die. The emperor drank a sip of tea and said, Okay. Originally, it would be appropriate for old Master Yang to take over. But as mentioned before, this old man is good at playing the game of compromise. We need to pick someone who can make decisions to reform the tax law. In this case, old Master Yang is not suitable. It's not that there are no other qualified old ministers in the court, but the emperor doesn't trust them. Queen Pan dipped her finger in tea and wrote the word Su on the table. The emperor said, The Su family is a big family in the local area and is deeply involved in the court. Dalan refused to marry their girl, and the girl even became a nun. I'm afraid they are not willing to put their heart into this matter. Queen Pan said, as a court official. If you can't be loyal to your majesty and work for the benefit of the people, you should vacate your position. What if you are from aristocratic families? You just want to use them to sharpen your sword. Your majesty has been weighing the pros and cons for a long time. And you are not as cruel as before. After being an emperor for a long time, it is inevitable that he will be indecisive. Queen Pan usually doesn't say a word, but she sees many things more clearly than the emperor. The Su family has a deep foundation and many disciples. Those who can't be used must be dealt with. The emperor seemed to have cleared the fog in front of him. The next morning, the memorial submitted by Fan Xiao was rejected, and there was no Fan as the prime minister from then on. The emperor then looked at several other candidates for the prime minister. He proposed the Su family, and then asked the court officials for their opinions. Some people knew the inside story, and naturally had no objection. Some people did not dare to have any objection. Lord Su, who was suddenly notified of his promotion, almost pulled off his beard. He was over 60 years old, and had a good beard. Because of the tax reform, this position is now a hot potato. Everyone thought that the emperor would appoint someone he trusted. And then, as before, he would make arbitrary decisions and take the tax law on himself. But now, he suddenly did the opposite. This means one thing. If Su Ju cannot satisfy the emperor has reason to take action against him. But if he wants to do it well, he doesn't know how many people he will offend. If he does it well and firmly sits on the position of the cabinet's chief minister, even if the Su family does not marry into the palace, it can continue the glory of their ancestors and even go further. After only a moment's thought, Su Ju trembled as he received the imperial edict. Zhang Zhuzhu heard about this and said to Li Fu, who came up with this idea. This is wicked. Li Fu, your majesty said it was the Queen Mother who said it. The Queen Mother is wise. She immediately changed her words and asked, aren't you afraid that the Su family will pretend to obey, but actually disobey? Li Fu, the capital can't tolerate them. The emperor is not someone who can be fooled. He really will kill people. The Su family, a big family that has accumulated nearly 100 years of experience, knows best how the people's land is lost, and how the local big families deceive their superiors and hide the truth and evade taxes. The Su family used such means to become a big family in the local area. The Su family in the capital city gained a lot of benefits from this. This has always been the case for big families. But the emperor can no longer tolerate it, and is ready to take action. Su Ju went back and knelt in the ancestral hall for most of the night. He was old and could not make up his mind for a while. Some of his younger generation still didn't see clearly and thought that the emperor was going to use the Su family. And they were proud of it. Little did they know that the Su family had reached a critical moment of life and death. Su Mingzhou went back to the Su family late at night. She had practiced in Xinghua Temple for more than 3 years, and passed the assessment of Jingzhou Prefecture at the highest level every year. Now she has some extraordinary demeanor. Su Ju used to love this granddaughter very much and had high hopes for her. It's a pity that the prince didn't play by the rules and married a beautiful but superficial woman. Su Mingzhou didn't kneel down. She stood quietly beside him. Su Ju closed his eyes and said, the Su family will bear the reputation of betrayal from now on. Su Mingzhou said, as a minister, we eat the emperor's salary and are loyal to the emperor. The Su family has long gone the wrong way. Now that the emperor is wise and willing to give the Su family a way out, you should seize it tightly. Su Ju, then who should start? Su Mingzhou, you already have the answer in your heart. This knife, of course, must be stabbed in the body first to ensure that you will not be stabbed to death. After saying this, Su Mingzhou left quietly as he came. Su Mingzhou's mother ran over in a hurry, only to see a back figure, Mingzhou. Su Mingzhou paused, but did not look back. She had finished her earthly ties, and should not look back. Su Mingzhou's mother whispered, go. This Su family, there is nothing good. She wiped her tears with her sleeve. Su Shoufu began to preside over the reform of the tax law, and his students and former officials came one after another, hoping that he could fool the emperor. The emperor changes, but the family remains the same. It is most important to protect their own interests. But Su Ju dared not fool the emperor. He was isolated in the cabinet and was a scapegoat. Su Ju began to persuade the court officials of the family faction with great sincerity. Some listened to the advice, but some were determined and unshakable, thinking that the emperor's desire to change the tax law was just thunder and rain. As a result, the prisons in Jingzhou Prefecture, the Ministry of Justice, the Dali Temple, and other places were soon filled with people. Zhang Zuzhu followed Lin Weining to Xinghua Temple. Mrs. Lin had a dream recently and wanted to find someone to perform a ritual. So Lin Weining came to invite him personally. Zhang Zuzhu was waiting outside, and Su Mingzhou passed by and his eyes fell on her belly. Do you feel good about being a mother? Not bad. Zhang Luzhu asked her. What about you? Su Mingzhou smiled and said, a clay statue of a gold statue is better than a living person. She took out 2 talismans from her sleeves to protect the fetus. Take them and play with them. Zhang Zuzhu. Thank you. Chapter 410. You are the daughter-in-law of the Li family. Zhou Ri saw Su Mingzhou's back from afar and said to Zhang Zuzhu, it's a pity for this girl from the Su family. Zhang Zuzhu held 2 talismans and said, what do you mean? Zhou Ri, the Su family is now in turmoil. If she had put in more effort and married the prince, or married another wealthy family, she would have helped the Su family now. Zhang Zuzhu didn't think so. The Su family suffered, not because they had no help. Don't the Su family have enough relatives and disciples? The emperor saw it clearly and wanted to use the Su family as a warning to others, to show the court's determination to reform taxes. It would be useless for Su Mingzhou to marry any aristocratic family, and it might not be useful to marry the prince. What's the big deal about a daughter-in-law? If she's not suitable, just change her. Zhang Zuzhu said, I think she's fine now. Away from the Su family. She doesn't have to marry someone else and suffer those meaningless hardships in the inner house. She doesn't have to suffer the pain of giving birth. Zhou Ri didn't understand what was good about this. She shook her head and said, the Su family raised her with great effort, but she didn't think about repaying them, but became a nun. If our Zhou family had such a daughter, we would beat her to death. Zhang Zuzhu, does your family give birth to children just to expect them to repay you? Then how do you plan to let Cao Cao and Xu Yingde repay you? Zhou Ri said without hesitation, you must listen to me. Cao Cao will marry a good family of equal status in the future. Suitor must study hard, take the imperial examination, and marry a wife of equal status. Have children, and continue the family line. In big families, it is like this. Su Mingzhou and his family have a big fight, which is rare. Zhang Zuzhu said, then I hope that the second sister-in-law will get what she wants. Zhou Rui, this is what I want. But I don't know what you want. The power that she has held for a long time was handed over to others by her. Let's give it up. Not to mention giving it to her own family, but to others. Zhou Ri has a lot of complaints about this matter, but she can't say it clearly. The 2 times she went out, people would make sarcastic remarks when they saw her, asking if she was not good to Zhang Zuzhu, her sister-in-law, at home, so that when Zhang Zuzhu needed to take care of her pregnancy, she did not entrust her to others instead. Zhou Ri was furious when she heard the gossip. Zhang Zuzhu said, I don't want anything. What I have now is enough. When you need power, you will regret not having enough, she reminded. Zhang Zuzhu waved her hand, at worst. You can go home and farm. Zhou Ri glared at her. You 2 go back to farm. But what about the child? Hongdo. And the one in your belly? You have to think more about the child. Zhang Zuzhu thought to herself that it was no wonder that her second sister-in-law talked so much to her. If the court can't even tolerate someone like San Lang, then it's right to live in seclusion. Sansa is really thinking long-term. Are you looking forward to the day when the Li family will become a large family like the Su family? And then you will be the head of the family? She didn't realize that Zhou Rui's ambitions were not small. Zhou Rui didn't hide it in front of her. Who doesn't hope for the prosperity of the family? Zhang Zuzhu didn't hope so. At that point, everyone in the family will have to live to run the family machine. People are not people, but parts, things that can be replaced. People can only control power for a short time. After a long time, they will be controlled by power in turn. Zhang Zuzhu always insisted on one idea, that people should have freedom and the right to choose. Zhou Rui's idea was not wrong in the environment where she grew up. No matter how smart and capable she was, her ability could only be demonstrated in the inner house. Only when the family was prosperous could her ability be better reflected, and she could have more say among the women. Zhang Zuzhu said, second sister-in-law, don't worry. Prosperity is not a matter of 2 or 3 years. You can only gain if you can give up. Zhou Rui, what do you mean? You got something new? Could it be that the Pan sisters took a fancy to something else and wanted to give it to her? Zhang Zuzhu did not speak. Zhou Rui said, Then you must remember that your own talents are this time. Zhang Juju still didn't say anything. Zhou Rui reminded, you are the daughter-in-law of the Li family. We are all daughters-in-law of the Li family. Zhang Juju nodded, but thought in her heart that she was not anyone's daughter-in-law. She had a name and surname. Her name was Zhang Wuju. On the way back, Zhang Wuju was drowsy. Lin Winging reminded the two daughters-in-law to discipline the girls in the family and teach the boys carefully. Speaking of boys, it is inevitable to mention Li Yuan. The eldest grandson of the Li family is now studying in the Imperial Academy. It seems that he has reached the age of marriage, and he must find a lady for the child. Zhao Ping said that she would listen to her mother-in-law in her son's marriage. Lin Winging was conferred the title of Lady of Imperial Concubine 2 years ago, and there are many people who come to talk about the marriage of the younger generation in the family. In the past, it was fine to marry a relative, but not now. Although she used this excuse to reject many relatives she didn't like, Lin Winging still missed her own family and wanted to marry a girl from her family. But the idea that close relatives can't marry was proposed by Li Fu when she was in Jingzhou Prefecture. Mrs. Lin couldn't slap her own son in the face, so she didn't think about this close relative. Zhang Juju was listening to their discussion when Zhou Rui said, we have a few girls of the right age in our Zhou family, and they are also good in character and appearance. After she said this, she said to Zhang Juju, your brother has reached the age to talk about marriage. Do you want to consider it? Zhang Juju, my brother? I'm afraid he is marrying up. Zhou Rui took her mother-in-law's arm and said, Mother, look at what she said. She treats me like an outsider. Zhang Juju hurriedly said, please be reasonable. I'm telling the truth. My brother has no hope of passing the imperial examination, and I'm afraid he won't be able to become an official. I'm waiting for Sanlang to be free, and I'll ask for help to get him to be a disciple of some master in the Imperial Observatory. I really don't dare to delay the good girl of the Zhou family. Xiaobao is not a good student, but he has some knowledge of astronomy and calendar. The position of the Imperial Observatory is not obtained through the Imperial examination, but is passed down from father to son, master to apprentice. So Zhang Juju wants to find a connection for him. Lin Winging didn't agree with it and said, the child is still young. It's too early to say there is no hope now. The Zhang family has 3 sons-in-law, 2 of whom are educated. Can't they help a brother-in-law who can be successful at a young age? There are many people who pass the imperial examination in their 30s. Zhang Juju said, he doesn't like it. Zhou Rui, there is no thing in the world that you can't do if you don't like it. Your sister can't bear to say it to him. When he comes over someday, I will say that I also watched Xiaobao grow up, and I can't let him waste his time like this. Zhang Juju was overwhelmed by what she heard. She thought to herself that Xiaobao just didn't like studying. He liked arithmetic more. This can't be said to be a waste of time. Lin Winging and Zhou Rui next to them were discussing how to persuade Xiaobao later. Children are ignorant, and adults must understand. Zhang Juzu, Xiaobao, your sister can't save you. Chapter 411. You take care of her. After half a month, Zhang Juju's second brother-in-law returned to Beijing to report on his work after 3 years away from home. So the family returned to Beijing. The family had not been reunited for a long time, and they were naturally very happy to meet each other now. Wu Guiyang held her daughter's hand and refused to let go, and looked at Zhang Yining's 1-year-old son. This child looks like a son-in-law. Good. Good. Zhang Yining still had the same temper and said, look like me. I was so hard when I gave birth to him. He must look like me. Wu Guiyang, like his father is good. Like his father, he will also be an official in the future. After she said that, she glared at her useless son. The family had supported him to study for so many years, but he had not made any progress. Xiaobao's body stiffened, and he didn't say anything. Zhang Juju was eating walnuts nearby. She said slowly, I think Dad is in good health. I heard that he caught a big fish the day before yesterday. Studying is the same as fishing. You have to be patient. Let my dad start studying hard now. After 10 or 8 years, he will be a famous old Jinshi in Beijing. It will bring honor to our ancestors. You can also be the wife of a Jinshi. We, the children, will also be the children of officials. Wu Guiyang originally wanted to cry with her second daughter and grandson, but she couldn't cry this time. Zhang Dachuan heard this and scolded, you girl. What are you talking about? Do you know how old your father is this year? My eyes are blurry. Xiaobao secretly ate 2 walnuts, laughed and said, I think what my third sister said is right. Dad, don't count on me. I really can't pass the exam. And if you pass the exam now, it will be a matter of honor for the family. There are more than one male in our family. Before Xiaobao finished speaking, Zhang Dachuan Shu Soul flew towards him, followed by a scolding, You useless little bastard. Look at how much family savings you have spent on reading and writing over the years. How come others can pass the exam but you can't? Zhang Quan is the same age as you. And he passed the exam and became a scholar. Zhang Quan was Xiaobao's childhood playmate. Zhang Dachuan asked someone to inquire about the news of Zhangjia village and heard about this matter. He was very upset. Since Zhang Zuzhu married and came to Beijing, she found a good teacher and a good academy for Xiaobao. Logically, he should have passed the imperial examination and returned with a good reputation. However, his son was obsessed with arithmetic all day long and was not good at studying. There was really no hope for him to become an official. He could not catch up with his son and lost a shoe. He was so angry that he put his hands on his waist and cursed in the yard. Li Fu hurriedly asked someone to pick up the shoes and sent them to his father-in-law to wear. Don't be angry. Zhang Dachuan held Li Fu's arm and shook his head, saying, Sam Lang, you have to take good care of your wife. She actually asked me to take the imperial examination. You can hear what she said. It makes me angry to death. Li Fu thought to himself. How dare I intervene? He said vaguely. Okay. I'll go talk to her later. Zhang Zhuzhu's voice came from the room. Li Fu, I want to eat more walnuts. Peel some for me. Li Fu turned his head. Okay. Wait a minute. The eldest brother-in-law and the second brother-in-law looked at each other, and Zhang Dachuan's face had a few more wrinkles. He patted the hand of the third son-in-law and muttered, Forget it. Forget it. Who has the final say between the two of you? Don't I know? I'm making things difficult for you. Li Fu didn't know whether to laugh or not, and said, She's pregnant. Please forgive me. Zhang Dachuan sat on the chair with a lame leg in the yard and sighed. In this family, the yin is stronger than the yang. There is no hope. Xiaobao snatched the walnuts from Li Fu's hand. I'll do it. I'll peel walnuts for my third sister. Everyone in the family urged him to study and take the imperial examination. But Zhang Zuzhu didn't force him. Xiaobao was very grateful. Peeling walnuts was nothing. He could peel a basket. Li Fu, no. Go play. Xiaobao, how dare I play? It seemed that there was no place for her in this family. Zhang Zuzhu in the room quickly ate the new walnuts. She said to her 2 sisters, You can see that Xiaobao peeled them. And they are all broken. Zhang Jinjin had a new understanding of her sister's pretentiousness. You have dozens of people to serve you at home. And you still want your brother-in-law to peel walnuts for you. You are almost done. How can you order a man around like this? Zhang Yining, yes. Let me taste the walnuts that your brother-in-law peeled. Zhang Jinjin, I'm telling you something serious. Zhang Zhuzhu said, It's just a few walnuts. You can't order me around. Don't take it too seriously. Elder sister. Zhang Jinjin was helpless. She couldn't persuade her sister. She could only say to Zhang Yining, Don't learn from Sanner. Zhang Yining said, I definitely won't. But we both have a hard time outside. And we have to raise 2 children. The maids we hired are not dedicated. And I can't take care of it alone. So he has to do more. Taking care of the 2 sons is simply a life-threatening task. At noon, Zhang Zuzhu stayed here to take a nap. Li Fu laid down next to her and said, I just talked to my second brother-in-law. It seems that he still wants to stay outside and is not in a hurry to come to the capital. Otherwise, with the relationship of the Li family, Duanzhe could stay in the capital. If you don't want to come, then don't come. My second brother-in-law has that kind of temper. He doesn't want to take advantage easily. You trouble him to do more things, and he will feel at ease. Zhang Zuzhu said. Li Fu also saw it, and he went back to make good arrangements. I think Xiaobao's matter will still be tossed around. Zhang Zuzhu said. Li Fu laughed and said, You are really bold. And you let your father-in-law take the imperial examination. Zhang Zuzhu laughed and said, It is not necessary for the son to do the things that bring honor to the family. Let the father come. It will be the same. If my father passes the imperial examination at this age, no one will dare to say that I am marrying up to you. Li Fu couldn't stop laughing after hearing this. Okay. Stop talking. Your father-in-law will be so angry that he won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. How can a biological daughter slander her biological father like this? That won't happen. I see he just got a new fishing rod. So he will definitely go fishing again. Zhang Zuzu said. What will you do if Hongdo fails the imperial examination in the future? Li Fu said, I'm fine. But I'm afraid that wherever Hongdo goes, people will say that he is not as good as me as a father. Let's see if he can bear it. Li Fu is also often compared with his father. Fortunately, Li Qi is more open-minded. He won't get angry when people say he is not as good as his son. Zhang Zhuzhu, it's miserable to be your son. Li Fu, it's good to be your son. Zhang Zhuzhu is a very tolerant mother. With a mother like her, Hongdo will not be forced to do anything. That's right. It shows that we are a perfect match. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu agreed with this. Zhang Zhuzhu did not stop her brother from studying for the imperial examination. But he had no interest in it at all. He had other skills. So why bother to hang himself on a tree? But others did not think like Zhang Zhuzhu. More people believed that Xiaobao's best way out was to take the imperial examination and become an official. Chapter 412 I'm old. Zhang and Li also played together for most of the day. Then Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang suddenly made up their minds to find a wife for their son to take care of him, do housework, and have children. Others get married first, and then start a career. Now that Xiaobao has a family, he should put away his playful thoughts and take on the responsibilities of being a husband and a father. Zhang Zhuzhu was really overwhelmed when she heard this. Although the Zhang family is not very good, the Zhang family has a third daughter whose husband's surname is Li. She herself is a big celebrity in front of the queen, concubine, and crown princess. Her brother wants to propose marriage, and there are quite a lot of people interested. It doesn't matter if the brother is not good. With sisters and brothers-in-law like Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu, it's not a simple thing to live a glorious life and have no worries about food and drink. Zhang Zhuzhu was forced to meet many young girls, so she didn't want to go out. Li Fu's brother-in-law was also very busy here. He said, I told them that Xiaobao would not pass the imperial examination. They said it didn't matter, as long as he lived a good life. I said that the daughter-in-law that the Zhang family wanted was someone who could do housework and respect her parents-in-law. They also said it didn't matter. Isn't that the fate of women? Li Fu didn't say that his brother-in-law was not good. Xiaobao was a good child, but he didn't like to study and was better at arithmetic. Of course, he also hoped that Xiaobao would have a good marriage. But now all these people came for them, and their husbands. This was using Xiaobao as a ladder. And Li Fu naturally wouldn't agree. Zhang Zhuzhu was the same, you don't know. Mother and second sister-in-law are the most lively ones. Second sister-in-law even asked me in person if she could see the girl from Zhou's family. Li Fu, I think it's best for a couple to have similar interests. If the daughter-in-law comes to the family and forces Xiaobao to study every day, that won't work. Because of this, the Zhang family was in chaos twice. Xiaobao ran away to live in a manor in the suburbs of Beijing. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't go home either, so as not to get involved in such a terrible quarrel, but asked someone to take good care of her brother. Qin Jiao also knew her worries. Do you need my help? Zhang Zhuzhu, no. It's not a big deal. I'm afraid you can't take care of it. Qin Jiao may not even have time to take care of her 2 children recently. Zhang Zhuzhu's guess was indeed correct. Qin Jiao said with a bitter face, I don't know yet. There are so many things here, which are more troublesome than the things in the East Palace. In addition to the things outside, she also has to manage the East Palace. There are only 4 people in the East Palace, but there are many things to do. Zhang Zhuzhu said, the rules for the East Palace are set. You can leave it to your confidants to do it. Don't do everything yourself. The same is true for the things outside. You just need to keep an eye on them, and don't let them make mistakes. You look tired, and you are not as beautiful as before. Qin Jiao immediately ran to the mirror when she heard this. Even natural beauty can't stand such torture. Qin Jiao whispered, sure enough. I said that the prince refused to look at me these past 2 days. It is true that beauty fades and love fades. Zhang Zhuzhu, what are you mumbling about? Qin Jiao, nothing. Nothing. When Zhou Yi came back at night, Qin Jiao was still looking in the mirror. The 2 sons rolled together on the bed, and the whole room was filled with their laughter. Qin Jiao didn't notice him coming in, but suddenly saw a face in the mirror, and was so scared that she almost fell off the chair. Zhou Yi hurriedly supported her. Qin Jiao, why are you walking without making any sound? Zhou Yi, I called you several times. Qin Jiao really didn't hear it. Zhou Yi said, "What's the matter with the mirror? You are so absorbed in it." Qin Jiao sighed, "I'm old." Zhou Yi, What? She continued, "I gave birth to 2 children. And now I'm not as beautiful as before." Zhou Yi looked at his wife's beautiful face and really couldn't see how it had anything to do with the word old. "No. You're still young and beautiful," Zhou Yi said. Qin Jiao didn't believe it. Men's words were always unbelievable. She looked at the 2 sons on the bed and thought, "Forget it. Old is old. The 2 sons will grow up soon. Isn't this more useful than men?" She quickly returned to normal. Zhou Yi just felt that his wife was inexplicable today, but he didn't dare to ask. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know that her words of persuading Qin Jiao to rest would have such an effect. She had guests here today. Grandma Ren and Zhou Siyuan's wife Han. Han was originally a cousin of the Ren family, so it was not strange for the 2 of them to be together. How Zhou Siyuan rose to prominence after marrying Han was witnessed by everyone. Han was also very capable. Before, Zhou Siyuan's family had a lot of people coming, and the house was so small. So Han had to serve her parents-in-law and husband, and take care of them. Now Zhou Siyuan's parents live with Zhou Siyuan, and Zhou's brothers, sisters-in-law, and nephews have all moved out. It is said that Zhou Siyuan first brought up this matter. His parents said at first that Han's wife was not good and caused the brothers to separate. But Zhou Siyuan stood on Han's side, and Zhou's parents had no choice. Now Han gave Zhou Siyuan a son, and the family is harmonious. Grandma Ren came to thank me in person. And I wonder what Han came here for today. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Sister-in-law, and I don't have to be polite. I will tell you the truth. Although some things have passed through our hands, we can't touch them at all. Sometimes you think you have done it perfectly, but in the eyes of others, those little tricks can't be hidden. Is what I said reasonable? The imperial concubine looks powerful, but in fact she is the one who is easy to fool. Queen Pan is really smart. She seems to be indifferent to everything, but in fact she knows everything. She will not tolerate anyone who dares to take advantage of her son." Grandma Ren nodded, "Don't worry. My family has reminded me. I know what's going on. The Ren family doesn't lack these things. What's important is the connections here. That's the most important." The 2 talked for a while, and Grandma Ren said, "I heard that your brother has reached the age to get married, and now he is looking for a marriage. Zhang Zhuzhu, are you going to matchmake for my brother? Sister-in-law?" Grandma Ren smiled and said no. Han sighed first, then said embarrassedly, "Sister-in-law? It's me." Zhang Zhuzhu was puzzled, and Grandma Ren said for her, she said her mother-in-law, and she had to ask her to come. Zhou Siyuan's mother was fierce and unreasonable. Zhang Zhuzhu had seen it before. Han was embarrassed. "My mother-in-law said that the Zhang family, like the Zhou family, came from the village and should get married. When Zhou Siyuan was at home, she told her not to interfere. After Zhou Siyuan left, she insisted on asking me to come to her house to marry her niece to the young man of the Zhang family. If I don't come, she will say that I am unfilial." Han had no choice but to come. Otherwise her mother-in-law would go to the Zhang family in person. I'm afraid it will be even more embarrassing at that time. Han really didn't understand what her mother-in-law was thinking. It's easy for the Zhang family to marry the daughter of an official family now. They are crazy to like your niece. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Okay. I know. You go back and our family will consider it." Every day is so lively. Chapter 413, he just did what every man in the world would do. Zhou Siyuan is a very good daughter-in-law. She has a good family background and skills, but her judgment of people is really poor. However, with a child, she will be able to get through it in a few years. This is the evaluation made by Li Fu after hearing about what happened during the day. This sentence is obviously saying that Han has a bad judgment, but in fact it means that Zhou Siyuan is not a very good person. Hongdo is still jumping up and down in the room, and Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "You are good enough." Every time Li Fu talks about Zhou Siyuan, he always says what he thinks is the truth. The year before last, Zhou Siyuan's son was 1 month old, and they went to have a full-month banquet. Zhang Zhuzhu said that the child looked like Zhou Siyuan, and Li Fu said that he looked like his mother. Zhou Siyuan had small eyes, and the child had big eyes. Let's not talk about other things. This man is very petty. Their 2 eldest sons are 5 years old, but Li Fu is still thinking about the beating in Zhongjia village. Li Fu said righteously, "I am telling the truth. The family is in turmoil. The brothers are not harmonious. Han is filial to his parents, gave birth to children, and managed the housework for him. But he can't protect her, making her embarrassed by the elders. As a son, a brother, and a husband, he is not good enough. As a man, this is really not right. Zhang Zhuzhu is not very interested in Zhou Siyuan's good or bad, saying, "Aren't all men like this? It's you who have been thinking about it for so many years. Aren't you tired?" People who don't know would think that you have some hidden thoughts about Zhou Siyuan that cannot be known to others. How much sin could Zhou Siyuan have committed? He just did what most men in the world would do. For example, he pretended to be rich, outsourced filial piety, ignored the disputes between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. In his career, Zhou Siyuan was still very motivated. He was supported by the Ren family, and made a lot of personal efforts. In time, he would always be able to stand out. Li Fu, Zhu, don't talk nonsense and scare the children. What else could he be thinking about Zhou Siyuan for? Of course, there must be comparison to see who is better. Zhang Zhuzhu knew what he was thinking and said, "In my opinion, you are an official outside, making friends with people. And you are my husband and the father of 2 children inside. You are all very good. You are the best. Although they are busy, they are not alienated. Hongdo is very respectful and dependent on her father. And Li Fu will definitely treat the child in her belly equally. When Zhang Zhuzhu has conflicts with the elders, such as naming her son or how to teach her son, Li Fu will stand by her side without hesitation. In this family, Zhang Zhuzhu will never be forced by the elders." She counted the things that happened in the past few years in detail. Li Fu listened and his expression became much softer. "It's not just a few trivial things. They are all what I should do. How come you still remember them?" Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Of course I remember. I have a good memory." Li Fu's heart was light. He has been busy recently and has neglected his wife and children. But Zhang Zhuzhu is really tolerant and only remembers his goodness. "Zhuzhu is also very good. The best Zhang Zhuzhu," he said. To say that Zhang Zhuzhu is a virtuous wife and mother is too much of an underestimation of her. Li Fu never used her status to imprison him. Zhang Zhuzhu is Zhang Zhuzhu. She has a name, which is how Zhang Zhuzhu likes to be praised. Zhang Zhuzhu tugged at his sleeve and said, "Can I have pork elbow tomorrow? When you are pregnant, you have to control your weight. The food in the kitchen is not tasty, and the quantity is small." Zhang Zhuzhu is really greedy. "Li Fu, take a small bite." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "That's fine. Thank you. It's enough to taste it." She doesn't dare to joke with her body. Hongdo was finally tired at this time, sweating and panting to squeeze in between his parents. Li Fu picked him up and wiped his sweat. "Are you going to sleep?" Hongdo looked up at his father. "Dad, can you coax me to sleep?" Li Fu refused. "You are so old." "No." He imitated Zhang Zhuzhu and pulled Li Fu's sleeve. "Dad." Li Fu threw his son on the bed and covered his eyes with his hands. Hongdo could only close his eyes, and the child fell asleep soon, and Li Fu sent him back to his room. Zhang Zhuzhu ate the elbow she had missed for a long time the next day, and she felt better. As for Zhou Siyuan's mother wanting to marry her niece, that was impossible. Zhang Zhuzhu said that she had a good memory, but it was not nonsense. When the old lady told her not to think about Zhou Siyuan, she still remembered it. Zhang Zhuzhu spent some time to explain everything about the charity bureau and other things. Some people took the opportunity to catch the handle and attack the Li family. But unfortunately, the accounts were clear and Zhang Zhuzhu paid more, without any loopholes. When this matter spread, people thought Zhang was a saint. The women who were familiar with Zhang Zhuzhu also came to ask curiously. Grandma Song, who had a mine at home, was the most curious about this and said, "I have never seen anyone who is not greedy. Some people are greedy for needles. Some are greedy for gold. But Zhang Zhuzhu has never been involved in it." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You have seen it now. Empress Pan and the imperial concubine were both very generous, and the benefits she received were not measurable by money. The Pan sisters and the crown princess, the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law, were born enemies. But Zhang Zhuzhu was able to maneuver between them, and was valued by both sides. She had a room in her courtyard to store the things given by the palace. In addition to money, there were also deep relationships. No matter which one, she would benefit endlessly. So why should she covet a little money?" Sushio said, "It's a pity that you got married early. Otherwise you could be the head shopkeeper in our Su family. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he was anxious to make amends. How can a shopkeeper of a merchant's family be compared with the daughter-in-law of the Li family? She made a mistake. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. Then you can't afford me. I am more capable than them. One person can do many things. Su Xiao immediately smiled and replied, Isn't it? I am dreaming. Do you think a woman can be a shopkeeper? Zhang Zhuzhu asked her. Su Xiao, I think it's possible. But I don't think it's useful. If it works, I don't want to deal with those male shopkeepers. Nowadays, no matter what a woman's background is, even if she is a fairy from heaven, as long as she is a woman, men will think she is useless. Su Xiao's family has a mine, and she married the son of a great general. So what? She is just a woman. Zhang Zhuzhu said, but they don't accept women as apprentices. How can women learn real skills and manage things for you? Su Xiao felt that she had something else in her words. What does third madam mean? Zhang Zhuzhu said, You should have heard of the Jingzhou Prefecture Women's School. But there are not many people there. And the women taught there are not enough for Xiangxi Tower. I think we should train more women to be confidants. She didn't mean to train women who have skills in the inner house, but women who have professional skills and can do men's work. Zhang Zhuzhu handed over the affairs of the charity bureau. Of course, she would not say that she would just lie down and quit. Jingzhou Prefecture Women's School should also become a women's school in the capital. There is a big sponsor here. Chapter 414. Singing while drunk. The reputation of Jingzhou Prefecture Girls' School is not loud at all, and has even been forgotten. Jingzhou Prefecture School is somewhat famous. In the last imperial examination, there were 2 students who passed the imperial examination and became Jinshi. The eldest princess's son is still there, mainly because the child does not need to take the imperial examination. The Song family has accepted him. But Princess Chang'an is thinking about getting a title for her son. There is another reason why Jingzhou Prefecture is famous. Some dandy boys from aristocratic families were caught breaking the law in the capital. If the matter is not serious, Jingzhou Prefecture will ask their elders who are officials, whether civil or military, to teach in Jingzhou Prefecture School for half a year. Song Lingxi was in charge of the girls' school. She didn't give up when she was pregnant and was very enthusiastic about it. When she learned about Zhang Zhuzhu's plan, she said, Think it through. This is not a trivial matter. She was enthusiastic, but because she had been in charge for a long time, her experience allowed her to calm down. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I have thought it through. In recent years, there have not been many students taught in the Jingzhou Prefecture Girls' School, but these girls have learned the skills to make a living, which is always different. Even if we take a step back, there are orphans who have learned embroidery. With this skill, they have married a good family. The husband's family values her good skills, and she is living a good life now. In fact, getting married is not the best choice for this girl. But she grew up in the charity bureau since she was a child. She has been alone for many years. Having a family and children is also her wish. It is always better to learn than not to learn. Zhang Zhuzhu thinks so. Xiangxi uses women who have various skills, such as female shopkeepers, female accountants, and women who write promotional copy. Yaoyusan has not stopped expanding in recent years, and many women have left Beijing to explore the market in other places. This place alone can make many women useful. Jingzhafu Women's School will teach more than just these. Zhang Zhuzhu will find a way to arrange more subjects. This is her new plan. Song Lingxin immediately expressed her support. This is a good thing. I will also find a way. If Jingzhafu Women's School really becomes Beijing Women's School, then she will also be remembered in history. Zhang Zhuzhu, what can I do? Sister? Song Lingxin pondered for a moment and said, Go to aunt and steal a few handwritten poems of mourning for uncle. Although Song Zhang was criticized by many writers, this did not prevent her calligraphy from still being sold at an enviable high price. The price of handwritten poems of mourning was even higher. After all, her poems and essays about her husband were so deeply rooted in people's hearts that even those who knew the inside story would be moved by her deep love for her husband. Needless to say, she will still be remembered thousands of years later. Zhang Zhuzhu, steal more. Both laughed. Speaking of Song Zhang, Zhang Zhuzhu said, The Su family didn't go to trouble aunt Song Lingxin, they did. And it was cousin Su Mei who went to find them. But aunt said that the Su family had brought it upon themselves and asked sister Su Mei not to meddle in other people's business. The mother and daughter quarreled again. not to mention Song Zheng. Even Song Lingxi was troubled by it some time ago. The Su family is too easy to be like this today. Just from their local relatives. They have found many hidden lands and people. And they don't know who has the money. Zhang Zuzu said. The reason why they didn't kill them all is because they are afraid that some people will do something rebellious when they are desperate. And the Su family still has value and can be used. It's just not as good as before. So why be so anxious? I'm afraid that Aunt will be sad and drunk again. Song Lingxin said worriedly. Zhang Zhuzhu, no one can stop this. Song Zhang fell ill last winter. And the doctor didn't let her drink anymore. Song Zhang's attitude was that she still had to drink. And if she died, she would die. At her age, it would be a blessing if she died of drunkenness one day. Mr. Song heard this and scolded his daughter severely. The old man was not young anymore and would not live long. He had only one request for his daughter: don't die before him. Otherwise the Song family would have to hold funerals for 2 generations in one day. Song Zhang didn't want to disobey his old father. But he still drank the wine and sometimes took some soup medicine. Zhang Zhuzhu also expressed helplessness about this. But life is like that. Dying happily seems to be nothing bad. Song Lingxin, who dares to stop it? But it seems that my cousin is coming back. The one who is most useful to the Su family now is my aunt's biological cousin. The last time this cousin came back to Beijing, he was still for his father's funeral. He has been working hard outside for many years. And now it is time for him to repay the Su family. She said, I wonder if Auntie will feel better after seeing her own grandson. Her temper has improved in the past 2 years. And she likes the younger generations in the family very much. Zhang Zhuzhu, maybe. She said this. But she didn't believe it in her heart. Song Zhang has a very fierce temperament and hates the Su family to the extreme. I'm afraid she doesn't want to see anyone with Su's blood. That would bring back her painful memories. Song Zhang is still looking forward to the scene of mother and son meeting. Zhang Zhuzhu revealed a little about her plan. And then went back to write the plan. It's just that she is pregnant. And her belly is also very obvious. So she can't sit at the desk for a long time. This plan. Zhang Zhuzhu stood by and said, Li Fu will write it. Li Fu said, you even hid it from me. Now that you have started writing the plan. You only remembered me. Zhang Zhuzhu, you are so talkative. Hurry up and write. Li Fu really didn't dare to ask any more questions, and buried his head in work. It took almost 3 months to finish writing after stumbling and stumbling. However, this matter is difficult after all. It is definitely not done in a short time. Many things need to be considered in the long run. The East Palace sent invitations to each family, inviting everyone to go to the polo field in March. This matter was instigated by the crown princess. She gave birth to 2 children in 3 years. She was either taking care of the children or pregnant. She had no chance to go out and play. This year, she finally waited for it. When Zhang Zhuzhu went to see him, she said, I think the emperor's grandson and his tutors have to go on the field. They can't play polo. Let them play, could you? Qin Jiao, is the child too young? Zhang Zhuzhu, it's more interesting when the child is young. So these children have one more thing to do besides studying. They are at the age of playing and don't feel tired. On this day, everyone went to watch a polo match. Chen Jiao and Zhou Yi also went to play. Li Fu didn't go. He wanted to wait until next year to play with Zhang Zhuzhu. Chen Jiao won by chance. Everyone saw that Zhou Yi wanted to give up. They thought that it had been several years. And the prince was still like this. I'm afraid the poison had penetrated into his brain, and there was no hope. Then there were a dozen little kids, half wearing red clothes and half wearing green clothes. Playing Kuju. Hongdo wore red clothes and had 2 buns on his head. His nickname was Hongdo. And this time, he lived up to his name. Zhou Xie thought green was beautiful. So he wore a green dress, which made his skin look even whiter. Like a girl. Children who didn't know Zhou Xie thought there was a girl in the room. The prince frowned and said, let him get some sun this year. He will get a tan. Qin Jiao, he won't get a tan. This child is like me. Do you think she has never been in the sun? After being in the sun, she will only turn red. Not tan at all. Zhou Yi, what can I do if the child is too beautiful? Chapter 415. My handwriting is pretty good now. A group of little red and green kids were running around on the field. Princess Hayang's daughter, with tears streaming down her face, wanted to play with them. There were indeed girls below. From the 2 generals Ren and Song, Princess Hayang picked up her daughter and said to the maid, "Go. Send her to Pan's place. He won't let the blood flow. So let him try to coax her." "I can't coax her." Zhang Zuzhu also told Princess Haiyang about this. But Pan Jingping felt that his daughter didn't have to suffer this hardship. If she fell and got hurt on the polo field, it would be so heartbreaking. So today, Pan Jingping could only carry his crying daughter on his shoulders and coax her. Princess Haiyang snorted and said to everyone, "I told her to learn. It's normal for children to get bumped. What can happen? He just loves his child." "I'm a stepmother," Zhang Zuzhu said. "Why are you saying that?" "Wait. I'll ask someone to bring 2 sets of clothes. See which one Manny likes, and ask her to put it on, and go out to play later." Zhou Lanshu thanked her, took the clothes, and went to see her daughter in person. Li Fu's voice suddenly rose. Look at Hongdo." Zhang Zuzhu turned her head to see, and Hongdo scored a goal. The couple immediately raised their heads high. Their necks stretched unconsciously, and wrinkles appeared on their proud faces. As parents, we just like to watch this scene. Zhou Yi looked at his young son and thought to himself, "No. I have to train my son next year. The eldest son looks like his wife, and may not be in good physical condition. So I will train the second son. One day we will win." At this time, 2 children bumped into each other and rolled on the ground, making everyone laugh. The 2 children were not angry, and they got up and continued to run. In the end, the red team won the game with a slight advantage, mainly because the red team had a 6-year-old girl, a girl from the Ren family, who was a little taller, ran faster, and had more strength. The children of the green team lost, and the emperor's eldest grandson was in it. So some people thought the scene was not very good. Zhang Zuzhu prepared an award ceremony for the group of children. There were more than a dozen children. The red team won gold medals, and the green team won silver medals. They were all real gold and silver. The children didn't have a strong concept of gold and silver. They just thought it was fun. Hongdo held the hand of the emperor's grandson, and the 2 children jumped back. Someone next to her whispered to Zhang Zuzhu about winning and losing. She was very calm and said, "Winning and losing are common. And it's not just this game. There will be more in the future." Neither Zhou Yi nor Chen Jia was dissatisfied with this. These children, the youngest was more than 3 years old, and the oldest was more than 6 years old. It would be too boring to let them learn the humble of adults now. Their son is not so ashamed to lose. Li Fu picked up Hongdo. Zhang Zuzhu wiped his sweat and whispered softly, "Are you tired? Do you want something?" Hongdo said, a little tired. "I want the boat in my mother's room." Zhang Zuzhu, "This is given to me by your Aunt Yusen. I can't give it to you. I asked her to bring you a bigger one." Hongdo smiled and agreed, and put her hands around Li Fu's neck. "Dad, am I awesome?" "Awesome," Li Fu said. Hongdo laughed even louder, kissed Li Fu on the face twice, and then leaned over to kiss Zhang Zuzhu. Zhang Zuzhu took a step back. "You can't kiss me because you are powdered." Although she was pregnant, she still put on some powder. It was not poisonous, but it was not to be taken orally. Hongdo could only express regret and said that she would kiss him back at night. Chen Jia pushed Zhou Yi, signaling him to look at how others were fathers, and then look at himself. Zhou Yi picked up Zhou Xia, and the little boy who had just smiled sweetly at his mother immediately frowned and stared at his father. "Zhou Yi, it's okay. Go back and practice well, and we will win next time." Zhou Xia was very calm and did not take the victory or defeat seriously. He said, "My grandfather told me that I am the eldest grandson of the emperor, and winning or losing is not important." He actually didn't understand what this sentence meant, but he respected the emperor very much, and he believed what the emperor said. Zhou Yi looked at his pretty face, which was stern, and wanted to laugh. Zhou Xia said, "Everyone has worked so hard today. I will give each of them a box of snacks from the palace, and write them a letter by hand." Zhou Yi, "Okay. I'll give it to them when I get back." His son was still young, but he already had the means to win people's hearts. The scene of the father and son loving each other did not appear, but fortunately Chen Jia was used to it. Her son now spent more time with the emperor in addition to studying, so he was naturally much more mature than ordinary children. The children rested for a while, and then went to play again. Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu took a walk together. The sky was bright, and the spring breeze was warm. Zhang Zuzhu saw that Li Fu was a little absent-minded and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Li Fu, "Thinking about these children." Zhang Zuzhu looked at him, and Li Fu continued, These children have excellent backgrounds. They are born with no worries about food and clothing, and have a bright future. How many such children are there in the world? Tax reform is difficult to implement. Things that benefit ordinary people must be against local tyrants. Li Fu always feels annoyed when he sees the court officials perfunctorily dealing with this matter. Sometimes he wonders whether his hard work is worth it. Land annexation is difficult to curb, and any tax law is difficult to implement at the lower level. Even if there is a good start, it is destined to be swallowed up by its drawbacks in the end. How many years can a prosperous era last? Even if there are wise rulers and capable ministers. War, famine, plague, natural disasters, any of them can easily swallow up the seemingly beautiful situation. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Of course it is rare. The problem of food and clothing is enough to make people struggle for a lifetime. The peaceful and prosperous times cannot last forever. But it is better than nothing. Right? This is also a beautiful vision and expectation. Li Fu, I will do everything I can." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. She knew Li Fu's determination. Such a spring breeze will one day blow all over the world. But they will see it. After this day, the couple got busy again. Zhang Zhuzhu prepared for a while, and went to the palace to meet Queen Pan and concubine Guifei. Her plan was a thick stack, and Xiao Pan didn't want to read it. Queen Pan was very interested and said with a smile, "Let me take a look. This is written by Sanlang." Zhang Zhuzhu was about to say that she was pregnant, and it was inconvenient. Xiao Pan said, "Then I have to take a look. Sanlang's handwriting is good. I am happy to see it." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Your Majesty, my handwriting is already very good." Xiao Pan laughed. "Well, you are with Sanlang every day, and you can still say this. I write better than you." Zhang Zhuzhu's handwriting has not improved for many years. She bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, my handwriting is certainly much better than that of many women in the world who have no chance to learn to read." Queen Pan already knew what she wrote and said, "You are really thoughtful." Zhang Zhuzhu just smiled. Chapter 416. Isn't that enough? When Queen Pan said that Zhang Zhuzhu was thoughtful, she was not praising her, but describing a fact. Because in the plan she submitted, she wrote promoting women's education. Promoting. This word is not used randomly. In today's world, even academies and schools cannot be promoted. Men from ordinary families have to sell their houses and irons if they want to study. There are very few men who study. Now, talking about the development of women's education is simply a fool's dream. If people hear it, they may think she is crazy. But Zhang Zhuzhu wrote it like that. Queen Pan did not laugh at this junior, because Zhang Zhuzhu's ability is obvious to all. In addition to her ability, she is also very kind. She hoped that women could learn to read and write. Many people would think she was ridiculous. Queen Pan would not do that, because she was also a woman, even though she was already a queen. Queen Pan deeply understood how difficult it was for a woman. Queen Pan grew up with her brothers since she was a child. She had a certain say in the Pan family. After the death of her father, brother and fiancé, Queen Pan tried to support the Pan family. She had the ability. But she was a woman. Even if she supported the Pan family, she would have to hand it over to the descendants of the Pan family in the future. Then her name would be hidden and forgotten. Glory could never fall on her head. Glory is only for men, as long as they are men. Just like Su Mingzhou resolutely became a monk after he found out that he would become a victim of his husband, son and family. Queen Pan also chose to marry the emperor at that time, and the power of the Pan family was transferred. If you are destined to become a consumable, what is the difference between supporting the Pan family alone and marrying the emperor? When a woman finds that the world is a scam that she cannot escape from, it is understandable that she gives up struggling. Besides, how many people can notice it? Queen Pan has actually been prepared to be let down. But the emperor has kept his promise and never betrayed it. Little Pan casually flipped through the book, and after a while, she yawned. There were too many words, and she would have a headache if she read too much. Queen Pan said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "If this can be accomplished, I will give you a sum of money from my private treasury." She wanted to know how far Zhang Zhuzhu could go. Zhang Zhuzhu, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Queen Pan smiled softly and pointed to her belly. "Be careful." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded and went to the East Palace again. After she left, Little Pan squeezed to Queen Pan's side. "This child is really restless," she said. She didn't care about the affairs of the Charity Bureau. I thought she was going to take good care of her husband and children after she gave birth to this baby in her belly. Queen Pan looked at her sister's newly painted nails, which were very beautiful, and said, while she was in charge of affairs in the past few years, she did not delay her husband and children. Li Fu is still on the right path. And Hongdo is also a good child. Little Pan said, but she is not a good wife and mother after all. And she can't put all her thoughts on her husband and children. This is what many people say about Zhang Zhuzhu. She has ability, but she is too selfish. Not a completely good wife and mother. And she has only given Li Fu a son for several years. And she doesn't allow him to take a concubine. Not only is she not a good wife and mother, she is still jealous, and has not changed for many years. Queen Pan said, don't listen to people's sour words. Isn't a daughter-in-law like Zhang Zhuzhu good enough? Let's not talk about having children. Just look at how close her relationship with the palace is. This alone can provide a lot of help to the Li family. Before, Zhang Zhuzhu said to Qin Jiao, isn't it good enough to have 2 children in 3 years? Now Queen Pan also has to say, isn't Zhang Zhuzhu good enough? What kind of woman can satisfy everyone? There is no answer to this question, because it is not necessary. Women don't have to satisfy everyone. Queen Pan also worshipped the tablet of her deceased ex-fiancé, and worshipped it every New Year and festival, and sometimes even brought the emperor and the prince together. Song Zhang is accused of being a heretic every day, but this does not prevent her calligraphy from being sold at a high price. Nor does it prevent her poems from being passed down through the ages. In this case, Zhang Zhuzhu can just do whatever she wants to do. Useless people will attack others with gossip. Zhang Zhuzhu does not take those people and words seriously. Little Pan smiled, I know. I just find it interesting. Sometimes it is also interesting to hear people say sour words. They are obviously incompetent, but they want to drag the truly capable people into the quagmire and make them the same as them. Queen Pan said, there are many interesting things in this world. Isn't it? Xiao Pan said. Someone came to me and tried to sow discord between me and the crown princess. What a joke. Do I need to sow discord between her and the crown princess? They can't get close at all. Xiao Pan tolerated the crown princess for the sake of her son and grandson. And Qin Jiao was also respectful to her for the sake of his elders. She didn't quite understand the thoughts of some women, who intended to use some torturous means to make their daughters-in-law submit, and then sincerely respect them. Isn't this a dream? Xiao Pan never had this idea, and she didn't need such means. Empress Pan reminded, 2 children in 3 years. Xiao Pan, enough. Enough? I know. When Zhang Zhuzhu went over, Qin Jiao was busy, so she only had time to greet Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu was not in a hurry, and started to play with the little grandson. Qin Jiao was busy for half an hour, and came over and said, Sister, be careful that this little fat guy will hit you. Zhang Zhuzhu heard her words a little vague. He hit you. Qin Jiao said, I got up late the morning before yesterday, and Zhou put him next to me. He hit my chin with his head, and my tongue was bitten. I have been drinking porridge for 2 days. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and turned the little grandson lying on the bed over, told him to lie down, patted his butt, and said, come and get revenge. Qin Jiao looked at his own chubby butt and said, I can't bear it. It is really hard to kill my own son. After that, both of them laughed, and the little grandson also grinned. Qin Jiao said, this smile makes him look more like his father. You don't like it if it looks like his father, but I think you like it very much. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Qin Jiao said, just make do with it. It can't be changed. The two chatted endlessly, and after a long time, they talked about business. Qin Jiao said, I think this is very good, but it will definitely attract gossip. There are not many female students in the girls' school in Jingzhou Prefecture, and they have been talked about several times. Zhang Zhuzhu also planned to run a big one, and she didn't know how much trouble it would cause. Although as a younger sister, she can come out to support in the name of the East Palace. But she is afraid that this is not enough. Zhang Zhuzhu said calmly, don't worry. I'm waiting for them to talk. Chapter 417 Everything is Mutual. Zhang Zhuzhu quickly spread the news that she was going to run a girls' school. As expected, she was greeted with a great deal of excitement. Someone also approached Li Fu and told him not to focus on the affairs of the court, and to take care of the affairs of his family. Li Fu was very calm about this. He looked at the other person politely and said, What's going on at home? Men can't all go to school. So how can women's school be decent? Women learn the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Do we need to run a special girls' school? What kind of talk is this? It is definitely not a good thing for women to read too much. There is a heretic like Song Jiang, who is a lesson for us. If Mr. Song hadn't asked her to study like her brothers and learn the same principles, how could there be a Song Jiang in the capital? It's not that women can't learn, but they only need to be literate and learn useful things, such as respecting their elders, serving their husbands, taking care of their children, and being a gentle and kind wife and mother. They won't be dissatisfied with the elders' slight criticism, won't become irritable and jealous because of their husband's occasional negligence, and won't complain because of their children's ignorance. What they should learn is women's virtues, which can be taught at home by their mothers and grandmothers. Women's school? There is really no need for such a place, which will only teach gentle and kind women bad things. Li Fu said, "Do the women in your family only learn the 3 obediences and 4 virtues?" The middle-aged man immediately raised his chin, looked at the people next to him, and immediately said loudly, "Of course. The women in my family all learn to be virtuous, respectful and obedient, and they are all excellent." He chattered on and on, praising how sensible and considerate the women in his family were. After speaking, he asked others whether such women were good. He got the approval of many people, and then he looked at Li Fu. If Li Fu also answered yes, he would be satisfied. Of course Li Fu would not agree. A woman should first be a person. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and it is impossible to be calm and peaceful all the time. If she behaves like this in front of others, there are 2 possibilities. One is that her heart has become numb. The other is that she is pretending to not let people notice her emotions. No matter which one it is scary enough. Li Fu asked the other party, "What does this have to do with women's education?" The man was stunned, and Li Fu continued, "My wife wants to run a women's school. She has to find the expenses herself and find the teachers herself. If I remember correctly, the court has never said that women cannot run schools. In short, it's none of your business. This, of course, it has something to do with it. This will teach women bad things." Li Fu, what do you mean by teaching them bad things? We all work in the Ministry of Justice and know the laws and regulations best. Are the bad women locked up in the prison all educated and literate? Of course not. Reading makes people wise. Over the years, Li Fu has practiced and perfected Zhang Zhuzhu's theory of arguing with others. He did not answer the other party's question here, but became the one who asked the question, letting the other party fall into the question. This court official who came from the imperial examination. He is not here to oppose the establishment of schools as an official. He is standing on the position of a man. Every word he said was that once women read, they will become less likely to be oppressed. What he called learning bad things is just that as a man. He is keenly protecting his own interests. Li Fu continued, "My wife wants to establish a women's school. She uses her own strength and does not rely on me. I can't say that I can control her according to your words." Control. This word is a condescending restraint, and Li Fu believes that he does not have this power. But to others, this is still a manifestation of Li Fu's fear of his wife. Their superior, at a young age, is quite ruthless and convincing outside, but he is afraid of his wife inside. No one is perfect. Zhang Zhuzhu knew this situation long ago and said to Li Fu, "You argue with others like this, which shows that you are afraid of me. In the future, your reputation of being afraid of your wife will spread more widely." Li Fu said, "I can't treat my mother, wife, and daughter as objects without respect." Even after many years of marriage and Zhang Zhuzhu's belly with their second child, Li Fu never felt that this kite would always be entangled in his tree. The kite is just perched on the tree, and she will continue to fly when she has time. If one day, the kite finds herself trapped in a cage and cuts the kite string, she will definitely break free from the cage and fly away completely. Cutting the kite string will only make the kite freer. Zhang Zhuzhu said, if he treats others as objects, then others will see him the same way. His wife and daughter may not be truly respectful and obedient to him. Perhaps in the eyes of his wife and daughter, he is just a tool to support the family. Respect and filial piety can be performed, and what he sees is definitely not all. Li Fu nodded. Husband and wife, parents and children, everything is mutual. Even if a woman learns female virtues, she is not a fool. She still remembers her instincts, and will seek benefits and avoid harm. After being here, there is still a lot of gossip. because Zhang Zhuzhu was supported by the queen and the imperial concubine. Someone even submitted a memorial saying that the capital should not promote female education. The emperor had heard about this matter from the queen a long time ago. And after reading the memorial, he only asked Li Fu to go back and take care of it. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed when she heard about this and said, "It's not necessary. Even if I want to promote it, I have to have the conditions. According to the number of female population, it can't be promoted. There are always more men than women." Li Fu promised the emperor to take care of it. And he kept his promise. He said that he had discussed with his wife when he went back. If the Daxing Women's School was not feasible, then it would be possible to open a women's school in the capital. Zhang Zhuzhu had already taken a step back here. If there were still people gossiping, it would also show that they were narrow-minded. In such a big capital, they could not even accommodate a women's school. How could this work? Zhang Zhuzhu originally only planned to open one. And now her goal has been achieved. Retreat to advance? But this is it. If you want to enter a room, you can't lift the roof. But you can always leave a door. Zhang Zhuzhu had this idea at the beginning. It's the same as bargaining. If a 100 yuan item is not half off, it's okay to give it 20% off. Li Fu said, "What else do you need me to do?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "No. I will take care of the rest." Li Fu sighed, "It makes me look useless." Zhang Zhuzhu, "You are not money. You can't be useful everywhere. There are some things that money can't help. Let alone you." Li Fu frowned when he heard this analogy. "Think about it. Is there really nothing I can do to help you?" he asked. Zhang Zhuzhu lowered her head, looked at her feet that were completely covered by her belly, and gently kicked Li Fu. "Press me. My legs and feet are swollen." Li Fu is worthy of being the ceiling of male virtue in the book. He got up to get hot water, saying, "This is not called helping. Think about it." Chapter 418, I Want to Become a Girl. Zhang Zhuzhu has both money and people for girls' education. Zhang Zhuzhu is not afraid of gossip. Some noble ladies did find Zhang Zhuzhu and hinted that she should take care of her husband and children and not make trouble. But Zhang Zhuzhu said that the queen and the imperial concubine supported me. And the crown princess also supported me. So you don't want to mess with me? So the noble ladies could only remain silent. What can I do? She is the confidant of those people in the palace. Who dares to mess with her? You can't mess with her at all. You want to talk to Queen Pan about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Queen Pan is a woman who engraved her name on the tablet of her ex-fiancé. Will it work if you talk to her? As for the crown princess, her beauty has already betrayed the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. So there is no point in talking to her. Not to mention Xiao Pan. She is obviously the birth mother of the crown prince. But she never argues with Queen Pan, and listens to her sister in everything. So there is no point in talking to her. Thinking about it this way, forget it. Why bother? They will not send their daughters to such a girls' school. So there is no need to have a grudge with Zhang for this. What Zhang Zhuzhu and her friends lack is students. Enrolling students is the most difficult thing. Of course, she will not recruit noble ladies from wealthy families. And women with better family conditions will probably not come out to show their faces. In the matter of enrolling students, she still has to find a way. Zhang Zhuzhu's method is also simple. She does not charge money, but pays for it. She also provides food and accommodation for those who come to school. Su Xiao, the big money man who was fooled by Zhang Zhuzhu, was very moved and said, "I think you should not stay at home. Go to Daxiangguo Temple. Move down the golden statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva, and sit on it. If this is not a living bodhisattva, then what is it?" Zhang Zhuzhu posed with a jade bottle in her hand and said, "Okay. Don't burn incense and worship Buddha in the future. Come to worship me. And the money you donate will just be used to subsidize these girls." Su Xiao looked at Zhang Zhuzhu. She was going to give birth next month. Her belly was quite big, and her face was round. You could see that she had an extra chin. It was appropriate to say that she had a kind face. Su Xiao said it jokingly, and then became serious. "If you really want to spend it, it's a lot of money." Zhang Zhuzhu, "I have money. She is not short of money. But how much can she spend on running a school? And she will not pay for it alone." These days, when they heard that she was going to run a school, many people sent money to her, which was all the connections she had accumulated in the past. Su Xiao pointed at her belly. "What about your 2 children? They will get married in the future. Don't forget your own children." Don't worry. I know my limits. Zhang Zuzu said. The scale of the girls' school is destined to be small. And Zhang Zuzu deeply understands this. All she can do is this small thing. She can't do more. When men and women reach a certain age, they must get married. After marriage, they have children. And sons are more valuable. But most of the daughters became the labor force in the family early. The older ones, as the eldest sister is like a mother, have to take care of their younger brothers and sisters. When they are old enough, they find a family to marry and start to have children. This cycle repeats itself, as if it has remained unchanged for thousands of years. The Beijing Girls' School began to promote itself in Beijing and its surrounding areas. Zhang Zuzu asked Li Fu to help and let the county government to promote it. What the government said was always more credible. She was pregnant, and it was not easy for her to go out in person. Fortunately, the overwhelming publicity outside was very effective. Many families who could not afford to raise their children or did not want to raise them sent their children here. There were even girls aged 3 or 5 whose parents thought that they would let the girls help raise them until they were 10 years old, and then take them back to help with the housework. When they were 13 or 14 years old, they could get married and get a betrothal gift for free. What a good thing this is. Zhang Zuzu listened to such a wishful thinking and thought that if she wanted to take it back for nothing, she would dream on. These girls graduated from the girls' school to work for her. For example, those who studied arithmetic would work for her, and Su Xiao and other financial sponsors in the future. Those who studied medicine would treat patients in the clinic run by Zhang Zuzu in the future. No one could escape. Those parents signed a training agreement with the academy when they sent their children here, and the party who breached the contract had to pay compensation. When things were almost done, Zhang Zuzu had reached the time to give birth, and it was inconvenient for her to go out again. Hongdo leaned against his mother and said, "Mom, do you like girls and not boys?" Zhang Zuzu, why do you say that? Look, you run a girls' school. Only girls can go there. I also want to go to the school run by mother. Hongdo clings to her mother affectionately. Zhang Zuzu touches her son's head. He is still young and doesn't know how lucky he is to be born a man. Hongdo pouts and says, "When I was a child, I wore girls' clothes and dressed up as a girl. Mother must like girls more." His brothers and sisters told him so. Zhang Zuzu, what if mother really likes girls more? What will you do? Hongdo thinks about it and doesn't speak. He gets out of bed and runs to the study. Zhang Zuzu thought the child was sad and tried to comfort him. After a while, Li Fu came back with his son in his arms, with a complicated look on his face. Hongdo was quite depressed. Zhang Zuzu looked at them strangely, and Li Fu covered his son's ears. "Do you know what Hongdo said to me?" Zhang Zuzu said. "Did he complain to me?" "Li Fu, he asked me if I would be a girl if I cut my penis off." Zhang Zuzu was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses, with a complicated look on her face, and said, "Did you explain it to him clearly? You can't just cut it off casually." "Li Fu, I explained it clearly." After he finished speaking, he let go of Hongdo's ears. Hongdo said with a bitter face, "I can't become a girl." Zhang Zuzu, of course you can't. If men and women can change, there will be no you in this world. Li Fu looked at his wife helplessly. If men and women can change, then Zhang Zuzu must have become a man long ago. And he might have 3 wives and 4 concubines now. And with her ability, she can make the wives and concubines live in harmony. Zhang Zuzu laughed. Hongdo gently pressed against her mother's belly and said, "Then mother, give birth to a sister. It doesn't matter if mother likes sisters the most. I like sisters too." Although he wanted a younger brother, mother liked younger sisters, so it was better to give birth to younger sisters. Zhang Zuzu hugged her son, whether it is a younger brother or a younger sister. "Dad and mother like you equally. We like you two the most. There is no difference." Hongdo opened her eyes wide. "Really?" Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu both nodded. "Your mother opened a girls' school to help more girls," Li Fu explained. "Not all parents regard daughters and sons as equally important. Many of them prefer boys, and don't take good care of girls. Look at you in the palace accompanying the prince to study. All are boys. No girls." Hongdo said, "I heard that studying is a very hard thing. Girls can't bear the hardship, so they don't study." Zhang Zuzu, who told you that nonsense? Li Fu also said, "It's not like that. Otherwise, it's prejudice for girls to study. And boys are favored. Dad will tell you slowly. Hongdo didn't quite understand it. He was a little tired and fell asleep on the bed. Zhang Zuzu was about to speak. But Li Fu said first, I'll go ask which teacher teaches the children and ask the prince to replace him. Zhang Zuzu, you are amazing. Li Fu, the one who knows Zuzu is San Lang. The two laughed softly. Chapter 419 Planning for her. A few days later, the East Palace lost a teacher. Although the prince was a straight man, after marrying his wife, he gradually realized that some things were wrong and problematic. And Qin Jiao was also dissatisfied with the teacher's description of women as weak and useless. This is ridiculous. Too ridiculous, Qin Jiao said. It's obviously the other way around. It's not me. Just say that ordinary girls, which one doesn't help their parents when they are at home, take care of their husband's family after getting married, and have to give birth to children. Taking care of household chores is the hardest and most exhausting. Giving birth and taking care of children is even harder. If he really thinks studying is hard, then it's better to change it. We women should go to study. I don't think studying is hard. If I am asked to study and become an official now, I can also pass the imperial examination. Chen Jiao became angrier and angrier. And Zhou Yi didn't dare to talk to her. Zhou Yi only said, I have asked someone to replace him. When Zhou Xie is not studying in the next 2 days, ask him to get up early and accompany you all day. Then she will know how hard you work. Qin Jiao drank a sip of tea and said, this is not your idea. Zhou Yi's compensation to her is usually some rare things, such as gold, silver and treasures. Zhou Yi didn't want her to guess what he said, so he could only say, who do you think it is? Qin Jiao said, do you need to guess? There is only one normal man around you. Of course it is Li Fu. Only Li Fu has such thoughts. Others will think that sending away a knowledgeable gentleman for this matter is meddling. When Zhou Yi first heard this, he also felt that this matter was unnecessary. Just remind the gentleman and then talk to his son. Li Fu asked him to think about it carefully. Zhou Yi said, he told me that if I indulge such thoughts in the child's heart, he will not respect his biological mother, who worked hard for him in the future. Zhou Yi may not care about other things, but Zhou Yi takes this matter very seriously. He sat down next to Qin Jiao and said, think about it carefully. When I was a child, I admired my father very much. I thought my father was the most powerful. My mother, and those concubines were all weak and useless women. Our family was supported by my father. But after talking to Li Fu today, he couldn't help but recall these thoughts from his childhood. Zhou Yi now respects his two mothers because after he grew up, he gradually understood the hard work they had done for him. Qin Jiao didn't know when he rested his head on Zhou Yi's shoulder and said, what about now? Zhou Yi said, I should not only see the hard work you have done for me, but I should also know the pain and hard work you have suffered as a woman. Being born a woman seems to mean the beginning of suffering. Qin Jiao said, I don't remember my biological mother very well. When I was a little older, my father took my mother's maid as his concubine and gave birth to my younger brother and sister. Someone gossiped about me, and I always thought that she had forgotten my mother's kindness because she was my father's aunt. But now I think about it. My father took her as a concubine, and she had no choice. She had her own children, and she neglected me a lot. But I can't blame her. My father was selfish. She was selfish. And I had my own, Qin Jiao said, mother and loyal servant. She just chose the former. Zhou Yi held her in his arms and said, it's okay. I'm here. I will teach my two sons well, and let them know that you are not weak. You are their mother. Very powerful and brave. Zhou Yi finally stopped calling weak. This label was attached to his wife. He also admitted that he could not let her completely depend on him as promised before marriage, without worrying about anything and living a life without worries. If Li Fu had not reminded them, their son would have felt that his mother was useless when he was young, and he might not respect her when he grew up. Now Zhou Yi also understood why his father wanted to keep healthy. The job of an emperor was not a job for a human being, and he would have to sacrifice his life. If he died early in the future and Qin Jiao was not respected by his own son, what would she do for the rest of her life? If her own son did not respect her, her daughters-in-law would definitely be the same. The palace has always been a place where people are treated differently. Can Qin Jiao still live a life of luxury? If that were the case, Zhou Yi would die with his eyes wide open. Zhou Yi thought of this and immediately ordered the gentleman to leave, because he was worried that someone would associate it with the crown princess. Joey also found a reasonable reason, so that no one could find any flaws. Qin Jiao suddenly laughed. I never dreamed that I would hear such words from His Highness. How rare. When they just got married, Joey was still trying to make her obedient and tame. Now, he is the one who is tamed. Joey was really embarrassed. But he didn't care. Just like raising a dog. Qin Jiao thought. She raised that ugly puppy just for fun at the beginning. Now the dog is wearing clothes made by the craftsmen of the Weaving Bureau. And a jade plaque is hung around its neck, which is carved by the best jade carving master in the palace. The doghouse was sewn by Qin Jiao himself. Even if it was bidden, Qin Jiao couldn't bear to beat it. So he had to make a new one for it. When the two children played with the dog, they didn't care about the severity of their hands. Qin Jiao would scold the children and coax the dog. The palace people all knew that the crown princess had a dog before marriage. And they were all polite when they saw it. It's hard to say who was tamed. But it doesn't matter. They are husband and wife. And they have two children. They can make do with each other. They can't leave each other. Let me see what the Charity Bureau does. Do you manage it smoothly? Joey said. This was the first time he asked this. Qin Jiao said, It's okay. I'll take my time. Joey actually didn't agree with her taking care of this matter before. It was too tiring. But it's different now. Joey said, If you want to take care of this matter, wait for me one day. No. 3 days later. That day my son and I will be on vacation. We will accompany you to see those children. It should be a big show. Just say that the crown princess is kind and wants to see if those children are doing well. And ask Zhou Xie to accompany them to play. Qin Jiao looked at her husband. Joey stood up. You don't understand. Reputation is mostly managed. You have to manage it too. I'll ask someone to make up a few more stories. Say, well, when you were young, you dreamed of the Queen of Mount Tai. And the Queen asked you to change the Jiao in your name to the Jiao the Dragon. Jiao means little dragon, which can also add luster to Qin Jiao's identity to a certain extent. Qin Jiao said, Your Highness, are you going to manage my reputation? Joey, yes. I haven't thought about this before. Your reputation as the crown princess must also be spread. Qin Jiao thought for a while. Your Highness, do you want to share power with me? Reputation sometimes means power. In the future, she will not have to rely on the crown prince to do something. Joey said, Yes. He will plan for her. Chapter 423 Lives in Three Worlds. Zhang Zhuju's family also came to the Charity Bureau that day. Qin Jiao was in a good mood when she talked about these things. She said, If he had been like this earlier, I would have loved him so much that I couldn't help myself. Zhang Zhuju held her belly and laughed. The prince is really thoughtful about this matter. But as far as this matter is concerned, Joey is really good. Power is a very important and useful thing. Especially for Qin Jiao now. The two sons she gave birth to are her guarantee and support. But she only has children as a guarantee, which is not enough. If a person has to rely on another person to survive, even if it is his own child, it cannot be justified. Now some mothers want to control their children more and more after their children grow up or get married, and even fight with their daughters-in-law to snatch the custody of their grandchildren, because they need to control men to gain some power. Is the house fight just a fight for favor? No. It is still a fight for power. The crown princess also needs fame and prestige. Before, Zhang Zhuju helped Qin Jiao seek power. And now Zhou Yi is doing the same thing. Qin Jiao, he is really good at making up stories. He even asked people to make up stories, saying that when I was a teenager, I dreamed of Taishan Yangyang. So I changed my name. I am a goddess sent by Taishan Yangyang, destined to become a daughter-in-law of the royal family, give birth to a strong and smart grandson for the Zhou family, and assist the crown prince to become a wise ruler. Zhang Zhuju couldn't help laughing even louder after hearing this. Qin Jiao was also embarrassed. The reason she changed her name was because someone said she was delicate. So she changed her name in a fit of anger. This had nothing to do with Taishan Yangyang. What destiny? That's ridiculous. And today in the Charity Bureau, it seemed like she was using these children for a show. Therefore, Qin Jiao paid a sum of money privately, and also deducted some from Zhou Yi's private library. Zhang Zhuju smiled and said, This is not bad. Wait, I'll go back and write a new one for you. Destiny. I have to write it carefully. It happened that she was pregnant and resting at home. So it was not bad to write a story to kill time. Zhang Zhuju is the best screenwriter for making up stories. Qin Jiao was a little embarrassed and said, "This is all fake. I feel uncomfortable listening to it. How can people believe it?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "How do you think the incident of the prince killing people in the street was settled? Wasn't it the story Zhang Zhuzhu made up overnight that was widely spread, covering up the incident and making everyone think that killing was a youthful passion, not a cruel and ruthless person?" Qin Jiao widened his eyes. "I have heard of this story. It turned out that it was made up by my sister." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Yes. It was me. It was made up overnight. Very hastily. I will make up a good one for you. It is destined in this life and past life. It will definitely spread all over the world. From now on, you will be the only princess consort, and no one can compete with you." Qin Jiao no longer felt embarrassed and was very touched. She said, "Thank you, sister. I want to see this story right away." How could she not have what Zhou Yi had? Qin Jiao, the prince, and their 2 sons stayed in the charity bureau for a whole day. Qin Jiao was gentle in nature. After becoming a mother, she was even more soft-hearted towards her children, and was very patient when accompanying them. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, had a cold face. Only when the princess made a request to him would he smile, appearing gentler and less frightening. This was taught by Li Fu. It was said that it showed that Zhou Yi and the prince had a deep affection for each other, and that it could highlight the importance of the princess to the cold-faced prince. Zhou Yi thought it was a good idea and did as he was told. "How do you know so much?" Zhou Yi asked him. "Li Fu, your highness. Do you know about character settings?" He explained it to Zhou Yi, and Zhou Yi suddenly realized, "This is the same as when I was made into a young war god." Li Fu, that's right. Although it was the first time Zhou Yi heard this word, this thing had been around for a long time. Some people try hard to cover up and show the appearance of a loving couple and a harmonious family. This is also a kind of character setting. Zhou Xie is not very lively, but he is really good-looking, willing to smile at people, and politely calls brothers and sisters. Soon, he was surrounded by those children and had a lot of fun. Qin Jiao and Zhang Zhuzhu went to listen and found that several children were arguing. They wanted to finish the game of playing house and were vying to be Zhou Xie's groom. Even the girls wanted to compete. Qin Jiao, they are very lively. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It doesn't matter. They are just children." Finally, Hongdo suggested that they all be Zhou Xie's brides. These boys were still young, and seeing that Zhou Xie was really beautiful, they agreed. The group stayed here until the end. When they came, they used the ceremonial guards of the crown princess. And when they left, they also made a lot of noise. After returning, Zhang Zhuzhu was inspired and quickly made up a story. Princess Qin Jiao was a goddess by the side of Taishan goddess in her previous life. Crown Prince Zhou Yi was a general in heaven. The two fell in love and were blessed by the gods. But the good times did not last long. The general was ordered to conquer the demons and unfortunately died in battle. The goddess was extremely sad and used forbidden magic to save the general's soul. But because of using the forbidden magic, she was injured and was punished by Taishan goddess. But the gods thought of the general's merits, and the people he saved built temples for him to pray for blessings. So they punished them to reincarnate in the lower world. They had reincarnated twice before. In the first life, they were of ordinary origin. The goddess was an ordinary peasant girl, and the general was a sickly man. He was in poor health because of his incomplete soul. They had feelings for each other. But the man refused the marriage in order not to implicate the woman, and let the woman marry his strong brother. But on the eve of the wedding of his brother's beloved, the man vomited blood and died. After the peasant girl knew about it, she also committed suicide. They didn't know that the brother had secretly changed the marriage certificate, and they were still married. In the second life, the god general was a general, and the goddess was a princess of a small country. They still fell in love. But the general was born to conquer, and the princess's country also died in his hands. The general promised to marry the princess and let her live a peaceful and wealthy life. The princess agreed, but on the wedding night, after the general fell asleep, the princess took out a dagger from under the pillow. She hesitated for a long time and did not stab the dagger into the general's chest. She stabbed the dagger into her own chest. She couldn't survive after the fall of her country. The general had been waiting for the princess to take revenge, but he didn't expect that the princess would choose to commit suicide. The general buried the princess, then became a monk, living a lonely life with a green lamp and an ancient Buddha. The first 2 lives ended in tragedy. In the third life, they finally had healthy bodies. The prince was of noble status, and although the princess was beautiful, she was of humble origin. So the two still had different statuses. They didn't know that this was a test given to them by the Queen of Mount Tai. If they failed, the Queen of Mount Tai would take away the goddess she loved and erase her memory, so that the lovers would never be reunited. Chapter 421 Beloved Daughter. Chen Jia was reading the story, and the two maids beside him were also reading it. Both of them were in tears. She looked at the two and said, "Why are you crying?" Chen Jia was thinking about herself when reading the story, and she was embarrassed. But young girls are easily moved by love, and Zhang Zuzhu is very good at sensationalism, which is what she does. The maid said, "Why should lovers suffer such torture?" That's right. Taishan Queen should protect them both. The two were afraid that the lovers would be separated. Chen Jia thought. It was indeed a story written by her sister. The content of the trial was also very simple. If the prince could put aside the difference in status, see Chen Jiao's good nature through her beauty, and be willing to marry her, then their trial would be over. If the prince married a woman with a better family background for power, or even forced Chen Jiao to be a concubine, then the trial would be considered a failure. And Chen Jiao was very determined not to be a concubine, even for the prince. Fortunately, after a series of complicated entanglements, the prince finally overcame all objections and firmly married Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao changed his name when he was young, which was a hint from the goddess of Mount Tai, including the life in heaven. The two of them finally had a happy ending in the fourth life. Mount Tai has symbolized the emperor's aura since ancient times. With the assistance of the goddess of Mount Tai, the royal family will surely prosper and prosper with the two grandsons born by the goddess of Mount Tai. Zhou Yi read this story in the evening. He almost gasped after reading it, and said, "How come you are reincarnated for 3 lives in 3 worlds? Chen Jiao, what's wrong? Have you forgotten the story I wrote for you at the beginning? Didn't it also say that you are a god who came down to earth? This story is just an illusion, and the names of the two people are not mentioned. Now it is written like this, which can be regarded as a response." Zhou Yi nodded, okay. Although he thought this story was outrageous, Zhang Zhuzhu's ability was still very reliable, so the story was spread out. Li Fu helped Zhang Zhuzhu write it, and said, "Why do you women think that letting men become monks is a punishment?" Li Fu had dealt severely with monks, so he did not quite understand this. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It is not about becoming a monk, but loneliness. In love, no matter what the reason is, loneliness is a punishment. In love stories, loneliness is a punishment. In real life, loneliness is a blessing, especially for women. Moreover, the heroine in Zhang Zhuzhu's story committed suicide twice and had a humble status in the third life. This is not Zhang Zhuzhu's favorite style, but for Chen Jiao, who is implied as the chosen person, it is easier for women to empathize with her. This is more in line with the current environment and better for Chen Jiao's reputation. Of course, this can easily create a kind of love fantasy and make women sink. So Zhang Zhuzhu focused on describing the last life, portraying the heroine's tenacity, not being moved by wealth, and not being self-deprecating because of being bullied. Li Fu nodded. This is not quite in line with reality, but it is very consistent with the imagined love between men and women. So this story was quickly spread. Zhang Zhuzhu has always been fair, and the 3 elders of the prince played a positive role in this story. They did not demand their children's complete obedience, and did not use bad means to oppress the heroine with a bad family background. They were kind and resolute, and explained the good and bad to the children, letting the children bear the consequences themselves. Especially the emperor, who is wise and brave, is the reincarnation of the purple star who saves the people from danger. Queen Pan and the imperial concubine are also very positive female images. There is no evil mother-in-law in this story, and it emphasizes the independent choice of men. The emperor knew at a glance that it was written by Zhang Zhuzhu, and said to Li Fu, "I think your wife doesn't need to do anything else. Just write storybooks at home." Li Fu was very calm and said to the emperor, "But it wrote some truths. Your Majesty is indeed a good father, and a wise ruler." The emperor said, "Because of what you said, I have to keep my integrity in my later years. Otherwise, how can I live up to the good reputation of this reincarnation of the purple star who saves the people from danger?" Li Fu thought that Zhuzhu's ability could even impress the emperor. Zhang Zhuzhu was very proud of her story. That night, she dreamed of a bright and soft halo falling on her. She opened her eyes, shook Li Fu, and said, "I'm giving birth." Li Fu woke up immediately, and then went out to call for help. The whole family was startled by him. Zhang Juju began to have abdominal pain, and Li Fu fed her, "Eat quickly. You will have strength." Even if she gave birth to a second child, the mood of murdering her husband was exactly the same. Fortunately, this child was born quickly. At dawn, Zhang Juju gave birth to a daughter, crying loudly. After the child was washed and wrapped in a swaddle, Li Fu personally held his soft daughter in front of Zhang Juju. "She is so beautiful. Look at her." Zhang Juju looked over and couldn't help but smile. She didn't have the strength to speak. Li Fu said, "Go to sleep. I'll take care of her." Hongdo woke up and found that she had a younger sister. Hongdo was very dissatisfied with this and said, "Why didn't Dad wake me up? I also wanted to wait until my younger sister was born." Li Fu said, "You can't wrongly accuse me of this. I went to call you, but you were too sleepy to wake up." The maid next to him testified, and Hongdo could only sigh regretfully, "I didn't mean to not get up. I played kuju with someone yesterday afternoon, and I was too sleepy at night. He didn't mean to do it. There was no need to wake up a 5-year-old child in the middle of the night." Li Fu said, "It doesn't matter. As soon as you open your eyes, you will see your younger sister, which is also good." Hongdo was a little happier. She was about to kiss her sister's round face. Li Fu stopped her again. "Sister is still too young and weak. She can't kiss her." Zhang Juju specifically said that no one should kiss her child, and she herself didn't kiss her. "Hongdo, can I touch your hand?" "Li Fu, you have to wash your hands." Hongdo washed her hands and stayed beside her sister. Seeing this, Li Fu asked someone to go to the palace to ask for leave for the child. Li Fu also asked for leave herself. Zhang Juju was awakened by her daughter's crying. Li Fu was about to carry her to the wet nurse, and Zhang Juju said vaguely, "I'll do it." Li Fu took her daughter over and sent Hongdo to the kitchen to see if the breakfast prepared for Zhang Juju was ready. Hongdo ran away, and Zhang Juju praised, "Oh, our Hongdo knows how to take care of Mom." Hongdo raised his chin. Starting today, he is the eldest brother. The eldest brother must take care of Mom and sister. As for Dad, it's not too late to take care of him when he gets old. Zhang Juju fed the child and said to Li Fu, "She has a small mole between her eyebrows." Li Fu, "Yes. It's a red mole." Zhang Juju, "Won't it get bigger and bigger?" Li Fu, "It doesn't matter. It's not ugly." Zhang Juju didn't mean this. She was afraid that the mole would become diseased. But it's hard to say. Just wait and see. Zhang Juju handed the child to Li Fu. Hongdo brought back the food, and the family of 4 had breakfast together. Chapter 422. She knows. Zhang Juju gave birth to a daughter safely, and the Zhang family came to visit her and the child. Wu Guiyang held the child and said, "This looks exactly like Sanner when he was a child." Zhang Zuzu, "It's been so long. I still remember it." Zhang Jinjin said beside her, "Of course I remember. When I was pregnant with you, I was very noisy, very tired, and ate a lot. I thought you were a boy. But when it was born, it was a girl. You can't cry during the confinement period." But Wu Guiyang almost cried her eyes blind while holding her third daughter. Although she cried miserably, she still remembered Zhang Juju's appearance clearly. Wu Guiyang said, "I wanted to die at that time." She gave birth to 3 daughters in a row. 3. Not just 1 or 2. She hated her own belly for not being able to bear children, and also hated the Bodhisattva for giving her daughters instead of sons. Others can give birth to sons. Why can't she? Zhang Juzu thought. That's not the case. Wu Guiyang remembered more past events. Your second aunt even dragged her eldest son to our house, saying that it didn't matter if I gave birth to a girl, and that we could adopt her son to inherit the family business in the future. I hated it so much at that time that I wanted to vomit blood. I quickly took care of my body. I had to give birth to a son and keep the family property for him. Otherwise, when the 2 of us are old and the 3 of you are married, your second uncle and second aunt will really get the advantage. Wu Guiyang was very emotional when she talked about the past. Zhang Juju looked down at her sleeping little daughter and said, "Why don't you think about dividing the family property among the 3 of us sisters as dowries? We will take care of our parents when the time comes." Wu Guiyang frowned, thought for a long time, and then shook her head and said, "There is no such rule. There really is no such rule. From the beginning to the end, The couple wanted to have a son, and did not say that they would divide the family property among their daughters. After all, raising a son is for old age, and a daughter who is married off is like water spilled out. Zhang Zuzu and Zhang Jingjin are now older, and they can face these things more calmly. When Wu Guinyang was called away by Lin Weiying, Zhang Jingjin suddenly said, "Am I really not good to Jinyang?" Jinyang is the name of Zhang Jingjin's daughter. Zhang Zhuzhu said before that she is better to her son. Zhang Zhuzhu just said, "Some things don't need anyone to tell. The eldest sister knows it in her heart." Zhang Jingjin didn't speak for a long time. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything either. People will be subtly influenced by the environment. This can't be blamed on Zhang Jingjin. She just inadvertently became the appearance of all ordinary women. Even she didn't realize it. Zhang Jingjin said, "I will prepare more dowry for her, and I will definitely not let her be unhappy about a piece of land in the future." In order to fight for that piece of land, she even threw away her gentle elder sister's appearance. It's ugly to think about it. And it's thanks to Zhuzhu for finding a way for her. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Don't worry about the dowry. I will prepare a dowry for all the children in the family, regardless of gender. She will not let the children feel embarrassed about money, especially the girls in the family." Zhang Jingjin simply said, "Then how do you think I should treat her to be fair?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "Sister, you have also been a little girl. Do you still need to ask me this? Many years ago, the woman was just a weak and ignorant little girl. A mother should know what a little girl wants. It's just that time has passed too long. The little girl has grown into a woman, and she is forced by life to bury all her past memories." Zhang Jingjin was reminded and gradually recalled the past. She said, "What I wanted most was not clothes or jewelry. There was a boy in the village who was about my age. When I went to wash clothes, he was reciting poems. Today, Zhang Jingjin has a younger sister, Zhang Zhuzhu, and has lived up to their names. They have no shortage of gold, silver and jewelry. But she can still recall that scene. I was still ignorant at that time. I asked people why he didn't have to wash clothes and take care of his sister when he was the same age as me. People told me that boys and girls are different. They can study and become officials, while girls have to take care of the family and marry a good husband when they grow up." She remembered that she wanted to ask why at that time, but she was always gentle and obedient. And as the eldest sister in the family, she accepted it all silently. "When Jinyang is older, I will send her to a girls' school to learn to read and write, just like her brother." Zhang Jingjin suddenly laughed. She held her sister's hand. Zhang Zhuzhu was indeed very smart, and what she said made sense. How could a woman really not know how her daughter needed to be treated fairly? She knew. It's just that some things are covered by thick dust and obscured by deep shadows. And even her own heart has been deceived. This deception is not 1 or 2 days, not even 10 or 20 years, but even hundreds or thousands of years. Dust and shadows cover the heads of all women, and cannot see the light of day. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It's not too late for you to learn now. Your brother-in-law's business is getting bigger and bigger. Only by learning can you know whether he has deceived you." Zhang Jingjin hesitated. "I am so old now." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "How old are you? My second sister can still read with my second brother-in-law. It's not that old and blind." Zhang Jingjin was embarrassed. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You know the people around me. Ginger. She is very smart. I will ask her to teach you." Zhang Jingjin hesitated for a while, but did not refuse. She was looking forward to it. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang looked at their little granddaughter and couldn't help talking about their son's marriage. The couple is indeed old, and they are more and more eager to have a grandchild. Lin Weiying and Li Qi agreed to it, intending to help their in-laws. And then Xiao Bao was called over to ask what he likes. Xiao Bao doesn't know. He is not smart, but it is not difficult to find a good marriage for him. Zhang Zhuzhu also asked him, "You really don't know?" Xiao Bao, third sister. "What kind of person do you think I should marry?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "Of course it's what you like." Xiao Bao muttered softly, "Then I also like fairies who come down to earth." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Look at the mirror on my dressing table. Is it polished and shiny?" Xiao Bao glanced at it. "It's really bright." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Go look in the mirror." Xiao Bao, Okay. I get it. I'm just saying. What kind of sister is this?" Zhang Zhuzhu thought of a way for him and said, "I'll find you someone who also likes arithmetic. See if it works." Xiao Bao, "I've never heard of such a person. Girls have almost no chance to study. Some people won't tell everyone. Zhang Zhu. Just tell me if it works. Xiaobao, okay. He hesitated for a moment. Leaned over and whispered, it still needs to be prettier. Okay. Zhang Zhu rolled her eyes at her brother. And Xiaobao ran away embarrassedly. Chapter 423. Not everyone likes it. The Zhang family stayed here for several days, and only went back after making sure that Zhang Zhu and the child were fine. At night, Zhang Zhu laid down to rest, and Li Fu walked back and forth in the room with her daughter in her arms, trying to coax her to sleep. After coaxing her for a long time, the little girl's eyes were wide open, and she just wouldn't sleep. Li Fu was anxious and said, how can a child who hasn't left the confinement period be so patient? I have to find a doctor to ask. The little girl in their family is pretty good. She doesn't cry or make a fuss. And she eats well. But she just doesn't sleep. Generally. For children of this month, it's good to be awake for 1 or 2 hours a day. Their little girl was awake for nearly 4 hours, which was very strange. The nurse, Zhang Zhu, Li Fu, and Lin Weiying all tried to coax her. It was useless. She just wouldn't sleep, no matter who tried to coax her. Zhang Zhu said, put her there first. Her father was so tired that he almost fell asleep, but her big eyes were still open. Li Fu put the child on the crib and sat next to Zhang Zhu. Sad and silent. Alas, I really don't know what to do. Li Fu came to his daughter again and whispered, it's almost time to go to bed. Look, it's dark outside. Everyone is asleep. The little girl didn't know what he was talking about at all. She just stared at her feet and shook her hands. Zhang Zhu also came over. If you don't sleep, you will be a dwarf in the future. Li Fu disagreed with this and said, it's not that our sister doesn't need to sleep. She is different from other children and can grow taller. You are the tallest of the 3 sisters in your family. And I am tall too. Zhang Zhu, okay. Okay. You watch her. I will go to sleep first. If you can't stand it, ask the nanny to watch over her. It's useless for the 2 of us to do this. It's not that Zhang Zhu doesn't care, but it's useless to care about this kind of thing. It's not necessary to make them both tired. Li Fu covered her with a quilt and said, you go to sleep. I'll wait a little longer. Li Fu insisted on waiting until the child fell asleep before going to rest. The next day, the family invited the imperial physician from the palace, who was the best at treating children, and said that this was a family medical skill. The imperial physician asked about the child's condition in detail, and personally examined her for nearly a whole day. Finally, he concluded that your child might just not like to sleep. There was nothing else wrong with her. She didn't like to cry, and her appetite was still good. When she was teased, she also responded. Li Fu was still worried, so he invited other doctors to come. After half a month of tossing and turning, Zhang Zhu and Li Fu were exhausted. But there was really nothing wrong with the child. The 2 stared at their daughter in the crib that day. Zhang Zhu said first, she should not need to sleep. I heard that some people only need to sleep for 2 hours a day, and they are full of energy. Li Fu, if that's the case, there's really nothing we can do. The couple said so, but they were still worried all day. The child was safe until the full month, and the couple felt relieved. They were both nervous, but they hid it in front of Hongdo, so that the child wouldn't be nervous at such a young age. When the child was 1 month old, the family held a full-month banquet, but not many people were invited. Hongdo brought the children who studied with him over, and these children were only full of curiosity about Hongdo's sister. They couldn't blame them. Hongdo told others every day about his sister, and the children's curiosity was aroused. That day, a dozen little boys gathered in front of the little girl's bed. Hongdo said proudly, this is my sister. Zhou Xia was in the front and said, she is so small, even younger than my brother. Hongdo said, the second grandson is more than 1 year old, and my sister is only 1 month old. When my sister is 1 year old, she will grow up. Zhou Xia nodded, and put the golden lock prepared by his mother next to the little girl's pillow. This was what the crown princess asked him to put. Don't you have a brother? Another child asked. I think a brother is better than a sister. Why? Hongdo didn't understand this. What's the difference between a brother and a sister? A brother can take over the family affairs with you, and study with you in the future. When a sister grows up, she will marry someone else. Hongdo thought for a while. Then my sister can also take care of the family affairs and study. And she doesn't have to get married in the future. Don't all girls have to get married? Hongdo, why? My sister won't get married, and I will take care of her all my life. The little boys satisfied their curiosity, and were no longer interested in the new girl. They couldn't argue with Hongdo, so they ran out to play. Hongdo was a little unhappy and ran to his mother and said, "My sister is so cute. Why don't they like her?" Zhang Wuzhu was talking to Qin Jiao. When she heard her son say this, she smiled and said, "She is your sister, not someone else's sister. Let alone money. How can everyone like her? As long as our family likes her, it's enough. There is no need for so many people to like her." Hongdo thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I like my sister, so they don't have to like me." Zhang Zuzhu pinched her son's cheeks and told him to go out and play. Qin Jiao said, "Hongdo is still worried about a lot. Zhang Zuzhu, he likes it himself, and he hopes that everyone likes it. There is no such good thing. Unless it's money, everyone will like it." Qin Jiao said, "I like it too. She just wanted to change her little son from a boy to a girl." The two talked about children for a while. Qin Jiao saw that the room had quieted down and whispered, "Someone put drugs in the soup of His Majesty and was found out." Zhang Guzu was shocked. "Who is so bold?" Qin Jiao lowered his voice. "Your Majesty has been unlucky in the harem for a long time. But a concubine is pregnant. Of course, it is not the emperor's child. Originally, you should hide this matter and say that the child was aborted and you had a serious illness. But the concubine wanted to pass off the false as real because she had a delusion. So she gave the emperor a drug and concealed the truth. But this did not work. And it was found out on the same day. Where is the person?" Zhang Zuzu asked. "Qin Jiao, your Majesty wanted to kill him on the spot. But the queen persuaded him to stop. The person is still alive. Later, he and the child's father were sent away." Zhang Zuzhu was shocked. Even the queen persuaded him to stop such a thing? Qin Jiao also thought that the two people and the child would be killed. And the emperor was particularly generous for not implicating the family. But Queen Pan persuaded him. "My mother said it's not good to have the idea of killing," Qin Jiao said. Zhang Zuzhu really admired this family. But think about it. The emperor almost never went to the harem for health reasons. And those concubines were only taken into the palace 2 years ago. They were very young and had no comfort. So they would inevitably do absurd things. After Qin Jiao finished speaking about what was hidden in his heart, he went over and hugged the little girl who had been thinking about her for a month, and teased her affectionately. Chapter 424 Li Fu's Sorrow. Li Fu carried his daughter to the front for everyone to see. The little girl was praised by many people, whether it was true or false. Li Fu was very happy. Unfortunately, not everyone could understand his mood. Many men couldn't understand why they were so happy about just a daughter. Some of them made a joke and said, "I have a son at home who is a few months older than this child. Maybe we can become relatives." Li Fu looked at the man who was talking and smiled politely, but did not answer. This man was nearly 40 years old, not to mention his son. He already had a grandson. The reason why he talked about his youngest son was because this youngest son was born to him by his beloved stepwife some time ago. Having a son in old age naturally makes him extremely spoiled. But most of his other sons have grown up, especially the eldest son who is very capable, which makes this man very worried about his son in old age. When he saw Li Fu's youngest daughter today, he suddenly had this idea, thinking that if the youngest son could marry the youngest daughter of the Li family, he would be able to rest in peace after his death. Most people would just get over it at this point. After all, Li Fu is also a person of status. And this is still the full moon wine of the Li family. But this made the other party feel very embarrassed. And this man was not very generous. And he was very dissatisfied for a while. Whose family is still a long-standing official. Just a daughter. As for being so proud, and even holding a full moon wine with great fanfare, if it was a son, it would be worth it. Li Fu held his daughter for a while, and then sent her back. Joey went over and said, "There are really such blind people. I dare not say this." Joey was also speechless. Li Fu specially held a full moon banquet for this daughter, and even held her to show off, which was obviously to show his love for his daughter. As a result, someone actually wanted to marry into the family at this time. Joey, the crown prince, did not dare to joke with Li Fu about marrying into the family. But someone actually dared to say this. Li Fu said, "The affairs of the government office are usually delayed, And now his stepmother's little son is only a few months old. And he dared to let my daughter clean up the mess. Doesn't he know what's going on in his family? Li Fu is not afraid of people making jokes. But she hates people who make abacuses and think they are joking. Zhou Yi persuaded her a little. And Li Fu felt better. Li Qi had already named his granddaughter, so that the couple wouldn't have to name the child randomly like Hongdo did. Zhang Luzhu looked at the word sent over and couldn't help but smile at Qinjiao. Look how anxious he is. Afraid that I will name the child. The little girl's name is the same as her two cousins, both with the character Shui. Li Xiao. Qinjiao said, this name is good. Zhang Zhuzhu also thought it was okay. Li Fu happened to come over with the child. And although she didn't have any complaints, he said, I think that parents should name their own children. And they don't need to bother the elders too much. He wanted to name his daughter. Zhou Yi agreed and said, not only should we not bother the elders, I think the Ministry of Rites should not bother too much. The prince has two sons, but he can't name his sons himself. The Ministry of Rites has to name them, Zhou Yi said, and winked at the princess next to him. Qinjiao said, it's still early. Zhou Yi, the sooner the better. Qinjiao stood up. Zhang Wuzu, what's wrong? Qinjiao was about to answer. But the prince said first, please take care of my son. We have something to do outside. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu looked at each other. What business could this be? They didn't even care about their son. Qinjiao was more honest than the prince. He said, I haven't been out of the palace for a long time. I take care of the children every day. I want to go out for a walk. I'm really bored. People will get sick if they stay in the palace for a long time. I couldn't go anywhere else last month when I was in the charity bureau. Zhang Zhuzhu suddenly realized and said with a smile, go. Don't worry about the grandson. I will take good care of him. Qinjiao thanked him and walked away with Zhou Yi arm in arm. Zhou Xia was taken back at night. No one knew where the couple went. Li Fu finally saw that his daughter fell asleep. He lay down next to Zhang Luzhu and told her about what happened during the day. Zhang Zhuzhu said, just ignore him. Why get angry? Li Fu, when Xiao grows up, you must teach her well and make sure she reads more. Zhang Zhuzhu, then send her to her aunt. She was talking about Song Zhang. Li Fu, it doesn't matter where you send her. What matters is that you teach her to distinguish right from wrong and see through the truth, so that she won't be deceived, especially by men. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't think so far. She just wanted to wait until her daughter was older. Give her beautiful jewelry and clothes, and take her out to play. Li Fu had already thought of this. Zhang Zhuzhu said, isn't this too early? Li Fu was very serious. You have to start from a young age, so that you won't be deceived when you grow up. Zhang Zhuzhu pulled her husband, calm down. She's only 1 month old. Li Fu sighed. I wasn't worried at first. Li Fu said, today I saw through that man's intention. He actually wanted Xiao to clean up his family's mess. Xiao is our daughter. I don't know how many people will have this idea in the future. We have to guard her, and teach her to guard against it. You don't know? The first person in the Su family who passed the imperial examination and became an official 3 generations ago was because of his good looks. He bewitched the youngest daughter of the then prime minister. That's why he was smooth sailing for decades. Now, the Su family is not as prosperous as before. Li Fu talked about the past. Not only the Su family, many of them are like this. The woman who married down. Her father passed away later, and she wanted the Su family to help her brothers from her natal family. But they were all rejected. She still had to take care of the illegitimate children. Let's put it this way. Zhou Xiyuan is better than him. Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless for a moment after hearing this, as if he was still praising Zhou Xiyuan. Zhou Xiyuan fell asleep at this moment, and he could wake up even if he sneezed. Zhang Zhuzhu, I understand. I'm just afraid of meeting those who climb up the social ladder and have bad intentions. This is what Li Fu meant. Zhang Zhuzhu said, okay. I understand. Let's go to bed first, and we'll talk about this slowly. This is not something that can be explained in a few words, and it will take time to teach you slowly in the future. However, Zhang Zhuzhu is still very confident about her and Li Fu's daughter. Li Fu said, people ridicule women who marry high, saying that they fly up the ladder, and men who marry wives with better family backgrounds than him are capable, which is really unreasonable. Zhang Zhuzhu, the principles in the world are all set by men, and they are not allowed to say it. Snobbery is actually the same for both men and women. and even worse for men. But only women are ridiculed. It doesn't matter if people choose what is good for them. Just like Shou Xiyun. His purpose is very clear, and it's not shameful. I'm afraid that some people will burn bridges after crossing the river, which is too much. It's a pity that people's hearts are hidden, and I don't know how to see clearly. Chapter 425, Engagement Through a Dream. Li Fu's worries were too early. But with Zhang Juju's suggestion, these worries were temporarily put aside. Xiaobao carried Hondo and walked around the room. And the whole room was filled with Hondo's laughter. Because Xiaoxiao was not sleepy. Zhang Zuzu didn't care, and was talking to her mother. Wu Guinyang drank a sip of tea and said, "There is a letter from my hometown." Zhang Zuzu said, "What letter?" Wu Guinyang said, "Your uncle asked me if I can let Xiaobao marry your cousin." Zhang Zuzu heard it and said, "Of course I can't agree. If they are blood relatives, this must be rejected. Zhang Zuzu absolutely does not allow such close relatives to appear in their family. The Wu family is the same. Even now, they haven't given up the idea of marrying close relatives. It seems that the court's propaganda is not enough. But we can't blame the local government entirely. To a certain extent, the marriage between close relatives guarantees that families with blood relations can marry each other, so that they don't have to find wives. It is almost impossible to prevent such things. I don't know if it will be useful to tell them that if they are so close for several generations, the family will be extinct." Wu Guinyang smiled a little embarrassedly, and lowered her voice and said, "Well, let's not talk about the government not allowing close relatives to marry. Well, to be honest, I don't look down on your cousin either. You can say that she doesn't care about her family or anything else. Wu Guinyang has seen many good girls in the past few years. Why doesn't she want her niece to be her daughter-in-law? It's not nice to say this." And Wu Guinyang only dares to talk to her daughter. Zhang Juju didn't say anything wrong about her mother, but just said, "If you don't like her, then don't like her. Anyway, I don't agree to this. When you reply, you must make it clear that I will give my cousin a dowry." Wu Guinyang was very happy to get her daughter's support. "I don't dare to say this to your father. If he hears it, I'm afraid he will think I have no conscience. Whatever he thinks, it doesn't matter. My father is eager to find a good girl who can read and write for Xiaobao. How can he be willing to let my cousin marry him?" Zhang Luju said. Wu Guinyang thought about it, and it made sense. "Forget it. I'll just push it off." Wu Guinyang didn't plan to bother Zhang Duchuan. Hong Do had enough fun. So she climbed onto the bed and leaned on Zhang Juju to rest. "I'm so tired." Zhang Juju gave him a handkerchief and told him to wipe his sweat. Wu Guinyang smiled and looked back at her son. "If you get married earlier, you can hold your own son and play with him in 2 years." Xiao Bao was originally very happy. But now this expression froze on his face, and then faded away little by little. He was happy because the child was not his own. If it was his own, would he still be happy? In the years when Hondo was growing up, he saw clearly how hard Zhang Zhuju and Li Fu, the parents, worked, because Xiao Xiao didn't like to sleep. The couple worried about her every day, and Xiao Bao saw that Li Fu had lost some weight, holding his own child. He was no different from his ancestors. Only children who didn't need to be taken care of by themselves were fun. He looked at Zhang Juju for help. Zhang Juju said, "This is unreasonable. How can you get married and have children just because you want to have fun? This is irresponsible to the child and the child's mother." Wu Guinyang was partial to her son and said, "There is no need for men to take care of children. You two are the only ones who are weird." Zhang Zuzu didn't answer her, turned her head to look at her brother, and said with a smile, "Really?" Xiao Bao never confronted his third sister. "No. A father has to take care of the child. When I was a child, my eldest sister took care of the child the most. So I felt that my father was an unnecessary person in the family." Wu Guinyang was furious. Zhang Juju, a kind father leads to a filial son. A kind father leads to a filial son. And kindness comes first. Wu Guinyang glared at Zhang Juju, but didn't say that again. Zhang Juju didn't remember anything about her cousin. But after 10 days, someone suddenly came to the Zhang family, saying that there were relatives at home. It was the cousin of the eldest uncle's family, who came with his sister. The attitude was very clear, and it was easy to get married. Zhang Juju hadn't seen Wu's relatives for many years. Li Fu asked first, "Did your cousin come?" Zhang Juju didn't react. What cousin? Only my uncle's cousin came. It is said that he brought a dowry. It is said that the old man asked the two young people to get married in a dream. I know about the arranged marriage. But this is the first time I have seen a dream to arrange a marriage. Li Fu quickly pretended that he had never mentioned the cousin and asked, Dream? Zhang Zhuzu, yes. Dream. If my mother doesn't agree, it's unfilial. Li Fu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, I haven't heard of it either. Wu Guiyang had asked her son to hide in the suburbs of Beijing overnight, and she was at home dealing with her nephews and nieces. If she wanted Zhang Zhuzu and Li Fu to think of a good solution. Zhang Zhuzu said, I don't want to care. Let's wait for a while, and then you can find a way. Li Fu, it's a small matter. Marriage through dreams? Even if the old man and the old lady crawled out of the ground and came here with a skeleton, it would be impossible to succeed. They also sent dreams. They are really good at making excuses. The relatives of the Wu family must be worried that they are far away and their kinship will gradually fade in the future, and they will no longer be able to get help from the Zhang family. Zhang Zhuzu didn't want to care about this matter because she advised her mother not to respond to all requests from the Wu family, but only give some basic help. Self-reliance is the most important thing. But Wu Guiyang is soft-hearted. She has helped a lot over the years. She helped secretly, thinking that Zhang Zhuzu didn't know. She didn't think about whether she could hide this daughter. The Zhang family only has one son, Xiao Bao. Everything will belong to him in the future. If it works out, the Wu family will naturally have endless benefits. Wu Guiyang felt embarrassed in front of Zhang Zhuzu, thinking that her niece was not worthy of her son. The Wu family has also put aside their kinship and revealed their calculating faces. Li Fu now has a way to deal with this matter. But he knows what Zhang Zhuzu means. He wants his mother-in-law to be educated a little to avoid greater trouble in the future. Wu Guiyang is really worried. Her eldest nephew keeps using the word filial piety to pressure her. But she is not a good speaker. She can only have a headache and is very distressed. Zhang Dachuan is almost the same. They say that close relatives are not allowed to marry in the capital. But they don't listen. They say that the Wu family is not from the capital and can't control it. The Wu family settled down in the Zhang family and had to treat them with good food and drink every day. Except for the marriage. Wu Guiyang was very accommodating. It was a pity for Xiao Bao, who lived in a farm in the suburbs of Beijing and had no home to return to. It was naturally very unwilling that the people from the Wu family could not see each other. So they came to the Li family that day and planned to have a good talk with Zhang Zhuzu. Everyone knew that the Zhang family had today's glory because of this third daughter. The brothers and sisters of the Wu family discussed it and thought that Zhang Zhuzu must have been behind the scenes, since they were young. When their elders joked about getting closer to each other, Zhang Zhuzu was unhappy. And now it must be her. Chapter 426 Don't Divorce Me. Zhang Zhuzu had also made preparations long ago. Her preparation was Li Fu. Li Fu had waited at home on purpose that day. But his mind was not on this matter, but walking around with his baby daughter in his arms, playing with the child. Zhang Zhuzu felt dizzy and said, Are you tired? Li Fu remained calm and said, No. Xiao is very light. How heavy is a little girl who is more than 1 month old? Li Fu had no difficulty holding her. Zhang Zhuzu laughed. And Li Fu continued, It's a bit difficult for me to hold Hongdo. Zhang Zhuzu had long been unable to hold Hongdo, and said, When he comes back in the afternoon, you can carry him back from the door. It is inevitable for children to compete for favor, especially since Hongdo had to go to school, and he was not at home all day. There was also a little girl named Xiao at home. He was very well behaved and did not say anything sour. But Zhang Zhuzu could see his thoughts. Li Fu also guessed it and said, Then I will tell him about his childhood. The two of them had no partiality. And Hongdo was also raised by Li Fu in this way. The two talked about the child for a while. And the person they wanted to meet came to the door. Li Fu sent the child back. And Zhang Zhuzu went to pick him up by herself. The two cousins of the Wu family were over 30 years old. And their wives were about the same age. The cousin was still young, so she was considered an old woman. Because of Wu Guiyang's generous support over the years, they all dressed well and looked wealthy. Especially the cousin, who was probably in puberty and ate well, and grew into a little fat girl. Zhang Jingjin sent someone to say that there were many people who wanted to marry this cousin, and that the family was well off to raise a girl like this. Wu Guiyang and Zhang Dachuan came. But they didn't look very happy. Zhang Juju also saw that the gold bracelet on Wu Guiyang's hand was gone, and was in the hands of the eldest cousin's wife. She almost laughed out loud, guessing that her mother had suffered a great loss. Looking at her face, which was so sagging, and had a few more wrinkles, Zhang Juju smiled and asked the cousin to sit next to her, saying, I should have gone there. But it's not even 100 days old. So it's not easy to go out. I'd like to trouble my cousin and his wife to come and see me together. Although Wu Daoang was a little unhappy. He was a cousin who had just given birth to a child. So he couldn't say anything. The eldest cousin's wife smiled and said, No. No. We are family. Cousin. Just take a rest. Don't be so polite. Zhang Juju also smiled and said, I haven't seen you for many years. And you are in better spirits. I wonder if the nephews and nieces at home are doing well. And why you didn't bring them with you. The eldest cousin's wife sighed and said, Cousin. You don't know. We came here in a hurry. All for Xiaobao and Huaner's marriage. Wu Daoang finally spoke up and said, This is all entrusted by our ancestors. Cousin. You see that my little cousin is still not married at this age. And the ancestors can't stand it. They didn't just hint at it. They said it out loud? Zhang Zuzu laughed and said, It's still our Wu family's ancestors who are so worried. Our Zhang family's ancestors are not worried in the underworld. Look at what's going on. The scene was very interesting for a while. She obviously disliked the Wu family's ancestors for being nosy. But she couldn't say anything unpleasant. Zhang Dachuan had been angry for so many days. And when he heard Zhang Juju's yin and yang here, he immediately felt better. That is to say, Zhang Barui, his youngest son, is the grandson of the Zhang family. If he doesn't get married, it should be the ancestors of the Zhang family who should be worried. How can it be the turn of the Wu family? The Wu family can't control the Zhang family. Really? If I had known, I would have come directly to his family's center. Look at what he said. How nice it sounds. This mouth is different from others. Wu Daoang frowned. Sister, why are you so disrespectful to our ancestors? Zhang Juju laughed. How can I be disrespectful? I am praising the ancestors of the Wu family. The eldest cousin's wife said directly, If you are really respectful, then this marriage. Zhang Juju, you just arrived in the capital. Jingyao Prefecture does not advocate close relatives to marry. Do you know this? Wu Daoang really didn't care. He widened his eyes and said, The words of the ancestors are no more useful than the Jingyao Prefecture. The ancestors can also harm future generations. Look at Huaner. How healthy she is. She will definitely give birth to a boy for your Zhang family. Don't listen to the nonsense of the Jingyao Prefecture. Wu Huan also lowered her head shyly. She was only 16 years old and had been brainwashed by her family, who told her that she would have a good life if she married into the Zhang family. Now she didn't know how to refute it. Zhang Juju looked persuaded. That's right. It's also very good to have a close relationship. Wu Guiyang and Zhang Dachuan both widened their eyes. At this time, Li Fu walked in. He looked very serious and cold. When he saw his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he just nodded slightly. And no one else looked at him. Zhang Zuju hurriedly stood up, went forward to salute Li Fu, called him husband, asked him to sit on his chair, sent his cousin to the side, and earnestly served tea and water, replacing the maid's work. She said, Husband, this is a relative from my maternal grandfather's family. They came here today for the marriage of my cousin and my brother. Li Fu raised his eyes and frowned and said, Cousin and brother? How can this marriage be possible? He threw the teacup on the table, making a clanging sound. Zhang Juju was immediately frightened and burst into tears. She dared not move and even trembled. Husband, calm down. Calm down. I said something wrong. Li Fu was unmoved and her face became even uglier. Not only Zhang Juju was frightened, but also Wu Guiyang and Zhang Dachuan. You know, Li Fu usually served tea and water to Zhang Juju, and it seems that she even washed her feet. The relatives of the Wu family were even more confused. Zhang Juju used her superb acting skills to hold back her tears, and smiled at everyone, saying, My husband is busy with government affairs. Please forgive me. She poured another cup of tea, touched it with both hands, and was very respectful. Wu Daoang and his wife looked at each other, thinking that this was blind. Li Fu said coldly, I opposed close relatives' marriage when I was in Jingyao Prefecture. Even the crown prince refused to marry his mother's cousin. If my own brother-in-law married a blood cousin, how could I gain a foothold in the court? Zhang Zhuzhu's voice was as thin as a mosquito. I'm sorry, husband. I don't know these things, Li Fu continued. I am walking on thin ice in the court, trembling with fear. I don't know how many people are waiting to catch me. But you are creating a handle and handing it to others. What's the matter? Do you think I am living too happily? Zhang Zhuzhu's tears fell again, and she shook her head. No, I don't. I don't know these things. How can I understand the court affairs? She grabbed Li Fu's arm. Husband, don't divorce me. We still have a pair of children. Xiao Xiao is only more than a month old. Husband, she cried miserably. And everyone in the Wu family was shocked. Wu Guiyang and Zhang Dachuan were dumbfounded. But they kept silent. Chapter 427. I'm very tired. Zhang Wuzu cried sincerely, and was very touching. But Li Fu just sat there coldly and unmoved. She cried for a while, and Li Fu showed an impatient look and said, I have my own way in my younger brother's marriage. If you cause me trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless even for the sake of the two children. After he said that, he got up and left. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her relatives and parents awkwardly, and chased after them, shouting husband, husband. When they turned the corner, Li Fu's pace slowed down. Zhang Zhuzhu was still crying a moment ago, but now she had a smile on her face, and said to Li Fu, Oh, what a heartless and ungrateful man. He wants to abandon me, his wife. Li Fu also looked at her helplessly. I'm happy now. It's not that he has no other way to deal with this matter. But Zhang Zhuzhu is a bit addicted to drama. The two talked about this last night, and Zhang Zhuzhu suddenly had an idea, saying that this would permanently dissuade relatives who wanted to extort money, and there would be no more trouble from then on. Li Fu didn't quite agree. He also pursued a certain reputation. If he acted so viciously, wouldn't the Wu family spread his bad reputation in that area when they returned? Li Fu didn't want to. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't explain her reason seriously, and she refuted Li Fu very arrogantly. Li Fu was worried about not having a good reputation. But did Zhang Zhuzhu have a good reputation? Zhang Zhuzhu is a famous fierce woman in the capital. She did not allow her husband to take a concubine, and only gave her husband a son. As for this daughter, many people think that the daughter is not counted. Useless. Some people think that Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu are in love. But there are always people gossiping that Zhang Zhuzhu is fierce and jealous, and has caused many things, and is not a good match. Zhang Zhuzhu has always been bearing such a reputation, but no one dares to say it in front of her. They are all husband and wife. Why is it that only she has a bad reputation? Li Fu has to taste it too. Li Fu was unable to refute this argument, and could only obey. Then, there was today's big drama. Zhang Zhuzhu showed a happy and proud smile. Happy. Very happy. Li Fu said with a smile, my reputation is bad. I am afraid you will also be implicated. People will say you are blind and made the wrong choice. Zhang Zhuzhu was very calm about this and said, more than that. People will also say that I shouldn't have climbed up the social ladder in the first place. And I felt badly after climbing up the social ladder. I have this day, and it is my own fault. Men are cold and indifferent. I don't know what is good for me. If Zhang Zhuzhu lives a good life, it is because of good luck. If she lives a bad life, it is her fate. She is stupid. She took Li Fu's arm and said, don't worry. It won't have much impact on you. A man's reputation is generally not bad. Even a murderer and arsonist can turn back. Not to mention that he just abandoned his wife. And he didn't abandon his son. Men's morality is something that has no upper or lower limit. And it is easy to be forgotten. It's really enviable. Li Fu got closer to her and said, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Zhuzhu's reputation is indeed not very good, which is something that even Li Fu can't do anything about, even if he explains to everyone one by one. Some rumors are inevitable. Li Fu has all-powerful means, but he can only make others shut up, but can't make them change their minds. And Zhang Zhuzhu is the one who bears all this. Li Fu just hates that he can't take her place. Zhang Zhuzhu said, well, I'm very hard. Please understand me more. After she finished speaking, she laughed first, and Li Fu tidied up her hair at the temples. I'm afraid I don't understand it well. Even a couple as close as them can't understand each other in everything. Zhang Zhuzhu, it doesn't matter. I don't ask for much. She never expected Li Fu to fully understand her. And Li Fu did a good job and cooperated with her. Li Fu, that won't work. I ask for much. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help but widen her eyes after hearing this. This is the first time I've seen such a request. Li Fu said, of course I'm the best. Everything must be the best. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that in this kind of thing, there's no need to be too competitive. In the main room, the relatives of the Wu family were looking at the old couple of the Zhang family. Wu Dalong's brows were twisted like a knot. And he said, Uncle? Aunt? Third cousin. She lives like this. This is too miserable. Zhang Zhuzhu had just given birth to a child, and she was worried that Li Fu would divorce her. Li Fu didn't even take them. Her relatives. Seriously? She was too ruthless to bully them in front of others. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang were in a complicated mood. The couple looked at each other. Of course, they couldn't ruin the show between their daughter and son-in-law, so they could only show helpless expressions. Zhang Dachuan held back for a long time and said, the third son-in-law is usually very good. He is not like this. Wu Guinyang was worried that this would be exposed. She only heard her eldest niece-in-law say, Aunt, you don't understand. He must pretend in front of others. But he won't pretend today. This means that he doesn't take us poor relatives seriously at all. Zhang Dachuan didn't know that his words had just worked. The more true this kind of thing is, the more it should be covered up and not let people know. Everyone said that their cousin from the Wu family married to the capital and enjoyed a good life. Now look. She is enjoying a good life? Oh! What good life is she enjoying? I don't know how she is suffering behind the scenes. What's good about marrying up? If she had been honest and married to the Wu family, how could she have suffered so much? Mrs. Wu couldn't remember how much benefit the Wu family had gained from Zhang Zhuzhu at this moment. She was busy mocking this cousin who climbed up the ladder. Wu Dalam also sighed repeatedly. He looked at his sister and said, Is this marriage really not going to work? A brother-in-law is interfering in his brother-in-law's marriage. Isn't this hand stretching too far? But what if they are too far? They are just making rules. And rules are set by them. Wu Guinyang said hurriedly, Alas! You can see that this marriage is indeed not going to happen. Wu Desatsi looked at her aunt's anxious look and thought that she was happy. The method of the ancestor's dream couldn't suppress the Zhang family. So what should they do? There are so many cousins who get married. Why does the court still care about this? Wu Daoan couldn't help asking. Zhang Dachuan said, It seems that it is said that children born from blood-related marriages are more likely to die. Wu Daoan frowned after hearing this. There are so many children who die prematurely. It's because the woman is not in good health that the child is prone to die prematurely. Look at Huaner. She is in such good health that people from all over the country come to propose marriage. The threshold of the house is broken. What a broken rule. Li Fu is a stinky boy. What does he know? It is indeed very common for children to die prematurely nowadays. If 3 out of 5 survive, it is considered good. Infectious diseases, pregnancy diseases, and genetic defects in children cannot be prevented. But the mortality rate and disability rate of children born from close relatives are much higher than ordinary ones. Wu Daoan did not understand this truth. But he attacked this regulation not because of the truth or falsehood, but only because of interests. Zhang Zhuzhu thought, They are all relatives. Why bother? Chapter 428 Zhang's Good Son-in-Law. The greed of the human heart is endless. Wu Guinyang is thinking about her brothers, nephews, nieces, and even grandchildren. She always tries to find a way to give some of the money Zhang Zhuzhu gives her to her family. With her help, the Wu family is at least dozens of times better off than before. Not to mention the fine clothes and delicious food. This should be enough. In the world, how many families can have no worries about food and drink? They have lived well enough. But after knowing that Wu Guinyang planned to marry her son, they immediately turned their attention to the only son of the Zhang family. Their Wu family can have so much help. And Zhang Zhuzhu, the biological sister, can definitely give more to her brother. If the daughter of the Wu family is married, then these subsidies will have a legitimate reason and become the Wu family's. They seem to have forgotten something. They were able to get the benefits because Wu Guinyang was kind and cared about them. If they had a conscience, they should be grateful for this, instead of greedily seeking more, and even making up a lie that the ancestors had dreamt to arrange the marriage. But people are so difficult to control their desires. Not only do they not control them, but when these improper desires cannot be satisfied, they also show their hideous faces and resent the people they should be grateful to. That's how it comes to gratitude for a little rice and hatred for a big rice. Wu Guiyang felt a little regret in her heart. She didn't understand why her son had to marry a girl from the Wu family, when she could obviously marry a better wife. Let's not talk about the past. Is Wu Huan worthy of her son now? Zhang Zhuzhu walked in at this time. She had washed her face, and only faint traces of crying were seen. She walked forward, forced a smile, and said, "My husband. He is usually very good. But there have been things in the court these days, and he is in a bad mood. I can't help him. Don't misunderstand. Cousin and cousin." Everyone in the Wu family looked at each other, and thought in their hearts that it seems that their cousin's life is really difficult. Even now, she still has to whitewash it. It's pitiful. It's really pitiful. They thought so in their hearts. But they were still very polite on the surface. Wu's wife smiled and said, I know. All men are like this. Your cousin sometimes pushes me at home. Men are tired outside. Zhang Zhuzhu looked back at her cousin and thought, wow, he is a domestic violence man. I have never seen my cousin like this before. It seems that he has been living too well in recent years. He has become arrogant, and even hit his wife. Look at his future. What kind of person is he? Zhang Zhuzhu complained madly in her heart, sighed again, and said, this marriage will never happen. Wu Daoan said, sister, can't you think of a way? Zhang Zhuzhu smiled bitterly, if they get together, I am afraid I will have to pack my bags and leave this house. The main room was quiet. The Wu family still knew what was important. If Zhang Zhuzhu was really divorced, then all their good days would be over. Because of Li Fu's bad attitude, Wu Daoan left with his people in anger, without even having lunch. Wu Guiyang and Zhang Dachuan stayed. Zhang Zhuzhu sent away the uninvited guests, swept away the previous resentful look, and said, Dad, Mom, what do you want to eat at noon? I'll ask someone to make it. Wu Guiyang looked unhappy and said, how can I still eat? The relatives who had helped for several years were so forced. And they even asked their daughter and son-in-law for help. Wu Guiyang was depressed. Zhang Dachuan was better, saying, you two agreed to put on a show early in the morning. Why didn't you inform us first? In case it was exposed again. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and said, no. Just act casually. My cousins won't be able to see it. This play was so perfunctory that Zhang Zhuzhu didn't even enjoy it. Wu Guiyang said, your reputation outside. If they go to ask about it, it will be exposed. Zhang Zhuzhu thought, what's wrong with my reputation? She said, how much can they find out? Not to mention how outsiders know things. Mother, don't worry. The daughter-in-law is definitely not Huaner's cousin. Wu Guiyang frowned. Look at how much she eats. How fat she is. Zhang Zhuzhu disagreed with this and said, it's okay if she's a little fat. What's the big deal? Even if she is a fairy, you won't look down on her. The daughter-in-law that Wu Guiyang wanted so much was not like that. Wu Huan was a little girl. What did she know? Just now, she saw Zhang Zhuzhu crying, and she was still anxious. But she was timid and didn't dare to speak. She was just a girl who was controlled and manipulated by her brother, and had no power to refute. Wu Guiyang was the same. She didn't find fault with her nephew and niece's wife, but disliked a girl. Is this the point? Wu Guiyang was embarrassed and didn't say anything. Zhang Dachuan hurriedly said, okay. Okay. Let's just let it go. We can't quarrel as a family. Zhang Dachuan knew that Wu Guiyang helped her family. He was stingy. But Wu Guiyang got benefits from her daughters. And he couldn't get any. So he just didn't bother to say anything. Unexpectedly, they came all the way here. Zhang Dachuan was glad that he was put in jail by Zhang Daqiu early. Without Zhang Daqiu's instigation, his parents were much more honest. He occasionally helped his brother's wife and two nephews. And they were also well behaved. Li Fu heard that the bad guest had left. So he brought the girl over to avoid the quarrel between mother and daughter. Wu Guiyang took her granddaughter over and said, son-in-law, I am sorry to trouble you. Li Fu said, please don't misunderstand me as rude. The couple quickly said no. Li Fu was filial to them, just like his own son. Wu Guiyang said, I'm sorry to have you become the bad guy. Li Fu said, it's okay. A few words will not be believed if it is spread out. If he went outside and said that he had done something to Zhang's relatives, no one would believe it. Li Fu's good reputation has been for too long, and it can't be destroyed by a few words. Zhang Dachuan said, you two have no other options. Zhang Zhuzhu, there are other options. But this is the most effective. In our family, Li Fu is the one we cannot afford to offend. Li Fu disagrees. So this cannot be done. Then let your brother go home? Wu Guinyang said. Zhang Zuzhu, no. What if your cousin is unwilling and wants to make it a done deal? Wu Guinyang was shocked. Ah, this can't be done. He is your cousin. He can't do this. Zhang Zuzhu smiled. Then let your brother come back. Wu Guinyang really didn't dare. No. No. What if it really affects Sanling's future? Zhang Zuzhu looked at her mother with a half-smile. Now her mother was also a person who could speak sweet words. Don't worry about this. She spoiled her mother's show, saying, this rule was not made specifically to prevent children from dying, but to prevent generations of aristocratic families from marrying each other and being inseparable. Our family doesn't have much family history. Zhang Zuzhu thought her mother was interesting. She had said before that she didn't like the girls of the Wu family, but now she was embarrassed to say it. Wu Guinyang's face flushed. Li Fu held Zhang Zuzhu and said, you are tired all morning. Let your father-in-law and mother-in-law rest first, and we can talk after dinner. Zhang Zuzhu glared at Li Fu. Wu Guinyang thought to herself, what a good son-in-law. What a good son-in-law. Chapter 429, Fighting for Favor. Zhang Zuzhu's move was effective immediately. The relatives of the Wu family had to stop talking about the engagement through dreams. They sincerely believed that without Zhang Zuzhu, the Zhang family would be finished. If the Zhang family was finished, they would also be implicated. They might not understand other things, but they knew this matter clearly. When Zhang Zuzhu told Qin Jiao about this, Qin Jiao immediately opened his eyes wide and said, I have to give it a try. Qin Jiao's relatives also had unreasonable expectations of her, which made Qin Jiao very upset. If she fell out of favor, there might be less trouble. Zhang Zuzhu said hurriedly, I'm afraid it won't work here. Qin Jiao thought about it and sighed again. That's right. There are so many people watching me here. If I show a little bit of disfavor, I'm afraid my two sons will have to eat steamed bread that night. In their palace, there are many cases of flattering the powerful and trampling the weak. Now the emperor is old, and the prince is in his prime and has no rivals. If Qin Jiao, the crown princess, falls out of favor, someone will immediately send other women to the East Palace. Qin Jiao has two sons. So what? As long as she falls out of favor, her two sons will be hated by the prince. And there is no need to say what will happen to them. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, how many people will be jealous when they see you? But don't say such things, and let down the prince's hard work. Qin Jiao said, I know. I won't tell him. Zhou Yi has done this for her. Qin Jiao has nothing to complain about. She is very grateful to Zhou Yi. She will work hard for the rest. She now not only sees Zhang Zuzhu often, but also other ladies. Her reputation and prestige as the crown princess are no longer what they used to be. Zhang Zuzhu stayed in the palace for most of the day and went back in the afternoon. When she left, she was stopped by the crown prince at the palace gate. Zhou Yi has questions to ask her. Qin Jiao has been getting busier and busier these days, and she has no time to care about her husband and children. Zhou Yi was very worried about this. He was also very curious about how Zhang Zuzhu could care about Li Fu while taking care of so many things. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, Your Highness, are you going to compete for favor? Zhou Yi was almost choked and said, What does this have to do with competing for favor? Zhang Zuzhu said, The crown princess is in charge of many things, and there are two children, and your highness is your husband. Now you want to win her attention, which is of course competing for favor. This is competing for favor. Zhou Yi was silent for a long time, and then he gritted his teeth and said, Then how should I compete? Compete for favor. It's okay if his wife doesn't care about him all day. Zhang Zuzhu laughed. Of course we fought openly. Your highness is the husband of the crown princess, not an outsider. You deserve the crown princess's concern for you. Now she can't take care of you. Just tell her, and she will care about you. Zhou Yi didn't think of this. He said, Is it that simple? Zhang Zuzhu, it's that simple. Otherwise what's the point of having a family? If the crown prince has many wives and concubines in the harem, then the crown princess will naturally not be the only one who cares about him. Whatever I want Li Fu to do, and whatever Li Fu asks of me, we will tell them clearly. Zhang Zuzhu continued, Your highness and the crown princess only have each other. They are the closest couple. There is no need to hide anything. As for face, It's too hard to care about this behind closed doors. Zhang Zuzu didn't need to guess. Zhou Yi must be too embarrassed, thinking that he was too hypocritical to want his wife to care about him. In fact, there was no need. People need to be cared for and loved. Even the crown prince of the dynasty. Zhou Yi bowed to Zhang Zuzu. Thank you for your reminder, sister-in-law. I understand. Zhang Zuzu returned the greeting and left. Zhou Yi's face was almost gone after these years. So he made a request to the crown princess at night. Qin Jiao admitted very frankly that it was indeed her fault. But there was a reason for it. She didn't do it on purpose. And now she apologized to the crown prince and said she would correct it. Then Zhou Yi successfully got the care he wanted. People's energy is limited. Some things that are taken for granted are sometimes ignored and need to be reminded. He talked about this with Li Fu again. Li Fu thought that you came to me to show off. Then you really found the wrong person. Li Fu only said, Your Highness and the crown princess are in love. This is a good thing. Zhou Yi nodded, yes. A great thing. The reason why Qin Jiao was busy was also because of Zhou Yi. He was willing to let the crown princess have some power, which was a good thing for her and their son. Here, the matter that made the Zhang family anxious and angry finally had a clue. Lin Weining worked hard to find out the news. Wu Guiyang was invited to the Li family. And Xiao Bao, who had been hiding outside for many days, finally showed up and returned to the capital. When he saw Zhang Zuzu, he complained, When will the cousins leave? I feel like a thief and can't even go back to my own home. Zhang Zuzu, come on. You are not happy living in the mountains. And no one cares about you. Dozens of people serve you. And you eat a basket of melons. She has a big house halfway up the mountain. In the summer, it is a good place to escape the heat. Zhang Zuzu just gave birth to a child. So it is not easy to go there. This year, this younger brother got it. Xiaobao laughed and said, Then I have no home to go back to. So I can only hide there. I am also miserable. Zhang Zuzu didn't see where he was miserable. Xiaobao said again, I heard that you let your brother-in-law play the villain for once. As for such a big commotion, you still let your brother-in-law go. Zhang Zuzu said, After all, the surname is Wu, and they are my mother's nephews and nieces. No matter how many tricks I have, I can't use them on them. You too. Just don't see them. But if you do see them, you have to be polite. Xiaobao said, They are forcing me to get married, and I still have to be polite. Zhang Zuzu, being polite to them is to give face to my mother, not to them. Wu Guiyang's surname is also Wu. If her own son and daughter quarreled with her own nephews and nieces, she would be sad. There is no need for this. Xiaobao nodded after listening to the explanation. Lin Weining was telling Wu Guiyang about the girl's family background. Zhang Zuzu listened to it from the side, and had to say that her mother-in-law was really dedicated to this matter. She really found a girl who had the same hobbies as Xiaobao. The family had been in the Imperial Observatory for 3 generations. In this generation, the son passed the Imperial examination and became an official. The older daughter also became a nun smoothly. Only the youngest daughter was left, who liked some unorthodox ways. For women, many things are unorthodox ways. The family had no way to deal with her. They wanted to propose marriage, but the girl didn't have this idea, and the family didn't dare to say anything to her. Lin Weining suddenly looked at Zhang Zuzu. It's interesting to say that she wants to go to the women's school to study. I just heard about her. Chapter 430. Let me test you. Zhang Zuzu was not interested at first, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but praise her for her good vision. Whether Xiaobao gets married or not is a small matter. She wants to get to know this sister. Wu Guiyang was a little anxious after hearing this, and said, She wants to go to a girls' school? As Zhang Zuzu's biological mother, Wu Guiyang did not agree with her daughter's unemployment. But Zhang Zuzu was not subject to her, so it was useless for her to say anything. As for her daughter-in-law, Wu Guiyang still hoped that she would have some majesty as a mother-in-law. This girl wanted to go to a girls' school, and it was obvious that she was speculating with Zhang Zuzu. How could she have face after getting married? Zhang Zuzu said, Mother, don't ask for too much. Her family has been officials for generations. Her brother passed the imperial examination and became an official. Her sister also married into an official family. Look at how good her family background is. It's not that Zhang Zuzu is trying to ruin her family. With this family background, her daughter won't have to worry about getting married. Look, Her sister is married. It's just that this girl's hobbies are different from others. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? Wu Guiyang turned around and glared at Zhang Luzhu, then glared at her son fiercely, saying, "Look, they all became officials. You have studied for so many years. Why can't you do it?" Xiaobao lowered his head and said nothing. Of course he studied hard. But some people are not born to be good at studying. If you ask them to study hard, they will want to hang themselves. What can we do about it? Lin Weiying hurriedly persuaded her mother-in-law. Xiaobao naturally has his merits. And not everyone has to study to succeed. Lin Weiying originally wanted to find a virtuous woman who could persuade her husband to study after marriage. Li Fu went to persuade her, saying that Xiaobao was just like his elder brother, and was indeed not good at studying. It would be better to find someone with similar hobbies. Otherwise it would be too painful. Wu Guiyang sighed. It's also my fault that I didn't live up to expectations. I only gave birth to him. If I had given birth to more, I wouldn't have this trouble. Xiaobao was like a little quail, with his eyebrows lowered and his eyes obedient. And he didn't say a word. Lin Weiying said, "You are still young. In 18 years, your grandson will be an adult. You will definitely get what you want." Wu Guiyang nodded and asked her daughter-in-law to give birth to 2 more grandsons. There must be one who can study. So she cheered up again and said, "You are afraid that others will not like Xiaobao." Lin Weiying said, "Don't worry about it. To be honest, Xiaobao has brothers-in-law like Sanlang and Zhu. There is no need to worry about marriage. It's just that we want to find a good family, and a good girl who lives sincerely. This is much more difficult. But if you want to send an unpopular or beautiful girl to the Zhang family to build a relationship, I am afraid that there will be chaos inside and outside." Lin Weiying also said, "Speaking of which, there is another benefit. If Xiaobao and this girl get married, he, as a son-in-law, can inherit his father-in-law's status and work in the Imperial Observatory in the future." When Wu Guiyang heard this, her expression really improved. This benefit is still worth it. Zhang Zhuzu thought. How miserable it is. The father's things can't be given to the daughter, but to the son-in-law. There is nothing more miserable than being a woman. Wu Guiyang turned around and asked Xiaobao, "What do you think?" Xiaobao said hesitantly, "I don't know. I have to ask the girl." Now that no one has seen it, he naturally can't say anything. He was greatly influenced by Zhang Zhuzu and felt that marriage is not only the parents' orders and matchmakers' words, but also requires the willingness of both parties. Blind marriage is not acceptable. And it is not acceptable if only one party is willing. So the matter was handed over to Zhang Zhuzu. On a hot day, Zhang Zhuzu found an excuse to invite many people to play outside Beijing. For this girl, she invited her sister and hinted that she should bring her sister along. The family has been worried about the marriage of their youngest daughter for a long time. Although the Zhang family's background is not good enough, now is the time to try. It would be great if the 2 young people can find each other. If not, it's fine. They don't have to catch the Li family to do anything. Li Fu whispered to Zhang Zhuzu. The Bao family doesn't care much about this matter. But the second girl Bao's husband's family is very worried. Zhang Zhuzu said, "Will it implicate you?" Li Fu said, "If it will implicate me, will you still care about my brother's marriage?" Zhang Zhuzu looked at him speechlessly. This was no different from asking her which one she would save first to Xiaobao, and he fell into the water. Li Fu said, "It's just a joke. You forgot that the second girl is a concubine's daughter. Miss Bao San and her eldest sister are from the same mother. Her eldest sister's husband's family is not bad. It is only right to help her when the time comes. Becoming a family, it is inevitable that you will implicate me, and I will implicate you. This cannot be distinguished. After all, this is an era of collective responsibility." Miss Bao De was trying to persuade her younger sister. And Miss Bao San said, "If I marry into the Zhang family, can I go to the women's school?" The 2 sisters look very similar. But Miss Bao San is taller and looks more lively. Miss Bao De, why are you still thinking about this? You don't repent? Miss Bao Rua turned around, not wanting to quarrel with her sister. She took out the things she had prepared in advance from her sleeve and said, "Sister, ask someone to send this over. This is the question I asked. If he can't answer it, I won't accept it." Miss Bao De felt her head buzzing and said, "If you don't accept it, what are you going to do? You want to go to heaven." Miss Bao Rua, you said he didn't want to take the imperial examination. And I came here because he has the same hobbies as me. I won't agree to your lies. Miss Bauta didn't say anything for a long time, but still asked someone to send the things over. Xiao Bao took a look and said, "Why can she test me? I want to test her too." So he wrote one and sent it over. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at Li Fu, who was fanning herself with a fan, and said, "Let's forget it. This will work, right?" Li Fu comforted Zhang Zhuzhu. "We are all children." After they finished talking, they went out to meet the guests. After a while, the maid came to Zhang Zhuzhu and said, "My husband and Miss Bao San are asking questions back and forth. They have already asked the fourth question. They said they must decide who is better and see who can embarrass the other." Zhang Zhuzhu chose to remain silent. At this time, Miss Bauta came to find Zhang Zhuzhu, and she also showed an embarrassed and helpless expression, saying, "Please forgive me, Miss San. My sister is stubborn." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It's okay, kid. It's the same for everyone." The two sisters were very considerate of each other's situation. They were asking questions enthusiastically. And finally it was Miss Bao San who was stumped first. After all, she was younger, and Xiao Bao had a sister like Zhang Zhuzhu, so it was okay to be stumped. Xiao Bao came to Zhang Zhuzhu triumphantly, and told her how he won. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her brother and said, "You stumped her. And then? What are you going to do?" Xiao Bao said, "Then I will teach her later." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Did you see what she looked like?" Xiao Bao, "I saw it. She pretended to be her maid to deliver the questions. I saw it." Zhang Zhuzhu didn't expect there would be such a thing. Now she will go to ask the other side to see what they think. Chapter 431, There is always someone who has to cry. Bao Rua was being scolded because she was found out for wearing the maid's clothes. She was very dissatisfied and said, "I changed my clothes and jewelry specially. How could anyone see it?" Bao's eldest sister, "You are a fool. Are all people fools? If you have eyes, you should be able to see it. Even the young master of the Zhang family can't see it. And the people around his sister can't see it either. Maybe they are going to say that you are uneducated right now. Whose maid is not well behaved?" When she ran over, she must have looked left and right, up and down, and looked at her all over. Which maid can have such courage? She must be desperate. How can you not see this? The eldest sister of the Bao family asked people to keep an eye on her younger sister and prepared to go over to apologize. Bao Ruo stopped her eldest sister at this time and said, "Sister, I think it's okay." She had also seen a lot of people, and only the one today was like-minded with her and looked okay. Why not just leave it like this? Anyway, we are all going to get married. The eldest sister was stunned for a moment. And then she reacted. She rolled her eyes at her younger sister and said, "If you think it's okay, it doesn't work." Bao Ruo was about to refute, but her eldest sister continued, "This is not a one-time deal. If you think you like him, that's the first thing. I have to go and see him. And my parents have to go and see him. And then go and ask carefully to see if he has any bad habits. It's not like you can see him today and marry him tomorrow." Although their family was anxious, it was not a good thing to rush. Bao Ruo was surprised to hear this and said, "I thought you were eager for me to get married right away." She was 17 years old, and her family was urging her so much that she felt like she was about to be kicked out. Bao's eldest sister, "Of course not. No matter how much they urge you, they are not asking you to get married casually. You don't have to worry about the rest." After saying this, Bao's eldest sister left in a hurry. Zhang Zhuzhu had just sent her brother away, and was caught by someone to ask some family questions. Her former sisters were all grown up, and now they had to face these things. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu were in harmony, so she took on this important task. When the eldest sister of the Bao family came over, she heard a woman say, "If I had known I would marry 2 years later, I would have been Sister Zhuzhu's sister-in-law." Zhang Zhuzhu was about to refute the joke, but another woman said, "I'm different. I envy Xiao Xiao the most. If I were reincarnated 20 years later, I might be sister's daughter. That's good. I want it too. Then I can spend the summer in the manor on the mountain. I want that new boat, made by the craftsman from the south. I don't want anything else. I want a father like my brother-in-law. My father is really outrageous. I've been married for 2 years, and he wants to take back the dowry he gave me and use it as a betrothal gift for my half-brother. You are too outrageous. You can't give it to me. I won't give it to you. That was the dowry my mother left for me." A group of young women were talking here, and finally they all agreed that it would be best to be reborn as Zhang Zhuzhu's daughter. Zhang Zhuzhu counted the number of people, thinking that if she was reborn as a rabbit in her next life, maybe one birth would satisfy their wishes. Forget about this life. She squeezed out of the crowd and saw the eldest sister of the Bao family. The other party said first, "My girl is really not stable." Let the third grandmother see it and laugh. Zhang Zhuzhu pointed to the married young women who were talking beside her and said with a smile, "Whether they are stable or not, what does it matter? None of them are stable after they get married. In this way, she doesn't care about Bao Ruo pretending to be a maid." The eldest sister of the Bao family smiled and said, "You are right." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "My brother is really unstable. He has read so many books in the past few years, but he still failed the imperial examination. I am afraid that hope is gone. This is something that should be made clear at the beginning." The eldest sister of the Bao family actually hopes that her younger sister can marry an official and stand on her own. The Zhang family is obviously counting on Zhang Zhuzhu. When the time comes, she will be in trouble. Zhang Zhuzhu, the married aunt, is the one who makes the decision in the family. If the younger sister marries, she will not only have to look at the face of her mother-in-law, but also the face of her aunt. It will be difficult. The eldest sister of the Bao family thought of this and shamelessly talked about it. It doesn't matter if she didn't study. Not everyone in the world can study. My sister has always wanted to go to the girls' school. She is not very proficient in virtue, speech, appearance and merit. If she really succeeds, I'm afraid someone will need to take care of her carefully. Zhang Zhuzhu heard her say the word take care of and realized what she meant. Excuse me for being blunt, but since you're married, you're no longer a child. I don't think it's necessary to take care of you. No one can take care of anyone for a lifetime, Zhang Zhuzhu said. After Xiaobao got married, Zhang Zhuzhu would not interfere in the affairs of the couple. She had to persuade her mother to stop interfering. Especially these two people. They are obviously not the children that meet the expectations of the elders. And this cannot be changed through marriage. What Zhang Zhuzhu doesn't understand the most is that everyone generally thinks that an unreliable person will become reliable after marriage. To borrow a sentence she saw before, that's marriage, not practice. The eldest sister of the Bao family looked at her and didn't want to care at all. Children still need to be cared for, she said. It's not good to care too much. And it's even worse to ignore it. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that this family was quite careful. At least they were very cautious about their daughter's marriage. She said, I can only ask when I have time. The two chatted for a while, and the Bao family asked more questions. But Zhang Zhuzhu didn't ask anything. Lin Weining had already found out about the Bao family and Bao Ruo. And today he asked the girl to come and see her. The next day, Wu Guiyang caught Zhang Zhuzhu and asked her, This is the first one, and Xiaobao is willing. I thought you would meet more, she said. Zhang Zhuzhu said a few words casually, thinking that there were mainly no other girls who were interested in this. Most girls were better at writing, and this was rare. Wu Guiyang still didn't give up in the end, and said, Is your brother really not going to pass the imperial examination? Zhang Zhuzhu helped her sit down and said, If you still have this idea, I have a way. Wu Guiyang looked at her daughter and heard her say, You go back today and sharpen the knife. You are talking nonsense again. I am not going to kill anyone, she said helplessly. Zhang Zhuzhu, I haven't finished yet. You put the knife on your neck and tell him that if he doesn't study, you will die. Then I will ask Li Fu to find the best teacher in the capital for my brother, and guarantee that he will pass the imperial examination. At a certain moment, Wu Guiyang really felt moved. She hesitated and said, I am afraid that your brother will be unhappy. When he took the imperial examination, he cried secretly at night. The child is under too much pressure. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Then think about it clearly. If your brother doesn't cry, you should cry. Anyway, there is always someone in this family who will cry. Why is it you? Not your brother? Wu Guiyang immediately shook her head. No. No. You are so immoral. Zhang Zhuzhu, it's not the first time I've been immoral. You know that. After today, Wu Guiyang finally gave up the idea of letting her son study and take the imperial examination to become an official. She felt sorry for her son and would rather cry herself than let him cry. Poor parents in the world. Chapter 432, Nephew resembles uncle. Xiaobao's affairs are relatively smooth. He has a sister like Zhang Zhuzhu, and he has not been spoiled since he was a child. He may not be very outstanding, but he has a gentle temperament, And he is quite measured in what he says and does. And he is well-mannered. The Bao family does not have any excessive requirements. But they hope that they can treat their daughter well, and not dislike her for being obsessed with arithmetic and ignorant of worldly affairs. The Zhang family can do this. The requirements of the Zhang family here are different. Wu Guanyang is the one who thinks that marriage is a spell, and thinks that it is different when a girl marries and becomes a daughter-in-law. Zhang Zhuzhu discussed this with her several times, and told her not to have this fantasy. Li Fu coaxed the two children to sleep at night, and heard Zhang Zhuzhu ask him, "What do you think the purpose of marriage is?" Li Fu heard this question and immediately became alert. "You can't regret it now?" Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu was not to be outdone. "Why not? If I regret it, I will pack my bags and leave immediately." Li Fu said, "Don't you care about our feelings for so many years?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "When either of you or I leave, there will definitely be no feelings to care about. If it really comes to that time, it will be a nostalgia if we still talk about feelings. If we don't kill each other with knives, it will be a nostalgia." Li Fu said, "I don't think that day will come." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Do you mean I have it?" she finished, looking at Li Fu with a smile. "You don't have it either." "Nothing at all," Li Fu said quickly. "Why are you talking about the reason for marriage? We are different from others." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It's just that I talked about this with my mother today. She is waiting for her daughter-in-law to marry into the family, and become a mother-in-law in a glorious manner. You also know when you were in the village that my grandmother is particularly good at bullying people. My mother came from that way. It's not that she will be like that. But the one she is in love with now is not that virtuous. She only thinks about the girl in her husband's family. I'm afraid there will be conflicts at that time." Zhang Zhuzhu and Lin Weining are still having disagreements after being separated for half a month. And the Zhang family must have had some disagreements as well. Li Fu sat down next to her, picked up a fan, fanned her, and said, "Think carefully. Aren't you worrying too much?" Zhang Zhuzhu was stunned. Li Fu said, "Xiao Bao is just Xiao Bao, not a real child. The Bao family is also a very cautious family. If it works out, the Bao family must have thought it over carefully, made a trade-off, and will teach their girls how to be daughters-in-law and daughters-in-law. There will always be no rules at all. Even if it gets serious enough to cause a dispute, you and Xiao Bao will persuade your mother-in-law, and Xiao Bao and the Bao family will persuade the girl. At that time, both sides will take a step back. You are really interesting. Why are you so confused at this time?" After hearing these words, Zhang Zhuzhu fell on the bed without saying a word. Li Fu also stood next to her and said, "If my brother can't handle such a thing, then I would rather die than not get married. Tell him not to get married. I was in my 20s before I married you." Li Fu thought he was pretty good. As a son, husband and father, he was capable enough. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed deeply. "Yes, I was confused," Zhang Zhuzhu said. "I was worried that my mother would become a domineering mother-in-law, and my father would support her. I was also afraid that Xiao Bao would not do well. Then the whole family would be in chaos. I really don't want to see such a scene." Zhang Zhuzhu was not speculating randomly. Her parents were very traditional people. In the village, it was common for mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law to quarrel and fight. Zhang Zhuzhu often heard that the mother-in-law of a certain family beat the daughter-in-law back to her parents' home. Not to mention quarrels. Zhang Zhuzhu had personally witnessed her grandmother coming to her house and scolding people. She was confident that she could handle these things well, but she was worried that her mother could not handle them well. The key point was that her mother was not necessarily able to take advantage of this chaotic relationship. This was purely asking for trouble, especially since she was close to the Wu family. If she listened to the instigation of her nephew or niece-in-law, it would be even more lively. Li Fu thought for a while and said, "Well, I'll go and tell my brother not to worry about the future. I'll teach him." Li Fu felt that it was not appropriate for Zhang Zhuzhu to worry about this at the moment. The weather was hot, and she had just given birth to a child. She was thinking about it every day and had not recovered. As a sister, she was too concerned. Zhang Zhuzhu trusted Li Fu and said, "Okay, you are both men, so it's convenient for you to say some things. I trust you and won't ask." Li Fu smiled and said, "That's right. Let the relatives take a look and say that this is the marriage I arranged for my brother personally, so that they can completely stop thinking about adding marriage." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Okay. Then leave it to you." So Li Fu, the third brother-in-law, began to worry. Li Fu was indeed very dedicated, and the whole family saw it. The eldest brother-in-law prepared some more things for the younger brother-in-law as a betrothal gift overnight, and asked someone to send a message to the second brother-in-law who was away, asking him not to forget it. Zhang Jingjin told Zhang Zhuzhu about this as a joke. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed so hard that she almost fainted. Is it reasonable for a brother-in-law to be so angry? Brother-in-law, don't be like this, Zhang Zhuzhu said with a smile. Li Fu is not trying to show off. Zhang Jingjin smiled and said, your eldest brother-in-law said that your family's Li Fu has become an official at such a young age, and he personally asked about the marriage of his younger brother-in-law. It makes him seem useless as an eldest brother-in-law. These things still need to be done. Otherwise my parents will only remember that there is a third son-in-law, and not the eldest and second sons-in-law. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed out loud. After the dog days of summer, the two families finally settled their affairs. Seeing how concerned Li Fu was, the Bao family couldn't help but value the Zhang family more. This finally solved the worries of Wu Guiyang and Zhang Dachuan, and they finally saw the hope of having a grandson. In the long run, this grandson is a good scholar, and will become an official in the future, bringing honor to the Zhang family. Zhang Zhuzhu said, what if the children all look like their parents? Zhang Dachuan, hey, you don't understand. The nephew looks like his uncle. The Bao family has a real genshur, and your brother has a child, so he must look like his brother-in-law. Wu Guiyang, yes. The nephew looks like his uncle. This reason is really reasonable and impeccable. Zhang Zhuzhu clapped their hands. She smiled and said to Li Fu, it seems that Hongdou will look like Xiaobao in the future. Li Fu said seriously, Hongdou can look like my uncle. His uncle. The Lin family is also a family of officials. The couple laughed. There are so many uncles and uncles, and you can always pick one to look like. If it really doesn't work, you can recognize a god uncle who is not related by blood. It's also okay. Zhang Zhuzhu knew for the first time that a nephew could look like an uncle in this way. Chapter 433 The Abyss of Fate. Yao Yusen finally came back from the south. Before she came back, she brought a boatload of things with her. Zhang Zhuzhu was going to wait for her to come back to see her, but Yao Yusen didn't even rest after meeting the elders at home, and came to find Zhang Zhuzhu. When Zhang Zhuzhu saw her, she asked, you are so anxious. What's the matter? Yao Yusen didn't joke. She said, I have something to find you. Zhang Zhuzhu said, what's the big deal? Yao Yusen sat down and drank a cup of tea, and said, it's a matter of life and death. On her way back, she met a pair of sisters. The older one was 13, and the younger one was 11, and they were going to Beijing to save their mother. The two girls were surnamed Hu. Their father died of illness last year, and their mother was only in her early 30s, so she became a widow. The widowed woman was surnamed Chang. She had no sons, but there was nothing to gain from the family, and Chang was always impatient, so she could still get by. Her father-in-law had passed away long ago, and her mother-in-law was angry that she had not given birth to a son or daughter for her dead son. She lived with her youngest son and ignored the three of them. People often say that widows are prone to trouble, and Chang was not the only one who caused trouble. A man from the same clan of the Hu family, according to seniority, was the same clan elder brother of Chang's husband, and their grandfathers were brothers. This man was living outside, and the villagers called him Husan. He was hiding after owing gambling debts. When he saw Chang's mother and daughter, he immediately had evil thoughts and found someone to sell them. At this time, some people might be confused. How can they be sold if they are not biological brothers? Hey, in today's social environment, they can really be sold. A woman without a husband or a son. A girl without a father or a brother. If Husan from the same clan dares to sell them, someone will dare to buy them. The first time, Chang asked her neighbors for help and escaped. As a result, Husan started to spread rumors that Chang had an affair with a man from a neighbor's family. Once the rumor spread, it became very ugly. Even if Chang had 100 mouths, she couldn't explain it clearly. Before long, Chang's reputation was ruined, and her two daughters were bullied by girls from the same village. At this time, no one stopped Husan from selling them again. How much energy could outsiders have to worry about the fate of orphans and widows? Not to mention that Husan not only spread rumors, but also threatened those who wanted to help them. A woman who had a good relationship with Chang helped Chang, but was beaten by Husan and his men. Chang was embarrassed to implicate others like this. Chang was forced to no choice but to prepare to escape with her daughters overnight. When Husan heard the news, he brought people to stop them. During the dispute, Chang stabbed Husan to death with scissors. This was really a big deal. Husan's parents and wife immediately reported to the police and arrested Chang. Half of the people in the village have the surname Hu. Chang stabbed the man of the Hu family to death, so she naturally could not escape death. However, the current death penalty is also very cautious. All cases that are to be sentenced to death will be sent to the capital for review. Only when they are proven to be innocent will they be executed. It is still not too late to overturn the verdict now. Yao Yusen said. They heard from the jailer that they had to find a senior official to overturn the verdict. So they planned to come to the capital. The daughter of the local county magistrate was educated. She paid for them to be arranged in a caravan heading north. The caravan was carrying porcelain. I met them and wanted to take a look. They knew I was from the capital, so they came to me. Yao Yusen looked at the two girls and decided to help them at that time. It is possible to use connections to quietly turn this case from dead to alive. Yao Yusen can do it without looking for Zhang Zhuzhu. But she was very unhappy. The grandfather of Chang's husband and the grandfather of Husan were brothers. With such a relationship, they could sell the three Changs, mother and daughter. What's the reason? Yao Yusen was very angry. We women are worse than objects. 3 living people can be sold at will. The whole village was so scared that they dared not stop it. Instead, they killed the people who wanted to sell them, but were sentenced to death. Yao Yusen grabbed Zhang Zhuzhu's hand and said, Zhuzhu, tell me, how many women in the world are as miserable as them? I can't just watch. Zhang Zhuzhu listened to the whole story, and her expression was also serious. We have to take care of this matter, she said to Yao Yusen, and we should try to get to the root of this matter. No one should have the power to turn a person, a woman, into a slave, no matter if she has a husband or a son. Husan's behavior should be considered as trafficking in women and girls. He is a human trafficker. But it is not so easy to overturn the case. Husan died. He was a man. According to the seniority, Chang should call him uncle. Chang stabbed the elder of the same clan to death. In this way, she really could not escape death. Moreover, it is not uncommon for women and children without men in the family to be sold by people of the same clan, or even their own brothers, let alone outsiders. Isn't it rare for a man to sell his wife and children? It's also common for a mother-in-law to sell her daughter-in-law. Women always have few opportunities to resist. Yao Yusen said, I have asked my brother to invite brother Xiang to come home. He is now the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple, and is in charge of this matter. I have to ask him what to do. No matter what, I have to save Chang's life first. Zhang Zhuzhu agreed. I will discuss it with Li Fu. After Yao Yusen finished talking about the important things, she went to see Xiaoxiao again, teased her for a while, and then hurried home. Zhang Zhuzhu stayed in the study for half a day. When Li Fu came back, he pushed open the door of the study and said, It seems that there is an important matter today. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. It's a matter of life and death. Li Fu sat down on the other side of the desk and listened to Zhang Zhuzhu's story. Li Fu said, You don't just want to save Chang's life, do you? Zhang Zhuzhu said, Some things are better done than not done. Chang's life is important, and the lives of all women in the world are important. Women should not slide into the abyss of fate so helplessly. Zhang Zhuzhu can save a specific woman's life, but she can't save more. Even if the law clearly states that the husband, mother-in-law and people in the clan cannot sell the daughter-in-law who married into this family, it may not be of much use. In many cases, the law is based on human hearts, and it is difficult for it to become a weapon in women's hands. A woman's life belongs to her father, husband, son, parents-in-law, brothers, people of the same clan, and even people of different clans. But it is difficult for her to belong to herself. It is difficult. But there should be some hope. It would be too terrible if there is no hope. Li Fu took the pen from her hand. Have you thought about it? I will write it. Zhang Zhuzhu said, You have to think it through. Li Fu looked at her. Zhang Zhuzhu had already stood up. She looked down at Li Fu. You are in the Ministry of Justice now. Chapter 434 A Masterless Person. The position of Shangshu of the Ministry of Justice is vacant now. Li Fu is young after all. The cabinet thinks that it is too scary for him to have the title of Shangshu now. Therefore, the cabinet has not passed the emperor's order, and Li Fu's biological father is in it. Li Qi still has to avoid suspicion. It doesn't matter that Li Fu has no title. The emperor trusts him and wants him to do things. He holds the real power in his hands. If Zhang Zhuzhu takes out this kind of thing of Chang's to make a fuss and ask the court to change the law, then Li Fu can't escape this matter. Li Fu wants to open a back door for Zhang Zhuzhu. That's very simple. But this is not something that Li Fu can decide alone. This is a major matter that needs to be reviewed by the cabinet and agreed by the emperor. If Zhang Zhuzhu appeared in public, Li Fu would be in big trouble. So she asked Li Fu if he had thought it through. If you can't figure it out, think about it slowly. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I have to find a way to deal with this matter. If you are impeached by the censor, I will not stop. Li Fu looked up at his wife. The positions of the couple were always reversed. Li Fu looked up at Zhang Zhuzhu and said very seriously, I am not a useless person who can be manipulated by others. He is Li Fu, the one who made the Li family return to the capital, and made the prince and the emperor trust him at the same time. The censor wanted to impeach him unless he produced evidence that he was planning treason. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed at this time. And she pushed Li Fu aside. You are not needed this time. Li Fu had to stand up and let Zhang Zhuzhu give up her position. It is not difficult to save Chang's life in this case. Although Husan's behavior is common, it cannot cover up the nature of other people's traffickers. As long as she claims that Chang was killed to protect her daughter and accidentally killed someone, she will not be punished to death. If Yao Yusan does not look for Zhang Zhuzhu, she can settle this matter alone. What makes them unwilling now is that ordinary women have no clear evidence to protect their personal safety. And it is difficult for evildoers to get the punishment they deserve. How can people live and rely entirely on a vague and uncertain fate? This is not allowed. Absolutely not allowed. Zhang Zhuzhu did not go to Qinjiao first this time. She went to see Song Zheng with 2 pots of wine. Song Lingyan's wife Shui was also here. Zhang Zhuzhu saw her waiting alone and did not see Song Zheng. So she said, and is drunk again. Shui looked dignified. She stood up and greeted Zhang Zhuzhu, saying, No, Ed just doesn't want to see me. Shui was a decent woman. She was not the same kind of person as Zhang Zhuzhu. She was close to Song Zheng's daughter Su Mei and daughter-in-law. She came here to be a lobbyist. Song Zheng naturally did not want to see her. Zhang Zhuzhu was about to respond with a few words. But Shui said, Sister, please persuade Aunt. She is alone and lonely. We are not Aunt's biological children after all. How can mother and daughter have overnight hatred? Zhang Zhuzhu felt a headache when she heard what Shui said. Shui was a well-behaved person, a good daughter-in-law of the Song family. Gentle, considerate, dignified and generous. But Zhang Zhuzhu was not. Sister-in-law, since we are outsiders, it is even more difficult for us to talk about Aunt's family affairs. Don't you think so? Zhang Zhuzhu said tactfully. Shui frowned immediately after hearing this. Shui really didn't understand. She grew up in a secluded place, and it was difficult for her to accept women like Song Zheng and Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't expect her to accept it, saying, Filial piety. Filial piety. In addition to filial piety, there is also obedience. Aunt is getting older, and as a younger generation, you should obey her. Shui was stunned, thinking that Zhang Zhuzhu actually dared to say filial piety to her. And she herself was not very filial in front of her mother-in-law. But Shui would not refute. She could only frown. Just at this time, Song Zheng's maid came to call Zhang Zhuzhu over. Zhang Zhuzhu said goodbye to Shui and left quickly. Song Zheng was very sober today. She leaned on the recliner and was eating iced fruits. Zhang Zhuzhu felt it was amazing. Her aunt was old and drank a lot. But she did not become drowsy. She was still very energetic. She saw Zhang Zhuzhu and said, Yinner's daughter-in-law is really nosy. I don't want to see my own children. But she wants a junior to be a lobbyist. Song Zheng didn't want to see her own children. Those 2 children didn't look like her at all. Song Zheng snorted, They don't want to see me. But they only remember me because the Su family has fallen and is not as good as before. She was cute when she was young. But the older she gets, the more she looks like their father. I'd die 2 days earlier if I saw her. Zhang Zhuzhu saw that she was really angry and said, Aunt, don't talk like that. The longer you live, the thicker your poetry collection will be. Song Zheng smiled immediately. And she said, Why did you come to me? Zhang Zhuzhu told her about Chang's story. Aunt, You don't have to write about her by name. Write vaguely. And don't let her be saved. Just write about a woman who was sold back and forth. After listening, Song Jiang lay back in the chair and was silent for a long time. Who is not sold back and forth after reincarnation as a woman? She said. I was the same. I was sold by my parents. I was the best calligrapher. After I became famous, my husband sold my name again. The fame and money I got were all his. Even I belonged to him. In this world, women seem to be property themselves. So women have no name, no reputation, and no money. So when property loses its owner, it can be robbed by others, and others cannot stop it, or even have no intention to stop it. Women are always fish on the chopping board, and can only be slaughtered. Song Jiang said, Juju, tell me your plan. I want to listen. Song Jiang is always willing to listen to Zhang Juju. Sometimes she can feel something different in Zhang Juju's description. Zhang Juju's goal is very clear. If people want to gain a foothold, regardless of gender, the most important thing is to eat. To eat, you either have land or money. People must have a certain identity in a reasonable and legal way, not someone's appendage, so that you can guarantee some power. So she didn't intend to use things like the Chang family to arouse the few sympathies in the world. She wanted to find a way to let women have some power. First of all, you have to be a human being before you can talk about power. How to make a woman a human being? This is the problem. The noble ladies of the high-ranking families generally have their own private property. But their fathers, husbands, brothers and sons can divide up all the women's things at any time. Take Song Jiang for example. Her calligraphy is a luxury item nowadays. She is very rich because of it. However, the Su family and the Song family can legitimately divide her property, even if she is still alive. So how should a woman like her protect herself and her property? How can a woman become her own master? Song Jiang, interesting. She thought Zhang Zuzu was going to stir up people's hearts as before. Zhang Zuzu smiled, for the court. Women are also taxpayers. How can the court watch the number of taxpayers decrease? In this matter, interests are more effective than sympathy. Chapter 435. A boat can ferry people. Song Jiang had stood up, walked to the desk, and picked up a pen. But she couldn't put the pen down for a long time. After a while, she sighed and said, I have written too many things to mourn the dead. Zhang Juzu, don't worry about this. You can write slowly. This is not the most important thing. She asked Song Jiang to write poems not just to publicize the suffering of women. Because Song Jiang is very famous. Many of her poetry collections have been printed and updated every year. Zhang Juju wants it to be passed down from generation to generation. That's all. Zhang Juju heard Song Jiang whisper, It seems that I can't always write about the dead in the future. It's been so many years. And it's meaningless. Zhang Juju heard this, and thought that it made sense. You can't just grab a sheep and pluck it. Moreover, the sheep was not only plucked of wool, but also the skin. Flesh and bones were thrown into the pot and boiled several times. It was normal that it was tasteless. Song Jiang said to Zhang Juju, I heard that your family is close to Princess Chang'an. Can you introduce me to her? Zhang Juju hesitated and said, I dare not say that I want to introduce you. Why do you want to meet the princess? Song Jiang's face, which was already showing signs of old age, showed a lively state that was inconsistent with his youth. He said, Do I need to tell you what the princess likes? Although Princess Chang'an gave birth to General Song's son, her interests and hobbies remained the same, and she had not been bored for many years. Zhang Juzu knew it clearly, and had the honor of witnessing it twice. Li Fu had no opinion on the princess, but he clearly asked Zhang Juju to always remember her family, and not to be confused for a while, so as not to regret it. Zhang Juju rolled her eyes at him at the time, but she rarely went to the princess's mansion. Zhang Juju, the princess is going to escape the summer heat and is not in Beijing. I will tell her when the time comes. Song Jiang nodded and planned to pursue new interests. Zhang Zuzu stayed here until noon, went to the kitchen to cook, and the two of them went back after eating. Everyone thought that Chang's matter was a sure thing, but this matter had a slip-up first. Yao Yusen was so angry that she said, Brother Xie told me that it would not be difficult to get the death penalty waived. But when he went to inquire about this matter, he was seen by another Shaoqing of the Dali Temple, the one from the He family, Pan Er's man. He had a grudge against Brother Xie because of another case. And after learning about this, He insisted that Chang killed an elder and a man, and the death penalty could not be waived. This matter cannot be resolved peacefully now. This is ridiculous, Yao Yusen said. This is a major case involving human lives. Chang's life was used by the He family to fight with others. He didn't know that his subordinates were wrongly accused. But he could sleep at night. Human life. That is a human life. Zhang Juju was also furious after hearing the whole story. She didn't want to bring Chang's mother and daughter to the public. But the situation was not good. The relationship between the He family and the Li family was not very good. Xia Ying and Li Fu had always been close. Now that the He family knew about this matter, they might not let it go easily. This was an opportunity to drag Li Fu into the water. As for a woman's life, what was the big deal? Some people might even think that it was an honor for Chang to die for their grand plan. Zhang Juju thought for a moment and said, "There is a little girl in the Fan family, who should be 14 or 15 years old. She, Mrs. Fan, and the two daughters-in-law of the Fan family will go back to Xinghua Temple to burn incense at the end of the month. They are both kind-hearted people," Yao Yusen said. "Do you want to involve the Fan family? The eldest brother of the Fan family and the one of the He family are brothers-in-law. I want to drag them all into the water," Zhang Zuzu said. The eldest brother of the Fan family has a very good relationship with the East Palace. Since the He family wants to use this as an excuse, it is better to say more. Zhang Juju had an idea and immediately went to do it. Soon it was the end of July. On this day, the women of the Fan family went to Xinghua Temple to burn incense. Mrs. Fan was talking to the master inside. The master's disciple, Master Mingzhou, stayed with Mrs. Fan's daughter and son-in-law. Su Mingzhou's Dharma name is her own name. Both can save people. At this time, they heard the crying of the Hu sisters. And Su Mingzhou explained to the women of the Fan family that their mother committed a capital crime in order to save them. And Xinghua Temple took them in. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Fan family, that is, Mrs. Pan, was a princess. Seeing that her brother's wife and sister-in-law were all moved, she immediately asked about this matter. She wanted to save people. So she asked Queen Pan and the imperial concubine for help. And nothing would fail. So Pan immediately called the two girls from the Hu family and asked about the details. Seeing their expressions, Miss Hu immediately pulled her sister to swear, saying, "I dare to swear in front of the Bodhisattva that if I say even a single word of falsehood today, my mother will die in prison. And my sister and I will not die well. This is a solemn oath. And it is not common to say such a thing." Miss Fan was immediately moved and looked at her sister-in-law for help. Relying on her status and considering her own dignity, Pan immediately agreed and said, "If what you said is the truth, then I will give you justice." The sisters of the Hu family immediately burst into tears of gratitude. Su Mingzhou next to him began to regret again. Why did she have to offend Zhang Juju at that time? Zhang Juju came to her for help, and she was justified. Su Mingzhou woke up from a dream in the middle of the night. Thinking of the arrogant self a few years ago, she wanted to hit her head on the ground. Gods and gods. She has known her mistakes. She really knows her mistakes. How long should she repent before it ends? After Mrs. Fan talked to the master and knew about this, she thought that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, which is more effective than burning incense. So she didn't say anything. So Pan asked her husband to ask her brother-in-law about this. The eldest brother of the Fan family didn't think it was a big deal. So he went to the Dali temple to ask. As a result, she was scolded by her brother-in-law, who said he was meddling in other people's business. The eldest brother of the Fan family was naturally very unhappy, and he complained to his wife when he came back. Pan promised the matter, and it was too much for her brother-in-law to not give them face. So Pan called her sister home and told her about it. Pan Er had been fighting with her sister-in-law and mother-in-law in the He family, and she didn't want to take care of these trivial matters at all. When her sister said this, Pan Er scolded, saying, "Sister, your father-in-law is the former prime minister, and your uncle has used him for many years. What a big deal. You still have to ask me to do it." Pan was very angry and said, "We are sisters. I came to you. But it's just a matter of asking my brother-in-law to raise his hand. I will repay you in the future. Since you don't want to take care of it, don't blame me for going to someone else." Pan Er was also angry, and the two sisters parted unhappily because of Chang's matter. The Fan and He families had a bad fight first. Zhang Zuzu was not idle. She also asked Yao Yusen to secretly find Xia Ying and stir up trouble. so that many people heard about the discord between the brothers-in-law. The news of Chang's family also spread. Chapter 436, Distinguishing Between Gratitude and Resentment. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, "Since this matter has spread, then the 3 judicial officials must take care of it." "Right. Lord Li, who has real power but no name." Li Fu could not fully understand Zhang Zhuzhu's actions. He could understand Zhang Zhuzhu's intention to pick him out and let him appear later, so that Li Fu would become the judge, which was much better than being judged. But why did she choose the Fan and He families? Li Fu wanted to know what she was planning. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I am also a grudge holder. Madame Pan was so rude to me that she forced me to hand over the affairs of the Charity Bureau, which I had been a director for many years, to the Crown Princess and Sister Run. I was willing, but I have to settle the account with Madame Pan." The 2 daughters and their sons-in-law started arguing, and Madame Pan Ho must be vomiting blood now. Li Fu thought, it seems that Zhang Zhuzhu still remembers what happened to Prime Minister Fan very well, and this time she must bring the Fan family over, the son of the He family. The main force that disrupted her plan naturally couldn't escape. It turns out that none of them were spared. Li Fu wanted to applaud her. "You are clear about gratitude and resentment." Li Fu thought of a word. "Zhang Zhuzhu, you want to say that I will take revenge for a slight. It's not impossible." Li Fu, "No, I won't say that." He had no opinion on Zhang Zhuzhu's behavior. Li Fu said, "I have been waiting for you to come to me for a long time." After he knew that something went wrong at the Dali Temple, he waited for Zhang Zhuzhu to come to him and tell him about it. As a result, Li Fu waited until today. Zhang Zhuzhu, then you have waited. Li Fu, it's a little later than I thought. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. You are an important person, so you naturally have to wait for those unimportant people to come on stage and throw bricks to attract jade before it's your turn. Li Fu hugged her. He knew that Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want anyone to catch her. Don't worry. I know what to do with the rest, Li Fu said. He will let Zhang Zhuzhu get what she wants. Chang's affairs were deliberately guided and discussed by many people. Song Zhang acted quickly. When she went to the princess's mansion to attend a banquet, she heard the discussion about this matter and asked about the whole story, although she already knew it. After listening to it, Song Zhang improvised a long poem, describing the tragic fate of a woman. She was the most touching, and this poem made many women unable to help but empathize with it on the spot. As women, which one of them is not suffering? They were lucky to be born in a noble family, but they have never been less tormented. Chang's family was resold like wealth, and so were they. They were trapped in the cage of various rules, like birds in golden clothes, who only needed to sing a melodious song and swallow their blood and tears. Princess Chang'an burst into tears at that moment. She said to Song Zhang, "When I was young, the He family was prosperous, so I married into the He family. Who can understand my suffering? As noble as she is, she also envies men." The women listened to the princess' words and felt that she was hypocritical. They had a hard life, so the princess should not get involved. Song Zhang held the princess' hand and said, "I know the princess's feelings very well." Song Zhang fought with the Su family and her own destiny. Even if she won, it was a miserable victory. Most women were biased towards Chang. She was a widow, and she killed people to protect her daughter. It was a mistake, and the death penalty was too cruel. Of course, there is no need to care about the nonsense that widows are often involved in gossip. The court has heard everyone's voices. The imperial censors have requested a retrial of Chang's case, and the 3 judicial departments must jointly try it. Li Fu fought for the position of chief judge in front of the emperor. If Zhang Zhuzhu reveals anything about this matter, Li Fu will definitely not be able to compete. But Zhang Zhuzhu kept it a secret, and no one thought of her. When she entered the palace that day, Zhang Zhuzhu met with Queen Pan and the imperial concubine. The two were very worried about the fight between their nieces. The sisters of the Pan family should help each other and support each other even if the sky falls. How could they make such an ugly scene? Little Pan said, "I think this is all caused by Ernia's son-in-law. I have also heard about Chang's case. She was not guilty of death. The one who was stabbed to death had no idea how many dirty things she had done. Dania was kind-hearted and wanted to save people. There is nothing wrong with that." Zhang Zhuzhu and the crown princess were sitting below. Chen Jian naturally knew what Zhang Zhuzhu did, and she was really scared. The Pan sisters were not in harmony, and Zhang Zhuzhu had been involved in it. It was a great contribution. If these two knew about it, it would be too scary. Zhang Zhuzhu said at this time, I have heard about this too. Little Pan said, you must have heard about it. Li Fu is about to preside over this case. Chang must have a way out. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded, I know this. I mean something else? Madam. I heard that He Shaoqing only pushed Chang's case out to fight with another Xie Shaoqing in the Dali Temple. As for the dispute between the two princesses, it must not be a coincidence. Qin Jiao's heart was thumping. Empress Pan said, what do you think? Zhang Zhuzhu looked very calm. It's hard to say. Mrs. Pan's temper is a bit impatient. And He Shaoqing? I know Xie Shaoqing. Xie Shaoqing is famous for solving cases. And he was seconded to Jingzhou Prefecture. He Shaoqing is the husband of the princess. I can't say anything. Little Pan said, huh? Ernie was blind. Just looking at his appearance. The boy surnamed he is arrogant. Zhang Zhuzhu's accusation of Pan Er's husband hit the nail on the head for Little Pan. Elders must think that their own children are fine. But other people's children have serious problems. Besides, He Shaoqing did use his status to get to the top. Queen Pan said, why do you look so happy today? Zhang Zhuzhu, to be honest with you. Ladies, I have some opinions about Prime Minister Fan. He Shaoqing used an innocent woman as a raft to fight. And I can't stand it. Madame Pan must be worried about her daughters. I'm not a very kind person. I stay at home to take care of the children all day. I find these things interesting. Little Pan heard what Zhang Zhuzhu said and said, You are also a mother. And you can still say such things. Zhang Zhuzhu just smiled. Queen Pan, logically. You should be the one who is most concerned about this matter. Zhang Zhuzhu has always been dedicated to helping women. She has no idea how many rumors she has suffered in the women's school alone. Zhang Zhuzhu, when I heard about it in the morning, I told Li Fu about it. He said it was not a capital crime. It should be that the local officials shirked their responsibilities and wanted to appease the families of the deceased. When the Dali Temple reviewed the case, they should consider it and exempt the death penalty. I didn't expect there would be so many incidents later. The words were reasonable. Little Pan said, it seems that you have a good husband. And you don't have to worry about anything. Zhang Zhuzhu, your Majesty has His Highness and 2 grandchildren. Why worry about such trivial matters? I think it is better to let the Crown Princess entertain the 2 princesses and mediate between them. They are sisters. And they just lack a stepping stone. Qin Jiao never thought that she would have a day to entertain the Pan sisters. She hurriedly stood up and said, yes. His Highness. Treat the 2 sisters as brothers. Let me do it. Zhang Zhuzhu finished her performance. And it was Qin Jiao's turn. Chapter 437 Life and Death. The Pan family has disliked the Crown Princess for a long time. And this is known to everyone. Now that Qin Jiao has agreed to this matter, it naturally appears that she is generous and is naturally beneficial to her reputation. Others do not say that Qin Jiao really needs a good reputation. Queen Pan pondered for a moment and said, since you have agreed to this matter, you must do it well. Qin Jiao is the Crown Princess. And the Pan family is the Crown Prince's uncle's family. No matter what she is dissatisfied with, she should not make mistakes in what she should do. She wants to laugh at the Pan family, which is absolutely not allowed. Qin Jiao also understands this truth and said, don't worry. Mother. After returning to the East Palace, Qin Jiao said to Zhang Zhuzhu, you dare to say that you want to laugh at the Pan family. Zhang Zhuzhu said, why should I be afraid? It was Madame Pan who was the first to criticize me. This happened once or twice. Last time, she even talked about children. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed at the joke. And others couldn't say anything. Qin Jiao sighed, I can't laugh with my sister anymore. She didn't want to meddle in the Pan family's affairs. But she had to. Both mothers-in-law were surnamed Pan. And the prince cared about the Pan family. Whether Qin Jiao was a daughter-in-law or a daughter-in-law. She had to respond. Otherwise it would be easy for others to catch her. She said, I don't even want to meddle in my own family's affairs. Zhang Zhuzhu said, call them over and let the prince, as a cousin, talk to them in person. They dare not disobey. This is related to the reputation of the Pan family. It is definitely not what the 2 sisters want to see. If Qin Jiao goes to talk to them, they may have some opinions. But Zhou Yi personally spoke up. This is a big deal. Qin Jiao hesitated, what I promised. Zhang Zhuzhu, husband and wife are one. The prince's affairs are yours. And your affairs are also the prince's. We are husband and wife. Why should we separate you and me? Qin Jiao thought it made sense after hearing this, and then felt a little embarrassed. Zhou Yi worked hard, and she got a good reputation. How bad is that? However, this suggestion is really pleasant to the ear. So Zhou Yi was blown by the pillow wind at night. Qin Jiao also had some experience in coaxing him, and said, "It stands to reason that I, as a cousin sister-in-law, should mediate. But your highness also knows that I am afraid they don't want to listen to what I say. If the mother knows that I didn't handle this matter well, I will lose face." Zhou Yi, then you dare to agree? He didn't know Qin Jiao was so bold. Qin Jiao smiled embarrassedly. I saw that my mother and mother were very embarrassed about the two sisters' affairs. As a daughter-in-law, I should share the worries and difficulties of the elders. So I naturally agreed. Zhou Yi said, "You agreed for me." Qin Jiao smiled very gently. Husband and wife are one. My affairs are your highness's affairs. Zhou Yi looked at her. He really liked to hear the words of husband and wife being one. Okay. You wait. They have been afraid of me since they were young, and they will definitely listen to what I say, Zhou Yi said confidently. Qin Jiao smiled even more happily, and then threw herself into her husband's arms. Thank you, your highness. If you have any questions, just come and tell me. I will agree. Zhou Yi thought. What could he do? He just wanted Qin Jiao to be in better health. Qin Jiao didn't understand Zhou Yi's meaning. Seeing that he agreed, he said, "Let's go see the two children. Your highness has been busy recently. Our Erlang has grown taller these 2 days, and Dalong's handwriting has also become better." Zhou Yi said, "Although you are busy, you have time to care about them. As a father, you only think of me when you have something to do. I'm afraid you don't know who I am when you don't have anything to do." He would not say it so openly before. He is a man. How can he argue with his son? Now I find that arguing is the most effective. Qin Jiao found that he has been saying more and more sour words recently. But since others said so, Qin Jiao also has to listen to their opinions. How could that be? I always remember your highness. Were you not satisfied with the lunch today? Qin Jiao said. She had asked about it herself. Zhou Yi said, "It's okay, as long as your highness likes it." Qin Jiao smiled at him. Zhou Yi stepped forward and took her hand. The couple went to see the child together. The two sisters of the Pan family were invited to the East Palace. They had the intention to reconcile, but Zhou Yi scolded them again. Qin Jiao persuaded Zhou Yi to not be too harsh. If he could mediate, the matter would be settled. Pan Er found an excuse and complained to the crown princess alone. There are really many people in the He family. It was fine in the past. There were people from the old family to support them, and there was some family property. Pan Er sighed. It's not possible now. But the family's food, clothing and expenses are still the same as before. How can we live like this? Qin Jiao thought she was crying poor. But Pan Er said, I didn't quarrel with my sister on purpose. The He family secretly misappropriated my dowry to fill the gap. When I found out, most of my dowry was gone. I went to my mother-in-law to reason with her, but she said that I was the daughter-in-law of the He family, and I was also from the He family. So what if I used a little dowry? Then Chong has someone to save her now. But who will save me? Cousin, I really have no one to say, Pan Er said hatefully. She could have married into several families at that time, and the He family was not the best, with the example of Princess Chung'an. But the men of the He family are all very good-looking, and her husband is a well-mannered scholar. So Pan Er likes him very much. Now she is treated like this by the husband's family she chose, and she is really embarrassed to tell her family about this matter. Today, she is not afraid of being laughed at by Qin Jiao, so she just tells it out. Qin Jiao said, the He family is so unruly that they dared to steal your dowry. It's true, Pan Er said. Qin Jiao said, you go back first. I will go and tell the prince about this matter. The He family is too bullying. Chong, a common woman, can't save her own life and her daughter's life, and the queen's niece can't save her own property. This is the sadness of women. Li Fu presided over Chang's case and heard 3 opinions. First, Chang should not be killed. Not only should she not be killed, she should also be acquitted. She killed people out of helplessness in order to protect her own and her daughter's lives. Moreover, Husan's trafficking of women and children is a serious crime, and death is not a pity. Second, Chang should be killed. She killed people. She had scissors in her arms, and she was going to kill people, not out of helplessness. She killed her uncle from the same clan, These reasons are nothing. The most solid reason is that Chang is a woman. And she killed a man. She killed a man. Men! A woman killed a man. Such a cunning and fierce woman. Why not kill her and keep her alive? Wait until she becomes vicious and murders more men. This reason sounds the most outrageous. But it has the most supporters. Third, there is no need to kill Chang. Nor can she be released and imprisoned for life. There is no reason for this. But there are always people who like to ride on the fence. Get involved in both sides. And offend no one. And Li Fu wants to achieve his goal amid such calls. Chapter 438 Useless or Useful. When Zhang Zuzhu was out, someone asked about the case. Zhang Zuzhu said, if you ask where Chang was wrong, it was naturally because she didn't try harder when she was reincarnated. If she had been reincarnated as a man, she wouldn't have ended up like this. This sounds so ironic, but it is an indisputable fact. Once you are reincarnated as a woman, your mistakes begin. The woman next to her was moved when she heard this and said, that's right. My uncles, brothers, and nephews from my mother's family and my husband's family, as long as they are men, live better than me. Only I have a miserable life. The princess of Heian commented, if Chang is really sentenced to death, I'm afraid we will die quietly in the future. What do you think? Chang was sentenced to death, which means that women can't even resist. No one can tell when they will encounter such a fatal thing. If they do something wrong, will they also die? As soon as Zhou Lanshu spoke, everyone's eyes fell on her. Although women are weak, we have to listen to our voices in such matters, she said. Zhou Lanshu is a daughter of the royal family. She can do things that others can't do. Su Xiu said, whatever the princess wants to do, just say it. The two of them really want to be in-laws. I read the new work of Song Nyangzi at the banquet of the princess's mansion. I think it's very good. I plan to print tens of thousands of copies and let all the women in the world take a look, so that they know that women are sheep to be slaughtered and meat on the chopping board. So if others want to beat or kill them, they can only die. They can't do anything else. Otherwise they will be imprisoned and sentenced to death. Princess Heian said slowly. Many women responded to the scene, but some did not intend to participate. Zhou Lanshu did not lack anything, not to mention Su Xiu. Zhang Zuzhu and others participated in it. And printing a poem was not a big deal. Before the court had a final conclusion on Chang's case, Song Zhang's new work had spread throughout the capital and several surrounding counties, and quickly spread outward. Any woman would sympathize with Chang's situation. And it was understandable that Li Fu was inclined to release Chang without guilt at this time. However, some people have to go against the ideas of most people, so that they appear to be unique and different from others. He Rongji, Pan Er's husband, is the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple. From the beginning, he used Chang's case to fight with Xiaoying. Now he has become the center of opinion of a group of people, who all insist that Chang should die. He Rongji was put on the fire. But if he can succeed this time, he can win the hearts of the people. And the He family will also be expected to restore its former prestige. There is no way, since the land was investigated. The He family, like the Su family, is like a big tree with its branches pruned, and it is no longer as prosperous as before. The neutral voice has completely disappeared. And now it is a fight between the two parties. Zhang Zuzhu asked Li Fu, can this case be settled? Li Fu, it's better to delay it for a longer time. Now when officials try cases, they must comply with relevant laws and regulations. And secondly, they must handle similar cases and follow old precedents. Chang's case caused such a big stir. And if there are similar cases in the future, officials are likely to judge according to the result of this case. So Li Fu would say that. Zhang Zuzhu lowered her head and looked through what Li Fu wrote. After this case was settled, some new laws and regulations would be added. Li Fu had already written a draft to protect the rights and interests of women like Chang. At least if someone wants to resell them in the future, it is completely illegal. The government cannot easily change their household registration. And if the government finds such cases, it must take the initiative to stop them. Zhang Zuzhu said, you said, if you plan to sell me now, there will definitely be someone who will buy me. Li Fu walked to Zhang Zuzhu and sat down. Yes. A wife can be considered as the husband's property. Then are you considered a human trafficker? Zhang Zuzhu said again. Li Fu, no. But it can be considered. If the law stipulates this, women can at least find a chance to survive. Zhang Zuzhu leaned on Li Fu's shoulder. She was a little discouraged. Zhang Zhuzhu thought. Even if it is written in the law, it is not useful. In such a big world, how many women can be protected by the law? How many court officials will abide by the law? There are not enough times when they turn a blind eye. Zhang Zhuzhu realized that in this world, what she did was insignificant, even useless. In today's social environment, many people can't protect themselves. Not just women. Li Fu knew her mood. This matter will take many years, Li Fu said. What we do today may not see a better result until thousands of years later. Zhang Zhuzhu said, if you want to kill people, I think, don't talk about the law. All women in the world should practice martial arts and strengthen their bodies so that they can protect themselves when they encounter danger. What laws and rules are all empty talk. Not as real as your own fists. Li Fu expressed his support. This is also a good idea. Zhang Zhuzhu, I will invite the best female teachers to teach the students of the female school to learn martial arts. I will find some people from the guards of the East Palace for you. Li Fu has already made a plan. Zhang Zhuzhu said, it's a pity that there are no gods and Buddhas in the world. Otherwise I would worship a goddess who can protect women in the world. As long as you pray to her when you are in danger, she will immediately show up to save you. Zhang Zhuzhu now knows how the God and Buddha hand came to this world. And she also hopes to have such a God. Li Fu held her hand. Zhang Zhuzhu has always been confident. But even she wants to ask for help from the gods in this matter, which shows how difficult it is. But there are no gods or Buddhas in the world. Li Fu picked up the pen and thought that the law was a hope. He said, how good the superiors are. The subordinates must follow them. One day, I will be in charge of the cabinet. At that time, I will use cases related to women as an assessment of my political achievements. Zhang Zhuzhu heard this and said, then I will go to various places to open girls' schools. What do you think? There are indeed very few things they can do. And perhaps after they die, they will be scattered by the wind. It doesn't matter. Some fires will always burn in people's hearts, and will not be extinguished after experiencing wind and rain. The right things will always be right even if they are buried. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at what Li Fu wrote and said, have you visited Mr. Fan? Fan Xiu is not old, but he has a lot of experience. Fan Xiu believed that widows were still the property of dead men, and he did not even advocate remarriage. Chang did not remarry. And as property, she was almost robbed. He should have said something. Li Fu smiled, okay. I will go. Zhang Zhuzhu said again, Pan Air's dowry was misappropriated by the He family. Do you think women's property should also be protected? Li Fu, do you know other people's family affairs? I know a lot. Zhang Zhuzhu said to him, women's property should be protected. And women, as owners of property, should not be bought and sold at will. Chapter 439 Who can face death calmly? Li Fu not only invited Fan Xiu, but also famous local scholars in the capital, and even scholars nearby. He invited a total of 13 people, some of whom were over 70 years old. This move was naturally unnecessary in the eyes of others, who thought he was making a fuss. But Li Fu was very calm. He believed that the whole city of Beijing was discussing this matter endlessly. And the court officials were the same. As the chief judge, if he could not come up with a reason to convince everyone, it would be his fault. That being said, Li Fu's greater goal was to spread this case more widely, not only in the contemporary era, but also in history books, as a model for people to refer to. Li Fu also had some knowledge of the people he had invited, and their opinions were definitely consistent with Li Fu's. Chang would be acquitted, and there would be perfect reasons and arguments for this result, both in terms of etiquette and human relations. Fan Xiu was upset enough. He called his eldest son over and scolded him, saying, why did you argue with your brother-in-law over this matter? And it got to such a point. Fan's eldest son was also very aggrieved, saying, Father, how can you blame your son for this? Chang's crime was not punishable by death. The He family should not interfere. Just release him. How could things get to this point? And it was his wife who insisted on intervening. They had always had a good relationship, and Pan was of such status. If his wife wanted to intervene, could he, as a husband, ignore it? Why is father so worried? Li Sanlang came to visit you personally. If you don't take the opportunity to go out, I'm afraid that few people in the world will remember you. Fan Daolong still hopes that his father will go out and run around to bring some face to him and his brother. Fan Xiu snorted, I just hope that the world will quickly forgive me. His past experience is really not glorious. Fan Xiao doesn't want to go out at all. Will he be laughed at if he goes out? And what good thing is Li Fu inviting him? Fan Xiao said things related to widows in the past. He hoped that women could keep their chastity and chastity. For Fan Xiao, Chang was humiliated. She should commit suicide. Take the initiative to die to show her determination. And then the court will overturn her case, commend her chastity and courage, and record her deeds. But what did Li Fu want Fan Xiao to do? Li Fu wanted to dig up the past, which showed that Fan Xiao also supported protecting widows. He was simply taking his words out of context, and trying to use himself as a scapegoat. Fan Xiao was still the same as before. He wanted women to be loyal and chaste. Seeing his father like this, Fan Daong said, "Father, today is different from the past. You let me marry the daughter of the Pan family as my daughter-in-law." The prince and the princess personally said that they would marry the two Pan sisters some time ago. Now Li Fu and I are both the left and right arms of the East Palace. He has made achievements. And his father and brother are in the court. He can even preside over major cases like Chang's. When will my son be able to compare with him? Fan Xiao pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. Although Fan Daong was anxious, he knew that some things could only be counted after people figured them out. Fan Erlang was listening to his father and brother talking outside the door. He was a little impatient, so he couldn't help but walk to the door and said, "Father, it's too late for you to be noble now. If you were really noble, when the current emperor ascended the throne, you should have brought us brothers to serve the late emperor. A virtuous woman will not serve two husbands, and a loyal minister will not serve." Fan Daong hurriedly went up to block his brother's mouth. But it was too late. Fan Xiao was so angry that his face turned red. Then he picked up the sole of his shoe and smashed it hard on his youngest son's head. Fan Daong stood in front of his brother and felt a pain in the back of his head, and he almost couldn't stand steadily. Fan Er shouted loudly, "Mom! Sister-in-law! Sister! Come here quickly! Dad is going to beat me and my brother to death!" With a shout, the Fan family was in chaos. Fan Xiao ran out with one shoe on, shouting, "Bastard! Bastard! How could he have such a son?" Mrs. Fan, her daughter-in-law, and her daughter hurried over to stop the quarrel between the father and son. Mrs. Fan picked up the shoes herself, glared at her youngest son, and said to Fan Xiao, "Calm down. You just finished the medicine the other day. Why are you so angry?" Fan Xiao was furious, but when he looked at his wife and glanced at his eldest daughter-in-law who rushed up to stand with his eldest son, he felt sad again. He claimed to be a loyal minister, but he was not. He could say that he was forced to do so, as he was a minister of a different family and was isolated and helpless, while the current emperor had won the hearts of the people. But Fan Xiao did not have other ways to be loyal. There were many wise men in history who died to show their determination. Fan Xiao had this idea. Otherwise, he would endure humiliation and keep the blood of the previous emperor, and make plans for him, and then restore order in 20 or even 30 years. He could take both of these paths. But Fan Xiao did not. Rather than choosing to compromise for his family, it is better to admit his inner cowardice. He could not face death calmly, and in such a court situation, he was powerless to make more plans. Fan Xiao thought. He wanted to live. A loyal minister should not serve two masters. He asked Mrs. Fan, "If you encounter something like Chang, will you commit suicide?" Mrs. Fan did not think for too long. She said, "Husband, even ants are greedy for life. If you can live, who would want to die?" Mrs. Fan knew what kind of person her husband was. Because of his biological mother, he always criticized women. Mrs. Fan had watched for many years. Mrs. Fan also said, "I am looking for a husband for my daughter. The most important thing is to look at the age of his elders in the family. You have to choose a family member who has lived a long time." Mrs. Fan did not want her daughter to be a widow. At that time, the first person who could not tolerate her daughter would be Fan Xiao, her biological father. Fan Xiao just sighed. He stood up and said, "I'm going out soon, so I'll take a look and see who has a good husband." Mrs. Fan was a little surprised, and said after a while, "My husband has worked hard." Li Fu got a response, and Fan Xiao accepted Li Fu's request. Zhang Juju looked at Li Fu and said, "Do you think there are people in the world who can face death calmly and fearlessly?" Li Fu said, "There should be, but I'm not that kind of person." He couldn't bear to leave Zhang Zuzu and their children. Li Fu said, It's normal to be afraid of death. I'm a few years older than you. If I die first, Juzu, you have to live well, and don't be too sad. Zhang Juju smiled and said, if I'm not sad, then you might be laughed at. Li Fu, it's okay. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. He hoped that Zhang Juju would not be too sad, or not sad for too long, and continue to eat well, sleep well, and live well. At this moment, Li Fu thought of the story in the storybook. If people have souls after death, then he can wait for Zhang Juju, and then they will go on the road of reincarnation together. Zhang Juju said, then if I die early, you will too. Li Fu held her hand. No. I'm old. Zhang Juju didn't say anything more about this matter. They were obviously talking nonsense here. It's impossible for her not to be sad, and for Li Fu not to be sad. Let's take care of things when we are alive first. Chapter 440 Division. So many learned people were invited to come and write a thick stack of evidence that could be found. The case of Chong finally came to a conclusion. Chong was acquitted. Hu San, who was stabbed to death by her, was undoubtedly a human trafficker. Chong killed people to protect herself and her daughter, which was legitimate defense. The term legitimate defense was proposed by Zhang Juju and Li Fu, and it is more appropriate to use it here. And this case will be used as a model. When local officials encounter similar cases in the future, they will use this as a basis. Li Fu also discussed with them that distant relatives like Hu San, even if they are brothers, should not sell widows like Chong in the future. The court officials should also protect the property left by the husband of the widow, and not let the land and houses be taken away by the clan members. This is Li Fu's words, saying that only in this way can the widow keep her chastity for her dead husband. Of course, if they remarry, they cannot take these properties with them. The rules and regulations are listed in a thick book, which will be used as a basis in the future. Zhang Vuzu looked at it, and Li Fu was beside her and heard her say, alas, it is indeed not very useful to rely on men, and a strong fist is the most effective. Li Fu also sighed. He really did his best. As Zhang Zuzu said, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. This world is more beneficial to others. Now only using virtue to talk about things. This has not crossed the line drawn in their hearts. It is impossible to want more. Zhang Juju called Li Fu twice before he came back to his senses. Zhang Vuzu asked, what are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded? Li Fu said, I'm thinking about the past. Zhang Wuzu, the past. What in the past? There were too many things in the past. And Zhang Juju couldn't guess what he was thinking about for a while. Li Fu, I always thought I knew what you were afraid of. But now, as I live longer, I find that you have more things to be afraid of. Zhang Juju's situation is completely different from his. Zhang Juju looked at her little daughter sleeping in the bed and said, when Xiao Xiao grows up, she will be like me. They would naturally treat their daughter like a pearl. But as long as she came into this world, she might encounter the dangers that other women might encounter, regardless of her status. When Zhang Juju and Li Fu were alive, Xiao Xiao had their protection. When they died in the future, Xiao Xiao would have to be able to protect herself. Her brother, husband, and children were all not as reliable as she was capable. It was precisely because she was born a woman that she could not be weak. Li Fu couldn't help frowning when he heard Zhang Juju's words. He walked to the bed and found that the little girl had woken up. Li Fu picked her up and said, she slept for 3/4 of an hour. Zhang Juju pretended to be joking and said, what do you think? Her daughter can't sleep for more than 25 minutes during the day. She has so much energy. If she doesn't like to sleep, there's nothing she can do. Li Fu tried to cover her daughter's eyes and let her sleep for a while. But Xishia's crying made Li Fu give up. If she doesn't like to sleep, then don't sleep, Li Fu said. With such good energy, we can arrange for her to study more and practice martial arts in the future. What do you think? Zhang Juzu, you arrange it. Just treat her as our youngest son. Don't raise her like a girl. Li Fu, okay. It just so happens that her name is also good. And it's hard to tell whether it's a boy or a girl. Zhang Juju, give her a nickname. Tai Dan. Li Fu hesitated for a moment. It's unnecessary to go too far. Right? Forget Tai Dan. It's true that he is raised as a son. But this name is really inappropriate. Fortunately, Zhang Juju just mentioned it casually, and didn't say too much. So she soon forgot about the name. Qin Jiao found Zhang Juju There is no problem with the relationship between the Pan sisters. The problem now is that half of Pan Air's dowry was embezzled by the He family. If this continues, the other half will be lost. This matter cannot be ignored. But if it is managed, Pan Air's life in the He family will not be easy. It's a big or small trouble. It's not that Chen Jiao can't deal with it. In order to be comprehensive, she not only found Zhang Juju, but also other women. Several daughters-in-law of the Pan family. Zhou Lanxu is a family member, and she is also among them. Chen Jiao was being cautious. If this matter could not be handled, it could not be entirely her fault. Zhang Juju saw Pan Air crying and said, "I have a way." Pan Air looked at Zhang Luju and heard her say, "Let's get a divorce." Pan Air stopped crying and said, "Get a divorce?" Zhang Zuju nodded. The princess married He Rongji because he was a gentleman and had a good family background. But now, He Rongji is so extreme in the Chang case. And the He family has used the princess's dowry and refused to return it. They have nothing left. So why bother to keep it to the same tree? This reason is of course sufficient. Zhou Lanxu said, "Why do you want to get a divorce as soon as you hear about the relationship between men and women?" When Zhang Juju heard someone say that they couldn't make ends meet, she would always say divorce. Pan Air also said, "I still have 2 daughters. She gave birth to 2 daughters in the He family. But now she has no son. But He Rongji's concubine has given birth to a son." Zhang Juju said, "Excuse me. How much do you and the 2 girls, the He family, and their father value?" She was not just talking nonsense and asking for divorce. Pan Air really didn't get anything good in the He family. And neither did her daughters. "I had the honor of seeing the princess's dowry. I didn't expect you to suffer such a great injustice," Zhang Zuzu said. Queen Pan and the imperial concubine loved the 2 girls very much except that they didn't want them to be their daughters-in-law. Pan Air's dowry was enough to last for several lifetimes. So what if she didn't give birth to a son? The He family got so many benefits from Pan Air that they dared to treat her like this. Zhang Juju didn't understand why Pan Air had such a wrong life with aunts like Queen Pan and imperial concubine. However, except Chen Jiao, the people present didn't agree with Zhang Juju's opinion. After all, not everyone has the courage to divorce. Zhang Zuju was not surprised and said, "Then let's do this. Please ask the imperial concubine to issue an order to reprimand the He family, and ask them to return your dowry." Pan Air hesitated. Family disgrace should not be made public. If it is known to the world, I am afraid I will be even more alienated from my husband. She still couldn't bear to part with He Rongji. Chen Jiao said, "Sister, you want to have both, which is not easy." Zhang Zuzu said, "I know what the princess means. The princess is not reluctant to leave the He family. But her husband?" Pan Air nodded quickly. She felt that it was not yet time for divorce. Zhang Juju respected her choice and said, "Then you still have to trouble the imperial concubine to invite the county horse to the palace first and ask the whole story carefully." Zhang Zuju didn't care much about Pan Air's marriage. Pan Air was not an ignorant girl. If she really couldn't live, the queen and the imperial concubine would naturally protect her. She wanted to use this incident to promote the protection of property as a follow-up to the Chang case. Pan Air was the niece of Queen Pan and the imperial concubine. The status of the queen and the imperial concubine was more useful than anything else. Chapter 441. I invite you to have tea. Queen Pan has never liked her niece's son-in-law. But Pan Air likes that kind of son-in-law. So there is nothing she can do. Just let her do what she wants. Regarding the dowry, Queen Pan wanted her niece to figure it out herself. And she could ask anyone for advice. She always hoped that this girl would do well on her own. In the end, it still fell on her head. Hearing that it was Zhang Juju who gave the idea, Queen Pan called her over. "It is a family affair of the Pan family. But you are also my descendant. And Ernu, and you are also sisters. You still bother me with such a small matter." Zhang Juju knelt down and saluted. "Your Majesty knows that I have always been cautious and cautious. The princess is your niece. But she still has to suffer such grievances in the He family, and cannot keep her own money. It can be seen that such a thing may fall on me one day. Now I ask your Majesty to set an example, so that I can feel at ease." Queen Pan laughed. "Does Sanlang know that you are making up stories about him?" Queen Pan said. Zhang Uju stepped forward and took her arm, whispering, "Heaven knows. Earth knows. The Queen knows. I know. But he certainly doesn't know." Queen Pan understood what Zhang Juju meant. And she was not just worried about herself. Queen Pan had lost something more important than money. She looked at Zhang Zuzhu and said, "I'm afraid some things are useless. There are so many women in the world. When a woman gets married, her body and money naturally belong to her husband's family. It's all nonsense to say that the husband's family doesn't need the daughter-in-law's dowry. How could they not use the money when it's there? Didn't Pan Air's dowry just disappear like that?" Zhang Zuzhu said, "That's true. But as long as one woman benefits from it, it's worth it," Your Majesty said. Queen Pan nodded. "I should be able to live for a few more years. While I'm alive, I'll keep my word." The Emperor respected her very much. And the prince was no different from her own child. If Queen Pan wanted to legitimately propose to protect women's money, it would definitely work. Take Chong, for example. Her husband died, but the family still had land and some money left. But only a small part of these things remained in the hands of her and her daughter, and the rest were taken away by people from the same clan. In the end, the evil people from the same clan even sold the three of them, mother and daughter. There is really no way out. Zhang Zuzhu said, "May your majesty live 100 years. Queen Pan waved her hands. "It's so annoying to live so long. Not only annoying others, but also annoying yourself. You have to endure many illnesses and many unreasonable things. It's unnecessary to live 100 years. Zhang Zuzhu thought that the queen was really open-minded. "What do you think should be done about the He family?" she asked. "I think Zhang Zuzhu has thought it through, which is good, so she doesn't have to think so much." Zhang Zuzhu said, "A husband and wife can only live longer if they share life and death and adversity. Now He Juanma has lost face and was scolded by you and the imperial concubine because of family affairs. I think it's better to send He Juanma out, and the couple will go to other places with their children. At that time, He Juanma and the princess will support each other, and there will be no outsiders to instigate. Life will definitely be good." The matter of Chong family was so out of control because of this He Juanma. If this person stayed in the capital, the hatred with Li Fu would be too great, and who knows what he would do. Queen Pan just thought that her niece should suffer more, and avoiding these things in the capital was a good way. As expected, He Rongji was called into the palace by the Pan sisters and asked about the dowry from beginning to end. However, the two did not scold him completely, but pointed it out and talked about it in detail. He Rongji was devoted to being an official and was not proficient in general affairs. He had no idea how much a family spent. However, after being carefully calculated by Little Pan, he also found that the dowry was not all spent at home, and someone must have embezzled a lot. The He family did not split up, and the whole family lived together. It is said that there is strength in numbers, but there are many things that cannot be calculated. Pan Air said to her husband, "I am not sorry for the money, but some of it was spent on you and the children. I am just angry that they do not treat us as their own family and never stop calculating." He Rongji did not care much at first, but now it seems that it is his interests that are damaged, not Pan Air's interests alone. "I will definitely let the elders in the family calculate it clearly, and then repay the princess in full," He Rongji said. Queen Pan said, "It's just a few small amounts of money. There is no need to repay it. Have you carefully considered your own future?" He Rongji looked even uglier. When he was in the Dali temple, he argued with Xiang. After Chang's case became a big deal, he still wanted to argue with Li Fu. Unfortunately, he never won. Now he is even more embarrassed. Queen Pan asked him if he was willing to leave the capital and be sent to a distant place, just like Shuiwen, the top scholar in the same imperial examination as him. The other party had made great achievements in the local area and had a good reputation. He Rongji had no better choice at the moment, so he agreed. Pan Air immediately said that he would take his two daughters with her to leave the capital and go to other places, and they would never leave each other. He Rongji and Pan Air left the capital soon, taking only their two daughters. The concubine and the eldest son stayed in the capital and were taken care of by the He family. After sending her niece away, Queen Pan went to the emperor and said that her own niece could not keep her dowry and was laughed at for being young. She was afraid that someone would follow suit. The emperor asked, "What does the queen mean?" Queen Pan said, "The He family embezzled Ernia's property. I can't do anything to them openly. Your Majesty, how do you think I should vent my anger?" The emperor laughed and said, "It's rare for the queen to be angry. Queen Pan is not good-tempered. She is not angry because she doesn't take many things to heart." In the eyes of the emperor, The embezzlement of dowry is just a few small coins. Yes, it is a small coin. The emperor is finally rich now. The emperor found it interesting to see her angry because of money. The queen knocked on the table. I'm talking about business. The He family doesn't take me. The queen. Seriously? You can beat them or kill them with just one word. The emperor lowered his voice. If you're still unhappy, I'll secretly ask a few experts to go to the He family and beat up their whole family to vent the queen's anger. The queen laughed and said, Your Majesty, why are you still the same as before? When the emperor was young, he also loved to fight with others. His methods were not very clever, and he liked to fight directly. The emperor, then what do you mean? I will listen to you. Queen Pan, seizing the property of my daughter-in-law, saying that it is a family. But seizing is seizing. The court cannot let it go. I will not only issue an edict to reprimand the He family, but also let the people of the world take it as a warning and not let such things go. The emperor understood what she meant. She wanted to turn a private matter into a public one. After saying that, Queen Pan went to drink tea. The emperor said, This is not the way to ask someone to do something for you. Queen Pan glared at the emperor and pushed the teacup over. Then I'll treat your majesty to tea. The emperor drank the tea inside. Chapter 442, I don't want to hug. Queen Pan used her niece's matter as an excuse. And she was indeed very respectable in front of the emperor. The emperor drank a cup of cold tea. And the matter was settled. Queen Pan also asked the emperor to call some officials into the palace and asked them to come up with a clear regulation for her, which must be able to prove the fault of the He family, so that she could deal with the He family reasonably. Zhang Zhuzhu wrote the first draft for her, and the officials were urged. And finally the new regulations were finalized. If the husband's family wanted to embezzle the woman's dowry, they must have a certificate written by the woman herself. Otherwise the woman and her family could pursue it later, and the husband's family would have to pay compensation even if they went bankrupt. In addition to the dowry, Queen Pan also took care of the follow-up of the Chong family case, and once again asked the clan not to arbitrarily take away what the woman inherited from her husband, and not to buy and sell people at will. Queen Pan has always been very low-key, and her actions surprised the women in the capital. After everyone discussed, they all felt that it was the He family who caused the trouble. Queen Pan did not want the He family's money. She wanted the He family to lose face. Princess Chang'an was the most interesting. She immediately turned out her original dowry list and complained to Queen Pan, saying how much treasures and money the He family had taken away from her. The He family was already in a mess, and they started a lawsuit with Princess Chang'an. In addition to the princess, there were also some women whose money had been misappropriated. They went to the government to file a complaint. Some people actually received compensation in this hot trend. As long as it is useful, it is always good. Zhang Zhuzhu was free now, staying at home with her children and helping her brother prepare the betrothal gifts. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guangyang had accumulated a lot of things over the years, and they wanted to sell the land in their hometown to give their son some betrothal gifts. Zhang Dachuan was also willing to replace all the chairs in the house with new ones. Zhang Jingjin whispered to her sister, I wanted a piece of land at that time, but they were reluctant to give it up. Now they are willing to sell the land. I really wish I could be reborn as a man, so that I could have half of the land. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, Then I'll fight for you. Zhang Jingjin hurriedly stopped her sister. What are you doing? I just said a few sour words. But now I can't even say sour words. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Yes. Why not? Tell me. Zhang Jingjin was in a better mood after being teased by her, but she still wanted to sigh. Tell me. Why are men more important than us women? Men are born by women. So why are they superior to others? Zhang Zhuzhu, why? It's just bullying. Zhang Jingjin leaned on her sister and said, Mom wants me to help look at the betrothal gift list. I really can't stand it. Please send a few more people over. I'll look at it a few more times. And I'm going to get red eyes. Zhang Zhuzhu took off the gold ring she had just put on in the morning and put it on her elder sister. Zhang Jingjin was about to refuse. She was just upset. She didn't want her sister's things. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I am willing to give it to you. Put it on quickly. Don't say too much. Zhang Jingjin looked at the gold ring and hugged her sister with a smile on her face. Money aside, Zhang Jingjin said, I have a sister like Zhuzhu. It's really worth it. Zhang Zhuzhu really cared about her and Zhang Yining, and she was especially willing to spend money on gold, silver, clothes, jewelry, and anything she had. She would not forget her sister. Zhang Zhuzhu said, in that case, then the eyes can't be read anymore. Zhang Jingjin smiled embarrassedly. Li Fu was finally free. Their baby daughter was over 100 days old. The weather was cooler, and Hongdo's schoolwork was not very heavy. So Li Fu asked for leave for him, and the family of 4 went out to play. Li Qi was worried about his grandson's studies and disagreed, saying, Xiao Xiao is a girl, and she is so young. It's okay to go out to play. But Hongdo is not young anymore, and his cousins were not so lazy when they were studying. When the 3 brothers Li Fu were studying, Li Qi and Lin Weining were very strict. Lin Weining is older and has a softer temperament. Li Qi also loves his grandchildren, but he does not allow them to slack off when it comes to studying. Li Fu said, Don't worry, father. Just rest for 3 days. I will personally ask about Hongdo's homework during these 3 days. Li Qi wanted to say more, but was stopped by Lin Weiying's eyes. After Li Fu left, Li Qi worriedly said, 2 children from the eldest family, 1 from the second family, and Hongdo. I don't think these 4 children have the strength of San Lang. Li Qi always hoped that the Li family would produce a more powerful male. Lin Weiying said, You 3 fathers and sons are officials in the same court, but you are still not satisfied. It's time to be satisfied. Li Qi said, I know in my heart that the Li family can't be prosperous for generations, but I still don't give up. Lin Weiying persuaded Li Qi a few words and said, You have more and more white hair in the past 2 years in the cabinet. Don't forget what happened in Zhongjia village. Li Qi thought for a long time and nodded. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu sat in the carriage. Hongdo was outside. The guard held him on horseback, and Xiao Xiao was in Li Fu's arms. Li Fu said, Father is in the cabinet and wants to go further. He is even strict with the younger generation in the family. Zhang Luzhu said, Dad is too nervous. Fighting for power and profit is always mentally exhausting. But Li Fu, as a son, doesn't want to argue with his father. Xiao Xiao babbled in her mouth, responding to her parents' words. Li Fu looked down at his daughter and said gently, Our Xiao Xiao is really lively. Zhang Zhuzhu, very noisy. Li Fu, why is it noisy? I think she was born like you. You are the most eloquent and eloquent. Xiao Xiao probably inherited your ability. Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless and did not argue with this person. The child is only 3 months old. 3 months. What can be seen from this? As a father, he thinks everything is fine with his daughter. Li Fu was still responding to Xiao's meaningless calls. Xiao Xiao didn't understand. But when Li Fu talked to her, she laughed even more happily, and stuffed Li Fu's hand into her mouth and ate everything. This is exactly the same as her brother when he was a child. After getting off the carriage, Hongdo also ran over and squeezed between Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu. Li Fu handed his daughter to Zhang Zhuzhu to hold, and then picked up Hongdo. Hongdo said loudly, I am already a big child. I don't need my father to hold me. He said this, but he put his arms around Li Fu's neck, wanting to laugh but holding it back. His expression was very interesting. Zhang Zhuzhu said, It's okay. Don't hold me. It's your dad who insisted on holding you. Hongdo was even more embarrassed and buried her head on Li Fu's shoulder. Li Fu patted her sons but twice. Yes. Dad wants to hold you. You can't run away. Hongdo laughed and said, I run slowly. Dad runs fast. He caught me. Li Fu, yes. Hongdo put his little face on his father's face, rubbed it and said, Dad, why don't you grow a beard? It is very common for men to grow beards now. And Li Fu is old enough. Li Fu, then you have to ask your mother. Hongdo asked curiously, Mom, didn't you let Dad grow a beard? Chapter 443 I will always like you. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. What's the matter? Hongdo said, They all have beards. Only the eunuchs in the palace don't have beards. His curiosity was here and there, and now he wanted to ask clearly. Zhang Zhuzhu said, But I don't like your father's beard. Hongdo looked at Li Fu again and said, Dad doesn't like it either? Li Fu said, I like it. But I have to listen to your mother. Hongdo leaned on Li Fu's shoulder and said, Okay. I listen to my mother. My sister listens to my mother. And my father listens to her. My mother is the boss in our family. Although Hongdo is still young, she already knows the order of their family. Like a little bee. He kept asking, Why doesn't mother like it? Zhang Zhuzhu said patiently, Your father would prick me if he had a beard. And I think it's not clean if he has a beard. And it would get on me when I eat. Hongdo also nodded. I know. When Dad kisses you, it would prick you. One day, Dad didn't shave and kiss me, and it pricked me. Zhang Zuzu smiled. Yes, if your father had a beard, I wouldn't let him kiss me. Hongdo covered his face with one hand and said embarrassedly, I won't ask anymore. I won't ask anymore. He struggled in Li Fu's arms, and Li Fu let go and put him on the ground. Zhang Zuzu also handed Xiao Xiao to the maid to hold. Li Fu walked over and took Zhang Zuzu's hand, saying, Our Hongdo is quite thin-skinned. A little bit. Zhang Zuzu also laughed, and then said, Although your beard grows on your body, it has a great influence on me. I have to make the decision on this matter. Right? Li Fu nodded. Didn't we say this a long time ago? Li Fu was very clear about some things. For example, it was true that his face grew on his body, but it was up to Zhang Zuzu to make the decision. Li Fu felt that growing a beard could make him look steady and deep, and make him look older and more convincing. But Zhang Zuzu immediately expressed her opposition. They had been married for many years, but they had a close relationship and kissed each other often. It was terrible for Li Fu to grow a beard. Zhang Zuzu felt that she should not suffer this, and she could not appreciate that thing, thinking that it lowered Li Fu's appearance. After thinking about it, Li Fu agreed. He could disagree, but he could not accept the result. Zhang Zuzu said, I am afraid that Hongdo will think I am authoritarian and overbearing. A mother still hopes to have a good impression in her son's heart. Li Fu, you worry too much. This is a matter between the two of us. You and me. It doesn't matter what he thinks. Zhang Zuzu, what about you? Even Hongdo asked about your beard. I think you have been asked a lot. Nowadays, growing a beard is a way for men to show their identity, and it does make people look calm and reliable. Li Fu has reached that age. Li Fu said, Of course I have been asked, but it's not a big deal. I just said I don't like it. I'm not the only one in the world who doesn't grow a beard. Zhang Zuzu saw Hongdo climbing up the tree with his hands and feet, and didn't look back for a while, and quickly kissed Li Fu on the lips. Thank you for your hard work. Just bear with me. Zhang Zuzu said. If you grow a beard, you won't get this treatment. Li Fu watched Hongdo slide down the tree and said, Not enough. Zhang Zuzu was very generous and kissed her twice more. Is it enough? Li Fu took the opportunity to hug her into his arms. Not enough. Zhang Zuzu hit him twice, and Li Fu hugged her tighter. Hongdo slid down from the tree again, turned around, and looked at his parents hugging each other curiously. He quickly turned around, thought about it, and hugged the tree. Zhang Zuzu had her back to him and didn't see it. Li Fu looked at it and found it very funny. Hongdo also smiled at his father. The couple played with their son for most of the day. After dinner, Hongdo was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. He said, Why isn't your sister sleepy? Zhang Zuzu said, She doesn't like to sleep. Don't worry about it. Go to sleep. Hongdo tried to open his eyes wide. Then I won't sleep either. I'm a boy. How can I sleep more than my sister? Zhang Zuzu, what's the point of comparing? Hongdo insisted, I'm a brother. Zhang Zuzu turned around and shouted, Li Fu. Li Fu. Come here quickly. Your son won't sleep. Li Fu was arranging flowers nearby, put down the vase, and came to see what was going on. Hongdo said first, If my sister doesn't sleep, I won't sleep either. I'm the older brother. I have to be better than my sister. Li Fu was also amused and helpless. Why should an older brother be better than his sister? Hongdo didn't know the reason, but he insisted, I'm the older brother. Children always have their own reasons. Zhang Zuzu and Li Fu looked at each other, and Li Fu said, Well, if you don't want to sleep, don't sleep. Play with your sister. Zhang Zuzu didn't stop him, and said to Li Fu, You watch. I'll sleep first. Li Fu nodded. Zhang Zuzu slept for more than half an hour before being woken up by Li Fu. Hongdo had long fallen asleep, and even Xiao Xiao, who didn't like to sleep, was asleep. Zhang Zuzu didn't dare to make a sound, and Li Fu was the same. If there was any sound, their little ancestor would wake up immediately. The two could only communicate with their eyes and gesture at most. The silence didn't last too long. Xiao Xiao opened her eyes with a hum. Zhang Zuzu said, How long has our little ancestor slept? Li Fu, it's okay today. 2/4 of an hour. Zhang Zuzu sighed. It's really not easy. 2/4 of an hour. The couple had very low expectations for her. and it was good enough if she could sleep for a quarter of an hour at a time. Hongdo also fell asleep. He looked at his sister and said sadly, "What should I do? I am not as good as my sister." Zhang Juju and Li Fu didn't know how this conclusion came about. Zhang Juju thought for a while and said, "Brothers don't necessarily have to be better than sisters." Hongdo, really? Zhang Juju, really? Boys don't necessarily have to be better than girls. Hongdo blinked his eyes, leaned on his mother's arms, and frowned. The words and truths he often heard were very different from what his mother said to him. Hongdo sometimes didn't know which one was right. Of course, he was more inclined to his mother in his heart. Zhang Juju said, "Hongdo doesn't need to compare with anyone. Dad and Mom will always like you." Hongdo hugged her and said, "Really? If I were a little fool, would you still like me?" "Yes." Zhang Zuzu also hugged her son. No mother would dislike her own child. Zhang Zuzu thought her own child was the best. Hongdo laughed this time. "Then I won't compare with my sister." Zhang Juzu thought, "If we have to compare, we shouldn't compare with this. This little girl and their family is so worrying." She whispered, "Children need to sleep more. When you were your sister's age, you slept well. You are common. But your sister is rare." Hongdo said, "Then I am better than my sister, right?" Zhang Zuzu laughed, but still said seriously, "Yes, you are better." Hongdo was completely silent this time, leaning in Zhang Juju's arms, and the two watched Li Fu coax Xiao Xiao together. Chapter 444. The reason why Zhang Zuzu didn't make any progress in calligraphy practice. In the evening, Li Fu cooked, and Hongdo helped beside him. Although she said she helped, she actually made things more complicated, because Li Fu had to take care of him. Zhang Juju held her daughter and looked outside through the window. After a while, she turned around and wanted to leave. Li Fu said, "Where are you going?" Zhang Zuzu, "No. I can't help but give you some pointers when I see you cooking. There can't be two people in charge of a kitchen. Otherwise they will fight." Li Fu, "Then don't watch it for now. Wait for dinner." Zhang Juju agreed very much and left first with her daughter in her arms. Li Fu went into the kitchen only a few times, and the food he cooked was not very delicious. Fortunately, the two people who were eating were very cooperative. Hongdo's little mouth was chattering, saying this was delicious, that was delicious. And she also praised Li Fu, "Dad is really great." Zhang Juzu, "Yeah, very great." Li Fu was very happy to be praised, and looked at her daughter sucking her fingers in the crib. "It's a pity that Xiao Xiao is too young. I will make it for her when she can eat." Hongdo, "I will make it for my sister too." Zhang Juzu, "Then you can do it." "I won't do it." Li Fu, "No need for you. Just rest." Zhang Juju looked at them and felt unprecedented relief. After coaxing the two children to sleep at night, Li Fu and Zhang Juju took a walk in the garden. It was a little cold at night, and Li Fu said, "I think your Majesty wants to go out hunting this year." Zhang Juzu said, "Just go. Your Majesty has not been out of the capital since he came. He is going crazy. Don't write a letter to stop him like others. You should rest when you need to. You can't endure it like this. The palace is very large, and there are many people. But the emperor has been staying in one place all year round. Zhang Juju always feels that his spirit is far less than before." Li Fu nodded, "You are right. From time to time, I think about the things that happened when our family of three left the capital. It is much more interesting than being in the capital. It's a pity that Xiao Xiao is still young, and Li Fu has no chance to leave the capital now." Zhang Juju said, "Yes. I want to go to the north. You have been there for 3 years. I am really curious about what that place is." Li Fu shook his head. "It's not a good place. Although there is no war, the market has been opened, and all countries are doing business at the border. But the border is not peaceful after all, and Li Fu rarely recalls the time there." Zhang Juju, "The capital is not very good either. Where do you want to retire?" Li Fu, "Go to Zhangjia village to retire." Zhang Juju, "You have only been there for less than a year, and you want to retire there?" Li Fu nodded and said, "I didn't have the patience to teach the children to read at that time. I will teach them to read. And the girls too." He still thinks that the time in Zhangjia village is the most interesting. Zhang Juju said, Then I will wait for you to finish teaching and cook for me." Li Fu said, "We should find a better cook." Zhang Juzu, "You don't want to?" Li Fu said seriously, "If you can bear this grievance, then I can cook every day." Although he was praised by his wife and son, Li Fu was very self-aware. The food he cooked was edible, but it was unnecessary to eat it every day. They went there to live in old age, not to suffer. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "That's right. You should eat better. You are not as good as me." Li Fu said frankly, "Yes, I am not as good as you." The two did not talk anymore. They just held hands and walked for a while before going back to rest. The next morning, Li Fu instructed Hongdo on her homework, and Zhang Zhuzhu was practicing calligraphy next to her. Li Fu occasionally went over to take a look and wanted to say something, but he held it back. He told himself that no one is perfect. Zhang Zhuzhu just doesn't write well. Compared with the past, she has improved a lot. Don't ask too much of others. Li Fu turned around and went back to see her son. It's better to see her son in a good mood. Hongdo is still young, and in front of her parents, so she is inevitably a little spoiled. She is not as obedient as when she was studying in the palace. She touches here and there, and curiously watches Zhang Zhuzhu practice calligraphy. He said, "Mom, you hold the pen wrong. Look at me." Zhang Zhuzhu, "I know. I write like this." She has been used to it for a long time, and is too lazy to change. Hongdo is very enthusiastic and said, "Mom, I will teach you." Li Fu thought that even your father couldn't teach you, let alone a little kid like you. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Okay. Then you come." Hongdo ran over to Zhang Zhuzhu and corrected her pen-holding posture. Zhang Zhuzhu was an obedient student. She followed her son's teaching. Li Fu couldn't help but say, "Why didn't you do this when I taught you?" Zhang Zhuzhu looked up at Li Fu, smiling. "What do you think?" Li Fu didn't say anything either. Is there any need to explain this reason? As Zhang Zhuzhu was learning, she was held in Li Fu's arms. After a while, the pen fell to the ground and the paper flew away. When she was done, she had to look for clothes and shoes for a long time. Teaching. But it's hard to say what they are teaching. The couple exchanged glances. But Hongdo, the little teacher, didn't notice them. She just talked seriously about the key points of calligraphy practice, in order to fulfill her wish of becoming a teacher. Zhang Zhuzhu studied very hard. Hongdo looked at Zhang Zhuzhu's new handwriting and praised her. "Mom's writing is better. More beautiful than before." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Really? Hongdo is amazing. I have been learning from your father for many years, but I still can't write well." Li Fu felt very wrong when being dragged down. Zhang Zhuzhu winked at him. They knew the reason why he couldn't learn well, so there was no need to be jealous of his son. Li Fu touched his son's head. "Hongdo, you have worked hard." Hongdo shook his head. "It's not hard. Hongdo is not hard." He was very proud. He did what his father couldn't do. The couple coaxed their son to be happy, and Zhang Zhuzhu even prepared a thank you gift for him. "I will teach my sister to write in the future," Hongdo said. "Li Fu, then write down what happened today, and don't break your promise when the time comes." Hongdo nodded and wrote it down. The family of four spent a few days relaxing outside before returning home. That night, Hongdo and his cousins were called over by Li Qi to ask about their homework. When Hongdo came back, he said that his second cousin was scolded, and he and Sun Gur were also slightly scolded. Li Yuan didn't make any mistakes. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu looked at each other. Hongdo felt a little wrong. Grandfather said that I shouldn't always remember to play, and I should be like my father in the future. Zhang Zhuzhu comforted her son. "Your father is really rare. Hongdo has learned very well. Don't take it too seriously." Zhang Zhuzhu felt that it was not easy for a 5-year-old child to sit still. To be honest, if she hadn't been close to Qinjiao, she wouldn't have wanted her son to study in the palace. She really thought Hongdo was too young. Hongdo knew how to compare now, and he must have learned it in the palace. How sad. Li Fu picked up Hongdo and comforted her. Chapter 445. The Rolling Baby. The three daughters-in-law of the Li family sat together and talked about the children being scolded. Zhao Ping had lived a peaceful life these years. Yesterday, both sons were scolded. Zhao Ping couldn't sleep at night. She was worried about it, and quickly called the two sisters-in-law over. Zhou Rui was not too worried and said, "How can elders not scold their children? If they are scolded, they will be scolded. It's better to let them be more cautious." Zhang Zhuzhu was curious and said, "I just don't know where Dad got the stimulation from. Li Qi used to care about the children, but he cared too much these days." Zhou Rui drank a sip of tea. "I know." Zhao Ping and Zhang Zhuzhu both looked at her. Zhou Rui said first, "Look at you two. I don't know what you are worried about all day long. It's just the trouble caused by the Su family. Among the younger generations of the Su family, there is a 5-year-old boy, about the same age as Hongdo, who can already write poems and has excellent calligraphy. He is destined to be a marquis and a prime minister in the future. Zhang Juju really didn't know about this matter. She was busy with other things recently. After hearing it, she said, "He is only 5 years old. Is it that serious? This is too much." "It's really not that serious." Zhao Ping also nodded. What can a 5-year-old know? Zhang Juju didn't quite understand it either, and said, "There are indeed prodigies who are born smart in the world. But they are also born smart. I can't raise such a child anyway." Zhang Juju doesn't think that such a child can be educated. And it's hard to say whether the Su family's child is really smart or just promoted by the Su family. This family has a lot of problems. Zhang Juju will know after asking Su Mingzhou. Zhou Rui said, "Anyway, their child is famous now. Better than our child." Zhang Juju, what's the use of being so good? You can't brag about the child's affairs everywhere. Zhou Rui said, "That's very useful. He will be smart from now until he is 20 years old. By then, he can marry a noble lady and manage the family well. By then, the Su family will be the same as before." Zhang Zuzu and Xiao Ping shook their heads. Zhou Rui looked at Zhang Zuzu and said, "I think Hongdo is also very smart." Zhang Juju immediately said, "I think Sun Gur is also smart. If my second sister-in-law is pregnant now, she should eat more fish. The child born next year will be even smarter." Zhou Rui was so angry that she laughed. "Shut up. You are the only one who can talk." Zhao Ping hurriedly said a few words to make peace. "It doesn't matter whether they are smart or not. All our children are good. I think we should go to mother and ask her to persuade father. It's better not to compare such things." Zhou Rui hesitated for a moment. She said, "Mother had a smart child like my third brother at that time. Do you think she also hoped that one of our children would be like San Lang? Otherwise all the Su family would be in the limelight." Zhou Rui was worried that this was not just Li Qi's idea, but the idea of the two of them. To be honest, the 3 young mothers did not pay much attention to their children's studies. Zhou Rui was the most concerned among them. Xiao Ping trusted her mother-in-law, and Zhang Zuzu felt that the child was still young. Lin Weining, on the other hand, was a strict person. She also had to check the homework of the girls in the family. Then the 3 of them sat down again, looking at each other. Zhang Juju said first, "I was considered the one who loved the children the most in the family. I really don't want to bring up the past." She didn't want to confront her mother-in-law head-on. Zhao Ping and Zhou Rui immediately thought, "If you don't go, do we dare to go?" Then they heard Zhang Juju say, "Let the eldest brother, the second brother, and Li Fu go to ask. It's better for the mother and son to go than for any of us to go." The 3 of them reached a consensus without even thinking about it. That night, Li Fu used the excuse that he had just got a new painting and invited his younger brothers to come and see it. The 3 brothers sat together to talk about this. Then when Li Fu came back, his face was not very good. Zhang Zuzu said, "Why? Didn't you say to go together?" Li Fu sat down and said, "They said that when the 3 of us were young, we were also scolded and grew up. And now we are all fine. It doesn't matter if the younger generation is scolded a few times." Obviously, Li Fu disagreed with him. Li Fu thought that his father's scolding of the children was not out of concern for the children, but because of the little prodigy who became famous in the Su family. The starting point was wrong. As a son, how could he allow his biological father to make such a mistake? And it was very unfair to the children in the family. They studied hard, just like before, but they were scolded for no reason. Don't they feel wronged? Zhang Juju said, "I don't agree with this either. It is precisely because I suffered undeserved grievances when I was a child that I should protect my children from wind and rain. What can I do if I leave them alone?" Li Fu and Zhang Juju had the same idea. But Li Fu's 2 elder brothers thought it was okay for a boy to be wronged, especially when it came from his own grandfather. Moreover, he was only reprimanded a few times, without beating or scolding. How much of a grievance could this be? Their reasons were also reasonable. Zhang Juju said again, "Forget it. We have different ideas, and it's not a big deal. There is no need to argue about this." Li Fu also nodded. "Then let's see. If Dad really wants to push any of our children to become a child prodigy, we must stop him. Saying too much now would be like overcorrecting." This is exactly what Li Fu meant. I will talk to him about this. Zhang Zhuzu thought. Because of this, their parents haven't urged the child to do anything. But the child's grandfather has been forced into a panic. It can be seen that the dispute in the cabinet is not only about the government, but also involves the family. How terrible. Zhang Zhuzu went out for a walk. Those who have children aged 4 or 5 at home are now nervous, wanting to see if their children have the ability to write poems at the age of 5. The biggest victim is Zhou Xia, the eldest son of Zhou Yi and Qin Jiao. Some people have already asked the emperor's eldest grandson to see if he can write poems when he is 5 years old. The poor emperor's eldest grandson has only just written his name smoothly, and he has only learned a little bit of other things. Qin Jiao was also angry when he talked about this. Someone has already reported that my eldest son has to get up an hour earlier to study and leave school an hour later in the evening, so that he can become a useful person in the future. Zhang Zhuzu thought. Torturing children is a common practice in ancient and modern times. Don't do that. Children need to sleep for 4 or 5 hours. Otherwise they won't grow tall. Qin Jiao, Your Highness called people over and reprimanded them, telling them not to interfere with Dalong's affairs. As a result, they quarreled in the study. The court official said that it must be because I, as a mother, doted on the emperor's grandson. Qin Jiao let out a breath to avoid suffocating and vomiting blood. The child is born well and learns quickly, all of which are from the Zhou family. The child is a little bad, all of which are mine. What sin have I done to become a daughter-in-law of the Zhou family? She used to be so gentle and kind, and she didn't speak loudly. After being married for a few years, she forced people into this. Zhang Zhuzu hurriedly persuaded a few words. If you get angry with them, you will lose decades of life for nothing. Stop it, Qin Jiao said. No wonder the mausoleum has to be prepared early. If it's a little later, there will be no place to bury it. Zhang Zhuzu spoke in a good voice for a long time to avoid being really angry. Chapter 446, I Shouldn't Dare. The little prodigy of the Su family caused a wave of heated discussion in the capital. For a while, everyone compared their own children, wishing that their children could write poems at the age of 5 and take the imperial examination at the age of 6. Fortunately, this trend did not last too long. Zhou Yi's method was very direct. He asked the Su family to clarify it themselves, saying that the rumors were exaggerated. The child was just smart, and the prodigy was just a misunderstanding. The Su family took this opportunity to let their child go to the East Palace to accompany the study. Zhou Yi also refused, on the grounds that his son, the grandson of the Zhou family, was not born very smart, and he was afraid that if he met someone too smart, it would make the child feel uncomfortable. This answer almost choked people to death. Zhou Yi stopped this matter by tough means, and then the palace found an excuse, saying that the weather was getting cooler, and recruited children who could play kuju from various families, divided into several teams, and spent 5 days competing. During this period, they did not need to study, just compete. After this, Li Qi really calmed down a lot, regretted it home, and said to Lin Weiying, I was confused by the Su surname. Lin Weiying said, I was really confused. I envied others for having such a good grandson, and was angry that I didn't have one. Li Qi was also old, and his wife pointed out his mistakes directly, and his face was not very good for a while. He stood up and said, I have some good pens and ink in my study. Tomorrow, madam, please help me divide them among the children. Lin Weiying, I have a boy. But what about a girl? As a grandfather, how can I favor one over the other? Li Qi, share them all. Xiaoxiao should also have a share. Keep it for her to use when she grows up. Lin Weiying then sat down and said, I think the Su family wanted to let the child go to the palace to accompany the study. But unfortunately, the result was not as expected. They did not expect that Zhou Yi was a thunderbolt, and would not fall for these tricks at all. He shot himself in the foot. It was wrong to use the child as an excuse. Now that it did not go as expected, it was also right. It was a pity that such a good child was pushed out as a rat by his own elders. There is no end to the road yet. Why do we have to do this? Li Qi, who said it wasn't? Lin Weiying glanced at her husband and said, Don't interfere with the children's affairs in the future. Li Qi, yes. Yes. I won't ask again. He really stayed with the fool for a long time, and his brain was not so sharp. He really had to see less people and do more things in the future. A family conflict was successfully resolved. Zhang Zhuzu said, How old were you when you could write poetry? Li Fu thought for a while and said, 9 or 10 years old. It's very artificial. Not worth mentioning. Writing poetry is not difficult as long as you follow the pattern. But if you want the poetry to have practical meaning, the poet needs to have experience. Zhang Zhuzhu said in advance, if Hongdo doesn't do it by then, you as a father won't be angry. Right? Li Fu thought for a moment. I shouldn't dare. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately said, what do you mean? You want to say that I spoil my children, and you can't be angry with him? After many years of marriage, they really have a tacit understanding. Zhang Zhuzhu guessed what Li Fu wanted to say. Li Fu smiled and hid behind. Zhang Zhuzhu, it's obvious that you are more inclined to spoil your children. Zhang Zhuzhu is not exaggerating. Li Fu really loves these two children very much. Li Fu said without hesitation, yes. I do. I love them very much. Li Fu really loves Zhang Zhuzhu, and the two children he gave birth to very much. What a magical thing. These two children share his and Zhang Zhuzhu's blood. Their looks and temperaments are similar to his own in some ways, and Zhang Zhuzhu in others. Li Fu loves them, which is something he cannot control. Li Fu continued, as a father, I have the nature to love my children. The more important reason is that I love you very much. And then I love them. Li Fu sometimes wondered how he would treat children if someone he did not love very much gave birth to them. Li Fu felt that he would love these children, but he might not be willing to devote a lot of effort to them, give them unconditional tolerance and love, and have selfish desires for them like he does now. Li Fu sometimes wondered why he became like this. Why did he seem to have endless love for his children, filling his heart all the time, constantly? Zhang Zhuzhu heard him say this and smiled. It's the same for me. Hongdo and Xiao Xiao are the blood of the two of them, born in their full love. Li Fu said, what are the same? He wanted to hear more clearly. Zhang Zhuzhu naturally understood Li Fu's intentions, and she said frankly, I love you very much. And I love children. Li Fu was satisfied when he heard what he wanted to hear. They are still so young. Li Fu said, I am afraid I will have to worry about them all my life. Zhang Zhuzhu, who said it wasn't? The responsibility of being a parent is so heavy. Although they had clearly discussed these issues before giving birth, they thought they were ready to be parents. But the actual situation is still thousands of times more complicated than they imagined, often catching people off guard. The Emperor's plan to go out for autumn hunting has finally come true after going through thousands of difficulties and dangers. The Emperor has not left the capital for a long time, and feels that he is going crazy. Now he finally has a chance to breathe. He is very happy before he goes out. The Emperor said to Li Fu with emotion, you are indeed my good descendant. You have made an indispensable contribution to the success of this trip. It is very troublesome for the Emperor to travel, with many people working and more expenses. The biggest risk is still the safety issue, which is why the court officials oppose it. Li Fu said, I often miss your Majesty's heroic appearance. This is not just for the sake of being nice. When the Emperor was in the north, he was notorious and powerful. To be honest, it was much better than being an emperor now. The Emperor was about to be proud when he heard Li Fu say, I have written down various ways to save money. The Emperor sighed after hearing this. This year is a good year. The harvest is so good. The treasury has money, and I can't spend it. He worked hard for several years, saved the dying court, and saved some money. But he couldn't spend it. The Emperor murmured, if it weren't for the late Emperor's awful appearance, I wouldn't have come back to grab the throne. Li Fu would think of the Emperor's sleepless appearance when he learned that he had a great chance to sit on the throne, and couldn't help thinking that people's hearts are fickle. Even if he got the throne and sat on this supreme chair, he would get tired of it one day. How interesting. With less expenses, the court officials' discussions were much quieter. It is said that the queen also subsidized some money from her own storehouse to make new clothes and new jewelry for the concubines, so that the concubines would not be laughed at for being shabby. Now the Emperor was the one being laughed at, and Li Fu was caught and scolded by him twice. Chapter 447. Don't be afraid. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu were going out, and Hongdo had to take her with them. But Xiao Xiao was too young to be taken out. Lin Weining said, you young people like to play, and I'm old, so it's better not to go out. She planned to stay at home to take care of the children. Zhang Zhuzhu was very grateful to her and said, what are you talking about? Mother? You are still young, and you have to go out. The three of us are still young after all. I'm afraid that people will look down on us. I will send Xiao Xiao to my eldest sister and let her take care of her for a few days. Lin Weining waved his hand. Who dares to look down on you? I don't think anyone will do that. After you go out, I will stay at the Lin family for a while. At her age, it is really inappropriate for her to always live in the Lin family. Now that everyone in the family is leaving, Lin Weining will take the child and live in the Lin family. And naturally no one will say anything. Zhang Zuzhu suddenly realized. Lin Weining said again, your elder sister and your mother are also busy with your brother's marriage. Don't bother them. I will take care of Xiao Xiao. Just don't worry. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and took her arm, saying, then I have no choice but to hide behind you. Lin Weining patted her arm and said nothing more. On the day before leaving, Li Fu and his wife sent the child to Lin Weining. Xiao Xiao is still too young. She is not old enough to recognize people, and she is happy to be held by anyone. Li Fu, Zhang Zuzhu, and Hongdo were the only ones who were watching her and couldn't bear to let go. Hongdo said, why can't I take my sister with me? I remember my mother told me that I went on a long journey with you and my father. Very far away. Hongdo couldn't remember the things from his childhood. Zhang Zuzhu told him. Li Fu said, you were much older than your sister is now. You could run and jump. But your sister couldn't do that. Speaking of that incident, Lin Weining couldn't help but say, you two are ridiculous. Hongdo wasn't old enough to go on a long journey at that time. Zhang Zuzhu didn't dare to say anything. She was in the wrong. Really in the wrong. Li Fu said to her mother, I was too impulsive. I will never do that again in the future. Lin Weining waved her hand. Go quickly. Go quickly. Big or small. They are all her debts. Li Fu quickly picked up Hongdo and took Zhang Zuzhu with her. The three of them ran away quickly. Lin Weining held her granddaughter in her arms and made up her mind to teach her to be a decent and sensible lady. Especially not to indulge in love. Not everyone can be as lucky as your mother to meet a good man taught by your grandmother. It is common for us girls to be misled by love. You know? Lin Weining said to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao didn't understand anything. She reached out to touch the silk flower in her grandmother's hair. Babbling and smiling, Lin Weining held her little hand and put her annoying parents behind her. Going out to play is good, but traveling is the most boring thing in the world. Li Fu and the prince were called away by the emperor. The emperor wanted to ride a horse, but the courtiers did not allow him to ride in the carriage. The emperor called many people to play chess. Zhang Zuzhu was with Chen Jiao. The children were all taken away by Queen Pan and the imperial concubine. They also wanted to kill the boring time on the road. Chen Jiao sighed with his face in his hands and said, at least leave one for us. Zhang Zuzhu, forget it. I don't want to take care of the child. I want to go out and ride a horse. Chen Jiao smiled, motioned Zhang Zuzhu to lean on his shoulder, and said, lend it to you. Have a good sleep, and you will have everything in your dreams. Zhang Zuzhu, why ride a horse in a dream? What does my sister want to do in a dream? Chen Jiao said. Zhang Zuzhu, in a dream. I want to be an emperor. Chen Jiao was in a panic and quickly covered her mouth. Okay. Okay. Let's not talk about this. Let's not dream. How scary. Zhang Zuzhu laughed and said, there is no one else here. What are you afraid of? Chen Jiao, alas. I have been in the East Palace for a long time, and the walls have ears, which scared me like this. One of the lessons she learned in the East Palace during these years is to be cautious in what she says and does, especially to keep her mouth shut. Even whispering when no one is around can be spread. Although she was the only mistress in the East Palace, Chen Jiao had learned to be cautious enough. Zhang Zuzhu, you should be more cautious. If one day, Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu could not get along, they would at most break up. If Chen Jiao and the prince could not get along, it was unlikely that they would break up, and the probability of them being separated by yin and yang was higher. Chen Jiao said, there is gain and loss. I am very proud of my life. Zhou Yi even helped her manage her reputation, and she was not dissatisfied. However, it was really boring to travel. Zhang Zuzhu took the opportunity to find out a lot of gossip and told Li Fu when she returned. After 3 or 4 days of traveling, Li Fu already knew that the Minister of Personnel's favorite was the 7th concubine. Because of this concubine, the couple quarreled many times. Now the minister's wife took her 2 sons back to her hometown because the concubine instigated the maid at home to seduce the legitimate son to prevent him from taking the imperial examination. After asking around, there are many messy things. Zhang Zuzhu, when they go out, They all look glamorous. But behind closed doors, everyone has a lot of troubles. Li Fu is not very interested in these things. But a Zhang Zuzu wants to talk. He will never be perfunctory. I'm afraid there will be trouble in the family of the Minister of Personnel, he said. Zhang Zuzu, how do you know? Li Fu, many corrupt officials start from their female relatives. In the past, his family had a proper wife who knew what to do and what not to do. Now the concubine is in charge. If he still dotes on her as before and makes her not restrained, he will still be in such an important position in the Ministry of Personnel. Li Fu has experience in these things. Zhang Zuzu heard this and suddenly sighed. Li Fu said, who do you feel sorry for? Mostly for the wife of this family, and a small part for this concubine. Zhang Zuzu said, the wife takes care of the housework, gives birth to children, and makes friends with women from various families in foreign affairs. But her hard-working husband does not know how to cherish her. As for this concubine, she is still young, and she became someone else's concubine. She thought she was favored, so she acted without restraint, and no one told her about the future disasters. The man who doted on her only treated her as a plaything. If he really loved her, how could he consume her like this? She might not have a good end. Li Fu held her hand and said, this is all the fault of the minister as a man. Zhang Zuzu, his faults have to be shouldered by women. Li Fu naturally agreed with this. But he did not talk about it again. After a hard journey, they finally arrived. Zhang Zuzu came to the queen to pick up her son. But the palace servant came to find Queen Pan and asked her to mediate. The emperor quarreled with the court officials again. Queen Pan said with a headache, what is it about again? The palace servant, your majesty thinks the horse arranged for him is too docile. Queen Pan, being a daughter-in-law of the Zhou family is really a sin in the previous life. Queen Pan went to mediate, and Zhang Zuzu took her son to watch the fun. As soon as the queen went over, the emperor complained, look at this horse. Queen, I am a person who has fought on the battlefield, and I have seen all kinds of good horses. Queen Pan said to the court officials, change to the one your majesty likes. The court officials wanted to refute, but Queen Pan said, if there is a bump, there is still a prince. This means that even if the emperor died from a bump, there is still a prince who can ascend the throne. So there is no need to be afraid. The court officials changed color, and then fell silent. The queen really dared. The emperor was speechless for a while, but he changed the horse as he wished. Chapter 448 The reason for not being able to sleep. Zhang Zuzu said, I'm afraid only the empress dares to say that. Li Fu said, they have been married for many years, and their feelings are naturally incomparable to others. Think about it. It's also true. It's been decades. It's almost the same as an ordinary wife scolding a man as an old man. It's not a big deal. But outsiders must never say such things. Since Queen Pan said that day, the emperor has gained great freedom. The court officials think about it. Not to mention that the emperor is from the military. He is still in good health. The prince is not young anymore. He is a capable person. They are persuading the emperor not to stand under the dangerous wall. Not only useless, but also offending the emperor. Why bother? Let's just listen to the queen. The emperor was in a complicated mood. He was free, but the way this freedom came made him feel quite helpless. After that, the emperor became cautious and did not do anything too outrageous. Queen Pan was not surprised at all and said, Your Majesty, and I have been married for many years. I know him very well. He is like a child. If you don't let him do something, he will try it. If you let him go, he will be cautious. The court officials thought that all men in the world are the same. If you want to control him, no matter how much others say, it will be useless. Ask his wife to do it. After a day of rest, Zhang Zuzu and Hongdo were in much better spirits the next day, and the hardship of the journey was swept away. But Li Fu didn't. Li Fu was awakened by a dream in the middle of the night yesterday, and then he couldn't fall asleep. Zhang Zuzu said, What did you dream about? Li Fu didn't answer, just picked up his son and said, Something small. Go play with Hongdo. Zhang Zuzu didn't ask much. Li Fu used to be afraid of the dark and ghosts. Maybe he came to a new place and dreamed of something ghostly. He probably didn't feel embarrassed to tell his son. After all, he is a father, and he has to save face. Zhang Zuzu only said to him, Next time you dream, wake me up. Li Fu, okay. Then when Li Fu went to find Zhou Yi, he asked him, How long do you plan to stay here? Your Majesty? Zhou, you know better than me. Li Fu, I feel it's been too long now. 10 days. Isn't it too long? Only 10 days. How can it be too long? Zhou looked at his face and said, You are sick. I'll call the doctor. Li Fu's face was full of sorrow. I had a dream last night. I dreamed that my daughter was crying. Her face was all red from crying. Zhou looked at Li Fu steadily and didn't say anything for a long time. He didn't know what to say. When his second son is older, he will have to fight for a daughter. As if no one can give birth to a daughter. Li Fu said, I dreamed that she called me dad. Zhou, if I remember correctly, Xiao is 3 months old. Not 3 years old. Only 3 months old. He was already thinking about his daughter calling him daddy. Zhou really didn't want to talk to him. So he turned around and left. Li Fu missed his beloved daughter. And was restless. After a long while, he slowly walked over. Zhang Juju was not as sentimental as Li Fu. And she didn't think that the reason why Li Fu woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't sleep was because he missed his daughter. Although she couldn't see her daughter for more than half a month after leaving the house. Zhang Juju was relieved that her mother-in-law was taking care of her personally. I have to bring her some good things back. Otherwise I'd really let my mother-in-law down for all her hard work. There were many female relatives accompanying them. And they were still gathered around Queen Pan and the imperial concubine, which was very lively. Even Xinjiao, the crown princess, was surrounded by people, talking and laughing, which was very different from before. Someone soon came from the emperor's side and invited Queen Pan and other concubines to go out hunting. Naturally, they wanted to let the young people compete and make it lively. At this time, a woman said, The prince will definitely win the first prize today. If the emperor had another adult or favorite son, then the show would have started at this time. Unfortunately, now only the prince is proud. And all he hears is flattery. Even if he wanted to have other opinions, he had no chance. Princess Haeong walked by and said, When I was a child, it was much more lively than this. Zhang Juju said, When I arrived in the capital, it was lively enough. Later, one after another, they all died at the hands of the emperor. Zhou Lanshu said, It's better now. Our family doesn't have to worry about who to stand on, let alone being killed if we stand on the wrong side. With His Majesty and the Crown Prince, our Zhou family seems to be on the verge of revival. Zhou Lanshu's mood couldn't be better without having to live in fear. Zhang Juju also hopes that this kind of stability can last longer. After a morning, the Crown Prince lived up to everyone's expectations and won the first place, winning everyone's applause. Li Fu was not in good spirits and was a little tired. But he picked up 2 rabbits and brought them back for Hongdo to play with. Zhang Juju said, These rabbits look pretty clean. Li Fu, they were raised in the royal beast garden and have only been released for 2 days. Of course they are clean. Zhang Juju was speechless for a moment. When the emperor went out hunting, the land was cleared in advance, and large beasts had been driven away long ago, so that these nobles would not really encounter beasts. If they were injured, it would be fine. But what if they lost their lives? In case there were not enough small ones to share, some domestic animals would be arranged here before hunting. She said, It's free range anyway. Why do we have to travel so far to the enclosure? Why not just enclose a place in the suburbs of Beijing? Li Fu spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know the reason. Maybe he felt that going out for a long journey would give him a better feeling of hunting. Hongdo squatted on the ground and said, When we get back, my sister and I will each have a little rabbit. I'll wait for my sister to pick one first. Zhang Juju said, You can pick the one you like first. Now they are far from being humble. And Zhang Juju and Li Fu will try their best to satisfy their wishes. What if my sister and I like the same one? Hongdo didn't want to argue with his sister. If there was an argument, he would give in to his sister. Li Fu touched his son's head. It's okay. When the time comes, you two can take care of one, and Dad will take care of the remaining one. Or I can find a few more, and you can choose the same. Hongdo was relieved after hearing this idea. Thank you, Dad, Hongdo said. Li Fu, you're welcome. The father and son smiled at each other, and went to place the 2 rabbits together. Chen Jiao and Zhou were also accompanying their 2 children. Zhou picked up his youngest son, who was staggering on the ground, and said, Why don't you give birth to a girl? Chen Jiao, put the child down quickly. You shouldn't carry him like this. Joey put his son down and said to Qinjiao, "Is there any medicine that can help you give birth to a daughter?" Qinjiao was speechless. "I've only heard of medicine that can help you give birth to a son." Joey was sorry. Qinjiao said, "I won't take it even if there is any. You can take it if you want." "Joey, I'll take it if I want. You don't know that someone couldn't sleep last night because he missed his daughter." Qinjiao immediately thought of Li Fu and said in surprise, "Is it true? I have only heard of mothers missing their children, but I have never seen a father like this." Joey hugged his wife. "If we had a daughter, I would do the same." Qinjiao said, "I think it has nothing to do with sons or daughters. People like both sons and daughters." Joey immediately said, "Daughters must be more delicate. Is it useful to pray to Guanyin? Let's go back and burn incense next time." Qinjiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that there was a reason why they could be friends. Chapter 449. Of course it's mine. Zhang Zhuzhu soon heard something about Li Fu from Qinjiao. She laughed non-stop and asked Li Fu at night, "I heard that someone couldn't sleep because he missed his daughter. I don't know whose father is so gentle and kind." Li Fu thought that some words should be kept to oneself. Once they are revealed, they will be known to the world immediately. "Whose father do you think it is?" he said helplessly. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. "Of course it's mine." Li Fu looked like he knew you were still asking. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You are so funny. I thought you had changed places and had a nightmare. So I asked why you didn't call me. It turns out you are embarrassed." Li Fu hugged her. "I'm not embarrassed. I'm afraid that if you know, you will also worry about Xiao Xiao with me, and you will not have a good time." Zhang Zhuzhu didn't laugh this time. She was naturally worried about her daughter. As a mother, especially when the child was so young, Zhang Zhuzhu was always worried about her, even if there were elders at home to take care of her. She just didn't expect that Li Fu would be so worried that she couldn't sleep. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Whether you say it or not, I will miss her. But we have to play when we should play. In a few days, we will go back, so you can relax." Li Fu smiled. "Are you advising me or yourself?" Zhang Zhuzhu fell on Li Fu and sighed. "I still have to take the child with me in the future." No matter how much they tried to comfort her, they both missed their child. Li Fu, "Well, we won't have much chance to leave the capital in the future, so we won't be apart for such a long time again." The couple sat opposite each other until late at night, and then they closed their eyes and fell asleep. As parents, children are a permanent bond, and it is not easy to be as free and easy as before. But we have to continue playing. The next day, when Xiao Pan saw Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu, she couldn't help but feel very worried and said, "Young people, don't be too indulgent, and cultivate your character." Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu didn't react at first, and when they came to their senses, they were embarrassed and funny. Li Fu didn't refute, but said, "Your Majesty is right. We have learned a lesson." After Li Fu left, Xiao Pan pulled Zhang Zhuzhu and said, "I am beginning to suspect that you will cast a curse. They have already given birth to 2 children, and they are still not tired of each other. How rare it is." Xiao Pan remembered that after she gave birth to a child, she was too lazy to look at the emperor for a long time. Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless. What did the queen say? "It's fine if outsiders don't know and say nonsense. But how can you say this to me? I'm going to be sad." Xiao Pan said, "I was just joking with you. Come on. Ride with me." Zhang Zhuzhu followed them. After a while, many women surrounded the imperial concubine, and some women brought their own daughters. Zhang Zhuzhu pushed Qinjiao with her arm. Many palaces in the East Palace are still empty, and there are still people who want to fill them up. Qinjiao understood Zhang Zhuzhu's meaning and said, "It depends on their ability. It can't depend entirely on their ability. It also depends on your ability." She took the little grandson from Qinjiao's arms. "Go to the prince and tell him that you are unhappy." "Qinjiao, I am a mother, and I still have to be jealous with others. How can this be good?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "It doesn't matter if your hair is white. Go quickly. I will take care of your child." Qinjiao rubbed his little son's fat face and left. Zhou Yi heard that the princess was looking for him, and when he saw him, he asked, "I am teaching Daoan to know swords and knives. Why are you looking for me?" "Qinjiao, if I'm fine, I can't look for you." Her face was obviously not right. After all, they have been married for so many years. Joey can see it. Qinjiao didn't let him guess, and took the initiative to say, "When I was with my mother, I saw many girls aged 15 or 16 who were as shy and timid as I was back then. And I remembered that I was that age when I met your highness. Now Erlang is 1 year old. And it's a pity that time flies. She held the prince's hand. Your highness. Do you think I am still the same as before? After hearing this, Zhou Yi knew what it meant. He also held Qinjiao's hand. Because she was jealous of him. Zhou Yi was quite happy. He said, you are naturally different from before. You are the crown princess, my wife, and the mother of our 2 sons. You are no longer the same as you were before. And I am also very different from before. Don't you think so? He used to want Qinjiao to be obedient. But now he dares not even think about such a thing. Qinjiao said, then is your highness's vision still the same as before? Zhou Yi, who do I see in my eyes? Need I say more? He and Qinjiao trust and obey each other. And Zhou Yi has spent all his efforts on her and the 2 children. In their small home. He is very satisfied with the rewards he has received. And if this balance is broken, it may not be a good thing. It is a man's skill to keep his promises. And Zhou Yi will do it. Qinjiao smiled. She said softly, I don't disbelieve your highness. But Sister Juju is willing to help me take care of Erlang. So I came to your highness to slack off. Zhou Yi turned his head and looked into the distance. Li Fu was also looking at Zhou Xie. He took Qinjiao's hand. Thank you for your hard work today. I saw a beautiful scenery yesterday, and I have already thought about taking you there when I have time. Qinjiao did not refuse. Then Li Fu heard that the prince went to find the princess and never came back. Zhang Juju held the little grandson. And her arms were sore after a while. Baby, you are really important. The little grandson smiled at her. The imperial concubine looked back and said, where is the princess? Zhang Juju raised her voice so that everyone could hear. And said, your highness had something to ask the crown princess. And he just went over. The meaning of her words was very clear. But there were still people who wanted to stir up trouble. The imperial concubine is still here. And the crown princess, as a daughter-in-law, should serve her well. Why did she leave without saying a word? Zhang Juju still smiled. It's not that there are so many people. And the crown princess doesn't move around. Where will there be space? What she said was really unpleasant. But it was the truth. Many people wanted the crown princess and her 2 sons to move so that they could take over. If Qinjiao was here, it was inevitable that someone would use some of her virtues and her family's prosperity to suppress her. But Zhang Juju was different. She didn't buy into that. She was ridiculed by Zhang Juju. But she was not a pushover. She glanced at the little grandson and said with a smile, Third grandma doesn't have time to take care of her own children. But she has time to look after the little grandson. I remember you just gave birth to a girl some time ago. Did you mean to? The woman paused and said to Xiao Pan. The queen said before that the 3rd grandma of the Li family is the smartest woman in the capital. I didn't believe it before. But now it seems to be true. She was vague. But she just wanted to say that the Li family and the Eastern Palace were close. And they might get married in the future. And then, the Li family would be a foreign relative. The trouble caused by the foreign relative seizure of power is not far away. And the Li family has a powerful person. Zhang Juju glanced at the other party's shy and timid daughter and said, The trouble of the Li family is still far away. But your thoughts are right in front of us. Let's not talk about what the Li family will do first. If they put their daughter into the East Palace, the result will be seen immediately. Xiao Pan originally favored Zhang Juju. And now she really showed annoyance and said, Sanling's wife, I'm a little tired. You accompany me back. Zhang Zuzu glanced at them, hugged the little emperor's grandson, and left with the imperial concubine. Chapter 450, I am the one who will be punished underground. Xiao Pan looked at Zhang Juju. I think you care about the crown princess more than the people of the Chen family. Zhang Juju said, Not only that, madam, I care about you too. Xiao Pan didn't believe it. Zhang Juju, your highness and the crown princess are inseparable and don't tolerate others. They have no choice but to ask you to be the one who breaks up the couple. You are soft-hearted. If you don't pay attention and really agree, it will hurt the mother-son relationship between you and his highness. Although mother and son don't have overnight hatred, there is a knot in their hearts. After all, they are not as close as before. Am I right? Xiao Pan was indeed moved. As a mother-in-law, she would always feel that the daughter-in-law was not good enough for her son. So she would set her sights on other girls. Qin Jiao had been loved by Zhou Yi for many years, and Xiao Pan had never done anything out of line, which was much better than most mothers-in-law. It was normal for her to be persuaded. Xiao Pan, how come everything you say makes sense? Zhang Zhuzhu showed her the little grandson in her arms. Your Majesty is kind-hearted. The mother of the two grandsons is not the smartest person. She saw the scene just now, and immediately went to find the prince. If your Majesty had chosen another woman to go to the East Palace, there would be no way for them to survive. Zhang Zhuzhu said again. Xiao Pan snorted. She certainly loved her own grandson very much. She gently touched the child's head and said, Don't talk nonsense here. She has someone like you who cares about her more than her own sister. Even if there are 30 or 50 new people, they can't replace her. Zhang Zhuzhu, people still have to rely on themselves. How can you rely on others for your whole life? Xiao Pan also couldn't bear that her grandson was without a mother. But she said stubbornly, My son has plenty of ability. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything this time. The little grandson also reached out to touch Xiao Pan's face, and then grinned. Xiao Pan also laughed with him. This child is exactly the same as my son when he was a child. It's her belly that's good. I'll stop making trouble, so as not to annoy people and make people think I'm a wicked mother-in-law. Mrs. Pan thought that she was a well-behaved and smart girl, and thought that her son was really outrageous. He didn't like anything but beautiful girls. As a mother, she had no way to deal with him. Zhang Zhuzhu was relieved. The imperial concubine was not a stable person. Sometimes she didn't think too much about things and just acted according to her temper. She had the confidence. Her husband was the emperor. She had a sister above her. And her son was very competitive. She had been spoiled for a long time. So she was impulsive. If the crown princess had stayed here, if she got angry and wanted to leave any girl behind, it would have been really lively. Zhang Zhuzhu favored Chen Jiao, and didn't want the East Palace to have other women and children. At that time, she will never be able to rest. She and Chen Jiao are in the same boat. She will definitely be involved in this fight. That life will probably be unbearable. Your Majesty is kind-hearted. You just talk a lot. If you say that you and the Crown Princess have something in common, it must be that you are kind-hearted. The Crown Prince must think so too, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Little Pan suddenly laughed so hard that she almost fainted. She said, Don't talk nonsense. I will be tortured in the underworld after I die. I will not be able to escape. You know best what you have done, she said softly, but for my son, I am not afraid of being tortured or anything else. She held the little grandson in her arms. Good boy. For your sake, Grandma will not call your mother the same as me. Zhang Zhuzhu was silent beside him. Zhou Yi and Chen Jiao did not come back until noon. Zhang Zhuzhu had coaxed the little grandson to sleep, while Li Fu took Zhou Xia and Hongdou to watch the rabbits. Chen Jiao came over and looked at her little son and said, Thank you, sister. Zhang Zhuzhu, there is no need to say this between you and me. Their good relationship is one aspect, and Chen Jiao's position is not shaken. So it will be more convenient for Zhang Zhuzhu to do whatever she wants in the future. Chen Jiao sat down next to her. I thought at that time I would agree to whatever my mother said, and then ask the prince to go to her to refuse. Then this is their mother and son's business. Zhang Zhuzhu, then you are a bad daughter-in-law who stirs up trouble between mother and son. Chen Jiao, I don't want to be a good daughter-in-law. Whoever wants to be one can be one. It's not that Chen Jiao can't be humble and work like a cow or a horse. But even if you do this, it won't stop people from liking you. Zhang Zhuzhu said, This is not a matter of anger. Chen Jiao thought for a while. I know a lot of private things. Next time someone makes trouble, I will use this as an excuse. I am not easy to bully. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. Then do you remember whose family they are? Remember to tell the prince and ask him to help you. Chen Jiao covered his face and laughed. I am like a little girl who wants to complain when she is wronged. Zhang Zhuzhu spread her hands. There's nothing we can do. The prince likes you that way. Just make him do what he wants. Chen Jiao, then I'll just order him around. Pandering to someone's preferences is also what a couple should do. That afternoon, Zhou Yi was almost shot by a young man. But luckily he dodged it with his quick eyes and hands. The young man was the son of the woman who went up to Xiao Pan and said that the Li family wanted to become a foreign relative. Although Zhou Yi was not injured or frightened, the family was greatly frightened. The father immediately brought his son to the emperor to confess his crime. Zhou Yi looked unhappy and said to them, In your eyes, am I the kind of person who cannot distinguish right from wrong and is always fussy about trivial matters? Your son apologized and I have already said that I will not pursue the matter. You have to bring this to His Majesty. Do you want His Majesty to misunderstand that I am mean and narrow-minded? I have been injured many times in the Northern Army. Even if I was really injured and it was found out that it was not intentional, I would never pursue the matter. The courtier's face turned pale immediately, and he realized that he had committed a big taboo. The emperor also said, since it is the prince's business, I will not pursue it. This family just wanted to express their sincere attitude of admitting their mistakes. But now they have offended the prince. It is enough for them not to be despised at the moment. And they dare not do anything extra. Xiao Peng called her son over and said, what can you tell me to say about you? This family wanted to send their daughter to the East Palace in the morning, which made the princess unhappy. And this happened in the afternoon. Can this be a coincidence? Zhou Yi saluted his mother and said with a smile, with the ability of that triangular cat. How could it hurt my son? It's just a lesson for them. Qin Jiao is his wife. Zhou Yi has tried his best to show his respect for her. If someone still doesn't understand, it's really his fault. Xiao Pan wanted to say more, but he said, such people don't think about their duties, but want to go astray and slander others. It's really annoying to keep them. Xiao Pan was persuaded by her son. Zhang Juju persuaded her by reasoning, telling the facts and saying nice things. Her own son persuaded her with just 2 sentences. Chapter 451, Perseverance. Zhang Juju had taken care of the child for most of the day and was too tired to move at night. Now Hongdo had been sent to the crown princess. Li Fu came back with food. Zhang Juju lay on her side and said, bring it here for me to eat. Li Fu, it should be put on the bed. Zhang Juju said, then you sleep on the floor. Li Fu came forward and picked her up. Zhang Juju was startled and quickly put her hands around Li Fu's neck. What are you doing? Li Fu, I'll carry you to the table to eat. This is not home. If I put it on the bed, it will attract insects and bite you. Zhang Ouju stopped moving. She leaned on Li Fu's arms, ate 2 bites and yawned again. Li Fu smiled and said, you are so tired. Zhang Juzu, I am tired. You know that taking care of children is not unknown. It is fine to accompany them to run and jump, but it is too exhausting. I have to keep an eye on them all the time, even if there are maids and nannies. I can't be distracted. Li Fu listened carefully and said, you are too careful. Zhang Juju smiled. It seems so. But children will grow up soon, so it doesn't matter if they work harder. Li Fu saw that she had almost finished eating, so he took the rest away. Enough. If you eat more, you will not be able to sleep. Zhang Juju, I am not a child. I can't have food accumulation. Li Fu, you can't eat that either. Zhang Juju glared at him, and Li Fu carried her back to bed. Zhang Juju fell asleep quickly. Li Fu didn't rest. He was drinking with friends and brought food back to Zhang Juju. Now he had to go back. As soon as he went over, someone started to make a fuss, saying that he ran away halfway and wanted to punish him to drink. Li Fu looked and said, where is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Everyone laughed and said, His Royal Highness, like you, also personally brought food back. Zhou Yi and Li Fu are really the strangest men among them. They are so powerful, but they are afraid of their wives, which really makes others wonder, especially the Crown Prince. This morning, the female family members of this family went to the imperial concubine and said something they shouldn't have said. And in the afternoon, they were caught by the Crown Prince. To put it bluntly, it is inappropriate for the prince to plot against his subordinates for a woman. At this time, someone came forward and talked to Li Fu about this matter. Li Fu thought that you were wrong to say so to me. Li Fu supported the prince's behavior. As everyone knows, there is only one mistress in the East Palace. Needless to say, the prince's attitude towards her is not important. He also personally participated in the compilation of the story of 3 Lives and 3 Worlds. But some people can't see clearly and have to go to his biological mother, Concubine Pan, to instigate. Li Fu said to the other party, do you think your highness's actions are for the crown princess? The young colleague nodded, for ordinary people like us. It doesn't matter if the couple loves each other and puts aside other things. But your highness is the prince, and will be in charge of the world in the future. How can you be so sentimental? Li Fu disagreed with this statement. Zhou Yi just came back, and Li Fu said to him directly, your highness's actions today make people think that you are too sentimental. Do you want to explain? The young man who asked the question turned pale in an instant, looked at Li Fu with resentment, and cried in his heart that someone was harming me. Zhou Yi didn't get angry when he heard this. but laughed and said, "The Crown Princess and I love each other and have 2 lively and sensible children. The Crown Princess and my mother live in harmony on weekdays. I never worry about the affairs of the inner house. And I put all my heart on the government. However, today, someone is trying to sow discord and intend to go against my wishes and cause discord in my family. Is this the duty of a minister?" Joey laughed contemptuously. "I am the prince. I don't ask my ministers to work hard for the court until their death. But at least they should learn to be law-abiding and not cause trouble for me." Joey really thinks that his life is pretty good now. He will do whatever he wants. And no one has to force him to do what he doesn't want. What Joey can't stand the most is that someone is trying to sow discord between Qinjiao and his biological mother. The prince knows his mother. She doesn't like Qinjiao very much. What if she is happy for a while and listens to the provocation? And Qinjiao confronts her. What should Joey do then? This delicate and dangerous balance. Joey didn't know how much effort he spent to maintain. On one side is his biological mother, who worked hard to raise him. And on the other side is his favorite daughter-in-law, who worked hard to give birth to 2 sons. When Joey thought about the possibility of a dispute between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law in his family, he wanted to sew up the mouths of those who gossip. Will he still be alive by then? Joey was really angry today. Those who destroyed the harmony of his family were looking for death. And what benefits can he get from these people destroying his family? Speaking of women. Qinjiao's beauty is well known. Even if she gave birth to 2 children and had a little loss. No one can find a prettier one than her. Joey doesn't like women who are virtuous and good at calculating. Speaking of power. When the royal power was slightly weakened in the past 2 years, they didn't need to marry each other. Let alone now. Those who instigated the plot wanted to take away his power. Why should he continue to be polite? Joey drank a glass of wine and said to everyone with a smile, according to rumors, "My crown princess is a goddess beside Mount Tai who came down to earth to experience disasters. Someone made trouble for her this morning, and she suffered retribution in the afternoon. It can be seen that Mount Tai blessed her. What do you think?" Everyone was stunned for a moment. And they all responded that Mount Tai blessed her. After saying that, they thought, didn't you pay the retribution yourself? Why did you involve Mount Tai? It is also said that who made up the story. Everyone knows the inside story. But since Joey said so, everyone must agree with him. Everyone knew about this the next day. Zhang Juju heard it from Li Fu. She said, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince is indeed a trustworthy person now. He even prepared the ending. He must be afraid that someone would use this incident to blame Qinjiao, which shows his painstaking efforts." Li Fu said, "People should understand what they want and stick to it. Not be greedy. And there will definitely be less trouble." Zhang Juju said, "I think the Crown Prince and your Majesty are very similar. In order to obtain the political and military heritage left by the Pan family, the Emperor married Queen Pan, who had a fiancé. The two had no children for several years, and the Emperor did not have a concubine. Later, he married the imperial concubine, and then he had a son, the Crown Prince. He also insisted on waiting until the prince grew up to ensure that the prince was his most competitive heir. The Emperor could have crossed the river and burned the bridge. And there were many people who got the help of their wives and families and then betrayed them. But the Emperor did not do that. He was sober and restrained, and never betrayed. If he had done that, who would be sitting on the throne now? The prince was the same as him, and chose what he wanted. They all had their own persistence. Li Fu took the comb from Zhang Juju's hand and said, "Otherwise, how can they be father and son?" Chapter 452 The Emperor's Holiday. Today the Emperor is hosting a banquet to entertain his ministers, and will not go hunting. Xiao Pan personally changed the Emperor's clothes. After listening to her son's words, she said to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, is the son I gave birth to for you good?" The Emperor laughed and said, "Why are you still talking in a sarcastic tone? Xiao Pan, I always thought he was careless. But now it seems that he is not. He is very careful in front of his wife, and there is no mistake at all. He also brought out gods and Buddhas to calm the situation. Who dares to offend Qinjiao in the future? If you offend the Crown Princess and get into trouble, it means that Taishan Yangyang protects her descendants and punishes you. Do you want to reason with Taishan Yangyang?" The Emperor didn't think it was a big deal. He had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, but he didn't ask his son to do so. He said, "You are already a father. If you act impulsively and recklessly as before, then we should be anxious." "That's right. said Xiao Pan, tying the emperor's belt. I'm not envious of my daughter-in-law. I have your majesty and my sister. And I am satisfied with my life. The emperor reminded her. You tied it wrong. Xiao Pan saw that she had the belt upside down. The emperor said, When I die, I will leave a will to confer the title of queen on you. At that time, you will be the empress dowager like your sister. Xiao Pan was stunned. Your majesty, why did you say this? How can you be dead or alive? That will be a long time in the future. Emperor, so you know. Son, you can't count on me. I am your count on you. After hearing this, Xiao Pan laughed. She said, Your majesty loves me. I know it. The emperor hesitated, wanting to say I'm sorry for you. But he didn't say it in the end. There was no other way. They had to have a child with the blood of Pan and Zhou. He could raise a child without a biological mother under the lap of the queen, as if he were her own child. But this would inevitably sow the seeds of disaster. The emperor had someone he wanted to protect. Queen Pan was injured in her early years. She couldn't give birth. Xiao Pan was still young at that time. She could marry up and choose a better, younger husband. But she became a concubine for her brother-in-law and gave birth to a son. The emperor and the queen felt guilty about Xiao Pan. The emperor and the queen had their own goals. But their goals had to be achieved through an innocent woman. Xiao Pan knew what the emperor was going to say. And she said, Sons in the world are the same. They forget their mothers when they have a wife. It's the same in every family. I am not a mother who cares about every little thing. How can I force Daon to do something he is unwilling to do? Xiao Pan didn't care whether she was the queen or not. If the Pan family couldn't be saved, what would she do? She had no complaints. It can only be said that fate is a trick and destiny is like this. The emperor changed his clothes and asked Xiao Pan to hold his arm. And the two of them went out together. The crown prince and the crown princess were waiting outside with 3 children, 2 grandchildren, and a red bean in between. Xiao Pan smiled and said, Oh, there is one more today. Qin Jiao said. They played together yesterday and slept together. I didn't ask them to be sent back. Xiao Pan said, Let them grow up together, and they will be taken care of in the future. Zhang Zhuzhu was worried enough for her. And taking care of the children was not a big deal. Qin Jiao, mother is right. The children get along well. Qin Jiao was in a good mood and looked more energetic. She got far more than she asked for. How could she not be happy? First, Zhang Zhuzhu spoke for her in front of her mother-in-law. And then Zhou Yi spoke up for her. Qin Jiao felt that it was enough. It was nonsense to say that she was the reincarnation of the goddess beside Taishan Yongyang. Compared with her, the goddess had a miserable life. The child didn't know what the adults were talking about, but only knew that there were delicious food and fun things today. And she didn't have to study and learn to read. So she was very happy. The emperor held a banquet today mainly to show off his achievements in the past few years. Although he had snatched back the throne. In just a few years, the atmosphere in the court had been renewed. And there were great signs of revival. That was what the emperor had earned with his gray hair. When the court was not doing well in the past few years, how could the emperor have the nerve to go out? He was going out hunting this year. Just shouting loudly, I have made it. I want to show off. He said to the imperial concubine, When I go back, I will go to burn incense and ask those ancestors who have died but not yet reincarnated to applaud me in the underworld, saying that I have seized the throne well, rightly, and deservedly. Little Pan almost laughed out loud. Your Majesty, the child is still here. Please keep your voice down. You have obtained the throne. It is the destiny. There is no need to seize it. How ugly it is. And how can you always mention this matter? A good emperor. But you talk about it like a mountain king. Emperor, you don't understand. People are like this, looking at what others have. I see that the royal family has nothing to do all day long, and I have to spend a lot of money to support them. I am also jealous. Of course, she was most jealous when she saw her brother occupying the throne. At that time, her eyes were about to bleed. But now she is just jealous. Xiao Pan was very, very moved by the emperor's honesty. I think it is best now. Life and death are not decided by others. The emperor, that's right. It is best to control your life in your own hands, not to others. Zhang Zhuzhu saw the emperor from a distance and said to Li Fu, Your Majesty is in good spirits. Li Fu said, Well, much better than when we were in the capital. But being an emperor is not easy. Just showing off. The emperor wants to show off this time. and he will suffer for several years. You can't be energetic only when showing off, and become decadent when talking about serious matters. The previous emperor is a lesson for us. The queen has been waiting here for a while. Xiao Pen walked over and stood beside the queen. The two sisters laughed and chatted for a while. Xiao Pen pushed the queen forward and stood with the emperor, and was bowed by the court officials and ladies. After the bow, the emperor became very excited, and the court officials kept agreeing with him, mentioning his achievements again and again. And the scene of the emperor and his ministers getting along well was created. There are also painters nearby who will record this scene truthfully. And the historians will also record this day and write it into the history books in the future. I don't know how future generations will judge the emperor who allowed the Zhou royal family to live again. Queen Pan was chatting with the ladies, but no one dared to say anything unpleasant in front of her. Zhang Zuzhu sat with her son, and Hongdo said, "Mother, it's so lively today." Zhang Zuzhu, "Do you like it?" "I like it. I want it to be so lively every day. I don't want to go back." Hongdo said, "When I go back, I have to study, which is hard." Zhang Zuzhu rubbed his little face. "That's impossible. We will go home in 2 days. What should we do?" Hongdo, "Then when I grow up, can I do this every day?" Zhang Zuzhu, "Of course." Hongdo immediately became happy and looked forward to growing up quickly. What Zhang Zuzhu didn't say was that by then her son would be a famous playboy in the capital. The emperor was proud for 2 days, and the day to go back came. The atmosphere was very different from when he came. The emperor was the most unhappy. Chapter 453 Treasures. On the way back, Queen Pan called Zhang Zuzhu over again. As for the reason, it is quite interesting. Queen Pan said to Zhang Zuzhu helplessly, "I have never seen you teach children like this." Zhang Zuzhu, "What's wrong with me?" Queen Pan didn't say anything, just stared at her. Zhang Zuzhu was scared by her look and tried to recall what she did to her son. Queen Pan said, "For a long time, I talked to Hongdo and asked him what he wanted to do in the future. Do you know what he said?" Zhang Zuzhu immediately remembered that Queen Pan looked at his expression. He said he would find a place to go hunting every day in the future. I said, "I'm afraid this won't work." And he said, "You agreed?" Zhang Zuzhu, "My son is so big. Why do you say all these things?" This really screwed her over. Queen Pan slammed the table. "You dare to agree to this? Are you hoping that a good child will grow up to be a playboy in the future? You want to teach your child badly." Zhang Zuzhu pondered for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be." Queen Pan gestured for her to continue. Zhang Zuzhu said, "My queen, in my opinion, if he doesn't kill people or set fires in the future, or do things that hurt others, it's not bad. He is still young now, and it's normal for him to want to play." Queen Pan knew that Zhang Zuzhu was not a person who wanted her son to be successful, and she would have this idea. But Queen Pan couldn't agree. She said, with Hongdo's background, "It's too easy for him to go downhill. He wants to play now, and he still needs your consent. When he grows up, there will be people who lead him astray. If he feels that hunting is not fun enough and he wants to kill people, can you stop him?" Zhang Zuzhu wanted her child to be happy, which was certainly right, as parents are all like this. Queen Pan was willing to let the prince marry Qinxiao, who suited his heart. Zhang Zuzhu couldn't help but frown. She wanted her child not to live too hard, and wanted him to be more comfortable. But she forgot one thing. This is not a world with clear rules. Here, power is far above everything. Zhang Zuzhu would set rules for her child, and teach him not to do evil. But they could not completely control their children. If a child cannot have all in his heart, he may really indulge himself. Queen Pan herself did not give birth, but she raised the prince. She waited to Zhang Zuzhu to sit down in front of her, took her hand and said, "Children are not born sensible. You want him not to hurt others and have good morals, which is more difficult than asking him to study and become a talent. Do you understand?" Zhang Zuzhu, "Li Fu and I have good character. Right? Is this really that difficult? Isn't it enough to teach by example?" Queen Pan said, "Sanlang has lofty ambitions. He has had the ambition to rule the country and bring peace to the world since he was a child. He has been sticking to this ambition for many years, and he has become what he is today. Do you understand?" Zhang Zuzhu, "I understand." Queen Pan meant that Li Fu had a high bottom line since he was a child and had a firm foundation. Even if his bottom line dropped again and again later, it would not be too low. But Zhang Zuzhu had almost no requirements for her son. She hoped that her son would be safe, happy and happy. This bottom line was too low. If the child wanted to indulge, there was no telling where he would go. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that this reasoning could not convince her. Could it be that she wanted her son to be a saint for his good behavior in the future? This was very strange. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that it was too difficult to raise a child. Help! Queen Pan thought she had heard it and said, I think you are not good at teaching children. You should let Sandlang teach them, so that the child will not go astray in the future. Queen Pan was really thinking about Hongdo. You are so smart. Sandlang's future is beyond doubt. Hongdo has parents like you. If he cannot become a useful person in the future, he will be laughed at. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything. After all, the elders still hoped that Hongdo could be as capable as Li Fu. He is your beloved son now. In more than 10 years, he will marry and have children, become someone else's husband and the father of the child. How can you not teach him to take responsibility? Queen Pan continued. She was right. The word responsibility should be used throughout the child's education. Zhang Zhuzhu said, it doesn't matter whether he is a good person or not. If you always live by others' eyes, it will be too hard. As for responsibility, Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu have taught him. But the child is really young, and they both think it is a bit too early to teach the child to be sensible. Queen Pan said, you really don't hope that your children will become useful. What will happen to your family business then? Queen Pan only had a very short period of time for herself during her teenage years. She always lived for her family, even after she got married. Now she is the queen, and she is also fulfilling her duties. Zhang Zhuzhu, that is my business. Hongdo and Xiao Xiao came into this world as treasures for me and Li Fu. He doesn't have to bear the responsibility. When he grows up, if he has the ability, he may have his own career. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't. I don't understand. Queen Pan said. They came into this world as the continuation of your bloodline. You have given birth to them. So don't you ask for anything in return? Zhang Zhuzhu, no. To say that the grace of giving birth and raising children is a single choice, a requirement of parents for their children, is not fair. When Li Fu and I raised them, we were also very happy. This is our choice. If we want to say that this is a favor, we have to wait for the children to repay us. We don't have such utilitarianism towards our children. Zhang Zhuzhu said. Empress Pan didn't know what to say. This touched her sore spot. Zhou Yi was born with a heavy responsibility. The elders loved him, taught him, and also required him to take responsibility. Empress Pan didn't know where to start when it came to raising a child without utilitarianism. Zhang Zhuzhu was no longer anxious at this moment. She had just been led into a circle by the queen. It is not necessarily that children can be as strict as Li Fu and Zhou Yi if they are completely strict. It is true that they both have lofty ambitions. Zhang Zhuzhu said to the queen, but the queen is right. I will go back and ask Hongdo what his ambitions are. It is unlikely to be strict. Zhang Zhuzhu can't do it. She still wants her child to have a good childhood. When he reaches the age of understanding and has something he really wants to do, he will work hard for it without his parents urging or forcing him. Queen Pan smiled and said, didn't your son say that he wanted to hunt every day? Zhang Zhuzhu, this is not an easy thing. If he wants to hunt, he needs a large area, which I can give him. If he wants to hunt, he needs to learn horse riding, archery, and be brave. If he encounters any jackals, wolves, tigers or leopards, he needs to be able to beat them. He also needs to learn martial arts and be brave. I will teach him when I go back. As for character, Zhang Zhuzhu wanted to shout to Li Fu. He would find a way. Queen Pan was quite interested in her words. Then you teach. I want to see. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded and thanked the queen again. No matter who it is, as long as they truly care about her children. Zhang Zhuzhu is grateful. Chapter 454 I want to be a girl. Li Fu saw Zhang Zhuzhu and said, what did the queen ask you to do? Zhang Zhuzhu, she was scolding me. Li Fu, she was scolding you. Zhang Zhuzhu said, our eldest son. The queen asked him what he wanted to do when he grew up. And he said he wanted to go hunting every day. And I promised him. Li Fu suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the queen called her over to scold her. Then you didn't agree? It is common for children to talk nonsense. They often cannot distinguish between good and bad. And what they say may not be entirely credible. Zhang Zhuzhu, I really agreed. Li Fu laughed. Then you didn't deserve the scolding. Which elder doesn't hope that their children will become great? Zhang Zhuzhu actually promised the child that he could go hunting every day when he grows up. How can the queen not be anxious? Zhang Zhuzhu glared at him. The queen hopes that Hongdo will be like you in the future. What do you think? Li Fu said, that's not necessary. It's too hard for me to be like you. Li Fu was cold outside. And everyone would think that he was a strict father. The fact is just the opposite. Li Fu loves their children very much. Xiao Xiao is still young. So it goes without saying that Li Fu is also very caring for Hongdo. He didn't say that sons should be strict and daughters should be gentle. Li Fu didn't. He loved them all equally. Li Fu said, I was in the north at that time. And I don't know how many injuries I suffered. Now think about it. If the injuries were on Hongdo, I might as well take my life to pay for it. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at him. Li Fu said again, I have to manage it well. I can't let my son suffer this. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help laughing. Look how distressed you are. Li Fu held her hand. That's the child you worked so hard to give birth to. I really don't want him to suffer. When he thought that the child looked like Zhang Zhuzhu in him, Li Fu couldn't bear it. Zhang Zhuzhu, a loving father often spoils his son. Sam Lang, you have to reflect on yourself. Li Fu shook his head. No. I can't reflect on it. I just can't bear it. Zhang Zhuzhu really wanted the queen to see what Li Fu looked like, so that she would know that if Hongdo was handed over to Li Fu, she would grow up to be a little playboy. Zhang Zhuzhu said, you are hopeless. I have to call Hongdo over to fulfill his wish. Li Fu looked at her in confusion. Zhang Zhuzhu, I was scolded by the queen for him. I am not someone who can bear it. Li Fu smiled and prepared to see what she was going to do. After a large number of people returned to Beijing, the Li family went to the Lin family in person and took Lin Weiying and Xiao Xiao back. Lady Lin was reluctant to let them go. In just half a month, she made a pair of small gold bracelets for them. The old lady also gave Xiao Xiao her jade necklace as a dowry. This caused the second aunt to gossip a lot in private. Fortunately, the Li family came today, bringing big and small boxes of gifts. Otherwise it would be so lively today. Lin Weiying said to Mrs. Lin, I should go back now. How can a married daughter stay at her parents' home? Mrs. Lin patted her hands. And Lin Weiying stopped talking. Second aunt said this privately. The eldest aunt was fine. She had a good relationship with Lin Weiying. Lin Weiying had no intention of provoking conflicts in the Lin family, and said, fortunately, the two sisters-in-law are kind-hearted. I have disturbed you these days. The eldest aunt said, what do you mean by disturbing? You are with mother, and I have a lot of free time. I am reluctant to let you go. Everyone stayed in Lin's house for most of the day before going back. Li Fu held Xiao Xiao all the way, and refused to let go. Zhang Zhuzhu and Hongdo could only watch from the side. Hongdo came over. Dad, let me see my sister. Li Fu, my sister has grown up. Take a look. Hongdo looked for a while. My sister looks like me. Li Fu, how did you tell? Hongdo, my great-grandmother said that my sister and I look alike. Li Fu looked carefully and said, yes. A little bit. The eyebrows and eyes are similar. Zhang Zhuzhu also came over to look. Carefully sized up her daughter. And said to Li Fu, Xiao Xiao has changed. Li Fu, she has become prettier. Zhang Zhuzhu touched her daughter's little face and said affectionately, let me see. Where has become prettier? Li Fu, she is prettier everywhere. Zhang Zhuzhu said proudly, my daughter looks like me. Of course she is prettier. Hongdo, I look like my sister. And I'm pretty too. Li Fu looked at his wife and children and said, they're all mine. And they're all pretty. Zhang Zhuzhu hugged her son and laughed. Li Fu also looked at them and laughed, feeling very happy. At night, Zhang Zhuzhu took Hongdo into the study and said, didn't you tell me the other day that you wanted to go hunting every day in the future? Does it still count now? Hongdo jumped up on the spot. It counts. It counts? I also told my brother. The brother he was talking about was Zhou Xia. And Hongdo said, my brother also envies me. Zhang Zhuzhu, well, you are my good child. And I support you. I'll pay first and buy you a large piece of land. Okay? Hongdo nodded like crazy. Very happy. Zhang Zhuzhu, you have to learn horse riding and archery. I will hire the best master for you. Are you willing to learn? Hongdo nodded again. Zhang Zhuzhu, I will take care of the land for you first. But I can't learn what you want to learn for you. It's very hard. Think it over before you agree. Zhang Zhuzhu wrote a deed and asked her son to sign and put his fingerprints on it after he figured it out. Hongdo didn't think too much. He just wanted to realize his wish as soon as possible. So he put his fingerprints on it soon. Zhang Juju said, okay. Starting from tomorrow. You have to learn all these in addition to studying. I've written it down. If you regret it, and don't want to learn it halfway, we can discuss it again. Hongdo, I don't know how to do it. I want to learn. I want to be like my father. Li Fu was not proficient in those. But in his son's eyes, Li Fu was the best. So Hongdo began his hard days. Seeing his son happy, Li Fu didn't say anything and taught him in person. But for a child, doing one thing for a long time will always make him feel bored. Half a month later, Hongdo finally lost his temper. Li Fu picked him up. Hongdo put his hands around Li Fu's neck, leaned on his father's shoulder, and his eyes were a little red. Li Fu gently comforted his son. Dad had a hard time studying when he was a child. Hongdo, is it as hard as me? He was really hard these days. To learn horse riding, he didn't go riding directly, but had to practice some movements first. To draw the bow and shoot an arrow, you have to make your arms strong first. It was much harder than Hongdo imagined. And it was hard and boring. Li Fu, it was harder than you. I couldn't learn horse riding or archery at that time. So I could only study. His study life was much more boring than his son's. And Li Fu learned a lot of lessons at that time. Hongdo hesitated and said, if I don't learn now, am I still a good child? Li Fu smiled, yes. As long as you don't do bad things and don't hurt others, you are a good child. Hongdo looked back at his mother. And Zhang Zuju nodded. Hongdo breathed a sigh of relief, but felt embarrassed. Li Fu touched his son's head. Think about what you like again. And then we will learn. Hongdo, can I not learn anything? He is so tired. Li Fu, no. Reading and writing are necessary. You and all the children in the palace need to study. Hongdo blinked. I want to be a girl. Zhang Juzu wanted to say that girls are much more miserable than you. But the next moment, she changed her mind. Okay. I will send you to a girls' school. This should satisfy her son's wish. Chapter 455 Daddy doesn't dislike you. Li Fu and Zhang Juju said hello to the palace and asked for leave for their son. Zhang Juju took Hongdo to say goodbye to Zhou Xie. And Hongdo also brought her rabbit. Zhou Xie saw him and said, you are a boy. And I am also a boy. Hongdo said, it's too hard to study in the palace. And it's not hard for girls. I think it's better to be a girl. Zhou Xie immediately showed an envious look after hearing this. He is the first son of the prince. And it is impossible for him to be relaxed and comfortable. Especially since he just returned to the palace. The teachers think that he has delayed his homework for half a month. And they are asking him to study day and night. Qin Jiao was also very distressed and said, I cried just last night. And I was reciting books in my dreams. I asked the prince to discuss with the teachers. But they went to complain to His Majesty, saying that the two of us are too fond of the emperor's eldest grandson. The teacher still felt that it was not strict enough. And that Zhou Xie still had some strength and should work harder. Qin Jiao, he is only 4 years old. I learned to count when I was 4 years old. Now her 4-year-old son has to recite those difficult articles. Zhang Juju can control her own son. And she has no other choice but to love the eldest grandson of the emperor. Chen Jiao and Zhou Yi, as parents, cannot completely control their children. Zhang Juju said, they are right. And they can't argue openly. You and the prince should not argue openly. Find a reason every now and then. Ask the child to do what he likes. And coax him more. Qin Jiao, alas. There is no other way. The two looked out the window at the two children outside, who were holding hay and playing with rabbits. Zhang Juju sent Hongdo to the girls' school the next day. Hongdo felt embarrassed at this time and said, they are all girls. Zhang Juzu, yes. They are all girls. You go with the Yao family's sister. You stay here for a day. Tomorrow I will send you to the Pan family. You go to see the full moon sister and stay with her. Hongdo said, why do we have to go to two places? Zhang Zuju touched her son's head. They learned different things. Hongdo didn't know that he was reborn as a man. And compared to those girls, he won at the starting line. But he was still young and was influenced by the environment. He thought that little girls lived more easily than boys. So in order to avoid laziness, he wanted to be a girl. Hongdo nodded. Song Lingxing came out, said a few words to him, and asked her daughter to take him in. Song Lingxing said, why did you send the child here? Aren't you afraid that he will be delayed in his studies? Zhang Juju, If he is delayed, we can make up for it later. As a mother, I must satisfy his wish no matter what. Song Lingxi laughed non-stop after hearing this. Then he may have a hard time. Our little girls are much more sensible than boys. Zhang Juju, let him see. The courses here are not easy. The younger girls can still read. When they grow up, they will learn more sophisticated subjects according to their own preferences and expertise, such as arithmetic and medical skills. Zhang Juju stayed here for the whole morning and went back in the afternoon. When Hongdo went back in the evening, she was so tired that she fell on the bed and couldn't get up. Li Fu looked at her son and said, "Why don't you move?" Hongdo told his father, "They lied to me. Girls are also very hard-working." She learned no less than when he was in the palace. And the girl was very diligent. Hongdo was embarrassed to be lazy. Li Fu said, "Then will you still go?" Hongdo, "Yes." Li Fu smiled and said, "You'd better not go. You're so hard-working. And your father will feel bad. If you don't want to study, then don't go to the palace anymore. You can stay at home, play with your sister, and wait for your parents to come home." Hongdo's eyes widened. "Dad, didn't you say I must study?" Li Fu, "I thought about it, and it's okay if I don't study. Then I will become a little fool in the future." Hongdo frowned. He just felt that it was hard, and didn't want to be a little fool. Li Fu picked up his son. "What's wrong with being a little fool? Dad doesn't dislike you." Hongdo shook his head. "No. I don't want to be a little fool." Li Fu, "Then you are not afraid of hard work." Hongdo, "Afraid? Then can I learn magic to put the book into my head?" Li Fu almost laughed out loud. He said, "I don't know if there is such a magic. I will take you to the Taoist temple to ask." Hongdo was immediately happy again. Zhang Zuzhu only heard the last sentence and said, "Does the Taoist temple let you in?" Li Fu is a great enemy of Buddhist temples and Taoist temples. Hongdo saw Zhang Zuzhu and said, "Mom, then I will go in by myself and ask if there is a magic that can put the book into the head." Zhang Zuzhu said, "If there is no magic, what will you do?" Li Fu, "If there is no magic, then you can be a little fool of your parents. You see, your sister doesn't like to sleep. I think she will achieve great things. Let your sister take care of you in the future." Hongdo was silent. Hongdo couldn't accept being taken care of by his sister. "That won't work. I have to take care of my sister," Hongdo said. Zhang Zuzhu thought, "I don't know if Li Fu really loves her son or is saying the opposite to encourage him." Hongdo hugged his father's neck. At such a young age, he had already understood a truth. It was impossible not to be tired. Going hunting every day was hard. And being a girl was also hard. Only being a fool would not be hard. Although his parents did not dislike him for being a little fool, Hongdo did not want to be one. He leaned on his father's arms in a dilemma, and then looked at his mother, hesitating between the two. The next day, Hongdo was sent to the Pan family again. Zhou Lanshu naturally loved her daughter very much. But this did not prevent her from hiring the best nanny to teach her daughter to be a lady who could support herself. Therefore, the full moon girl not only had to read and learn to read, play the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, but she learned calligraphy. Zhou Lanshu would ask Song Lingxin to teach her every few days. Learning arithmetic is a preparation for future accounting. Etiquette for eating, walking posture, speaking voice, how to look better when laughing, flower arrangement, tea making. The little girl also needs to learn. Not necessarily proficient, but must understand, to ensure no mistakes. Manu likes it. She also learned Kuju. Zhou Lanshu said, "She is still young now. When she grows up, she will have to learn how to manage the household." Zhou Lanshu doesn't care about the Pan family, but her daughter will definitely marry into a big family in the future. Zhang Zuzhu listened and asked, "Does the child want to?" Zhou Lanshu, "Those maids have ways to discipline. I won't let her learn too much. She should play when she should play." Zhang Zuzhu thought this was scary enough. Zhou Lanshu said, "You can't just say a lady from a noble family. You know the old lady of the Duke of Wei who passed away some time ago. She supported a family with her own strength. My daughter is going for her ability. This old lady was going to enter the palace, but a fake Taoist priest said that her fate was not good enough. If she had entered the palace, it would be hard to say what would happen to our Zhou family now." Zhang Zuzhu, "You have high ambitions." Zhou Lanshu, "Of course." Then Hongdo stayed in the Pan family. Several nurses heard that he wanted to be a girl and greatly fulfilled his wish. When he came back at night, Hongdo hugged Li Fu and cried. Chapter 456. You are beautiful too. Li Fu was distressed by this, and he held his son and coaxed him for a long time. Hongdo stretched out his hand and said aggrievedly, I learned to walk with my full moon sister today. If I didn't walk well, my sister and I would be spanked. If my sister didn't walk well, we would also be spanked. My hands are swollen. Li Fu heard this and said to Zhang Zhuzhu, How can Princess Haiyang be so cruel? Zhang Zhuzhu, that's how the nanny disciplines children. Hongdo said loudly, Why do I have to learn to walk? I can walk. This is the thing that he can't understand the most. There are rules for walking, eating, and talking. Hongdo said, When I was studying in the palace, I was only beaten if I didn't do my homework well. Hongdo said, Are there no girls who don't learn these things? Zhang Zhuzhu, Yes. There are many. I will send them to your farm tomorrow. They have to be sent to those under Zhou Rui's management. Those under Zhang Zhuzhu's management all know Hongdo. Girls like Manyu who were raised as noble ladies, and those who studied in girls' schools are a minority. Hongdo asked, Then will I not be so tired tomorrow and not be beaten? Zhang Zhuzhu, It's hard to say. Hongdo doesn't understand. Li Fu touched his son's head. This child of his family would not turn back until he hit the wall. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't send him off. She dressed Hongdo up as a little girl and asked the maid to send him to the farm, saying that the little girl had made a mistake and was sent to the kitchen on the farm to work. There were no child laborers in the Li family, but some maids were born in the family, and their parents worked in the Li family. They followed their parents and inevitably had to do some work. After Hongdo was sent there, he was led away by a girl who was a few years older than him. The girl's mother was the mother who managed the kitchen, and the girl took these little girls to help in the kitchen. Hongdo wanted to go out to play, but he and several girls had to pick and wash vegetables. It was not hard work, but for lively and active children, it was almost like torture. Hongdo urged the girl named Mia, saying, Sister, let's sneak out to play. Mia shook her head, No. We have to work. Hongdo said, When I came here just now, I saw some boys playing sepak takraw outside. Mia said, They are boys. They can play. We are girls. We have to work. Hongdo, why? Mia just looked at him. Girls have to work. My mother taught me so. Didn't your mother teach you? Hongdo shook his head. His mother never let him work. She only satisfied his wishes and made him happy. He wanted to hunt every day, so he had a large piece of land, and a teacher taught him to ride and shoot arrows. He wanted to be a girl, so his mother sent him to be a girl. Hongdo said, Boys don't have to work. Mia said, They were going to study. But the teacher's wife gave birth to a son these 2 days, so they rested for 2 days. Hongdo said, Then the teacher won't rest. You also want to go to school? Mia smiled, No. We don't study. Girls don't need to study. There was envy in her words, but she didn't show it too much. Hongdo said, There are girls' schools in the capital. Mia, I'm 9 years old, and I'll have to find a marriage in 2 years, and then get married. My parents won't send me to school, and I have to take care of my younger brother and wash clothes for the family. Hongdo didn't say anything. He didn't understand. Isn't it said that girls are spoiled and don't have to suffer the hardship of studying? But the girls in the girls' school, my sister Manyu and Mia, whether they study or not, they are very hard. At this time, the cook passed by and saw the girls gossiping. She immediately scolded them loudly, telling them to work hard and not to be lazy. Outside, the boys were laughing and playing, and inside, the girls were soaking vegetables in the water with their hands. The weather was already a little cold, and the water was even colder. Hongdo's white and tender hands were wrinkled and red from being soaked, and she was also scolded and urged loudly. Mia saw that the little sister had never worked before, and comforted her, Don't be afraid. Mother Wang just has a loud voice, but she is a good person. Hongdo didn't say anything, so Mia lowered her voice. I will go to the kitchen to secretly get some snacks for you. Don't cry. Didn't your mother say that she will come to the farm in 2 days? Don't be afraid. Hongdo, thank you. Sister. Mia smiled at him, wiped her hands on her clothes, and pinned a small red flower from the dish on Hongdo's hair. Sister, you are so beautiful. Hongdo lowered her head in embarrassment, wanting to say that she was a boy, but he held back and said, Sister, you are beautiful too. Mia opened her eyes wide. This sister's face was white and tender, while hers was dark. How could she be beautiful? Hongdo praised all the girls around him again, not leaving any of them out. This was learned from Zhang Zuzhu. When Zhang Zuzhu praised him, she would also praise his sister. And when she praised his sister, she would also praise him. Hongdo knew that he could not favor one over the other. Jin Zhuer came to see her several times secretly, and said to Zhang Zuzhu, "Third madam, the young master has suffered a great crime." Zhang Zuzhu said, "If he wants to be a girl, just try it." Zhang Zuzhu was naturally worried. She sent her son away, and followed him quietly. Jin Zhuer said, "The young master will definitely study hard when he goes back this time." Zhang Zuzhu, "It doesn't matter. He thinks he is comfortable being a girl, which is a big mistake. Although the gentlemen in the palace have been reminded, men's contempt for women is something that cannot be changed. Zhang Zuzhu cannot tolerate her son having such thoughts. Born as a man, he has already taken advantage of it. He must not be allowed to learn to despise women. Otherwise even Zhang Zuzhu, his mother, and Xiao Xiao, his biological sister, will definitely be victims in the future. She didn't want a son like that. And Xiao Xiao didn't need a brother like that. She didn't ask her son to empathize with the woman's situation. But he must not be arrogant or self-righteous. At lunch, the girls had less food in their bowls than the boys. Mia explained, "Boys are strong and grow fast, so they need to eat more." Hongdo said, "Sister, you have to grow up too. Why don't you eat more?" Mia smiled and said, "I have a small appetite." Hongdo pouted and didn't say anything. But Mia wanted to give him the food in her bowl. Hongdo quickly refused. "Sister, eat by yourself. I'm young and eat less." Mia said, "Then you eat quickly." Hongdo didn't eat enough, so he slept for half an hour at noon. When he got up, he finally had time to play for a while. He ran to play with the boys, but he was laughed at, saying that boys don't play with girls. Some boys said even worse things, saying that girls should be locked up in the house, and running around outside was shameless, and would never get married. Mia came hurriedly and pulled Hongdo away. Hongdo was so angry that he wanted to fight with them, but he promised his mother not to cause trouble. So he went back with Mia and played the game of getting married with the girls. He didn't know what was so fun about this game. But these sisters seemed to be looking forward to getting married quickly, marrying a good husband, and then having children. Hongdo was very confused. In the afternoon, when he was sleepy and hungry, Zhang Zuzhu came with a food box, and the fragrance drifted over. Hongdo immediately rushed to Zhang Zuzhu, who put down the food box and hugged her son in her arms. Hongdo covered her face and cried softly. Chapter 457, Be Flexible. Zhang Zuzhu held her son and listened to him humming for a while. Zhang Zuzhu put him on the ground and said, "My dear, you are so heavy that I can't hold you anymore." Hongdo refused to stand properly and rubbed against her mother, unwilling to separate. Hongdo looked up at Zhang Zuzhu for a while, and Zhang Zuzhu squatted down. Hongdo said, "I will call Xiao Xiao the fifth brother in the future." Zhang Zuzhu, "Huh? What?" Hongdo, "I don't want a sister anymore. Xiao Xiao will be the fifth brother of our family in the future. Being a girl is too hard. Let Xiao Xiao be a boy like me. It's not so bad in the girls' school. It's too hard to walk and eat like a full moon sister. Like Sister Maya, girls must work, eat less, and are not allowed to study, which is also not good. After thinking about it, Xiao Xiao should be a boy." Zhang Zuzhu couldn't help laughing. She gently pinched her son's face. "What about mother? Are you going to call me dad?" Hongdo thought for a long time and said, "Then I have two dads, and I can't tell them apart." Zhang Zuzhu nodded. And Hongdo continued, "Call my dad mother in the future. In the early part of each month, you are the mother and my dad is the dad. In the middle of the month, you are the dad and my dad is the mother. In the late part of the month, it's the other way around." Zhang Zuzhu couldn't help laughing after hearing her son's tongue-twisting suggestion. Human gender is not so flexible. It can't be changed just because you want to. Otherwise, everyone will become men and humans will be extinct. Zhang Zuzhu said, "Then go back and discuss with your father and Xiao Xiao to see if they are willing." Hongdo agreed. Zhang Zuzhu gave him some food to fill his stomach first. After eating, Hongdo asked Zhang Zuzhu's consent to send the remaining snacks to Maya and other girls. The people working on the farm didn't expect that their third grandmother was so outrageous that she dressed her son as a girl and sent him to work. I have never seen a mother like this. Hongdo distributed the snacks to them and left. Zhang Zuzhu didn't remind him more and took her son home. Zhang Zhuzhu asked Jin Zhuer to arrange for the girls. Hongdo was bumped by the carriage for a while, and fell asleep in Zhang Zhuzhu's arms. When they got home, Li Fu held Xiao Xiao and waited for them at the gate. Seeing that Hongdo had fallen asleep, Li Fu asked Zhang Zhuzhu to hold Xiao Xiao, and he held Hongdo. The couple each held a child and went back. Li Fu smiled and said, "It doesn't look strange to dress up as a little girl. It's pretty." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and said, "Your son has something important to discuss with you. Remember to take a pen and paper and write it down." She hugged Xiao Xiao, who was moving around in her arms, and looked at Li Fu with a meaningful look. Li Fu was puzzled by his look and said, "What's the big deal? It seems scary to ask you to say it." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "You will know later." Xiao Xiao grabbed the silk flower on Zhang Zhuzhu's head, pulled it off, and stuffed it into her mouth. Zhang Zhuzhu quickly freed her hands to stop him, not caring about talking to Li Fu. Li Fu looked at his son, thinking that Hongdo would not say anything too outrageous. And as a father, he would definitely try his best to satisfy his son's wish. Even if his son really didn't want to go to the palace to study, Li Fu would consider it. In addition to wanting to teach the emperor's eldest grandson to be a qualified heir, the teachers in the palace also wanted to teach these children who accompanied him to study to be his subjects, and always instilled in them the idea of monarch and subject. Li Fu did not agree with this. The emperor's eldest grandson was noble, but his son was not born to serve the monarch. Li Fu, like Zhang Zhuzhu, wanted him to grow up happily and do what he likes. He put Hongdo on the bed. Xiao Xiao played in Zhang Zhuzhu's arms for a while, yawned, and fell asleep soon. Zhang Zhuzhu put Xiao Xiao and Hongdo together. Hongdo felt his fingers were wet, opened his eyes, and found Xiao Xiao, his fifth brother, sucking his fingers. Hongdo quickly pulled his hand out. "Wu Lang can't be eaten. It's not clean." Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu were talking outside, and they heard the noise and came over. Li Fu sat next to his children. "Bring Wu Lang?" Hongdo pointed at Xiao Xiao and said, "Xiao Xiao is Wu Lang. I plan to call Xiao Xiao a boy, not a girl." Li Fu looked at Zhang Zhuzhu, who just smiled and said nothing. Hongdo repeated her reasons. Li Fu listened to him and did not object. He and Zhang Zhuzhu had already planned this. Wu Lang was Wu Lang. It was nothing. "Let's eat first," Li Fu said to his son. Hongdo got up from the bed, washed his hands and went to eat. Zhang Zhuzhu asked the maid to take Xiao Xiao to the nanny, and went to rest first. When Hongdo finished eating, Li Fu asked him, "Your mother said you have something important to discuss with me." Hongdo, "Dad, let's go to the study." Li Fu did not refuse, and went to the study with Hongdo. Then he heard the suggestion that only a child could make. He wants Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu, his parents, to switch genders regularly. Li Fu listened and thought that this was indeed a big deal. He said, "Do you think it's better to be a boy?" Hongdo nodded. "I want my mother and sister to be boys." Li Fu said, "We know your good intentions, but I'm afraid it won't work. We can't do it." Hongdo lowered his head and didn't say anything for a long time. Li Fu touched his head. "I know what you want. You want to protect your mother and sister, just like your father protects you, right?" Hongdo said yes. And Li Fu said, "Gender cannot be changed. Your mother and I are husband and wife. I will protect her all my life. Your sister is still very young. In the future, we will let her go to school like you, and won't let her suffer any grievances. It doesn't matter if you call her Wulong in the future. Then how can I protect them?" Hongdo asked Li Fu. "Li Fu, it is Dad's responsibility to protect your mother. And it is Dad and Mom's responsibility to protect your sister and you. You have to protect yourself. If you get married and have children in the future, you have to protect your wife and children. Your sister will protect herself in the future." Hongdo said, "Won't your sister find someone to protect her?" Li Fu said, "You are Dad and Mom's child. We can only think that you are someone who can take responsibility. Your sister has to be able to protect herself. If you are willing to help Dad and Mom share the burden, we will be very grateful to you." Hongdo said, "I will protect my sister, and I will also protect Mom and Dad. Do I have to be like my father to protect them?" he asked. Li Fu smiled and said, "Yes. It's very hard." He showed Hongdo his old scars. "I may get hurt again." Hongdo touched Li Fu's old scars, and her eyes turned red. Li Fu said, "Everyone should learn to protect themselves. When they have the energy, they can think about protecting others. Hongdo, the most important thing to protect is yourself." You are not ready to think so much now. Just do what you like. Hongdo nodded. I don't know what I like to do. Li Fu, just think about it slowly. The hardship he endured as a father was enough for his son to think about for a long time. Chapter 458 Li Fu's Double Standards. Hongdo couldn't think of what to do. So she went back to the palace to study. Zhou Xie missed him very much and asked him, Are you not a girl anymore? Hongdo said, I am not. But Xiao Xiao will be a boy in the future. Zhou Xie said, Xiao Xiao is a little sister. How can she be a boy? Hongdo, you don't understand. Girls have a hard time. I won't ask her to be so hard. She will be Wulong in my family in the future. I will call her Wulong. Woody. Anyway. Not a sister. Zhou Xie thought for a while and said, Then. I want a sister. I will exchange my brother with you. He is more than 1 year old. Xiao Xiao is half a year old. You are still taking advantage. Hongdo thought about it for a long time in silence. And felt that it was better not to take advantage of this. No. Xiao Xiao is your sister. And it is also very hard. It will not be hard for her to become a brother. Zhou Xie patted his chest and said, No. If you become my sister, Xiao Xiao will be a princess in the future. And she will be honored with gold and jade. When others see her, they will kneel down and kowtow. No one dares to bully her. Hongdo said, But your aunt can't read. Hongdo hopes that her sister can be like herself. The emperor has several young daughters. And these little princesses can't read like Hongdo. It can be seen that even if you become a princess, men and women are still different. Zhou Xie thought about it, and said what the teacher said, Studying is too hard. Girls don't have to work so hard. Hongdo shook his head, Studying is not hard. And girls are not afraid of hard work. That's a lie. The two disagreed. But they didn't quarrel. Hongdo presented evidence. I was a girl for 3 days. On the first day, I went to the girls' school to study. They studied very seriously. On the second day, I went to my full moon sister. She didn't walk well, and the naughty wanted to hit her palm. I also went to the farm, where boys can play everywhere, and girls have to work. It's very hard. Harder than studying. Zhou Xie was surprised. Is there anything more difficult than studying in the world? In his life, studying from dawn to dusk and being taught by teachers from morning to night are hard enough. Hongdo, it's a lot. Studying is not hard at all. Zhou Xie scratched his head, but I see my aunts and cousins are having a lot of fun. They wear beautiful dresses, beautiful jewelry, and are taken care of by maids and play with them. Zhou Xie didn't see their hard work. Both of them have their own opinions. Hongdo suddenly had an idea and said, My father said that being a little fool is not hard. Your aunt and cousins are not hard. It's because their families let them be little fools. Yes. It must be like this. Zhou Xie tilted his head. Little fool? Zhou Xie, why? Hongdo also frowned. His father said he was a little fool, and he didn't mind because his father loved her. Those girls. Are they made fools because their families love them? But Sister Maya has to do a lot of work. And her brother is loved. Hongdo has never been so confused. His little head is like a ball of red thread that has been scratched by a kitten. And he can't figure it out. Of course he can't figure it out now. And he may not be able to figure it out 10 years later. Maybe he can see it clearly in 20 or 30 years. But by then, he may cover his eyes and choose to turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear. Just like many men in the world. They have gained enough benefits from the rules and environment here, and don't want to lose such benefits. Their mothers and sisters may be in confusion and pain, but they will still close their eyes and say that this is the rule of the past, and that women in the world are like this. This is too long-term, and it is not something that Hongdo can think clearly now. Zhou Xie couldn't figure it out either. He said, Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. Do you still want to exchange your sister for my brother? Let's exchange. Hongdo, no. I like Xiao Xiao. Don't you like your brother? Zhou Xie thought about it. Forget it. I like my brother almost. The two children still like their own brothers and sisters more. In the evening, Hongdo said to Zhang Zhuzhu, Mom, I want Sister Mia to go to a girls' school. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Why did you think of this? Hongdo whispered, Reading can make people smart. I don't want her to be a little fool. Zhang Zhuzhu, how is she stupid? Hongdo, her parents don't let her study. And they make her work. She is stupid and hard. Zhang Luzhu touched her son's head. Not everyone can go to school. Hongdo is her and Li Fu's child. And she is already very lucky. Hongdo, I asked. Her 2 younger brothers are studying. And the girls in her family don't study. Her parents want her brothers to be smart, and her to be a little fool. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help but tremble when she heard this. She thought, this girl was not only treated as a fool who was easy to manipulate by her parents, but also in this environment. This environment did not allow her to become smart, but only allowed her to live in chaos and not allowed her to struggle. Once a woman crosses the line of chaos, she can clearly see what kind of oppression she is under. In this way, they should resist. Fools are easy to control. Zhang Zhuzhu said, well, I will ask someone to ask them. If they are willing, I will send them to school. Hongdo, thank you. Mother, I can take out my money to buy them pens and ink. Zhang Zhuzhu, okay. Go and see how much money you plan to pay. And tell Mom. Hongdo nodded. I'll go play with Wulong first. Zhang Zhuzhu heard what he meant. It seems that he really intends to turn his sister into a brother. Wulong. This name soon spread throughout the family. The elders didn't understand this, and planned to teach Hongdo to let him know the difference between men and women. Hongdo didn't listen to this at all, and still insisted on calling him Wulong. And everyone had no choice. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu didn't care at all. At night, the 2 children were settled. Li Fu lay next to Zhang Zhuzhu and said, at that time, I was a fish on the chopping board, letting you slaughter me. Although I was willing, I always felt that you had no rules. Now think about it. If my daughter has your ability to put others in my situation at that time, it would be great. Zhang Zhuzhu said, if it were me, I would be unruly. But when it comes to my daughter, it's because she has the ability. You really know how to talk. Is there anyone like him? Li Fu smiled and explained, I was too young and ignorant at that time. Zhang Zhuzhu said, what if Xiao Xiao grows up and is more than one fish? Li Fu, that would be amazing. I would pick the best from these fish. If these fish are not good enough, I would throw them all away and get new ones. Zhang Zhuzhu chose to remain silent. Good guy. Is your daughter the owner of the fish pond? Li Fu, how many fish are there in the world that are worth keeping like her father? My daughter may not be as lucky as you. Of course, I have to try my best to catch more fish and pick one that I like. Zhang Zhuzhu pulled the quilt over and said, go to bed quickly. It's late. Li Fu pulled her and said, my fish is not good enough. Huh? Zhang Zhuzhu, good. Very good. Chapter 459 Inheritance. When Queen Pan was free, she called Zhou Xia and Hongdo over again and asked them to stay overnight. She accompanied the 2 children to finish their homework. Thinking that it would be best to exempt them from homework next time, they were asked to stay overnight. They were too old to bear this punishment. Queen Pan had a cold face. But the children were not afraid of her at all. They jumped all over the palace. And when they were tired, they ran to sit next to Queen Pan. Queen Pan asked Hongdo again this time, do you still want to hunt every day now? Hongdo shook his head and said, no. Queen Pan felt relieved when she heard him say that. It seems that Zhang Zhuzhu is not completely laissez-faire about the children's affairs. And she is not completely confused. What do you want to do in the future? Queen Pan asked again. Hongdo shook her head and said she didn't know. Queen Pan, then do you like being a high official like your grandfather and father? Hongdo didn't say anything. The nanny next to her also said, being a military general is also good. When Li Langjun was in the north, it was not bad either. Queen Pan shook her head. After all, it was a life of blood on the edge of a knife. She knew how dangerous it was. She said, that's too far. It's best for Hongdo to stay in the capital and keep Daon company. Zhou Xia leaned on Hongdo's back and nodded repeatedly. After saying this, Queen Pan felt that she was really old and soft-hearted. When she said Zhou Yi out, she was reluctant. But she was cruel. Now it's really too late. Hongdo pushed Zhou Xia away. But Zhou Xia came over and held his arm again. Hongdo let him go. And then said, I want children not to be fools. Queen Pan didn't understand what he said. So Hongdo explained that he wanted all children in the world, whether boys or girls, to go to school and not be fools and be deceived. Queen Pan thought to herself that you have inherited your mother's ambition. What does Li Fu do at home? Shouldn't an ordinary boy yearn to be like his father? Queen Pan said, did your mother agree? Hongdo smiled. My mother didn't ask me. Queen Pan, what are you going to do then? Hongdo shook her head. I don't know yet. Queen Pan wanted to tell him that he might not be able to realize this ambition in his lifetime. It was just an ambition. She didn't say that to the child. She just said, then you should study hard first and see if there is any way in the book. Hongdo nodded obediently. Queen Pan wanted to ask Josiah, but found that the child leaned on Hongdo and fell asleep. She didn't say anything more, coaxed Hongdo for a while, and left when both children fell asleep. The next day, after Li Fu finished the morning court, Queen Pan also called her to ask. Hongdo seems to have inherited her mother's ambition. What do you think? Queen Pan said. She wanted to see what Li Fu's expression was. Most men would not be happy to hear this. Li Fu frowned after hearing this, but what he said was very interesting. He said, my queen, life is so hard. Why do you have to have any ambitions? I, as a father, will protect him and let him live a rich and happy life. Queen Pan almost choked on the tea, and she looked at Li Fu in shock. In Queen Pan's view, Li Fu was a calm and reliable person. He never made mistakes in government affairs, so he should be the same when it comes to children. As a result, Li Fu actually said such words. Queen Pan, what are you talking about? Li Fu seemed a little embarrassed. It is because I have high aspirations that I know how difficult and hard it is to live like this. It takes all my energy to manage government affairs, and people often bring gold and silver treasures to shake me. I have to be cautious and work hard all the time. My son and daughter are both treasures. Why do they have to suffer like me? His pair of treasures came to this world to enjoy happiness, and the suffering should be done by the father. He is not afraid of hardship. He is afraid that his children will suffer. Queen Pan recalled that when she taught Zhang Juju a lesson, she told her not to worry about the children's affairs, so that Li Fu, as a father, would worry too much. Do you really think so? Queen Pan said. Li Fu said very seriously, it's true, madam. I just hope they are happy and prosperous, and I don't have any other hope. Queen Pan closed her eyes. A person as determined as Li Fu probably couldn't be persuaded. Go back and think about it carefully, Queen Pan said. Li Fu bowed and said goodbye to the queen. Queen Pan sent Li Fu away and went to find the emperor. The emperor rarely saw her like this, so he asked what was going on. The emperor was also shocked after hearing it, and said, that child? Did he really say that? Queen Pan, I thought Sanlang was a perfect man, but it turns out he is not. Emperor, not only is he not a perfect man, he is really outrageous. He felt it was hard, so he didn't want his children to get involved at all. He is really a loving father. Zhang Juju heard this, and said to Li Fu, you are going to scare the queen. Li Fu, I am telling the truth. Zhang Zuzu laughed out loud. Now the queen should know that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Li Fu looks like a very strict father, but in fact he is not at all. He is too kind. Compared with Li Fu, Zhang Zuzu looks like a strict mother. Jean Jur quickly arranged for the little girl named Mia. The little girl didn't want to go to the girls' school at first, saying that she wanted to be a maid in the Li family. But Jean Jur told her that to be a maid in the third room, she had to be literate, knowledgeable, and understand the truth. It would not be too late for her to be a maid after she learned well. Mia went to the girls' school, and Hongdo bought a pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and asked someone to send them to her. He said to Zhang Juju, Mom, I think no child in the world should be a fool. Zhang Juju said, not everyone has the opportunity to read and learn. Many people don't have it. You can't say they are fools. Hongdo quickly covered her mouth and said, I didn't curse. Zhang Juju touched his head, and Hongdo asked again, then how can we make all the children go to school? Zhang Juju, first, they need to have a full stomach and wear warm clothes. That requires a lot of money, Hongdo said. Zhang Juju thought that money alone is not enough, but money is indeed very important. Hongdo said, Mom, I have a new ambition. I want to make money. A lot of money. Zhang Juju, you are worthy of being my own son. Li Fu listened and said with a smile, don't worry too much. In the future, you can share the money of your mother and me with your sister. Then you will have money. Hongdo, I don't want it. I will make money by myself. Li Fu, that will be hard. Hongdo, I'm not afraid. I want to learn how to make money. Zhang Juju laughed. Learn. You should recognize all the characters first, and then mother will teach you. Hongdo nodded and said to Xiao Xiao, Wulong, do you like to make money? You can make money with your brother. Xiao Xiao didn't understand what he said. He looked at his brother with big eyes and held his hand and laughed. Li Fu, Xiao Xiao didn't agree with you. Hongdo glared at his father. Dad, you are a stone. Li Fu, huh? Hongdo, roadblock. Zhang Juju laughed beside him. Chapter 460. Only you and I are close. The Zhang family has been busy for half a year, and is finally going to marry a new daughter-in-law. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang are rosy-cheeked and walk with a breeze. Zhang Yining also came back with 2 children. She said to Zhang Juju, I didn't plan to come back. But your brother-in-law said that Xiaobao is the only brother at home. So I have to come back to help. Zhang Juju, there's nothing to help. Just think of it as coming back to see our family. Zhang Yining has been away for many years. They are biological sisters, and only communicate through letters. Naturally, they miss each other. Zhang Yining put her arm around her shoulders and smiled, saying, I'm embarrassed to say this. I have something to tell you. Zhang Zuzu, what's the matter? My second brother-in-law wants to go back to Beijing? Zhang Yining was a little embarrassed and said, It's not that. He wants to go back to Beijing. But he has to wait. It's your nephew's business. This child really takes after his father, and is good at studying. I want to find a good place for him to study. Zhang Juju said, It's not a big deal. Let Li Fu find a way. Zhang Yining said, Thank you for your trouble. Zhang Zuju laughed non-stop. You have been with my second brother-in-law for a long time. How come you are still thin-skinned? And you have to say such things to me. Zhang Yining pinched her face. Why? You talk as if I used to be thick-skinned. Zhang Juju, you used to assign me tasks with confidence. But you have forgotten it. Zhang Yining was silent for a while. She took Zhang Juju's arm and said, I haven't forgotten it. Haven't I learned a lot of things about courtesy, righteousness, integrity and shame from following your second brother-in-law over the years? Zhang Juju said, Those things can be shown to outsiders. If you still treat me like this, we are not sisters anymore. You want to be estranged from me like this. Zhang Yining rolled her eyes at her. Look at you. I talk to you politely, but you are still not happy. Do you have to make me show my old fierceness? I am also an official's wife now, and I have to pay attention to my status. Zhang Juju was amused by her. Okay. I know my second sister is no longer the same as before. Zhang Yining said, You must take care of your nephew's affairs. Zhang Zuju nodded. The two chatted for a while, and Zhang Jingjin also came over. Zhang Yining said, Is the new house decorated? Zhang Jingjin, No. My mother thought I was clumsy, and sent me away. Zhang Yining, you forget your own daughter when you have a daughter-in-law. Zhang Jingjin snorted. Daughters-in-law can let others hold their grandchildren. But we can't. Zhang Yining said, I haven't met my sister-in-law yet. What is she like? Zhang Juju, she is a good person. Like Xiaobao. She likes arithmetic. And the two of them get along well. Zhang Yining nodded. That's fine. When it comes to getting married, it's best to get married to the one you like. She insisted on marrying the person she loved, which is why she has such a good life today. If she had listened to her mother and married into the Wu family, she would have been doomed. Xiaobao was called by Wu Guiyang to try on new clothes, and her 3 sisters were also called over to see. Wu Guiyang looked at her son carefully, and her eyes were red after a while. She said, My Xiaobao, you are going to be an adult now. Zhang Dachuan sat on the newly made chair, and felt uncomfortable no matter how he sat. He said, Marrying a wife is not marrying a daughter. Why are you crying? Wu Guiyang, I am going to cry. What do you care? Zhang Dachuan. You cry? You cry? I don't care. Women love to cry. Zhang Jingjin interrupted them. Stop quarreling. The new bride is coming tomorrow. You two quarreled and asked your sister-in-law to laugh at you. Is that right? Wu Guiyang was about to nod, but Xiaobao said, It's okay. Shiru is like me. She doesn't like to watch the fun. We won't laugh. After he finished speaking, everyone in the Zhang family laughed. Xiaobao scratched his head and blushed. He looked back, took off his coat and ran out. In the afternoon, Li Fu brought both children over. Zhang Juju said, Xiaobao is going to get married too. Li Fu, it's okay. You are still young. Zhang Juju looked at him. Are you learning to answer quickly? Li Fu, I guess you want to say that time is passing too fast. Zhang Zuzu, that's not the case. I just think that when he gets married, I will stay away from him and stop caring about everything. Aunts should take the initiative to stay away from their brother's family to reduce the possibility of family conflicts. Zhang Zuju is very conscious and has reminded her two sisters to know what to manage, and what not to manage. Li Fu, brothers and sisters, as well as our children, will be farther away in the future. Only I will always be close to you and intimate with you. Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Li Fu's shoulder. You are right. The next day before dawn, the Zhang family became lively. The wedding procession went with music and drums, and brought the bride back with music and drums. Zhang Zhuzhu and her family of 4 watched her brother and sister-in-law get married. Hongdo was held by Li Fu and said, I want to get married too. Li Fu said, Who do you want to marry? Hongdo thought for a long time and said, I don't have anyone I want to marry yet. Li Fu comforted her son. Don't worry. It's not too late to get married after you turn 20. There are still more than 10 years. So you can think about it slowly. Li Fu didn't get married very early, and he wouldn't rush Hongdo's marriage. Li Fu looked at his daughter again and said to Zhang Zhuzhu, You wanted to teach Xiao Xiao how to fish. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Can we be more sincere? Li Fu shook his head. No. You see the stories in the storybooks. They are all about rich girls and poor scholars. If we are too sincere, we will be deceived. Zhang Zhuzhu, let's talk about the future later. At night, after the wedding banquet, the guests dispersed. Xiaobao had 2 brothers-in-law to stop him from drinking. So he didn't drink much and was still sober when he entered the bridal chamber. He and Baorua had corresponded with each other for a long time, but they were still embarrassed to be husband and wife. Baorua was the same. The 2 young people were embarrassed to be together. After holding it in for a long time, Baorua took out a book from her large wedding dress, my father's private collection of books. He was reluctant to give it to me as a dowry. Do you want to see it? So the young couple read the old and lonely books together under the bright red candle. The next day, the bride wanted to recognize her relatives. The 3 married daughters of the Zhang family were all here. Only the 2 sons-in-law were outside and had not returned. Baoruo received the gifts and gave away the gifts for her nephews and nieces. Facing the curious eyes of the children, she played with them openly. Zhang Yining said, She is still a little girl. Zhang Jingjin said, She is the youngest girl in her family. Wu Gunyang, I am afraid she can't take care of your brother. Zhang Zhuzhu, she has hands and feet. Why does she need someone to serve her? You should stop thinking about it. The Bao family gave away more than a dozen people as dowry. And we have quite a few too. There are plenty of people to serve them. Wu Gunyang, I say one sentence. And you say dozens of sentences. Zhang Zhuzhu, I am right. So I have so much to say. Wu Gunyang thought of her past life, and then looked at the present. These children, who are blessed but don't know how to appreciate it. Forget it. It's good to have a grandson. She can ignore other things. Chapter 461 Ordinary People and Gods and Buddhas. The weather gradually cooled down, and Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu's life was still the same as usual. Xiao Xiao was getting older, and she became more lively and lovely, which made the couple and her brother Hongdo love her very much. As the year was coming to an end, the house became lively as usual. After Zhang Zhuzhu finished her messy work, she finally had some free time to prepare new clothes for the family of 4 at home. Zhang Zhuzhu attached great importance to the first new year for the family of 4. Li Fu was so tired that he had to stay awake all day long. He was either in the palace or in the government office every day. He finally rested on New Year's Eve. Li Fu hugged his daughter and said, Xiao Xiao almost doesn't recognize me anymore. Zhang Zhuzhu, what should we do? Put her in your sleeve and take her to the government office? Li Fu looked at his lovely daughter and said, My baby is too wrong by the sleeves. Li Fu's baby grabbed his hair and tried to stuff it into her mouth. Li Fu frowned in pain, but did not make a big noise. He just held his daughter's hand to prevent her from eating it. Hair is not clean and cannot be eaten. Zhang Zhuzhu hurried over and saved Li Fu's hair, saying, Xiao Xiao, let your father's hair go. It is not as lush as before. How dare you pull it like this? Xiao Xiao opened her eyes wide, looking like she didn't understand what you were saying. She giggled and went to play with her father's ears again. Zhang Zhuzhu stuffed a cloth rabbit in her hand, and she lost interest in playing with her father, and pulled the rabbit's ears with both hands. Li Fu looked at Zhang Zhuzhu. My hair is fine. Zhang Zhuzhu glanced at him. You have been getting up early and going to bed late every day in the past few years. How good can your head be? If you keep working so hard, baldness is just a matter of time. Zhang Zhuzhu also gave him an example, saying, Look at your majesty. You have only been on the throne for a few years, and your hairline has receded. I heard from the imperial concubine that your majesty asked the imperial doctors to study what to eat to grow hair. Li Fu nodded. Let's see if your majesty's hair grows next year. If it grows, I'll eat it too. Zhang Juju laughed and said, it would be more effective if you sleep more. Unfortunately, this is not Li Fu's decision. He still has decades to work. Li Fu said to his daughter in his arms, you and your brother must not be like your father in the future. Understand? Xiao Xiao didn't understand, but smiled at Li Fu. Li Fu wiped her saliva and said, why do you drool so much recently? Zhang Juzu, it's teething. Hard to say. Li Fu counted his daughter's newly grown teeth again. On the day of the first day of the lunar year, the family got up early. Li Fu looked at the newly cut clothes with a confused look. The clothes of the 4 members of the family were made of the same piece of cloth, but the patterns and small decorations on them were slightly different. Hongdo saw his father standing still and said, Dad, do you also want mother to help you put on your clothes? Zhang Zuju was dressing her daughter. Li Fu, no. I have never seen this dress before. Zhang Juju said, then what do you think? Li Fu, very good. We are a family at first glance. He changed into new clothes and helped Hongdo put on the clothes, saying, why is there a button sewn the wrong way? When he was about to say that the embroiderer was not conscientious, Zhang Juju replied, I sewed it, and it was sewn wrong. Li Fu thought that being a mother was indeed different. Zhang Juju used to not like sewing, but now she can sew buttons on her children's clothes. Li Fu, since you are sewing, why don't you make a pair of purses for both of us to wear? Zhang Zuzu said, I don't. Why don't you learn sewing? Sewing a button is the limit of Zhang Zuzu. She really doesn't like this thing. Li Fu, ask me to learn? Is that reasonable? Asking a man to learn sewing. Zhang Zuzu said calmly, yes. You learn? You have learned to cook. So learning sewing is not a problem. If you make purses, I promise to wear them every day. Li Fu, no. I can't do it alone. You have to do it too. It would be too embarrassing for him to do it alone. How can a man do needlework? Zhang Zuzu, okay. Let's do it together. The family of 4 packed up and went out. They were the most conspicuous among the family. Zhou Ri pushed her husband with her arm and said, look at your third brother. He is dressed like 18. How can he look like the father of 2 children? The color of the new clothes made Li Fu look too young. Li Zhu said, I think it's good. When the weather gets warmer, and we go out for spring, we will wear the same clothes. Zhou Ri glanced at her husband. Look at your beard. How dare you wear such a light color? Another reason why Li Fu looked young was that he had no beard. Li Zhuxin made up his mind. I shaved my beard. Zhou Ri laughed when he heard this. In the morning, they went to worship the ancestors of the Li family. In the afternoon, Li Fu and Zhang Juju took their 2 children to Daxiangguo Temple to burn incense. Since having children, Li Fu has become more superstitious. He wants to go to Daxiangguo Temple to pray for the 2 children. Zhang Juju was very worried and said, I think the Buddha and Bodhisattva are not in the mood to protect our family. In the past, these temples were rich, but now they have been plundered so much that the quality of the incense burned in front of the Buddha and Bodhisattva is not as good as before. This is all thanks to Li Fu. Li Fu said, the gods and Buddhas are originally outside the mortal world, and the monks who serve them should be the same. The monks have crossed the line too much. I will return them to their original state. It is also a good thing for the gods and Buddhas. How can they not protect my children? Zhang Juju said, it is inevitable that gods and Buddhas are attached to the mortal world. Li Fu, then they are not gods and Buddhas. Zhang Juju shook her head. People are the most greedy. They hope that gods and Buddhas will be indifferent. And they also hope that gods and Buddhas will protect them. Li Fu, so we are ordinary people rolling in the mortal world. And they are gods and Buddhas who are worshipped on the lotus seat. After that, the couple laughed. The 2 took the child in to burn incense. And Hongdo seemed very confused. When Li Fu picked him up, he asked Li Fu, the last time I went to the Taoist temple, I didn't put all the words in the book into my head. Why do I still come to burn incense? Li Fu explained to his son, Dad and Mother want to protect you in Xiao Xiao. But there are many things in the world that we can't do. When there is no way, we have to rely on Bodhisattva to protect you. Hongdo didn't quite understand. He said, I think my father and mother can do everything and can protect me and my sister. There is no need to ask Buddha and Bodhisattva. In the 6 years since he came to this world, Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu were almost everything to him. He believed that they were omnipotent and the most powerful people in the world. Buddha and Bodhisattva had to retreat from the distance. Li Fu was praised by his son and was in a good mood. Amid the fearful eyes of the monks, the family of 4 left Daxiangguo Temple. We can't stay for long. It's not easy for the monks. It's the end of the year. Let's celebrate the new year well. Chapter 462, Impulsive. After leaving Daxiangguo Temple, the family did not rush home. The family of 4 went somewhere else to stroll. Zhang Zhuzhu saw Li Fu looking around. What are you looking at? Li Fu said, I think the capital this year is much more lively than before. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. Are you talking about your achievements to me? Li Fu also laughed. The capital has the prosperous scene today. My achievements are not worth mentioning. Zhang Zhuzhu said, how can your achievements be unworthy of mention? Your achievements in Jingzhou Prefecture should be recorded in the history books for future generations to emulate and admire. What Li Fu did in Jingzhou Prefecture was enough for him to boast about. At that time, the capital was in a mess because of the disaster left by the previous emperor. The carriages of the powerful dared to run rampant, and the thieves and the gangs dared to kidnap women and children in the streets. On major festivals such as Zhengdan and Shangyuan, there were always people whose wives and children were separated. Nowadays, I dare not say that there are no such things at all, but they are definitely very rare. If they are caught, the government will definitely get to the bottom of it. After persisting in this way for a few years, the security of the capital naturally improved. Li Fu said, let's not talk about what will happen to future generations. I just hope that Hongdou and Xiaoxiao can grow up in such a stable capital. Hongdou walked in front, and Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her son's figure and said, they will. As for Li Fu's achievements, he thought that he should have more achievements worth remembering than this. Li Fu hugged Xiaoxiao. Next year, Xiaoxiao will be able to run in front like her brother, and I won't have to hold her so hard. Zhang Zhuzhu, I don't see how you are tired. Look how happy he is holding his daughter. And you can't see how hard it is. Hongdou was walking happily, and suddenly a pair of hands stretched out from the side and picked him up. Hongdou was startled, and Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu were also startled. Then they saw who was coming. The one holding Hongdou was Xia Ying, and the woman next to him was Yao Yusen. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately gossiped, hey, who did I see? Li Fu also looked over curiously. Xia Ying felt embarrassed to be looked at, but Hongdou said loudly, and you, Uncle Xia, you guys are out to play too. Did you go to Daxiangguo Temple to burn incense? Zhang Zhuzhu looked at Yao Yusen. Daxiangguo Temple is a good place to pray for marriage. Yao Yusen glared at her. Shut up. You are the only one who can talk. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I saw it. But I can't say anything. Yao Yusen glared at Zhang Zhuzhu, and Zhang Zhuzhu laughed even more happily. Xia Ying shook Hongdou and said calmly, it's New Year's Day. Why don't you stay at home? Why did you come out? Li Fu, if you stay at home, how can you see such excitement? On the first day of the lunar year, the streets were very lively, and the couple in front was also very lively. Xia Ying was speechless, and Li Fu pointed to the tea house next to her. Want some tea? So the 4 of them took their 2 children to the tea house. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately arrested Yao Yusen. Quick! Confess, and you will be treated leniently. Yao Yusen was speechless. Jingzhou Prefecture is just in front. Or you can arrest me and interrogate me. Is it really that serious? Zhang Zhuzhu took Xiaoxiao and said generously, can I bribe you? Yao Yusen took Xiaoxiao away and gave her mother a blank look. Is it reasonable to bribe someone with a child in her arms? Zhang Zhuzhu's curiosity could no longer be suppressed. If you don't tell me, I'll go ask Xia Shaoqing. Yao Yusen said helplessly, you saw it all. That's what you think. Zhang Zhuzhu, what do you think? Yao Yusen smiled. Xia Ying said to Li Fu, Miss Yao is chivalrous and kind-hearted. We had contact in the Chong case. I was alone and would go to the charity bureau to take care of the children there. I met Miss Yao, and we had more contact. A single man and woman had contact. You had feelings for me, and I had feelings for you. So the result is self-evident. Li Fu said, then why don't you go to the Yao family to propose marriage? Xia Ying's parents were gone, and there were no relatives at home, and no one to take care of his housework. Li Fu then said, if my mother knew about you and Miss Yao, she would definitely be willing to be a matchmaker for you. Xia Ying is young, but he is already the Shaoqing of Dali Temple, and has a promising future. He has also worked with Yao Qingxin. If he goes to propose marriage, the Yao family will not refuse. Xiang said, no hurry. Hearing this, Li Fu looked at Yao Yusen. Yao Yusen is quite wealthy, and has known Zhang Luzu for many years. She has been traveling outside for the past few years, and she is used to freedom. Once married, her husband and children will be her ties, so she will naturally be very cautious. Yao Yusen said, you know, I haven't lived too well these years. I have been to many places. Brother Xie is a good person, and I get along with him in many things. But marriage is a big deal. I am afraid that I will be impulsive now and regret it later, which will hurt others and myself. Zhang Zhuzhu, everything has its own gains and losses. You have to consider it yourself. If you can't figure it out yourself, no matter what others say, it won't work. Yao Yusen still held Xiao Xiao in her arms, and she whispered, I'm thinking about it now. Brother Xie looks good. If we have a child like Hongdo and Xiao Xiao, I'll be satisfied. Zhang Zhuzhu said, that's true. And there are not many men like Xie and who have not married yet and are obsessed with official duties every day. Yao Yusen said, no. Let's go to Daxiangwo Temple. I want to find a monk to calculate. If we are compatible, I will get married. She stuffed the child into Zhang Zhuzhu's arms and was about to go to Xiang to tell her. Zhang Zhuzhu said hurriedly, hey, you are too impulsive. Yao Yusen, how can marriage be successful without relying on impulse? She had to rely on impulse. Otherwise she would regret it no matter what. It is easier to marry when you are confused. Women with clear minds are like Su Mingzhou, who became nuns and became free. Xiang was dragged to Daxiangwo Temple by Yao Yusen in a daze. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Zhang Zhuzhu, that's right. When you came to me, I was impulsive and agreed to marry you. Li Fu, have you ever regretted it? Zhang Zhuzhu, I can't say I regret it. I wanted to kill you twice. Li Fu knew which 2 times they were. When Zhang Zhuzhu gave birth. Li Fu, this is my fault. I deserve to die. It seems that apart from these 2 times, there should be no other times. Li Fu thought that he should have done well. Zhang Zhuzhu said, what about you? Have you ever regretted it? Li Fu thought for a while and said, yes. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at him. And Li Fu continued, if there was no me, you should be much freer than now. Zhang Zhuzhu still said, there are gains and losses. And there is no perfect time in the world. Now it's not bad. The couple stood by the window of the tea house, looking at the busy streets outside. Xiao Xiao was in Li Fu's arms, looking outside, and Hongdo lay by the window. Dad! Mom! I want 4 sugar men. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu each took their son's hand. Let's go. Go by them. Chapter 463. Hurrying on the road. The carriage was on a bumpy road. Li Xiao, who was 10 years old this year, was at an active age. She enviously looked at her brother and mother riding horses outside, and begged her father, Dad, I want to go riding, too. I feel dizzy when I ride in a carriage. The middle-aged man, who still had no beard, looked at his daughter and said, No. Li Jiao's eyes turned red, and the next moment she burst into tears. The pretty little girl cried, and she looked particularly lovable. Li Fu saw her crying, and couldn't help frowning, and comforted her daughter. Your arm is injured and hasn't healed yet. How can you go riding? Wait until you get better. Li Xiao, it's been a month since I came out. I'm fine now. The little girl was naughty. When Zhang Zhuzhu took her to Xinghua Temple, she climbed up someone's apricot tree and accidentally fell down, injuring her arm. After that, the family left the capital and returned to Songyang County. On the way, they watched Li Xiao closely and fixed her arm, fearing that the bones would not grow well. This is a lifelong event. Li Fu, that won't work either. This daughter is really too lively. And Li Fu thinks she needs to be disciplined. Li Xiao took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, whimpering and pulling her father's sleeve. Dad, don't you love me anymore? Her eyes were red and her voice was choked with sobs. Li Fu, no. Li Xiao, yes. My mother and brother can take me riding. I don't ride alone. Li Fu changed the subject. You are a big girl. You should sit in the carriage at the back. And you can't ask your brother to take you riding. Li Xiao is 10 years old, and she can no longer be as close to her father and brother as before. Li Fu loves her, but she knows her limits. Li Xiao immediately became even angrier. Dad wants to chase me away. Dad doesn't want me anymore. Li Fu hurriedly lifted the curtain of the carriage and shouted loudly, Zhu Zhu. Zhu Zhu. Xiao Xiao is looking for you. The next moment, Li Xiao wiped her tears and smiled. When Zhang Zuzhu turned around with the reins, she had returned to her usual cute appearance. Li Fu thought that he couldn't control his daughter, but there were people at home who could. Zhang Zuzhu was also in her 30s, with a plumper figure than before and more gentle features. What did Xiao Xiao ask me to do? She asked. Xiao Xiao hurriedly made up an excuse. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep in my mother's arms. Zhang Zuzhu glanced at Li Fu, knowing that he wanted to avoid suspicion, and said, Okay, I'll hold you to sleep. Xiao Xiao looked at the horse she was riding. Can I sleep on the horse? I'm very good and don't move around. Zhang Zuzhu looked at her daughter gently. What do you think? Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao smiled widely. I'm sleepy. I'm talking in my sleep. Mother, don't pay attention to me. Zhang Zuzhu got off the horse, got into the carriage, and then hugged her daughter in her arms. Xiao Xiao was really bored, and fell asleep after a while. Seeing how she fell asleep so quickly, Zhang Zuzhu said, She's like a piglet. She obviously didn't like to sleep when she was a child. Li Fu said, You can still coax her. Zhang Zuzhu said, Did I coax her? I was scared. She's just like you. She's going to go crazy. Li Fu, this useless old father, only knows how to spoil his two children unconditionally. If there's something wrong, Zhang Zuzhu has to take care of it. Li Fu took out a fan and fanned the mother and daughter. You've worked hard. It's not hard work. The two children are very good and have not grown up crooked. Li Jian was 15 years old and already a head taller than Zhang Zuzhu. He was riding in front and disappeared. Li Xiao was lively and active, but a little impatient. Zhang Zuzhu whispered, You are not yet 40. Are you going to retire in Zhangjia village? Li Fu, what's wrong with that? Li Fu did not leave Beijing for no reason. Some time ago, a case happened in Beijing. A young prince from the royal family, a teenage boy, was spoiled by his family and became lawless. He took the lives of the servants and maids in his family for fun and killed 4 people. A maid escaped by chance and went to Jingzhou Prefecture for help. Jingzhou Prefecture did not ignore it, and because it involved the royal family, Li Fu was invited over. Finally, the young prince was arrested and sentenced to death. The prince's mansion tried every means to save him, but failed. Not long after the young prince was imprisoned in the dark prison, he kept shouting that a ghost was killing him, and later scared himself to death. His biological mother was a noble lady from a high family. She was still running around for her son. After learning about this, she couldn't stand it for a while, and hanged herself. Rumors spread in the court, and the princess's family and the royal family united to attack Li Fu. Although Li Fu was right, the 2 people who died, one surnamed Zhou and the other was Zhou's daughter-in-law, both of whom were named in the royal family tree. The royal family members made a big fuss and even demanded that cases involving royal family members should not be handed over to court officials for interrogation in the future. Their lives are more noble than others, and the lives of maids and servants cannot be compared with theirs. Li Fu joined forces with other court officials to demand a reduction in the treatment of the royal family, and the 2 sides quarreled fiercely. Li Fu was at the center of the storm. Just at this time, news came from Zhangjia village that there was a problem with the Li family's ancestral tomb. So Li Fu and Zhang Zuzhu brought their children home. No matter how you look at it, Li Fu seems to be the one who was abandoned. So Zhang Zuzhu said so. Zhang Zuzhu said, It's not bad. I'm just afraid that your health is not as good as before, and you can't chop wood. Li Fu said, I'm in good health, but I don't need to chop wood. Let Li Jian chop wood, and I'll teach him by the side. Zhang Zuzhu, you have a son to serve you. You must be happy. Li Fu nodded, Yeah. Not bad. The carriage went a little further, and the group stopped to rest. Li Jian was also waiting here. He saw his parents getting off the carriage and asked in confusion, Dad, Mom, where is Wulong? Zhang Zuzhu, he fell asleep. He nodded. How long will it take to get to Song'an County? Li Jian had only been on a long journey when he was 2 or 3 years old. He had long forgotten about it. This time, he was going back to his hometown. He was very excited all the way and didn't see how hard it was to travel. Li Fu calculated, We will arrive the day after tomorrow. Li Jian showed a happy face. Finally arrived. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, You are also anxious. Li Jian, I want to know what the place where my mother grew up is like. My father also stayed there for a year. I want to see it. That was a long time ago. At that time, Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu were still very young. Their eldest sons were already 15 years old. Li Fu said, "It's a good place." Zhang Zhuzhu, "If your father and I can't go back to the capital, are you afraid?" Li Jian has been a companion to the emperor's eldest grandson in the palace since he was a child. He has a good understanding of many things. No. The clan and the court officials are quarreling. It was the clan who was wrong first. My father is an important official in the court and has a great reputation. He was forced out of the capital by the clan who was wrong first. I don't know how lively the capital is now. Even Li Fu was forced by the clan. The world must believe that the clan was domineering and arrogant, and did not abide by the law of the country. They will have their bitter consequences. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. You are right. Sooner or later, we have to go back to the capital. Chapter 464. I remember it clearly. After the last 2 days of hard work, the family finally returned to Zhangjiao village. The ancestral house of the Li family has been renovated every year, and the courtyard of the Zhang family was also renovated a few years ago when Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang came back to attend the funeral of Mr. Zhang. They built a new large courtyard, and it was no longer the same as before. Xiao Xiao jumped off the carriage, pulled her brother's sleeve, and looked around the house. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu walked slowly behind hand in hand. Li Fu said, "Standing here now? The past year seemed like a dream." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. Who said it wasn't? Zhangjiao village is still called Zhangjiao village, but it is also very different from before. Li Jian and Li Xiao walked around the house quickly and returned to their parents. Li Jian said, "This house is big enough for our family to live in." He always thought that the houses in the village were not big, but now it seems much bigger than he thought. Li Xiao pointed to the open space in the yard. "I want to tie a swing here, and then my mother and I will sit on the swing, and my father will push us from behind." Zhang Zhuzhu, "I just walked around, and you have arranged everything." Li Xiao nodded, and then looked at Li Fu eagerly. Zhang Zhuzhu deliberately said, "I'm afraid you won't have time to play on the swing in the future. Our family has been driven out of the capital. In the future, you will no longer be the delicate Miss Li San. You have to start working." Li Xiao was younger after all, so she took Zhang Zhuzhu's words seriously. "What should I do then?" she asked worriedly. Zhang Zhuzhu, "Your father and your brother will work in the fields in the future, and the family will raise chickens, ducks and pigs. You have to feed them, light the fire, cook and weave." Zhang Zhuzhu listed many tasks to be done, and Li Xiao almost cried when she heard them, saying, "How can you do so many tasks?" Zhang Zhuzhu teased her, "You can do it. In the future, get up before dawn and work until midnight before going to bed. This is how mother grew up when she was a child. You are mother's daughter. You can definitely do it." Li Xiao looked at Zhang Zhuzhu. "It's so hard for mother to do so many tasks." Zhang Zhuzhu, when mom was young, she had 2 older sisters to help with the housework. Unfortunately, mom only has you 2 siblings. Xiao Xiao will have to work harder in the future. Xiao Xiao looked at the maids and servants who were sweeping in and out, and said in confusion, "Don't they work?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "They are hired with money. Now the family has money, but there will be no money to hire them in the future." Xiao Xiao, "I have money." After saying that, she ran out. When she came back, she was holding a small box in her hand. When she opened it, a few pieces of gold fell to the ground. She held up the box. "I have money. Spend it on dad and mom." Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless for a long time. Li Fu helped her daughter pick up the gold, put the money in it, and laughed at Zhang Zhuzhu, saying, "You can't coax her anymore." Zhang Zhuzhu sighed with regret. How could she forget that Xiao Xiao, this little girl, had saved a lot of money? She wanted to play the victim and ask her to work, but it was no use. Xiao Xiao held the money box and said generously, "I will give pocket money to my parents and brother in the future. I am the boss." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Okay. Xiao Xiao will be the boss in the future. We will listen to you." Xiao Xiao laughed proudly. "Then I will tie a swing here," she said to Li Fu. Li Fu naturally agreed. That afternoon, the father and son tied a sturdy swing for Xiao Xiao. At night, Zhang Zhuzhu coaxed her daughter to sleep, laid down on the bed, and said, "It's not easy to come back. My old arms and legs are so tired that they are falling apart. Li Fu was better than Zhang Zhuzhu. He said, I can see that you have lost weight due to fatigue. Zhang Zhuzhu took out the mirror and said, Really? You have really lost weight? Li Fu immediately regretted it. He had nothing else to say. But he had to say this. He said, Really? You will lose weight when traveling. I see that Li Jian and Xiao Xiao have lost weight. Zhang Zhuzhu also said, We need to supplement them. They are growing up, and we can't treat them badly. When they left Beijing, they discussed whether to take the children with them. The couple felt that the journey was long and the 2 children were born in Beijing, so they didn't need to suffer. But the 2 children refused and insisted on going with them. This scene is more like Li Fu being driven out of the capital. You know, the Li family had experienced this before. Of course, the nature of this is different. Li Fu's father is still an important minister in the cabinet, and Li Fu has not lost his official position. It is only a matter of time before he returns to the capital. The Li family fled the capital overnight. They have already arrived at Zhangjia village, and they don't know what new excitement is happening in the capital now. Li Fu took the mirror away. Go to bed. It's late. The couple fell asleep without saying a word. The next morning, Li Fu got up early to cook. It's not that no one is cooking at home. Li Fu got up early to reminisce. Li Jian helped his father to light the fire, and started to cough. Li Fu asked him to stay away. You are not needed. Just watch from the side. Li Jian said, Dad, why do you have to work so hard? Li Fu, if you don't like it, you will feel tired. If you like it, it will be fun. Li Jian nodded. I think studying is very hard. Li Fu smiled. Then you can take a good rest here. You don't have to study during this period. Li Jian hesitated for a while, and said, You still have to study. Studying is hard, but it is useful. Li Fu asked his son about his plan. Are you going to take the imperial examination? Li Jian said to him, After all, power is the most useful thing in the world. I will be an official first, and then it will be much easier to do anything else. Li Fu, don't think about long-term things. It doesn't matter if you slack off. I'll take care of everything. Li Jian smiled. Although Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu tried their best to give him the freedom to choose, this child was still very much like Li Fu, and made the same choice as his father. It was already mid-morning when Zhang Zhuzhu and Xiao Xiao got up. After breakfast, the mother and daughter watched Li Fu teach Li Jian how to chop wood. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, You are old. Be careful not to hurt your old waist. Li Fu, I'm not that bad. Zhang Zhuzhu, what if, at this age, you can't suffer this? Li Fu patted his son's shoulder. Then I'll leave this job to you. Xiao Xiao raised her hand. I'll do it. I can do it too. She ran over to get the axe. But Li Jian stopped her sister. Your arm is not healed yet. Don't move such heavy things. Go play on the swing. The family was playing when someone from the same village knocked on the door. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu went out first, and Li Jian and Xiao Xiao followed behind. The women who came over were from the same village. All of them were old. When a woman saw Li Jian, she immediately said, Look, this is the same as the Li Sanlang of the past. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Aunt, take a closer look. This child should be more like me. The aunt said, I don't remember what you looked like back then. But Li Sanlang was the most handsome man your aunt had ever seen in her life, with delicate skin and tender flesh. I remember it clearly. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed when she heard it. Chapter 465 Kind Father. Zhang Zhuzhu kept talking about the past. Everyone knew that Li Fu was handsome. The most interesting thing was not this. Someone mentioned something about Li Fu's New Year celebration in Zhangjia village. When the pig was slaughtered, Li Fu went to join in the fun and was knocked down by a mad pig. He was injured and lay in bed for several days. There was laughter in the yard. Li Jian whispered to his father, Really? After he asked, he laughed first. Li Fu slapped his son on the head helplessly. Why don't you try it too? Li Jian said, We won't celebrate the New Year here. Li Fu, it's not necessary to slaughter the pig during the New Year. It's okay to show you the fun. Li Jian thought his father was joking, but Li Fu was serious. Li Fu stepped forward and said, Please stop talking about my ugly deeds. Everyone laughed. Li Fu said, We are in the village. Thank you for taking care of us. But we can't make it to the New Year this time. I will ask someone to send 2 pigs to us tomorrow and invite everyone to have dinner at home. After saying this, everyone agreed. Immediately, a villager said that his pigs were well raised. So Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu personally picked 2 pigs with the most meat. and invited the women in the village to come to their home tomorrow to cook together. Although it was not the new year, it was almost as lively as this. Li Fu patted his son's shoulder. Get up early tomorrow to watch the excitement. Don't be afraid, Li Jian said. I'm not afraid. What's so scary about that? It's just slaughtering pigs. He has eaten a lot of meat since he was a child. Li Fu thought to himself. Your father thought the same way back then. The next morning, the Li family was as lively as a vegetable market. Xiao Xiao met girls of the same age in the village and went to play with them. Li Jian followed Li Fu to watch the excitement of slaughtering pigs. Li Fu regretted it now. His son was only 15. And he was better than he was. How could he ask his son to watch such a bloody scene just to save his face? If he was scared, it would be really bad. Li Fu said, Why don't you go back? Li Jian. Dad, you are like this again. Li Jian felt that he had such a father and had not grown up in the wrong way. It was a rare miracle in the world. He was loved by his parents since he was a child. When his sister was born, he could already remember it. Sometimes people would joke with him that your parents would love her more now that they have a sister. But no. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu did not take their love away from him, let alone share it equally. They poured more love into him. What he has, his sister has. And what his sister has, he also has. Both of them grew up in their parents' arms. Li Jian always felt that all parents in the world were like this. Later, he realized that there are many mothers who dote on their children. But there are very few fathers like this. There is no father as gentle and loving as Li Fu, who loves his son so much that he does not ask his son to succeed. There are even some fathers who usually ignore their sons. Like strangers. Once the son makes a mistake, they will beat and scold him, and also accuse the mother of bringing the son up. It is very rare for a father and son to have such a close relationship as theirs. Li Jian is 15 years old this year, and many of his peers have already arranged marriages and are preparing to get married. When someone comes to ask about him, Li Fu always says that he is still young and it is not the right time. It is the same now. He has never seen a pig being slaughtered. And maybe he is really afraid. But even if a 15-year-old boy was really scared, what can he do? It's not worth the trouble for a father. Zhang Zhuzhu won't worry. Okay, Li Fu said. It's unnecessary to let you be scared like this. You can hide behind me later. Li Jian didn't want to argue with his father. So he said okay. The noise and scene of slaughtering pigs are really unbearable for people who have never seen it. Li Fu even stabbed people. And his attention was mainly on his son. This time, there was no situation where injured pigs ran around the yard. There were really only a few pigs that were knocked over like Li Fu did that year. Li Jian's face was really pale. And the sharp screams and the blood that flowed out made him feel uncomfortable. Li Fu moved in front of his son, blocking his view, and said, A gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Not because he can't cook, but because of this. Seeing it alive. I can't bear to see it die. After seeing how the ingredients die, I may not be able to cook or eat this meal. Li Jian was a little trembling. He supported his father's younger generation and took another look with courage. At this time, someone should have noticed it and said with a smile, Is the young man of the Li family scared? The boys of the same age next to him also turned around and looked at Li Jian with a smile. This smile can't be said to be sarcastic, but it also makes Li Jian look out of place here. Li Fu said, My child is still young. This is the first time he has seen such a scene. It's almost the same as when I was young. Everyone came to the Li family to eat good food today. As the saying goes, one should be grateful to the host's son. So how can one say good things about him? Everyone agreed. Some people thought privately that he was 15 years old. Not young anymore. In the village, he should be married at the age of 15. If he was older, he would have children. Li Jian stood behind his father and did not feel embarrassed. He was very happy to have his father to protect him from the wind and rain. So he whispered to Li Fu, Thank you, Dad. Li Fu also looked back at his son, You're welcome. Go and rest for a while. In the past 2 years when Li Jian grew up, he seemed not as close to his father as before. But Li Jian knew in his heart that the father and son had never been far away from each other. After killing the pig, the kitchen began to cook. Zhang Zhuzhu was also helping here. And everyone talked about the husband and children. A woman whispered to Zhang Zhuzhu, I heard that wealthy families have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and have many children. How about your family? Zhang Zhuzhu said, We don't have any. Just 2 children. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang said the same thing when they came back. At that time, everyone didn't believe it. Now think about it. If there is a boy, then you must bring him home to worship the ancestors so that the ancestors can get to know him. Not just 2 children. I think this is very reasonable, said the woman who was a few years older than Zhang Zhuzhu. When the Li family was in the village, the Zhang family took care of them a lot. You shared the hardships, which is different from others. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything. She listened to their guesses and just accepted it. Zhang Zhuzhu's cooking skills were not bad. Everyone was busy all morning and finally caught up with the lunch. The whole yard was filled with fragrance. Zhang Zhuzhu went to see the 2 children. Xiao Xiao was tired from running all morning and buried her head in eating, not caring about talking. Li Jian couldn't eat much and said, "What's wrong?" Li Jian told her about the scene he saw in the morning. Zhang Zhuzhu heard it and said, "Oh, you are scared," Li Fu said. "If I had known, I would have asked them to prepare it before sending it over." Li Jian hurriedly said, "It's okay. This is the first time I have seen it. I won't be afraid in the future." He could openly reveal his fear and anxiety without worrying about being laughed at. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Then eat when you are hungry." Even if he is afraid, he will definitely not say this when he is hungry. Zhang Zhuzhu knows it well. Xiao Xiao ate 2 bowls and said, "Mom, I'm going out to play." Just as Zhang Zhuzhu was about to tell her to be careful, the little girl had already run away. Chapter 466. I'm afraid she'll regret it. After finishing this meal, I was exhausted. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu were resting in the room. Xiao Xiao had gone out to play and hadn't come back yet. And Li Jian had also been called out to play. When Zhang Zhuzhu woke up from her nap, she found that her son had come back and was reading in the yard. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "He's back." Li Jian nodded and suddenly asked his mother, "Am I good looking?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Of course I am." It wasn't that Zhang Zhuzhu was complacent. The 2 children she and Li Fu had were good looking. There was no doubt about that. Li Jian said, "I think the prince is good looking." He actually had no idea whether he looked good or not. He only knew that Zhou Xie was very good looking. That child has a mother like Xinjiao. He was prettier than any other girl when he was young. Now he is a teenager and looks even better than before. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "If you compare him, there is no one good looking in the world. This comparison object is too inappropriate." Li Jian looked at her. "Mom is pretty. And she is still pretty now." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I was the prettiest when I was your age. I was really great back then." Li Jian smiled and said, "I heard about it. I went around outside, and they all said you were very good. You went to someone's house to quarrel with them. It seemed that it was because of your aunt's matter." Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a long time. She couldn't remember clearly, so she just said, "I never suffered any loss." Li Jian thought that he should go out more often, so that he could hear more about his mother. He had heard almost everything about his father in the capital. After 2 days of rest, the family prepared to go to the town. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I have to go to Shuyu Temple to take a look." Li Fu disagreed and said, "Why go there? Look at Xiao Xiao. She broke her arm when she went to Xinghua Temple. Maybe the temple is our home. Just go to the temple and take a look." Zhang Zhuzhu thought Li Fu was the most outrageous. "You are really interesting. If you don't want to go, then don't go. I have never heard anyone say that the temple is unlucky. If the Bodhisattva knows you say this, he will probably vomit blood." Li Fu said righteously, "Then why did my daughter break her hand?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Because your daughter climbed a tree and crushed someone else's apricot tree." Li Fu, "My daughter is only 10 years old." Zhang Zhuzhu, "The Bodhisattva has to protect your daughter. Right?" Li Fu, "The money is not wasted." Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at her husband and said, "Why? Are you afraid that I will stay in Shuyu Temple and become a monk on a whim?" Li Fu was silent. Zhang Zhuzhu was even more speechless. It turns out that this person really thinks so. Xiao Xiao and Li Jian heard them talking. And Xiao Xiao whispered, "Mom wants to become a monk." "Why?" Li Jian remembered that his mother had a close relationship with Master Ming Zhou of Xinghua Temple. And he couldn't help but worry. But their family is harmonious, so there should be no reason for them to become monks. After leaving the house, Zhang Zhuzhu wanted to go to Shuyu Temple. But Li Fu was still hesitating. Zhang Zhuzhu asked Li Fu to look at their 2 precious children, saying, "Even if you are worried about yourself, You should think about whether the children are okay, and be more sober. Li Fu felt even more complicated when he heard this. He said faintly, Alas, your beauty has faded, and your love has faded. I am not as important as the 2 children in your heart now. You may give up me to become a monk, but you can never give up the 2 children. Zhang Zhuzu. Good guy. This is not over. She patted Li Fu's shoulder and said compassionately, How could it be? We have been husband and wife for longer than they have been our children. You are still the most important person in my heart. Help. Why do people in middle age have to perform such dramas? Does anyone really like the love dramas of middle-aged men and women? Romance is the world of young boys and girls. But when Li Fu heard her say this, he felt as if he had been pardoned and was much happier. He asked, Just take a look and come out. There is no need to stay too long. Zhang Zuzhu smiled. I know. I won't stay long. Li Fu nodded. Turned around and waved to the 2 children, asking them to go in together. Xiao Xiao ran to Zhang Zuzhu and pulled her to watch the fun. Li Jian was very curious and asked Li Fu in a low voice, Did my mother want to become a nun when she was young? Li Fu, yes. This was the home she chose for herself. Li Fu couldn't say that he liked Xinghua Temple very much, let alone Shuyu Temple. Sometimes when Li Fu was anxious, he would dream of the young Zhang Zuzhu shaved her head and knocked the wooden fish in Shuyu Temple. The day he and Zhang Zuzhu confirmed their relationship was also here. Zhang Zuzhu showed her attitude towards love between men and women that was completely inconsistent with secular rules. Li Fu really didn't have a good impression of this place. Li Jian was very surprised. Li Fu said again, I'm afraid she will regret it. Li Fu knew that Zhang Zuzhu would definitely not become a nun. They had 2 children, and Zhang Zuzhu had a lot of things to worry about in the capital. She couldn't let go of her career and children. Maybe Zhang Zuzhu can't let go of herself either. But Li Fu is afraid that she will regret it. If Zhang Zuzhu rejected him at that time, stayed in Song'an County, and became a nun, then she wouldn't have to suffer from worldly affairs, nor worry about her husband and children. With her ability, she could get more freedom. Maybe some people would think that her life is like duckweed, but she would just disdain such words. If she revisits the old place and thinks that choice is better, then her future days will be immersed in regrets about the complicated life now. Li Fu has no way to prove that everything she has now is the best. Li Jian doesn't understand his father's worries, and he comforts Li Fu, Dad, my mother is not that kind of person. Li Fu said to her son, I am also afraid that I will regret it. If Zhang Zuzhu thinks that is the best, when she regrets it, Li Fu will also regret it. He will regret that he should not have kept the kite flying in the sky by his side, and tied a rope to it so that the kite can no longer be free. Love is also something that will tie people up. It is really a strange thing to tie up Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu. Li Jian did not understand what he was saying, let alone his father's worries. Li Fu did not explain. He just seemed particularly clumsy, and at a loss about Zhang Zuzhu's affairs. For many years, nothing has changed. Although Zhang Zuzhu has not been in Song'an County for many years, she still supports Shuyu Temple, which also takes in many girls. Zhang Zuzhu stayed inside for a while, asked about the situation, and then left with her daughter. Her daughter, in less than half an hour, had already played with the girls here. Zhang Zuzhu thought, she is worthy of being my daughter. So lovable. Li Fu's face scared Zhang Zuzhu. What's wrong with you? Did you really offend the Buddha and feel uncomfortable here? Li Fu said, It's okay. It's okay. Let's go. Zhang Zuzhu glanced at her son and didn't ask any more questions. At lunch, Li Jian took advantage of his father's absence and said to his mother, My father said he was afraid you would regret it. Zhang Ruzu, huh? What? Chapter 467 The Best Choice. Regret? Remorse? Regret? Such emotions are very common and not rare. People often face various choices in many things. If they make a choice and fail to achieve the expected goal, they will regret it. After making a choice and achieving the goal, people will think, if I had made another choice at the beginning, would there be a better result? Whether you are satisfied or dissatisfied with the current situation, regret is inevitable. There is no best choice in the world. What Li Jian doesn't understand is that his father and mother are loving and sweet. He has never seen a couple who get along better than them. Why would his father be afraid that his mother would regret it? Isn't this very strange? A couple with such a good relationship would have such worries. Li Jian really couldn't understand it. He wanted to hear what his mother said. Li Fu took his daughter to the street to buy the gadgets she liked. Zhang Juzu could see them. Zhang Juzu thought, is Li Fu worried about her to this extent? Afraid that she would regret it? Did Zhang Juzu really regret it? Of course she did at some moments. In response to her son's question, Zhang Juzu said, love brings worry. Your father is like this. Li Jian had heard this before. And he said, is that all? Zhang Juzu nodded. That's all. Li Jian said, in my heart, mother is the best woman. It is reasonable for father to worry about you. However, I am like those vulgar people, and want to ask something that should not be asked. Zhang Juzu put down her chopsticks, and motioned her to ask. Li Jian said, logically, my father has a better family background, and you are not as good as him. Why have you never worried like this? After he finished speaking, he looked at his mother cautiously. Zhang Juzu smiled and said, you don't want to ask this. You want to ask whether your father loves me more than I love him. Li Jian was embarrassed when his mother said what he was thinking. This question is very offensive. Zhang Juzu smiled and said, that's it. Li Jian was stunned. He asked in confusion, shouldn't they be exactly the same? Zhang Juzu said, first, this is my ability. Second, your father knows that being a husband and wife is different from being a father and a mother. Why? He asked. Zhang Juzu said, because the world does not allow it. Your father is my husband. He is powerful, and he loves me. But my life and property are always in his hands. I am getting married, which is like gambling with my life. Now it seems that I have not lost, but I may always lose. For this reason, I must be very careful. Do you understand? Zhang Juzu loves Li Fu, but she must always keep the power to protect herself. So when Li Fu saw her go to Shuyu Temple, she was afraid and worried. Zhang Juzu continued, if the two of us can be completely equal one day, then our love will also be equal. Li Jian said, this is almost impossible. Zhang Juzu, that's why your father is afraid there. But think about it carefully. If I had become a monk at that time, I would have become a monk in Shuyu Temple now, which would definitely be much better than marrying your father. How could life be easier than now? Let's not talk about the ups and downs in the court and the trivialities of the family. Just talk about the grandchildren and grandchildren of the two children in the future. You have to worry about them all your life. Raising a son for 100 years. And worrying for 99. Living is really troublesome. Very troublesome. Li Jian said, Mom, you won't really regret it, will you? Zhang Juzu said, if I really become a monk, I might also regret why I didn't marry your father's handsome young man, and miss him privately for the rest of my life. Li Jian laughed and said, monks are pure. How can you be so? Zhang Juzu said with a smile, I haven't seen through the world. I don't want to marry some messy men. Looking back at the meeting, drinking, gambling, and having 3 wives and 4 concubines. How can I stand it? It's better to become a monk. Your father wants to marry me. At least he promised a lot of conditions. And he is really good looking. Otherwise I won't marry. If it hadn't worked out, then Li Fu would have been her lifelong love. Li Jian thought. No wonder his father, at this age, still had to work hard to maintain his looks and figure. The saying that beauty fades and love fades is really true. He didn't know what kind of woman he would meet in the future. And Li Jian had some expectations in his heart. He was silent for a while and said, Mom, you have me. You don't have to be so cautious. I will protect you. Zhang Juzu nodded. Okay. Thank you. I will tell your dad. She was very grateful for her son's efforts. Li Jian, Mom, you don't have to thank me. My dad also said that he was afraid he would regret it. After he said that, he felt that this sentence seemed ambiguous, as if he was saying that his father regretted marrying his mother. And he hurried to explain. Zhang Juzu and Li Fu have a tacit understanding between husband and wife. Zhang Juzu knew that Li Fu was afraid that he would delay her from getting a better life. Li Fu was an interesting person. He lacked confidence when it came to Zhang Juzu. Zhang Juzu said, I know what he said. You don't need to tell me. Li Jian was relieved. At this time, a middle-aged man walked over here. Li Jian stood up and stood in front of his mother vigilantly. Zhang Juzu also looked over. The middle-aged man said politely, Is it Miss Zhang San? I should not have made a mistake. The man was thin and looked about the same age as Li Fu. He said his last name was Bai. Zhang Juzu suddenly said, Second master of the Bai family? Bai Jinghe saw Zhang Juju recognized him and smiled. "It's me." Zhang Juju was also very polite and said, "This is my eldest son." Li Jian saw that it was someone his mother knew. So he bowed. Bai Jinghe originally wanted to marry Zhang Juju, and asked Zhang Jingjing's husband's family to mention this to Zhang Juju, and later asked a matchmaker to propose marriage. But Li Fu happened to be back at that time, and Zhang Juju left Songnong County after staying for a few days. She was gone for more than 10 years. From the sporadic news, we only know that she married a good husband and lived a proud life in the capital. Bai Jinghe really didn't expect that she could get such a high branch. Later, after getting married, he gradually forgot about it. But when he saw Zhang Juju today, he felt familiar with her and remembered it. Bai Jinghe looked at Li Jian and praised him. Good. Good. He has a good appearance and extraordinary bearing. Zhang Juju, not bad. Your son is also extraordinary. Bai Jinghe thought. He was not bad in Songnong County, but he could not dress better than this son, because his background was different. Not to mention anything else. After the two exchanged greetings, Li Fu finally came back with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao ran over and threw herself into Zhang Juju's arms. Li Fu also came forward and saw Bai Jinghe, and Zhang Juju explained to him. Li Fu had a good memory. When he heard the surname Bai, he remembered the matchmaker who proposed marriage, and his face almost turned black. But looking at the other party's chicken-like figure, the wrinkles on his face, and the beard, he politely said, "Hello? I am Li Fu," he said. When Bai Jinghe heard the name, his face suddenly became very exciting. Li Fu's years as an official were not in vain. After he said the name, a group of people who were eating at the same table with Bai Jinghe came out. The county magistrate of Songnong County was also among them, and the atmosphere suddenly became more lively. Chapter 468. The best time. Li Fu's name and identity were exposed, so naturally there was no peace. The magistrate of Songnong County wiped the sweat from his head and cried for help in his heart. How could this person come back quietly? Such a high-ranking official, returning to his hometown, must have called the officials of the nearby prefectures and counties to welcome him together. This was so quiet, and he ran into me eating and drinking with the rich businessmen of Songnong County. The magistrate thought that it was no wonder that the previous magistrate reminded him to be extra cautious when doing things in Songnong County. This is God's will to kill me. Li Fu saw that he had achieved his goal by scaring people like this. So he politely greeted the magistrate and said that he would go to the county government office to take a look later. He had not been there for many years. The county magistrate wiped his sweat and thought that he was quite sensible in his work. He could not say that he had made any achievements in the past 2 years, but at least he had not made any mistakes. Bai Jinghe calmed down and took the initiative to say, "We are here today not for wine and fun, but because it has rained a lot recently, and the river is about to overflow. County Magistrate Su, and we are preparing to raise money to open up the river." County Magistrate Su took up the conversation and immediately said to Li Fu, "Yes. That's why I am still young and I just want to ask you for advice today." Li Fu nodded. "Good thing. It should be like this." County Magistrate Su was relieved to see Li Fu like this. When paying the bill, Li Fu paid for the meal of County Magistrate Su and the local rich businessman together, which was very decent. County Magistrate Su and the local rich businessman were amazed. It has always been the officials who eat and drink with the merchants. Today, they can actually take advantage of this lordly. It is really rare. Zhang Juju was amused. It seemed that she was really frightened today. She even had to pay for the meal. Li Jian asked Zhang Juju in a low voice, "Mom, what happened to my father?" Zhang Juju said, "That Mr. Bai. He asked a matchmaker to propose marriage to me." Li Jian, "Okay. I understand." In the afternoon, the family of 4 went to the county government of Songnong County. They stayed there for a while. After Li Fu finished guiding the work of County Magistrate Su, they refused to stay and went back. At night, Zhang Juju said to Li Fu, "You must have been frightened today." Li Fu turned and looked at her. It was a close call. Zhang Juju laughed. "Are you really that scared? You even scared our son." Li Fu held her hand and said half-jokingly, "I am a man who used my beauty to please others. Now that I am middle-aged, I have lost my beauty when I revisit the old place. How can I not worry? After all, she relied on her face to get to the top. So how could she not be trembling with fear?" Zhang Juju also laughed. "It's okay. People are not plants and trees. So who can be heartless? You have been with me for many years, and raised 2 sons. Even if you have no merit, you have worked hard. I am not a heartless person. Both of them said something with a hidden meaning. But they could understand each other. Li Fu, I know you have feelings. But I am afraid in my heart. He was afraid that he was not the best choice for Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu, fear is human nature. Sam Lang, you must believe in yourself and overcome it. Li Fu held her in his arms. Zhang Zhuzhu said, if I really regret it, then no career or children can stop me. I am still here. Which is the result. There is no best choice in the world. Every road needs to be worked hard to do better. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu are both working hard. Li Fu understands her. He is also willing to love Zhang Zhuzhu more. It doesn't matter. He trusts Zhang Zhuzhu very much. He is worried because of love. But he trusts Zhang Zhuzhu at the same time. Human emotions are so contradictory. In their relationship, only life and death are completely equal. When their lives come to the end, they will get what they want. Zhang Zhuzhu said, you have a good memory. You remembered it as soon as I heard the surname Bai. Li Fu, of course I remember. Bai Jinghe asked the matchmaker to propose marriage. I remember it clearly. He remembered the matchmaker's height, weight, and the color of his clothes. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and said, can't you remember something good? Why do you remember this? How old are you? You still show your identity on the spot to scare people. You are so shameless. Li Fu, my identity is like this. I was going to the Songyang County government office anyway. I just mentioned it casually. I didn't do it on purpose. Zhang Zhuzhu, stop pretending in front of me. Li Fu, I want it. Zhang Zhuzhu, okay. As long as you are happy. There will be no peace now. Tomorrow, the people who send gifts will block our door. Li Fu thought. Disturbing the peace for a moment of glory is indeed a bit. But if it happens again, he will do it again. Li Fu said, otherwise, after repairing the ancestral tomb, we will return to Beijing earlier. Take a long way. Take the 2 children. And go to other places. Songyang County is such a small place. It's time to see it all. The imperial edict to summon him back to Beijing should also be issued. Zhang Zhuzhu was a little sleepy and said, okay. Let's walk slower and see more. Li Jian and Xiao Xiao have been wandering around the capital since they were young and have never been to any good places. The couple discussed it and went to rest. The next day, the Zhang family was really lively. Li Jian followed his father and met many people. Zhang Zhuzhu brought Xiao Xiao and greeted the woman. The couple was very busy. Li Jian saw his father's awe-inspiring appearance in front of others, and thought of his helplessness in front of his mother, and his tenderness to himself in Xiao Xiao, and felt quite divided. What is the real appearance of his father? After the guests were sent, Li Jian directly expressed his doubts. Li Fu said, of course, they are all true. Everyone has a different appearance. It depends on which side he uses to face you. You are also different in front of your parents and outsiders. Li Jian nodded. Dad, have you talked to Mom about it? He didn't want his parents to have conflicts. Not at all. Li Fu, I am the weaker party in front of your mother, so I am inevitably worried. She just needs to comfort me a little. Don't worry. Li Jian was speechless for a long time. He murmured, I don't know when I will meet someone who shares the same ideals as me. He also wanted to give it a try. Li Fu said, hey, how old are you? When Mom and Dad got married, Dad was already in his 20s. You can have fun for a few more years. Love between men and women is very troublesome. Your mother and I spent a lot of effort to sort it out. You are still young. Just think about how to have fun. Don't suffer this hardship so early. You should find someone who really suits you, and you also suit her. Li Jian, really? Li Fu, I followed your grandparents and fled back overnight. I thought my future was hopeless and my life was ruined. But your mother is here. Who knows, that person will suddenly jump in front of you from some corner. You only need to take a look at her, and you will know that you must be with her in this life. There is no hope. Li Jian, then I will wait a little longer. Li Fu, don't rush anything. The Li family's ancestral tomb has been repaired for some time. And Li Fu also cared about the major events in Songyang County. Just like when they came. The family left quietly again. They planned to take a long detour back to the capital, and take a good look at the beautiful mountains and rivers. When the family is together, it is the best time. Chapter 469 Return to Beijing. It was the first month of the lunar calendar when we left. and the weather was already hot when we returned. The family had been wandering outside for nearly 5 months before they finally returned to Beijing. Even so, they received several letters from Beijing, urging them to return. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu at the time, "Why don't you go back first? I'll stay with the 2 children." Li Fu looked at her. "Do you think it's okay?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "Yes." Li Fu, "I don't think so." Zhang Zhuzhu frowned. "Why?" Li Fu, "As a family, we should be together. How can you leave me alone to suffer? There is no such reason." Li Fu argued with reason. And finally the family voted by raising their hands. And Li Fu won. Why? Both children were reluctant to leave their father, did not want to be separated, and wanted to be together as a family. Li Fu was very moved. And the children were not loved in vain. Of course, Zhang Zhuzhu could not be the bad guy. So they came back together. Zhang Zhuzhu saw the gate of the capital and said with mixed feelings, "Here I am. My hard days are waiting for me again. Having been away for so long, there must be a lot of things piled up." Zhang Zhuzhu thought about the situation she was going to face, and said to Li Fu, "You asked me when. I regretted it at this time. Is it too late for me to go back to Shuiyu Temple now?" Li Fu held her hand and said with a smile, "You are on the pirate ship, and you still want to escape. Dreaming?" Zhang Zhuzhu murmured. "It's all caused by a momentary impulse." Li Fu laughed beside her. The 2 children looked at their mother, who was so worried, and hurried to comfort her. Li Jian said, "I will help you with the accumulation of money." "Xiao Xiao, I can help too." Zhang Zhuzhu immediately threw Li Fu aside, rubbed her son's face, and kissed her daughter. "It's agreed that you 2 will help me, and I will give you pocket money after you are done," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu said, "I don't need your help now." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed at him. "You disobeyed the order. Think about how to explain to the palace first." They couldn't help Li Fu with this. Zhang Zhuzhu's last struggle was to have a good meal outside, and then reluctantly went home. After returning home, she naturally visited relatives and friends first, and then dealt with the messy things at hand. The 2 children were willing to help her, and it was good enough that Xiao Xiao didn't make things worse. Li Jian was considered to have fallen behind in his studies by the teachers, and he was frantically tutoring the child, which made the child exhausted. Zhang Zhuzhu naturally couldn't stand this, so she went to the palace. Qin Jiao gave birth to another son. 3 consecutive sons. The court officials felt that the East Palace had successors. And in addition, the atmosphere had changed over the years, and the crown princess was no longer the powerless little girl who was rubbed by others in the past. So there were fewer demons. They have 3 sons. 3. And it's too late to stuff a daughter into the East Palace. Zhou wanted to perform a ritual on the spot to turn one of the sons into a daughter. 3 years ago, Qin Jiao and the prince finally got what they wanted. Now the couple has a 3-year-old daughter, who is the most lively and lovely age. Zhang Zhuzhu brought Xiao Xiao into the palace. Qin Jiao pulled Xiao Xiao to her side, took a good look, and said, "Sister, you tend Xiao Xiao." Zhang Zhuzhu, "No." Qin Jiao, "Yes. You must have suffered a lot when you live outside. If the outside world is so good, you don't want to come back." Xiao Xiao said, "Auntie, am I really tanned?" Qin Jiao said, "What's there to be afraid of when it's dark? Xiao Xiao is still Xiao Xiao. Go play with your sister. She should be awake." Xiao Xiao nodded and left with the maid. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "No matter how good it is outside, I have to come back." Qin Jiao sighed, "It's a pity that I am locked up in the deep palace and have no freedom. I can't think of going out in this life." Zhang Zhuzhu has known her for many years, and said without reservation, "What should we do? Otherwise, we can elope. We don't want men, children, wealth and glory." Qin Jiao answered seriously, "Where should we elope? The world is so big. Where can we find a place to stay?" Zhang Zhuzhu also thought about it, and said, "We can go south to the sea. Didn't we say last year that there was a very powerful female pirate in the south with dozens of ships in her hands? And the government wanted to recruit her?" Qin Jiao clapped his hands in agreement. "Sister, you are talking about Zheng Qinyang, right? It just so happens that there was a quarrel in the court last month. The prince wanted to confer a title on Zheng Qinyang. Some people said that she was a woman and disagreed with this method. The prince suppressed it. The imperial edict of conferring a title was sent a month ago. The 2 of us can go to her with money." The 2 of them discussed the elopement plan seriously. The palace people beside them were numb. Only the little palace maid who had been transferred recently, and had never seen Zhang Juju trembled when she heard it. Zhang Juju, it's amazing. Will she come to the capital? Chen Jiao, no. The military generals on the coast said they would negotiate with her. But when they met, they wanted to take her as a concubine and even took action. The court is really finished if it relies on such people. Zhang Juju thought that this was something a man could do. The two discussed the elopement for a while. And then Xiao Xiao and Xiang Xiang came over. The name Xiang Xiang was forced by the prince. When the little girl was 7 or 8 months old, he called her that every day. And the little girl believed that this was her name and called her that until now. Xiang Xiang hadn't seen Zhang Juju for a while, and she just felt familiar. Zhang Juju wanted to hug her, and she didn't refuse, but was shy and didn't say anything. Qin Jiao said, she is like her eldest brother. She doesn't like to talk. Zhang Juju smiled and said, they both look like you. Qin Jiao, it would be great if they both looked like me. The second and third sons are 3 years apart. They were fine when they were young, but now they fight every day. When Qin Jiao thought of those 2 sons, he felt that his head was about to go bald. She said, it is the queen mother and the consort who are far-sighted. 2 people raise 1 child. Now it is so free. Qin Jiao didn't know how long he would have to endure the hardship of raising a child. Zhang Zuzu said, stop frowning. It's not pretty anymore. Qin Jiao sat up straight, that's right. For people like me and my brother-in-law who use their beauty to please others, appearance is really important. Zhang Zuzu was speechless. She thought to herself that you are using your beauty to please others, and you are using your beauty to commit crimes. She and the prince can form a victim alliance. Zhang Zuzu chatted with her for a long time, taking advantage of the noon break of the gentleman in the palace. Zhang Zuzu went to see her son. The son, who was full of vigor and vitality outside, was as miserable as a little quail in the palace. Zhang Zuzu said, I think you should stop studying in the palace. Zhang Zuzu didn't mean to stop her children from making progress. But some teachers in the palace were really problematic. They always hope that their children can surpass their teachers. But is that so easy to do? They insisted that what Li Jian taught them should surpass Li Fu to prove their ability. This time, Li Jian went out for half a year. And when he came back, he was caught and refused to let go. Li Jian was much calmer than his parents, saying, don't worry, mother. It's just a little hard work for some homework. And I should suffer at my age. Zhang Wuzu, bah. Listen to their nonsense. Why should I suffer for no reason? They are trying to force you and your son to turn against each other. Zhang Juju was not exaggerating. It really happened. Chapter 470 Stumbling Block. Li Fu is a qualified father. He has a bright future and loves his children. When Li Jian was in his teens, the teachers expected him to be the next Li Fu. As a result, Li Jian was aroused to rebel and avoided Li Fu at home. Just imagine. Someone is in front of you every day, saying how great and capable another person is, and you must surpass him. He can't stand this kind of thing, and will feel annoyed by the person who is repeatedly mentioned, even his biological father. But Li Jian was loved by his father in every way, and the child was very depressed. Li Fu and Zhang Juju have always been sensitive to children's affairs, and they immediately went to inquire. Li Fu had a big fight with the teacher and sent her child to study. As a result, the child felt miserable when he saw his father when he came home. Is this reasonable? The prince was worried that his son would have the same problem at that time, so he asked the teacher to leave. In these years, the teachers in the palace came and went. Some of them were because Li Fu and Zhang Juju felt that there was a problem, went to the prince to analyze it, and then sent the person away. Li Jian and Zhou Xie grew up safely, and their family relationship did not deteriorate. Li Jian smiled and said, Mom, I am grown up now, and there will be no such thing. It doesn't matter if I work hard to study. I also want to take the imperial examination, so I can't avoid hard work. Zhang Juju, I'm afraid you're suffering in vain. Li Jian, no. If it's useless, I'll tell you. Zhang Zuju heard her son say this and said, You've really grown up. You don't need your parents to worry about everything. Li Jian laughed and said, You need to worry. Mother, I heard that glassware sent from foreign countries is popular in the capital recently. I want it. Zhang Juzu, okay. I'll go back and find it for you. Li Jian thanked his mother. At this time, Zhou Xie also ran over. Aunt, our teachers all ran away when they heard you were coming. Zhang Zhuzhu said righteously. It seems that they also know that they are in the wrong and dare not see me. How can a 15-year-old child be asked to study hard until the middle of the night every day? How can you have the energy to work if you don't get enough sleep? Josiah was amused by her. That's right. So many homeworks will tire my brother. Auntie, please let my brother stay in the palace with me for a few days, so that he doesn't have to run back and forth. Zhang Zhuzhu, then you don't need to ask me. Josiah pushed Li Jian. Brother, please promise me that my two younger brothers always fight and ask me to judge. Please stay with me for a few days and save me. Li Jian saw him begging so much. Okay. I promise you. Let me go quickly. It's hot. The son knew what to do. So Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu didn't do anything else. The teachers just felt that they had escaped a disaster and said, Li Jian is a very smart child. How can it be difficult for him with such a little knowledge? That's right. Li San and his wife. They raised a tiger cub as a cat and delayed his development. If my son was so smart, he should have passed the imperial examination and become an official at the age of 15. The new gentleman next to him said, a loving mother often spoils her son. Women are just long-haired and short-sighted. The other gentleman turned back to look at him. The new gentleman was stunned. What? Did he say the wrong thing? Someone came out to explain, saying, you just came. You don't know. Zhang is nothing. Li San is even more outrageous. Which father doesn't expect his son to succeed? But he doesn't. He came to me and said that his son doesn't endure hardship and don't force his son to study. He also came to me. Another old gentleman said, I see that the child is smart. So I thought that with my knowledge and family background, I could take this child as my disciple and teach him to become a general or a prime minister. But he said that the crime was too great, and he had suffered it before, so he would not let his son suffer it. The new gentleman was shocked and said, this lordly is famous for being cruel and never tolerant. How could he be like this? The biggest stumbling block for Li Jian's future is his parents. How could such a smart child have such parents? It was really a waste of time. At night, Li Jian stayed in the East Palace, and Josiah caught him and asked about what happened outside. Josiah said, my father said that my two younger brothers will go to their fiefdoms in the future, and I can only stay in the capital and can't go anywhere. There is only one throne in their family that can be inherited. As the designated heir, Josiah has no other choice. Li Jian looked at him and said, I wrote a travel note on the way. I will show it to you when I have sorted it out. Josiah, you can't read it yourself. It's better than a travel note. Li Jian didn't say anything. Others would think that you, Josiah, have already inherited the throne. Why are you so unhappy? What else do you want? But people are like this. They always think that the grass is greener on the other side. People who can be emperors are no exception. Josiah looked at him. Sometimes he wanted to trade with Li Jian. He always felt that Li Jian was freer, which was something he had never gotten. Josiah, brother, why don't you say anything? Li Jian said, I don't know what to say to comfort you. Josiah laughed. I am the eldest son of the East Palace, and I have to ask my brother to comfort me. It sounds like I am too much. Li Jian said, it's not too much. You want to be like me. Sometimes I also want to know what it feels like to be above everyone else. Do you think I want to rebel just because I think so? Josiah, you are so brave. Li Jian smiled and said, desires are hard to satisfy. People are like this. There are some things that can only be thought about, not done. Josiah rolled on the bed. When will your travel notes be finished? I want to see it. Li Jian, don't worry. As the two were talking, the door was suddenly opened and two boys rushed in. Josiah was startled, and Li Jian watched the two roll together and started fighting. The second child said, I want to sleep with Brother Hongdo. The third child, Brother Hongdo is mine. The second child held down his younger brother. You have to beat me first. The third child was pressed down. Brother Hongdo. Brother, save me. If you save me, I will be your wife. Josiah closed his eyes. Li Jian quickly rejected the kindness of the third grandson and stepped forward to separate the two of them. You don't need to be a wife. Sam Lang, you are still young. The second grandson said, you are a boy, and my brother wants a girl as his wife. The third grandson, why? Why can't boys be wives? I want to be one. I like my brother. Li Jian, don't quarrel. Don't quarrel. Josiah laughed until he fainted on the bed. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu had made up many bedtime stories for the two children. Li Jian sometimes stayed in the palace and told the two grandsons a few stories. After that, the two liked to sleep with Li Jian. Today, they also fought about this. Zhou Xia looked at Li Jian. Brother, do you want my third brother? I will choose a good fiefdom for him and give him to you as a dowry. Li Jian threw the pillow at him. Stop talking nonsense. Zhou Xia laughed. Li Jian put the two children on the bed. And in order to coax them, he continued to tell them what he encountered outside. Ba. Fortunately, he only has one biological sister. Li Jian told the story, feeling heartfelt. Chapter 471. It works every time. Li Jian stayed in the palace for only 2 days. On the afternoon of the third day, he saw his sister outside after class. Xiao Xiao came to wait for him. When Xiao Xiao saw her brother, she looked aggrieved. Brother, don't you want Wulong anymore? Why don't you come home? Wulong misses you so much. Her words sounded a bit sad. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the eldest grandson of the emperor next to her, looking very dissatisfied. Zhou Xia immediately took 2 steps back. Wulong was not called for nothing. Li Xiao was very powerful. Zhou Xia was tired in the study room all day and didn't want to argue with her here. Li Jian knew she was joking and said, What did you do at home? Xiao Xiao smiled shyly. The nanny my grandmother invited came to teach me how to arrange flowers. I only said 2 sentences, and she started crying. Li Jian thought. You could have said 2 sentences. You must have said 200 sentences. Li Jian said, Grandmother has invited someone to teach you again. Xiao Xiao nodded. Grandmother said that Sister Zhao and Sister Tao Ao are going to get married. Although I have learned it before. I have to review it now, so that I can find a good family for them. I was supposed to play polo with the little princess today, but I was delayed. It's not that the Li family has never had such a nanny. Xiao Xiao had learned flower arrangement and tea making before. But today this nanny was very talkative and said things that were unpleasant to hear. She was unhappy and said a few words to the nanny. The nanny said that learning flower arrangement can cultivate sentiment, smooth temperament, have a gentle temperament, and be known as gentle and virtuous, so that she can better serve her husband and parents-in-law without resentment. Xiao Xiao disagreed with this. She kept talking about how virtuous women should be, how to consider their husband's family, and how to give for their husband and children. Women who are not virtuous cannot gain a foothold in their husband's family. Xiao Xiao finally couldn't help it, and told the nanny that the 3 sisters were surnamely. Their grandfather was an important minister of the cabinet, and their fathers also had official positions. If they couldn't gain a foothold in their husband's family based on their background, then all women in the world would have no way to survive, regardless of their own status. They all have to work like slaves in their husbands' homes. How can they live like this? Although Xiao Xiao is only 10 years old, Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu have taught her a lot. Gentle and considerate, virtuous and virtuous. These are the good qualities of a woman. But these qualities are of no benefit to herself, but only to men. Such qualities that benefit others are also fulfilled by others. So who will fulfill her? Li Xiao has never learned such a truth from Zhang Luzhu and Li Fu. She quarreled with the nanny, which naturally alarmed Lin Weining. Lin Weining wanted to teach her granddaughters to be ladies, not just good wives and mothers. She naturally disagreed with the gossip of the nanny. But Li Xiao could tell her later that her quarrel with the nanny was very bad for her reputation. Xiao Xiao looked at her brother aggrievedly. I didn't say anything wrong. But Grandma scolded me. I don't know where my father and mother went. I can only come to find my brother. Li Jian nodded after hearing this. It's not your fault. But Grandma is also thinking about you. Li Xiao, I can't see it. Li Jian said, you quarreled with the nanny. And she went outside to talk nonsense, which would make others think that you have a bad reputation. Li Xiao, I don't care what others say. What does my reputation have to do with them? She always wants to make herself happy first. And as for what others say, it's nothing worth caring about. Li Jian patiently explained, if we were all alone, we wouldn't be afraid of gossip. But grandfather, father, and 2 uncles are all officials in the court, and your reputation is related to them. We also have 2 cousins who are at the age of marriage. If they want to marry a good family, they must have a good reputation. If they don't have a good reputation, it will be much more difficult to get married. Freedom is of course your own. But in such a big family, everyone is always closely connected, and freedom will definitely be restricted. There is no way around it. Xiao Xiao nodded and said, Brother, I understand. I shouldn't implicate my two sisters. She can do what she wants under the protection of her parents. But her two sisters can't. Li Jian comforted his sister. It doesn't matter. Grandma will arrange it. Lin Weining will definitely take care of the rest of the matter, and won't let the reputation of the girl who left home get out. Brother, are you going home tonight? Xiao Xiao looked at her brother expectantly. I will go home today and pay my respects to my grandmother. Li Jian did as she wished. Xixia's expression was visibly relaxed. With her brother in front of her grandmother, she didn't have to worry about being scolded. She smiled happily and said, Thank you, brother. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu also knew about this after they got home. Lin Weining only mentioned it briefly, and didn't say much. After all, this is Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu's child. Over the years, they have argued many times over the child's education. Lin Weining couldn't get over the couple, so she just let it go. Now she regrets it. When she saw Xiao Xiao going out to play today, why did she have to stop him? Why? She couldn't change Zhang Zhuzhu and his wife. And they couldn't change her. If she didn't meddle in other people's business, she would live a long life. Educate your own children. Xixia's worries didn't happen at all. And she breathed a sigh of relief. In this family, everyone dotes on her. And it's not that her grandmother doesn't like her. But Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu don't teach their children to be like ladies at all. And Lin Weining has no way to deal with it. Today, she saw that the couple were not at home. So she left her granddaughter at home. It was really an impulse. And as a result, such a mole was caused. She had to use her connections to solve it, so as not to implicate the other two girls in the family. There is no way. Now a woman's reputation is very important. In fact, when talking about marriage, there can be no mistakes. Zhang Zhuzhu asked Xiao Xiao to apologize to her grandmother. They have different educational concepts, and the grandparents and grandchildren should be close to each other. Xiao Xiao stepped forward obediently to apologize and confess her guilt. Lin Weining smiled and said, You are a smart child. Grandma won't say anything to you. Come here and sit next to Grandma. Whatever a child knows, it is all taught by his parents. Xiao Xiao nodded and walked over with a smile. Xiao Xiao understood a truth. There are some things she can't say outside. Just keep them in her heart. Li Jian also stepped forward and talked to Lin Weining about his learning progress. Lin Weining was relieved. Li Jian was still a reliable child. Although he had a pair of parents who were like stumbling blocks, the child still had a bright future. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu both felt itchy in their noses at the same time, looking at each other. The benefits of having children were revealed here. Let the children coax the older generation. And it worked every time. Chapter 472. No need to distinguish between men and women. Li Qi came back a little late. He is an old man. He has been busy these years and his hair and beard have turned a lot white. Li Qi saw that Lin Weining was not very happy. He heard about what happened today and smiled. Every time I hear you say that you will not care about the affairs of the third room in the future. In the end, you can't help it every time. Lin Weining rolled her eyes at the old man. That's my grandson and granddaughter. How can I ignore it? Xixia's temperament is too lively. With such a temperament, I am afraid that she will have a strong personality in the future, and it will be difficult for her to get married. Li Qi and his granddaughter have a tacit understanding and said, Girls from my Li family can marry any kind of husband. I don't agree with you saying this. There are countless people who want to marry the three girls of the Li family. Lin Weining snorted, You make it sound easy. There are many men out there. But if you want to find a good one, you can't necessarily find a good one even if you are picky. What they lack is a good wife, who is a good match for us. Family background is one aspect, but it can't be relied on entirely. Can those who want to cling to power find good people? Lin Weining said worriedly. The third child and his wife are both people who value feelings. If Xiao Xiao doesn't teach her how to choose men, she will be deceived by the clinging man in the future, and she will suffer for the rest of her life. Men need to be carefully selected. Feelings are important, but not everyone can bet on the right one like Zhang Zhuzhu. Girls are taught to be virtuous and devoted to their husbands. Men learn to do everything they can, use all means, and take advantage of the good wind to get on the road to success. If a girl is not careful, she will become a stepping stone for men. As an elder, you must be on guard. Li Qi patted her hands. Xiao Xiao has been raised like a boy since she was a child. It is true that the third brother and his wife dote on their child, but they are both powerful. With such parents, how can the child be so confused? Lin Weining was silent for a long time. She said, "Do you think I am getting more and more annoying as I get older?" She was full of worries for the younger generations. Maybe in their eyes, she was something that made them impatient and useless. But she always can't help but want to do this and that. Li Qi said firmly, "There is no such younger generation in our family. Perhaps conflicts and contradictions are inevitable between family members. But relatives are relatives. And they are still relatives who care about each other. And the things that Lin Weining is worried about will never happen." Lin Weining nodded. "In a few days, the princess invited me to go out for summer vacation. I didn't want to go. But now I think I'll go. Out of sight. Out of mind." Li Qi nodded. Go. Go out and play more. I've been busy these years, and have less time to accompany you." "Who wants you?" "An old thing. To accompany me," Lin Weining said jokingly. The old couple talked here. And Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu were also talking to the two children. Xu Xiao's plan was disrupted today, and she was not very happy. Although her brother explained to her what her grandmother meant, the child still felt unfair. Xiao Xiao said, "My brother said that grandma is doing this for our good. Why can't I do what I like for my own good? And go against my will?" Li Jian thought for a while, and said, "Grandma is doing this for our good, which is recognized by the world. If you have a good reputation, you can marry into a wealthy family, have a good husband, and live a prosperous life. I will study hard, take the imperial examination, have a good future, and be like my father in the future. This is what the world defines as good." But Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu did not teach their daughters this way. They taught Xiao Xiao to fight for freedom, to have the power to protect herself, to do what she wants to do, and to live happily. This is what Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu think is good. What is good, and which one is right? Xiao Xiao is a little confused. Li Fu said softly, "There is nothing absolutely right in the world. But Xiao Xiao, what we can give you now must be the best within our knowledge. All women in this world, regardless of their origin, are bound by the shackles of the secular world. Many of them don't know what they are bearing. Li Xiao is no exception. As parents, they can't fight against this world. They can only do their best to fight for more freedom for their daughter, and let her live a little easier." Xiao Xiao stepped forward and leaned on her mother's arms. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Tomorrow morning, go with your sisters to your grandmother's place." Xiao Xiao didn't say anything. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "What your grandmother taught you is also the best she knows. Your grandmother loves you very much. Right?" Lin Weining taught the girls in the family to be a lady, and learn the skills that a lady should have so that they can live a good life after getting married. Lin Weining was not wrong. She herself was a successful example. She just hoped that her granddaughters could also be successful. Xiao Xiao nodded. "I'm not angry with my grandmother. In fact, flower arrangement is interesting. The flowers are very beautiful and fragrant. It's just that the nanny is too talkative. She said that what we learned was to please men. But the flowers are so beautiful. Can't they be for ourselves?" Zhang Zhuzhu touched her daughter's head. Xiao Xiao turned around and smiled at Li Jian. "Brother, you will have a day off tomorrow. Do you want to go with us? I heard that you were a girl when you were young." Li Jian looked at his sister. "If I learned better than you, don't cry." "Xiao Xiao, I won't cry." Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her son. "If you don't want to go, don't go. You don't have to accommodate your sister." Li Jian, "It's okay. My father is very good at arranging flowers and plants. There is no rule that only girls can learn. I will go and learn. I read books all day, and I am stunned." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. The next day, the brother and sister went to Lin Weining's place. Xiao Xiao was sweet-mouthed and talked about Lin Weining's grandmother, which made her lose her bad mood yesterday. Li Jian also said a few words. Zhao and Tao Ao looked at him. "Little brother, you don't want to play?" Tao Ao asked him. Li Jian, "I am here to learn flower arrangement today. With my sisters." Zhao said, "Do you really want to learn?" "Yes," he said, "since it is something to cultivate one's temperament. Why should it be divided into men and women?" Hearing this, Lin Weining thought that this family was she really needs to go out to relax in a few days. Today, another nanny who is good at this was invited to come over, and Lin Weining watched from the side to avoid hearing any gossip, so that the girls in the family would really think that what they learned was for men. The nanny saw Li Jian, looked at him carefully for a while, and remembered the reminder of the maid, and did not dare to speak. After studying for a whole morning, the nanny praised Li Jian. "You are quite talented." "Xiao Xiao, mammy, What about mine? The nanny smiled. You are still young. You need to practice hard. Li Jian looked at his sister proudly. Xiaoxiao was not very happy. But she did not cry. After sending the nanny away, Li Jian gave his achievements to Lin Weining and said, Grandma, you see? Things in the world do not need to be distinguished by gender. It's just that Grandma, my two sisters, and Xiaoxiao are unlucky, and have been reincarnated into this world. If women can pass the imperial examination and become officials, you will definitely be no worse than me. His hard work can see the results. But women may not. Lin Weining's heart softened when she heard her grandson say this. She looked at the bouquet of flowers. You child. You are used to coaxing people. Chapter 473. I am already an adult. One of the benefits of having a child is to ease family conflicts. As a mother-in-law, for the sake of the child, she will make things small with her son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu are the stumbling blocks. Parents really rely on their children's self-awareness, and don't expect anything else. There is no explanation. And even if they say it, they still think they are right. Lin Weining thinks that she should really go and worship the goddess of childbirth, who sent a good child to her family. Zhang Zhuzhu learned about this, and said to Li Fu, she is called the goddess of childbirth. And she only gives, not teaches. The child is smart and sensible. But it is not because we, as parents, have taught by words and deeds, and carefully taught. The Bodhisattva certainly does not want to take our credit. Li Fu agreed. That's right. This proves that we both teach our children well. Much better than most parents in the capital. Li Fu also said, after all, they are husband and wife, and they have the same ideas. During the lunch break, Li Jian was about to take a nap, and Li Fu came to find him. Li Jian called Dad, wearing only his middle clothes, and sat up from the bed. Li Fu said, no need to get up. I came to talk to you. Li Jian saw that he looked a little serious, thinking it was a big deal. And he also became serious. Li Fu sat by his son's bed and said, you worked hard this morning. Your parents are very grateful. You are a good child. But you are not yet at the stage to worry about these trivial matters, let alone be so sensible. Li Jian was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what his father said. Well, what did Dad say? Don't be too sensible? Isn't this the opposite of what he said? Some parents say that their children don't need to be too sensible. Li Jian wanted to say, Dad, do you want to listen to what you are doing? However, this kind of thing happened to him, and Li Jian didn't think it was outrageous. Li Fu said, in the matter of teaching your sister, your mother and I have always had different opinions with your grandmother. It is common to quarrel about this over the years. The matter of the past 2 days is still because of this. You went to learn flower arrangement today, and you learned it very well. I guess you want to convince your grandmother. Li Jian lowered his eyes, and then nodded. As the son of his parents, Xiaoxiao's brother, and the grandson of his grandmother, he wanted to mediate, and wanted his relatives to live in harmony. Li Jian did a good job, of course. But a 15-year-old child who did things so well, and was so sensible would inevitably make his parents suspicious. It was because they did not do well enough that the child was worried. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu just talked about this matter, and the parents actively reflected on themselves, letting their son worry about the relationship between parents and elders and taking action. This is their fault as parents. This is not something that children of this age should worry about. Li Jian understood after listening to his father's explanation. He was silent for a long time before he said, Dad, I'm already 15 years old. Li Fu looked at his son. Meaning what's wrong with being 15 years old? Li Jian said. My classmate had already made his concubine pregnant at the age of 15. And he was already a father. He wanted to tell his father that he, Li Jian, was no longer a child. He had grown up. Li Fu understood what his son meant. And he said, being a father doesn't necessarily mean I'm more sensible than you. You don't need to work so hard. This is not your responsibility. Oh no. He called his son by his nickname. Li Jian said, it's not hard. I think this is my responsibility. Maintaining your relationship with your mother and your grandparents is my duty as a son and grandson. He really thought so and did so. Li Fu frowned and asked him, do you think that your mother and I have not done enough? Li Jian, no. I don't think so. I just think that some things I do are more effective than any words. I do this mainly because I want to. Li Jian has witnessed the quarrel between his parents and grandparents. It seems that all children in the world cannot avoid quarreling with their parents. And they can't get a result. Li Jian is a younger generation loved by his grandparents. He thinks that his participation in it can avoid their quarrels. He does it because he thinks so. Not for his parents' gratitude. Li Fu patted his son on the back. That's good. You don't have to do these things deliberately. You have a lot of things to do in the future. You should seize the time and rely more on his parents. Li Jian was a little unhappy. I'm already 15 years old. He emphasized again. Not 5 years old. Not 10 years old. He is no longer a child who needs to rely on his parents for everything. Dad always treats me like this. As if I'm a useless person. Li Jian said dissatisfiedly. Li Fu saw that his son was unhappy. How could it be? You are very capable. I think my parents still think I'm a little fool who hasn't grown up. He said. I'm going to be angry. Li Fu hurriedly comforted his son. What's the matter? His son is too sensible. Which makes people worry. Li Jian has a good temper. He can't see that he is angry at all. He just says it. He asked curiously, Dad, why are you so good to me? Too good. Li Fu smiled and said, in our family, your father and I are honored by the son. You have been my hope since you were born. How can I not be good to you? Li Jian was stunned at first. And then he laughed so hard that he almost fainted. Father is honored by the son. My God. What is this new word? I have only heard of mother is honored by the son. But not this. Li Fu was relieved when he saw him happy. And said seriously, your father is telling the truth. His promotion process. First he served others with beauty. Then he was honored by the son. And then he had a good life today. Li Jian thought to himself that in this family, it is better to be sensible and rely on himself for everything. Zhang Juju saw Li Fu coming back and said, have you talked to your son? What did he say? Li Fu, he said he is 15. Zhang Juju drank a sip of tea and said leisurely, only children who have not grown up will want to be adults every day. We adults want to go back to being children. Li Jian said that he was 15 years old. But he was definitely still a child. But his temperament was particularly good. Li Fu said, our child is really responsible and too sensible. Zhang Juju said, do you think this is really the reason for the two of us? The child is too sensible. Waiting online. Very anxious. If this word gets out, my husband and I will be driven out of the capital by others. Li Jian thought. If he was a playboy. He didn't know how his parents would treat him. Would they still spoil him? But Li Jian really couldn't be a playboy. He had things he wanted to do. And he wouldn't give up easily. Wu Guiyang accidentally fell a few days ago and hurt her leg. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Especially when people are old. They need to take care of it carefully. Zhang Juju hurried over to visit her. And Zhang Dachuan saw his daughters and said helplessly, she is really confused. It is inevitable that children run and jump and bump into things. She was so anxious to go over to hold the child that she fell first. Chapter 474. Quarrel at the head of the bed. Makeup at the foot of the bed. Wu Guiyang rested on the bed with one foot tied. And said, I just fell down. What's the big deal? You guys are making a fuss. Zhang Dachuan, why? Do you want to get hurt? Wu Guiyang said, how can I watch my grandson fall down? Her own son couldn't stand it when she said this. Saying, one of them is 8 years old. And the other is 4 years old. They can get up on the spot after falling down and brushing off the dirt on their bodies. But you can't get up after falling down. Xiao Bao has been a father for many years now. His wife pulled her husband's sleeve and told him not to speak so loudly. As a grandmother, she meant well after all. Now she is lying in bed, recovering from her injuries. This lesson is enough. Zhang Juju half-jokingly said, Mom, you have to take care of yourself. Your eldest grandson is only 8 years old. This child is smart. But it will take 10 years before he can take the imperial examination and become an official. It would be a pity if you can't see him. Wu Guiyang immediately became energetic. Don't worry. I just bumped a little. It's not a big deal. Seeing her like this, everyone thought that the injury was not serious. Zhang Vuju stayed with Wu Guiyang for 2 days. Wu Guiyang couldn't help asking her, why don't you go back? You are not at home all day. Which is not right. Zhang Juju said, what's wrong with that? I stayed at my mother's house for a few days. What's wrong with that? Do you think I didn't take good care of you? Zhang Jingjin couldn't come because of something. And Zhang Yining was not in the capital. As a daughter, Zhang Shuji naturally had to take care of her mother. Wu Guinyang said, I don't need you to take care of me. There are so many people at home. Besides, I have a daughter-in-law. So I don't have to ask you to come. It's not good to call a married daughter home. If outsiders know about it, they will probably laugh at her. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help laughing when she heard her say daughter-in-law and said, You said there are so many people at home. But you still have to mention the daughter-in-law. What do you want to do? Wu Guinyang glanced at her daughter. Can't I let the daughter-in-law serve me for once? Her voice was getting lower and lower. But it could be seen that she was really looking forward to it. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that Baorua knew how to serve others. But that was a miracle. Baorua didn't have any bad intentions. But she was spoiled since she was a child. After marrying into the Zhang family, she was served by a group of people. She didn't even take care of the children herself. She couldn't do it. The couple's minds were all focused on their own hobbies. Last year, they compiled a book together. Baorua would definitely be willing to serve her mother-in-law. But she didn't know how to do it at all. The Bao family heard that their mother-in-law had fallen. And they sent a lot of things with big and small bags, which was very polite. The weather was hot. And Zhang Zhuzhu fanned her mother and said, Mother has been wronged. Wu Guinyang was stunned for a moment. Zhang Zhuzhu whispered, When I returned to the village, I should have burned paper for our family. But I burned less. So there was no share for your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Wu Guinyang frowned and patted her arm twice. You are fooling around. You are not that bad. Zhang Zhuzhu, they treat you badly. So I won't burn paper for them. My second uncle's family has moved to another place. And they won't burn paper for them either. Mother. You see? Evil people will have their retribution. Wu Guinyang was really having a hard time at that time. And she was tormented by her mother-in-law. In a family, men control women. And when they become mothers-in-law, they can upgrade to control their daughters-in-law. Wu Guinyang wanted Baorua to take care of her. Not because she really needed it. But subconsciously, she felt that she had become a mother-in-law and had gone from being controlled to being the controller. She saw other mothers-in-law being served by their daughters-in-law. And she wanted to be like them. It doesn't necessarily mean anything bad. But it's not a good thing. Zhang Zhuzhu thinks this is unnecessary. This world requires daughters-in-law to be filial to their mothers-in-law. But this filial piety is actually the daughter-in-law's filial piety on behalf of her son. Wu Guinyang would not think so much. She just felt that she needed to be filial to her daughter-in-law. The whole world is like this. Why can't she? Wu Guinyang was of course happy to hear that the people who treated her badly were punished. But she didn't know why Zhang Zhuzhu said this. I said to ask your brother and sister-in-law to take care of me. What did you say to me? I only asked people to serve me because I was injured. I'm not that kind of evil mother-in-law. You don't need to remind me. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Forget it. Mother, you are too shy. When the time comes, you can order my own daughter around for food, drink, defecation and urination. But if you order my daughter-in-law around, how can you say it? Wu Guinyang snorted. So I don't deserve the blessing of a daughter-in-law. Right? Zhang Zhuzhu, look at the jade bracelet on your hand before you speak. That was given by my mother-in-law. It's not a cheap item. She is very generous. Wu Guinyang saw that Zhang Zhuzhu strongly opposed it. So she gave up the idea. After a while, Baorua came to play with the two children. Wu Guinyang looked at the two grandsons, and her depressed mood was swept away. After they left, Wu Guinyang sighed and said, Forget it. It's not easy for her as a mother to worry about two children alone. And boys are lively. For the sake of her grandson, she can do anything. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that there had been no conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the family for many years. And the reason was very simple. Her mother was a bully at home. But she could never bully her daughter-in-law. Even if Zhang Zhuzhu was not here today, she was probably just trying to be happy with her mouth. And she couldn't be tough at all. Zhang Zhuzhu stayed at home for 7 or 8 days. And when she saw that her mother was almost well, she went back. She had no choice but to go back. And Li Fu came to pick her up with the two children. Xiao Xiao threw herself into Zhang Zhuzhu's arms, and held her for a long time without letting go. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Let me see if you are crying. Xiao Xiao looked up at her, and her eyes were red. Zhang Zhuzhu was surprised. You came here the day before yesterday. And you're crying now. Li Jian explained. Someone is talking nonsense outside, saying that my father can't stand you anymore and wants to divorce you. Zhang Zhuzhu was so angry that she wanted to roll her eyes. Damn it. Every 2 or 3 years, there will be rumors that she and Li Fu broke up. It's really unbearable. She asked Li Fu, what's the reason this time? Li Fu said, the prince and the princess quarreled. And there was a blood mark on the prince's neck. He asked a few of us to go out for a drink. Someone thought that the two of them couldn't get along. So he sent someone over. And the news came to us. The two of them were really innocent victims. Xiao Xiao didn't believe this. And Li Fu explained it. But the little girl was aggrieved and cried when she saw Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu picked up her daughter. Li Jian said, why are there always such gossips? Xiao Xiao and I are so old. Li Fu said coldly, they are all just idle people who gossip. Zhang Zhuzhu said, why is there a quarrel between the prince and the princess? Li Fu, do couples need a reason to quarrel? Sometimes they are in a bad mood and unhappy. And they will quarrel without any reason. They quarrel at the head of the bed, and make up at the foot of the bed. Do those demons and ghosts have the right to spread gossip? Chapter 475 Mother-son Relationship. At the banquet in the princess's mansion, 2 women came towards Zhang Zhuzhu. Before they could speak, Zhang Zhuzhu said, rumors. No divorce. Don't ask. Thank you. Zhou Lanshu and Su Xiu came over. When they heard her talking, they both laughed. Of course, they didn't believe the rumor. But they just teased the parties involved. So Zhang Zhuzhu chose to take the initiative. Zhou Lanshu said, look at you. You are so stingy. What's wrong with asking us to say a few words? Su Xiu also said, that's right. You have to allow people who can't eat grapes to say it's sour. Otherwise how can you live like this? Zhang Zhuzhu, listen to what you are saying. You are spreading rumors. But you don't allow the person involved to refute it. What kind of logic is this? It's not enough to not be able to eat grapes. Her daughter was scared. And she was afraid that her parents really separated. In the past, Xiao Xiao would not believe these rumors. She just came back to her hometown. The little girl heard that Zhang Zhuzhu's wish was to live in a temple to avoid worldly troubles. As a child, she connected the previous and subsequent events together and scared herself. When Su Xiu heard that the child was frightened, his face changed immediately. You can't let people talk nonsense. You too should comfort the child. Zhang Zhuzhu, with her father. She is fine now. Zhou Lanshu said, if you two are going to break up, then no one else can live like this. It is rare for a couple like them to live peacefully for more than 10 years and still miss each other. Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head and said, that's not right. It's easy for us to have problems when we have too many demands. It's longer lasting when we turn a blind eye. Husband and wife. It's a matter of status. For the sake of status, life can go on. Su Xiu was silent for a while. And suddenly said, when did you have problems? Zhang Zhuzhu was silent too. Wait for me to be okay. And try not to let you see it in your lifetime. Zhang Zhuzhu said ruthlessly. Then I want to live to 80 years old. She was interrupted by Zhou Lanshu halfway through. Saying, 80? Why don't you say you want to ascend to heaven? According to the current average age, living to 40 is already above the average. If you want to multiply it by 2, then this person's name can be written into the local chronicles. Don't disbelieve me. I have 3 aunts, 2 of whom are still alive. The women in our Su family are all very long-lived. Su Xiu took a sip of tea and continued. When my father-in-law was looking for a daughter-in-law, people said that the women in our Su family were unlucky and had a tough life. He said that I had a noble life and that only a powerful man could afford to marry me. So he gave me to his son. The eldest son of the Song family is still alive. Zhang Zhuzhu heard her talk about this and said, who do you think can be your younger sister? Princess Chang'an was not invited to have fun. If she wanted to have fun, she would not look for a woman. She wanted to find a good daughter-in-law for her precious son. But her son's background was a little ambiguous. And not everyone was willing to marry him. Su Xiu snorted. If I were to say, as long as the person has good character, ability, and is willing to live a down-to-earth life, there is nothing wrong with it. If you insist on talking about beautiful things such as background and family background, then the princess will still have something to worry about. Let alone the princess's son. Even the legitimate son of General Song. Which one of them married a daughter-in-law from a wealthy family? Zhou Lanshu said, people should not seek too much. If you want this and that, you will end up with nothing. If Princess Chang'an understood this, she would not have delayed her son's marriage until now. Just as Zhang Zhuzhu was about to discuss this with him, The maidservant beside the princess came over and asked her to come over. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Invite me? Shouldn't Su Xiu be invited over?" Although the princess didn't change her son's surname, Su Xiu really fulfilled her obligations as the eldest sister-in-law. She gave her son everything he had, whether it was expensive or cheap. She was really a qualified mistress of a big family. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at the two of them. Su Xiu and Zhou Lanshi were confused, and the maid was hesitant again. "Zhang Zhuzhu, forget it. I'll go take a look and come back to talk to you." After that, she followed the maid and left. Princess Chang'an's face was not very good. When she saw Zhang Zhuzhu, her face became even uglier. The princess's son, Zhou Yao, saw his mother invited Zhang Zhuzhu over and couldn't help but shouted, "Mother!" The princess saw that her son was actually shouting at her, and she was immediately furious and sad. "What are you doing? I am your mother. I worked hard and gave birth to you for 10 months. You actually shouted at me for an outsider. Yao, you have changed." The princess accused her son on the spot. Zhou Yao clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and said, "I should repay my mother's kindness of giving birth to me with my flesh and blood. Mother said that I have changed, and I cannot recognize it. It is because mother never knew me." Princess Chang'an was really suffering a great sin to have a child at an advanced age. But if she is said to be a good mother, she would probably blush. Zhang Zhuzhu was confused and didn't know why she came to see the scene. This has nothing to do with her. Why don't she go out and wait first? Princess Chang'an turned her head and looked at Zhang Zhuzhu. "You can't leave. Today's quarrel between mother and son was caused by you." Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't bear the blame. "Princess went drinking with Aunt Song Zhang last night. What kind of drunken talk is this?" "Mother." Zhou Yao bowed to Zhang Zhuzhu. "I'm sorry for getting you into trouble. It's my fault." Princess Chang'an said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "Do you know why my son doesn't want to get married?" Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything. So the princess said, "He has a crush on a female student studying medicine in your girls' school. The one who delivered a premature baby on the street." Zhou Yao closed his eyes and took a deep breath to avoid being pissed off by his mother on the spot. Zhang Zhuzhu now understood what happened. She first glanced at Zhou Yao and saw his expression, and she knew that this was not false. Princess Chang'an said, "Your female student is really outrageous. She actually seduced my son." She knew that the powerful people in the capital looked down on her and her son. Princess Chang'an didn't care, but she wanted her son to live a decent life. She had a plan to find a noble lady for her son. As a result, her son didn't appreciate it, and he was arguing with her for outsiders. The girl Princess Chang'an mentioned was called Gu Sui. She was an orphan in the charity bureau. Later, she studied in a girls' school and became a doctor. Last winter, a pregnant woman was frightened and gave birth prematurely on the street. Gu Sui stepped forward and saved the mother and son. The girl of 16 or 17 was already very courageous. Zhang Zhuzhu liked her very much. She naturally couldn't tolerate the princess slandering her female student like this. So she looked at Zhou Yao again, lowered her eyes, and fell on his abdomen, showing surprise. "Is there any movement in Yao Longjuan's belly?" Chapter 476, The Sword of Words. The room was suddenly quiet. "What kind of words are these?" Zhang Zhuzhu asked a man if he was pregnant. "How ridiculous is that? How can you ask such a question?" Princess Chang'an said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? I asked you to come and talk about business. Why are you talking to me about such things?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Princess, calm down. You just said that my female student seduced your son. I have to think carefully about why she had such an inappropriate thought. This child made a vow in front of Taishan Yangyang to live for the pregnant women who suffered all their lives. She was focused all day long. But suddenly, she had such a thought. I can only think that your son is pregnant. This child must be very curious when seeing a pregnant man." So the princess used the word seduce. Zhang Zhuzhu's face was not very good when she said this. In such an environment, saying that a girl seduces a man is murder. It must be murder. Nothing else. The sharp sword spit out of the mouth, and tongue is tempered with the most poisonous poison in the world, which is made from the malice of the human heart. Whoever tries to hurt others with this poisoned sword deserves death. Princess Chang'an has a good family background, and she has the capital to be willful. This poison is just a flesh wound to her. But other girls don't have it. Once they are cut by the sharp blade, they may be poisoned to death. Even if they don't die, they will have to endure great pain. They will bear false charges and struggle in deeper suffering. Zhou Yao bowed to Zhang Zhuzu again. Please calm down. If my mother's words today are spread outside, half of the blood in my body will repay my mother for giving birth to me, and the other half will be my apology to Miss Gu. This was said with sincerity. Princess Chang'an was old after all. When she heard her son threaten her with death, she couldn't stand the stimulation for a while, and fell into a chair. Zhang Zhuzu said, Princess, please calm down too. I think you must have just said it in anger. How can you use the word seduction casually? Princess Chang'an's head was buzzing. When she heard Zhang Zhuzu's voice, she became even angrier. Zhou Yao said to Zhang Zhuzu politely, I'll take you out. The two walked out together. Zhou Yao knew what Zhang Zhuzu was worried about, and he said, Don't worry. There will be no gossip about Miss Gu, and I will never lie. Zhang Zhuzu looked back, and the princess was there. Zhou Yao said, No. Thanks to the principles I learned in Jingzhou Prefecture School, I know what to do. He really loves Gu Sui, and he will not bring trouble to Gu Sui. She is a woman he likes and respects, and he is not a young and ignorant fool. Zhang Zhuzu nodded. With this, she was relieved. As a child, there are countless ways to deal with parents who really care about you. Princess Chang'an is not a good mother, but she really cares about her son. It's very complicated and hard to explain. Zhang Zhuzu didn't get involved in the conflict between mother and son. She just said, Gu Sui has no parents, but she has me, and everyone in the charity bureau is her brother and sister. This is a threat. Zhou Yao could hear it. He said, I know. Gu Sui vowed to spend her whole life for her medical career. She is not interested in men now. Zhou Yao did not deliberately reveal her thoughts, but Princess Chang'an saw the clues. Zhou Yao had no experience, so she tricked him out. Zhang Zhuzu got the promise and left. Zhou Yao went back and looked at his mother who had recovered, and said seriously, What I said is true. I hope mother will understand. Princess Chang'an seemed to have lost all her strength and said, You did it for the sake of an outsider. Zhou Yao frowned. Mother, Miss Gu will never like me. Don't worry. I quarreled with you because you stretched your hand too far. Is it wrong for me to care about you? The princess said. That Gu Sui doesn't like you. What right does she have? Thinking of her son's background, she was depressed again. Zhou Yao said, She made a wish. She didn't even know there was a person like me in the world. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Zhou Yao threatened again, If Gu Sui is injured in the future, no matter what the reason, I will blame you and repay you. You know I don't lie. The princess fainted again. Zhou Yao smiled bitterly. His origin was unknown. Of course, no one in Jingzhou Prefecture laughed at him for this. It was just that he couldn't let it go and felt very depressed. If he was to say who he envied the most in the capital, it was Zhang Zhuzu's son Li Jian. Their mother-son relationship was really enviable. It was a pity that he didn't have this fate. The banquet that day was over, and the princess naturally didn't pick a suitable daughter-in-law, and the relationship between mother and son was stiff. After Zhang Zhuzu went back, she mentioned this to Li Fu, and Li Fu picked a few people to protect Gu Sui, so that the official wouldn't really treat human life as grass. Zhang Zhuzu complained, My female student was really wronged. Li Fu, nothing will happen. Don't worry. Zhang Zhuzu was still very angry. She is a woman herself. How can she say such things so easily? Is that something that can be said casually? Seducing? What the hell? My female student is smart and clever. At a young age, she has saved many lives. She has great ability. She is much better than the eldest princess, who lingers in the flowers all day long. Zhou Yao likes her. I don't like Zhou Yao. Zhang Zhuzu treated those girls. It can't be said that she treated them like her own children. But she did her best. Zhang Zhuzu felt depressed when she thought that any of them might encounter such a bad thing. Let me say something unpleasant. What future does he have? He is from the royal family, and he can't take the imperial examination to become an official. He can only get a sinecure, and live as an idler after eating and drinking. Is he worthy of my smart and powerful female student? Zhang Zhuzu scolded the mother and son, and then she let out a sigh of relief. Li Fu listened carefully. Whenever Zhang Zhuzu showed signs of anger, he agreed with her. The couple was sure to be harmonious. What Zhang Zhuzu was worried about did not happen. Later, when Princess Chang'an saw her, she looked resentful. It seemed that she was indeed controlled by her son. When she went to the girls' school again, Gu Sui came to see her. The princess did make trouble. But Zhang Zhuzhu had been prepared and nothing happened. And this trouble was quite interesting. Gu Sui said, the princess's hair was full of jewelry made of gold and jade, which was very beautiful. When she saw me, the maid took out a stack of silver notes, and told me to leave Beijing and compensate me. Gu Sui was confused at the time, and had no idea what was going on. Zhou Yao rushed out, blocked the princess, and apologized to Gu Sui. Zhang Zhuzhu said, you are not scared. Are you? Gu Sui laughed, I am not afraid. I have someone to back me up. She knew the girls would protect her. Chapter 477. Time flies when you are busy. After nearly 20 years on the throne, the emperor is going on a long journey again. The farthest place the emperor has ever been is hunting. But this time is different. He is really going on a long journey. The old emperor is going on a southern tour. Zhang Zhuzhu heard the news from Qinjiao. It has been 20 years. And it is not easy for the emperor to live until now. If he doesn't go again, he will probably have no chance. Several women who are familiar with Qinjiao are also present. One of them said, Your Majesty, His Majesty is going on a tour, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince must stay to supervise the country. Your Majesty, you have to stay too. Qinjiao has been pampered for many years. Although his appearance is not as good as before, his temperament is enough. She said, Since my father was employed in the capital, I have never left. I still want to go out and have a look. Who wants to be locked up in this high-walled courtyard every day and can't go anywhere? She also wants to go to the south to see the beautiful scenery. You left your husband to accompany you in the capital. This is not in accordance with the rules. Secondly, we are all old. There are so many young and beautiful people in the palace and in and out of the capital. You have to be on guard for your own sake and for the sake of the princes. The meaning of her words is that she is worried that Qinjiao will leave and there will be more children in the East Palace. Qinjiao doesn't want to talk to them much. She and the prince have been married for many years and have a special relationship with each other. Moreover, she has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son is already 17 or 18 years old and is a capable child. If the prince finds someone to give birth to a child now, that will be a problem for more than 10 years. This cannot stop her from going out to play. After sending the others away, Zhang Zhuzhu left a step late. Qinjiao took her hand and said, You must go with me. There are not many opportunities like this. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Okay, let's go. The prince can't go. And Li Fu, as an important official of the court and the pillar of the cabinet, may not be able to go either. It doesn't matter. They are an old couple, and there is nothing inseparable. They should go to play when they should. There are not many opportunities to go far away, so they should seize them firmly. After the 2 of them agreed, Zhang Zhuzhu left the palace. But before she left the palace, a woman who was also in the East Palace called Zhang Zhuzhu, Madam Li, please stay. Zhang Zhuzhu stopped, and the middle-aged woman seemed a little embarrassed. She hesitated for a moment, and then said, Your son has passed the age of 18 last year, and has passed the imperial examination. It is really enviable. Zhang Zhuzhu knew that the woman was going to propose marriage for her son. She immediately replied, It's just a child. But it still makes me and his father worried. The woman was about to change the topic to marriage. And Zhang Zhuzhu said, But we only have 2 children. Worrying about him is also the duty of parents. It doesn't matter. Let him do whatever he wants. If he doesn't want to be an official, let him do it. If he doesn't want to get married, let him do it. As long as he is happy, it's fine. Although Li Jin passed the imperial examination and got a good ranking, he did not have a proper job and was still an idler. As for marriage, he was not interested. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu, his parents, never urged him and just let him do what he wanted. Zhang Zhuzhu's meaning was very clear. The woman laughed dryly and said, Children should be watched closely. They don't know right from wrong. If they go the wrong way, they will regret it in the future. And we, as parents, will also regret it. This couple is really sick. Their son is more than 20 years old, and their daughter is 15 or 16 years old. They don't find a wife for their son and a husband for their daughter. I don't know what they are thinking. It's hard to say whether it's right or wrong before the road is finished. Zhang Zhuzhu said calmly. Besides, it doesn't matter if he went the wrong way. We, as parents, have accumulated a lot of wealth for him long ago. So there is nothing to worry about. The woman was speechless for a moment. Good man. Are you afraid that your child will not become a playboy? Although Li Jian is not as capable as his father, he is also a rare smart child. This is really going to be ruined by this unreliable pair of parents. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't care what the other party thought. She had already left the palace, got on the carriage, and disappeared. In the evening, the family of four sat at the table for dinner. When talking about the emperor's southern tour, Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, "You can't go." Li Fu said seriously, "If a group of people go, you will be tied up, and you won't be able to have fun. Let the two children go, and you can go with me next year." Before Zhang Zhuzhu spoke, Li Jian and Xiao Xiao looked at each other. Xiao Xiao coughed and said in Li Fu's tone, "You can go with me next year." Li Jian deliberately said to his sister, "It's the rules. Eat quickly." Li Fu glanced at the two children, but they were spoiled by Li Fu for many years, and were not afraid at all. They laughed together. Zhang Zhuzhu, "Okay. Eat quickly. I met someone who proposed marriage today. Be careful, or I will send you away." Li Jian and Xiao Xiao didn't dare to say anything more, and quickly buried their heads in eating. They all knew who had the final say in this family. Li Fu, "Hey, you can't scare the child like that. Marriage is a big deal, and you can't just ignore it." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Let me make it clear first. I will go. At most, we will be apart for a few months, and I will miss you when I am away." After hearing this, Li Fu couldn't eat anymore. It must be the crown princess who instigated her. She can't run away. Qin Jiao was also arguing with Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi said, "Can't you wait a few more years? I will definitely go in the future." Qin Jiao, "I don't know how many years I have to wait. But now I have the opportunity. I have already told my mother and my mother, and they all agreed to me. I will go." Zhou Yi, "You all go. And the children go too. And you leave me alone in the capital. A lonely and helpless person. How can you bear it?" The whole family left, leaving him to manage the court affairs. Is this reasonable? Qin Jiao comforted the prince. "Many important officials of the court will also stay with you. When the court affairs are busy, you know that busy days always pass the fastest. We will be gone for 3 or 4 months, which is no different from 3 or 4 days, or 3 or 4 hours for your highness. You will be back in the blink of an eye." Zhou Yi looked at his wife with surprise and confusion. What is the saying that those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black? Now it is clear at a glance. His originally weak daughter-in-law, who is as lovable as a rabbit, has known Zhang Zhuzhu for many years. And now she is talking nonsense more and more. 3 or 4 months and 3 or 4 hours. Can they be compared? What nonsense! Qin Jiao was about to persuade her again when the door creaked and 4 people stood outside. The youngest daughter ran out from behind her brothers and said, "Dad, I won't leave. I'll stay with you." Zhou Yi looked at his daughter and felt his heart melt. He squatted down and said, "Xiang Xiang, be good." It was worth it that he loved his daughter. Qin Jiao also squatted down. What about mother? Xiang Xiang, what should mother do? Xiang Xiang was immediately embarrassed. She couldn't bear to leave her mother. So her brothers immediately stepped forward to help her out. The second child said first, "Mom, I'll stay with you." The third child, "Don't worry, Mother. When I leave, I will quietly put Xiang Xiang into the sack and take her with me." The room was quiet. Xiang Xiang grabbed his father's clothes and widened her eyes. Qin Jiao and Zhou Yi looked at each other. The couple thought at the same time. The debt collector is really here to collect debts. Why have so many children? Do you think your life is too long? Zhou Xia patted his 2 younger brothers on the head and told them to be quiet and stop talking nonsense. Chapter 478 The Tolerant Old Father. The date of the emperor's southern tour was set. The entourage was also set. Zhou Yi saw Li Fu's depressed look and felt a little comforted. Our Xiang Xiang was born to repay gratitude. She hugged me and said she was willing to stay with me. But as a father, how could I be so selfish? The scenery in the south is really good. I have to ask the child to go and see it. Don't worry about me as a father. Zhou Yi put his hands behind his back and thought of his gentle and lovely baby daughter. He was very happy. Li Fu felt that Zhou Yi's tone was very familiar. Thinking carefully, isn't this what he often said after he had Xiao Xiao? Li Fu thought that a prince like him had no magnanimity, and the court had no future. Li Fu, the scenery in the south is really nice. After I retire, I will take my wife to travel there. It would be nice. Joey didn't speak for a long time after listening. Good fellow. You still want to pursue a career in the government. You are destined to serve the court with all your heart and soul. But you still want to retire. You should know that in the court. Any official with some ability, who did not enter the government through the imperial examination and return home in glory. There are two possibilities for this. One is that he is too sick to get up, and the other is that he is in a coffin. Based on Li Fu's ability, he should be the latter. How can we live up to the smart mind given to him by God if we don't squeeze out the last bit of his value? Li Fu's mood improved a little. Your Highness will definitely have the opportunity to travel with the Crown Princess when he has made great achievements in the future. So there is no need to rush. Joey did not answer, but only looked at Li Fu deeply. Before leaving, Zhang Zuzu started to pack her things early. At Li Jian's age, he had already been to many places alone, so he was not very excited. Xiao Xiao was reluctant to leave his old father, and said goodbye to Li Fu reluctantly. She suddenly said, "My mother and my father were destined to be together. If I go to the south, will I meet the person I like my father?" Girls of Xiao Xiao's age are either married or are in the process of getting married. Zhou Lanchu's daughter married Su Xiu's son 2 years before her full moon. Yang Ruifeng's daughter is also engaged to the Ren family. Xiao Xiao watched them become nuns, and inevitably had these fantasies in her heart. And she also had many expectations for her future. Li Fu's expression suddenly became serious. He thought for a while and said, "You are my daughter. I believe in your vision. The person you like must be good." Li Xiao was a little surprised. "I thought my father would stop me." Li Fu smiled. "You are my parents' daughter. And you have a powerful brother. You are influenced by him, and you can't like someone too outrageous." Xiao Xiao smiled. "That's right. I must look at the best. At least as good as my brother." Li Fu, go and see. It doesn't matter if you see the wrong one, or marry the wrong one. Xiao Xiao looked at his father, his eyes sparkling. "How can Dad treat me so well?" Li Fu said, "This is not good. This is too common. All the serious Erlang in the world should have the same temperament as your father. When I was young, I liked your mother and decided to marry her. Even after 3 years of separation, I never changed. Later, I had you too. So I fulfilled my father's responsibility. This is my duty as a man." Xiao Xiao agreed greatly. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that Li Fu was worthy of being an official. Just these few words greatly raised the difficulty of being a man. If Xiao Xiao went to find someone with this standard, she would probably go blind. Li Fu was still saying, "Your mother and I have taught you and your brother so well. So you should naturally find someone with similar character to you. Marriage is always the icing on the cake. It's great to have the right person. But if you don't force it." Li Xiao listened carefully and wrote it down. She thought for a while and asked again, "But aren't you in a hurry to have a grandchild? When I went to my sister Manu, everyone urged her to have a baby quickly, saying that they wanted to have a grandchild." Zhang Zuzu said, "I don't want to. I think I'm still young. If you two have a child now, you will have to call me grandmother in the future. I really don't want to. Grandchildren will only remind her of one fact: you are really old." Li Jian and Xiao Xiao didn't know what to say to her about this reason. Li Fu's reason was more correct. He said, "When you have someone you like, understand the difficulty of raising a child, and are willing to take on the responsibility of being a parent, then there is no need for us to urge you. Zhang Zhuzhu, elders in other families may teach children, but we can't. You have to teach them yourself." Li Fu, yes. When we say hold, we really just hold and play. There is nothing else to worry about. We are famous for spoiling children in Beijing. If we have grandchildren, we will spoil them to the sky. I'm afraid you dare not hand your children over to us," Zhang Zuzu said. Li Jian thought about it, and it was true. His grandparents urged him to find a proper job, be an official and walk the right path. But his parents didn't care at all. When people asked, they said that the child was still young and that they had enough money to raise him. Li Jian felt embarrassed to continue to eat free meals. Xiao Xiao said, "Is it really hard to raise us?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "You have to give, and you have to gain. It's true that it's hard. And it's true that I'm happy." Li Jian said, "But I don't seem to have given my parents anything." In his mother's words, "He is now a salted fish." Li Fu laughed. "What do you think we want to get from you? Wealth and glory? We have it ourselves. And we don't need you. The joy you get from your children cannot be measured by worldly things. When they become parents themselves, they will understand." Zhang Zhuzhu packed her things and said goodbye to Li Fu with her 2 children. Li Fu said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "A short separation is better than a new marriage. When you come back, we will be newlyweds." Zhang Zhuzhu almost fainted from laughter at his words. "Go back and look in the mirror quickly. There are no newlyweds with wrinkles on their faces," Zhang Zhuzhu said. "Li Fu, when you come back, you will have them." Zhang Zhuzhu was still a little sad about the separation. But now there is not much left. Zhang Zhuzhu, "Okay. I will do it for you." "Li Fu, thank you, madam." Zhang Zhuzhu waved at him and left. Zhou Yi repeatedly warned his eldest son, "Your mother is soft-hearted. She has never left me for so many years. Now she is going on a long journey. I am afraid that someone has bad intentions and wants to murder her. You must be careful and protect your mother." Zhou Xia agreed while thinking that his father must have some misunderstandings about his mother. "Zhou Yi, and your younger brothers and sisters. Your mother can't control them. As the eldest brother, you should beat them when they should be beaten. Don't be soft-hearted. Xiang can't be beaten. Coax her more." Zhou Xia nodded again, seeing that his father wanted to say more. Zhou Xia took the lead. "Dad, you should also be more cautious. If we come back, there will be more people at home. Not to mention my mother. I will definitely not agree." Zhou Yi slapped his son on the back. "Stop talking nonsense. Is your father that kind of person?" Qin Jiao saw it from a distance and shouted, "Zhou Yi, why did you hit your son again?" Zhou Yi said, "No, I didn't hit him." Zhou Xia hesitated. "Mom, I wasn't hit." "Really?" Qin Jiao snorted. "Look at how scared you are of the child. He doesn't even dare to tell me the truth." Zhou Yi, maybe I really broke the law in my previous life. Chapter 479. You have to reflect on yourself. The Southern Tour team was not moving fast. In some places, they had to stay for a few more days to eat, drink and see. Queen Pan's health was not as good as before, but she was in good spirits. The Emperor and the Imperial concubine saw that she had eaten more today and felt much better. Queen Pan saw that the two of them were staring at her and said, "What are you looking at me for?" Little Pan got up and sat next to her sister. "Sister, you like it here? So let's stay for 2 more days." Before Queen Pan agreed, the Emperor said, "Okay, stay for a few more days." Queen Pan said, "You really came out to play. And you don't care about the prince in the capital." The Emperor and Empress left the capital for half a year. It was hard to say what would happen in the capital during such a long time. The Emperor was very Buddhist about this and said, "Let's go. We are all half-buried people. When we close our eyes in a few years, whether it is good or bad, it has nothing to do with us. Just have fun when you go out and don't worry about him." The two sisters looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a long time. Little Pan snorted and said, "It's useless for us to worry about him." When he left, his eyes wanted to hang on the crown princess. He followed him and didn't even look at me. Queen Pan said, "Don't say this. The children will hear it later. There are 3 grandsons and 1 granddaughter in the family, all born by Qin Jiao. Tell the children to stop thinking about getting close to them if they hear you say bad things about their mother." Little Pan sighed and whispered, "Your Majesty." "Sister, do you think there will be more grandchildren when we go back?" She was also very curious about what her son would do when Qin Jiao was not around. Empress Pan shook her head. She didn't think so. The Emperor had the same opinion. His son was a bit stubborn. Little Pan said, "What if someone plotted against him?" Empress Pan, how can a man be plotted against? In this kind of thing, women may be drunk or knocked unconscious. But it's different for men. Xiao Pan, I'm talking about what if. Emperor, if this really happens, when he wakes up, he should be killed on the spot to prevent future troubles. Whether as a man or as an emperor. It is really stupid to allow the person who plotted against him to stay by his side. Xiao Pan also thought about this. Forget it. Our Xiang has been pampered since she was a child. There is no need to give her any brothers and sisters. In the past, she thought about having many children and grandchildren. But now she has watched these children grow up with her own eyes. If there are other children in the East Palace, they will take away their father's love. And their mother will be caught up in the struggle and cannot care for the children wholeheartedly. That is not a good thing. Zhang Zhuzhu and Qin Jiao drank too much last night, and now they are lying on the bed together. Qin Jiao sat up suddenly and said, "Oh no, I haven't paid my respects to my father, mother, and mother concubine yet. As a daughter-in-law, there is no rule to visit her father and mother every morning and evening. It is really against the rules for her to be so drunk and unable to get up. Zhang Zhuzhu was awakened by her and heard her panicking and shouting to the maid, "What time is it? Why don't you wake me up?" The maid said, "My lady." The little prince went to pay his respects to his majesty and the two ladies and said that you drank wine. The queen said that you don't need to go there today. Now his majesty and the two ladies have gone to the city for a stroll. Qin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief and came back to lie down next to Zhang Zhuzhu, saying, "Now that I think about it, it's not bad for me to stay in the capital without the pressure of my mother-in-law. Sometimes, I was still quite scared when I was outside." Zhang Zhuzhu sobered up a little and said with a smile, "You can tell them later that I missed the prince so much last night that I was hungover. You still have time to go back." Qin Jiao pondered for a while and said, "Then sister, come with me. When the time comes, we can change our clothes and get dressed. Get rid of the attendants. Seize this great opportunity to elope and go to the ends of the earth freely from now on." Zhang Zhuzhu was amused by her. "Not only is this a good opportunity, when we get to the south, we can find a ship, sneak on it, and go south again, and then go out to sea." Qin Jiao continued, "It's a pity that I didn't bring much gold, silver and jewelry. Otherwise we can recruit soldiers and horses when we get to the sea." "You are ambitious, Crown Princess." The two of them talked about the issue of elopement at great length. The maid secretly hated herself, wondering why she couldn't be deaf. If they really ran away, would His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Lordly spare her? The two of them spoke loudly and openly. And this courtyard was not like the palace. Zhou Xia and Li Jian, who were waiting to see them outside, looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhou Xia said, "If my mother and your mother really ran away, what should we do?" Li Jian said calmly, "That's something our fathers have to worry about. We just need to give them more money so that they don't suffer on the road." Zhou Xia was speechless for a long time. He was shocked and said, "Shouldn't you stop them? How could you really let them leave? It's so dangerous outside." Li Jian thought for a moment and said, "If my mother really wants to go, she must have made all the arrangements and won't be in danger." Zhou Xia, "Then you won't be able to see her." Li Jian, "They want to go because they must feel that they are not living well now. You should reflect on yourself." Zhou Xia thought for a moment and said, "What's the use of me reflecting? I have to write a letter to my father and ask him to reflect on himself. It must be his fault. It is probably a blessing for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to have such a good son." Zhang Zhuzhu and Qin Jiao got up after a while. Several children came running over and accompanied them to have brunch. When they were almost done, Zhou Xia said, "Don't worry, mother. I will write a letter to my father and ask him to be honest in the capital." Qin Jiao was stunned for a moment and said, "It's so far away. It's useless to write a letter. Besides, why write such a letter to Zhou Yi? There is no need for it." Zhou Xia, "Then I will go back to Beijing and watch it myself." Qin Jiao frowned and said, "Why are you going back? How can a son try to take care of his father's affairs? Don't make trouble." Zhou Xia thought worriedly. If he didn't take care of it, his mother really ran away. What should he do? Although he is not young, he has known since he was a child that a child without a mother is like a weed. After dinner, Qin Jiao said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "My eldest child is a strange child. I don't know what he is thinking all day long. When he was young, he was very quiet and reserved. But he was different when he grew up." Zhang Zhuzhu had just heard it. So she said, "Did someone say something nonsense in front of him? Ask someone to go and ask." Qin Jiao nodded and sent someone to ask. After all, it was not a big deal, and nothing was found out. So Qin Jiao didn't worry too much. After a few days, the prince who was far away in the capital received a letter, in which his eldest son made a long speech, hoping that he could keep himself clean, not do things that would make his mother sad, and reflect more. When they go back, I hope his father has reflected on it. Zhou Yi closed his eyes. Forget it. Forget it. Qin Jiao had worked hard to give birth to him, so he would just be filial to his mother. Chapter 480. A couple thousands of miles apart. Zhang Zhuzhu stood on a high place to look at the scenery. It had been 2 months since she left Beijing. She had a great time. She didn't have the time to miss Li Fu. Today, the emperor and the 2 empresses came to the temple. The mountain was very quiet. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want to listen to the monks' lectures, So she stood on a high place alone. When she was on a high place and looking far away, Zhang Zhuzhu suddenly thought of Li Fu. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know how to express her feelings. At this age, she and Li Fu hadn't been apart for a long time. These days of separation were really nothing to her. But now she was standing here alone, and her mood seemed to have suddenly changed, and her longing for Li Fu suddenly increased. But think about it carefully. All this is not without trace. Her longing for Li Fu should have accumulated from the moment they separated, and accumulated to today. At this moment, away from the hustle and bustle, all surged up. I don't know what Li Fu is doing. A letter came from the capital a few days ago. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu revealed some news in the letter, saying that since the emperor and empress left the capital has not been as stable as before. After all, the prince is not the emperor. Even though Zhou Yi has been the prince for many years, there are also experienced court officials who want to suppress him. This does not mean that the court officials want to rebel, but between the monarch and the ministers, one is weak and the other is weak. The emperor has been strong for many years, which makes many people dissatisfied. Naturally, they hope that the emperor's successor is easy to control, so that they can gain more benefits for themselves and their families. As an emperor, he could not avoid being coveted by others for his power. Therefore, there were many troubles in the court. And Li Fu, as the prince's right-hand man, also suffered and was busy all day long. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that Li Fu should be scrambling to solve the new troubles he encountered. He must be very tired. Usually he has the company of his closest people. But now Zhang Zhuzhu and the two children are not with him, and the communication is not timely. I wonder how Li Fu feels. Li Fu's mood is indeed not very good. Zhang Zhuzhu and the children have been away for 2 months, and his yard is deserted, leaving only flowers and plants to keep him company. When he is busy these days, he will stay at the government office and even stay in the East Palace for a few days. It was fine when he was busy, but when he had some free time like today, Li Fu missed the three of them even more, especially Zhang Zhuzhu, his wife who had been with him for many years. They were used to each other's company. Their relationship was as close as a person's left and right hands, and they were indispensable. They had become a part of each other's lives and could not be separated. Now that they had been separated for so long, it was like a person missing a hand, and he could never get used to it. He stood up, opened the box, and found what Zhang Zhuzhu had written. What they had written more than 20 years ago was all in here. Li Fu read and thought. He was not used to it after just a few months of separation. When the two of them are about to part, how will the one left behind live alone in this world? The older he gets, the more he will think about these things. Li Fu cannot fully understand Zhang Zhuzhu's feelings, but he knows his own feelings. If the day of separation really comes, if Zhang Zhuzhu leaves him, he will catch up soon. If Zhang Zhuzhu stays, Li Fu hopes that she can be more open-minded and optimistic like this trip, and not be so anxious to find him. If there is an afterlife, he will wait for him. If there is no afterlife, Zhang Zhuzhu should live longer. The world after death cannot be told, so we should seize the time we are alive. Li Jian found his mother, who was looking far away from the height, and put the clothes in his hand on her. Zhang Zhuzhu turned around and saw her son. She seemed to see Li Fu when she was young. Li Jian saw his mother was absent-minded and said, "Mom, you are thinking about my father." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. "Yes." Li Jian asked curiously, "When you and my father separated for the first time, it should have been more than 3 years. Was it the same for you at that time?" Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. "No, I had known him for less than a year. Although your father always made promises, I didn't believe it. I guess I would never see him again after he left. I just felt sorry for his face." As long as Li Jian can remember, Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu have a deep relationship. Li Jian laughed and said, "No wonder my father told me that he is famous because of his son." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed even louder. Li Jian stood next to his mother. He was already very tall, even a little taller than his father. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It's the same in reverse." She and Li Fu valued each other, so they naturally poured more affection into their children. Li Jian thought that the relationship between his parents was not something he could fully understand now. He said, "It's cold on the mountain. Mother, go back." Zhang Zhuzhu, "I don't want to go back. If I go back, I will listen to the monk chanting sutras." Li Jian said, "You also said in private that you wanted to elope with Aunt Shin. But you didn't listen to Buddhist scriptures with her? Zhang Zhuzhu said. She has to serve her mother-in-law. And I don't. Li Jian laughed. Then let's go somewhere else. It's really cold here. Zhang Guzu thought it was okay. But she thought that she was old. And it would be bad if she got sick and delayed the trip. Li Fu was in the study room, thinking of the past, and fell asleep on the table when he was sorting things out. The next day, when he went to discuss matters, his voice was a little strange. When the discussion was over, Zhou Yi turned his head and asked him, "What's wrong with your voice? Your wife and children are not at home, so you don't cry in the middle of the night? You are so old. Why do you have to do this?" Li Fu was speechless. "I caught a cold." Zhou Yi sighed. "It seems that I am really old, and I am more prone to illness than before." Li Fu, "Then I am old. I will go back to recuperate for 3 or 2 months. And don't come to me for the affairs of the court. Whose country is he running around for every day? Does he have any conscience?" Zhou Yi hurriedly ordered someone to invite the imperial physician. "Hey, I was just joking. You are an important minister in the cabinet when no one is sick. After this, you should replace the position of the prime minister. How can you recuperate at this critical juncture?" The cabinet was not peaceful, and Zhou Yi was very annoyed with those old men. So he hoped to push Li Fu up quickly. The two of them have the same goal, so there are not so many contradictions and conflicts. Li Fu thought that he didn't want that position very much now. Working for the Zhou family was risking his life, so he had to plan his retirement early and arrange a way out for himself. The two were talking about business, and suddenly there was news from the harem that the emperor's youngest son, Zhou Yi's youngest brother, suddenly fainted when he came to the palace to accompany his biological mother for dinner. And now he only had 1 breath left. Zhou Yi sneered, "With such little tricks, you dare to embarrass yourself in front of others. It seems that the position of the emperor is really tempting. Even if the hope is slim, you still have to risk your life."